Anyone who has ever been an artifact smith knows that water and fire don't mix, it's an ironclad rule. Yet here you are, a lowly cook chopping demon beef in the kitchen, insisting on smashing glacial sand into the flame spirit sword. This is utter madness. The furnace will explode, the haughty fairy continued to scream, but you didn't even bother to look up. Just as the flames were about to spiral out of control, the forging hammer in your hand became a blur, striking down with the same precision you'd used to defuse bombs on the battlefield in a past life. Clang! Amid the deafening roar of metal, sparks burst like blood-red fireworks. A dazzling pattern of red and blue runes raced frantically across the blade's surface, constantly renewing themselves. The once ordinary sword blank instantly erupted with a suffocating, terrifying aura, as blazing flames and extreme cold fused perfectly. Acquired rare tier enchantment, Glacial Flame Slash. The room full of artifact forging masters fell instantly silent, all of them staring intently at your hands. Xiantian Continent, Flowing Cloud Guild. In a pitch-black mine shaft, a handsome teenager of 16 or 17 was digging for mystic iron ore, drenched in sweat. Clang, clang, clang. The pickaxe struck the hard rock wall blow after blow, sending sparks flying and producing a metallic clang with each impact. Yet, even after half a day had passed, he had mined less than half a basket of ore. Sigh, it's been 2 months since I came to this world. When will this miserable life ever end? Lu tossed aside the pickaxe, slumped to the ground, and let out a deep sigh. In his previous life, he had been a special forces soldier who struck fear into the hearts of his enemies, but after being transported to this world, he could do nothing but toil away at backbreaking labor. Here, strength was the ultimate measure of worth, and there were all manner of miraculous cultivation method and martial arts techniques. When he first arrived in this world, he had been full of joy, eager to make a big splash and make up for all the regrets of his past life, one by one. However, it wasn't long before he was harshly brought back to reality by this miserable situation. Trashroot, every step forward was an arduous struggle, and he didn't even have a good family background. From the moment he set foot in the immortal sect, tragedy was inevitable. The lower his cultivation level, the harder it was to obtain mana crystals. The harder it was to obtain mana crystals, the slower his cultivation progress became. This created a hopeless, vicious cycle. It seemed he had to make a change. Why not go steal one? With that thought, Lu suddenly hoisted his hoe again and began digging with all his might. Clang! A strange sound rang out. A small, rusty iron sword was unearthed. What is this? Lu grabbed the little iron sword and examined it closely. The small iron sword was about the size of a dart, with a simple, ancient design. Who knew how many years it had been buried underground? Could this be a treasure? Lu's breathing immediately quickened, betraying his excitement. To test his hunch, he began channeling spiritual energy into the small sword, but there was no reaction whatsoever. Next, he tried to manipulate the sword with his divine sense, but it was as if he hit a barrier he simply couldn't penetrate it. He then tried every possible method to investigate it, even biting his finger hard enough to draw blood and dripping it onto the sword, but still came up empty-handed. After fiddling with it for most of the day, Lu finally faced reality. What kind of bullshit treasure is this? It just got my hopes up for nothing. And it even delayed today's mission. Furious, Lu hurled the black lump across the room. In the evening, when Lu had completed his mission and returned to the sect, exhausted from his journey, he saw a slender, stunningly beautiful young girl waiting in front of his stone cottage. Looking at the girl before him, Lu felt a surge of joy. Her name was Cece, the fiancée with whom the original owner of this body had been betrothed since childhood. Cece's family had fallen on hard times when she was young, so she was taken in by the Lu family. However, Cece's aptitude for cultivation far surpassed Lu's. After joining the Flowing Cloud Guild, the original owner had spent all these years working as a menial laborer from dawn till dusk, earning mana crystals all so that Cece could focus on her cultivation. And she had lived up to his expectations. After passing numerous trials, she had finally become an inner door disciple not long ago. He had thought that now that she had made something of herself, his own good days were finally here. But he never expected that Cece's very first words upon meeting him would nearly shatter Lu's composure. Brother Lu, I've come to call off the engagement. Cece bit her thin lip lightly, speaking with a touch of embarrassment. Why? Feeling the intense resentment lingering in the original hostess consciousness, Lou asked instinctively. My senior sister said I must sever all worldly ties and devote myself entirely to the Tao. And you'd only be a burden to me. Ha! What about you? What do you think? Lou felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him. A chill crept through his heart. I also think it's best if we don't keep in touch from now on. After all, we're no longer from the same world. Of course. You can make any demands you like as long as they're not unreasonable. I'll compensate you. Cece hesitated for a moment before continuing. Lou fell silent. 3 years ago, during the Beast Tide, the original hostess' parents had died at a young age because they failed to retreat in time while trying to save Cece, who had fallen behind. Over the past 3 years, the original host had cherished him more than her own life, working tirelessly every day to earn mana crystals for his cultivation, even to the point of dying from overwork. She never imagined that this would be the outcome she'd end up facing. Lou, face reality. We can never go back to the way things were. Cece gazed ahead and sighed wistfully. She understood Lou's grief, but that didn't change anything. Do you have any mana crystals? Lou asked suddenly. Cece's heart sank at the question. Was he finally going to ask for the moon? Although she was grateful to Lou, she didn't want to pay too high a price for this. After all, her goal wasn't just to become an ordinary inner door disciple. Here are 100 mana crystals. Is that enough? Cece gritted her teeth and handed over a quarter of her savings. Having just joined the inner sect, her supply of mana crystals was far from abundant. Lou took the storage pouch, poured out 50 mana crystals, and returned the rest. Over the years, I've given you a total of 50 mana crystals. From now on, we're even. With that, Lou didn't linger a moment longer. He turned and walked away. Cece hadn't expected Lou to ask for so few mana crystals. Watching his retreating figure, she felt a lump in her throat, as if she'd lost something most precious. But she quickly pulled herself together, and her gaze gradually hardened. Don't blame me for being pragmatic. It's your own fault for not living up to expectations. Cece's situation didn't upset Lou all that much. He just felt it was a bit of a waste for the original owner. That night, inside the stone hut, Lou was exhausted but still insisted on meditating and practicing for 2 hours. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly noticed a lump of iron had appeared beside him at some point. Isn't this the little iron sword I dug up earlier today? How did it end up in my room? Lou felt like he was seeing ghosts. He remembered very clearly that he had thrown the little iron sword away. He definitely hadn't brought it back. Could it really be a treasure? This time, even if he were as clueless as ever, he knew this little iron sword was no ordinary object. So, he began experimenting with it again, trying every method he could think of, undeterred by failure. This time, his efforts finally paid off. He didn't know how long he'd been fiddling with it or what mechanism he'd triggered, but when he once again focused his mind on the little iron sword, there was a sudden whoosh and he found himself transported to a dimly lit cave. The cave was completely empty, but a few characters were carved crookedly on the wall, a world within the cave. A world within the cave? What kind of world? Lou fumbled around for a long time but still couldn't figure out the meaning of those words. Fortunately, perseverance was the one thing he had in abundance. After exploring all night long and trying countless methods, he finally figured out some of the cave's functions. It was an illusory space capable of simulating reality. Here, as long as he channeled a certain amount of spiritual energy, he could simulate any object from the outside world and it felt real to the touch. Even more amazing was that if he continuously channeled spiritual energy, the objects within the illusory space would continue to develop and evolve according to certain patterns, as if they existed in a real miniature world within another parallel universe. Of course, this required a massive supply of spiritual energy. When he withdrew his consciousness from the illusory space, he saw the small iron sword suddenly shed its layers of outer shells, transforming into a tiny white jade sword that whizzed right into his mana core. This scene left Lou astonished once again. The first use he thought of for this illusory space was to simulate artifact forging. Artifact forging is an extremely profound art, capable of turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. As long as he could become an artifact forger, he would be able to earn a vast amount of mana crystals and perhaps even change his wretched fate. No sooner said than done. The next day, before dawn, Lu arrived early at the Sectes marketplace. After spending the hefty sum of 52 mana crystals to purchase a jade slip on the basics of artifact forging, he hurried back to his stone hut and began studying and practicing within the illusory space. As he channeled his spiritual energy, any artifact forging material he imagined would instantly appear before him, ready for him to study and work with. Unfortunately, artifact forging was ultimately a craft that heavily relied on hands-on practice. Without a master to guide him, he studied for several days and simulated the process countless times, yet still couldn't grasp the basics. It seemed he would have to seek formal training after all. His first thought was the Sectes Artifact Forging Hall, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The artifact forging halls in prestigious Orthodox sects offered excellent benefits but placed great emphasis on innate talent and potential. They weren't open to just anyone. He'd tried applying there before and had been dealt a severe blow. So, he had no choice but to try his luck at some second-rate artifact forging workshops. For the next 10 days or so, Lu wandered among the various artifact forging workshops around the Flowing Cloud Guild, looking for an apprenticeship. However, after learning about Lu's situation, the proprietors of nearly every workshop shook their heads and turned him down. "Sorry, we don't take on such low-level apprentices." "Sorry, we're already at full capacity." "Sorry, we only take apprentices who can craft magical artifacts." "With so many smithies around, isn't there a single one willing to take me in?" A wave of bitterness washed over Lu. It seemed that learning the art of smithing was far more difficult than he had imagined. Then again, smithing was one of the most sought-after crafts. How could it be so easy to learn? He walked dejectedly along the market streets of Lianyun City. Just as he was about to give up in despair, he suddenly caught sight of another artifact forging shop at the far end of the street, though a sign reading "Cook Wanted" hung outside. "Let us give it one last try," Lu said, refusing to give up. If this didn't work, he'd have no choice but to go back to being a menial laborer. So he straightened his clothes, gritted his teeth, and stepped inside. The artifact forging shop wasn't very large. Inside, an old man with a salt and pepper beard was leisurely leaning back in a chair, resting his eyes. At the forging bench nearby, 2 middle-aged apprentices were working hard, hammering away at pieces of unidentifiable ore. At the reception desk in the center sat a delicate-featured female cultivator, propping her chin in her hand with a bored expression. The young woman was exceptionally beautiful, her innocent appearance tinged with a touch of playfulness. She looked every bit the ethereal little fairy. Who would have thought there'd be such a beauty right here in the middle of the city? Lu quickly put on a smile and walked in. Just as he was about to speak, the young woman suddenly gave a sweet smile and said, "I'm sorry, but we're not accepting any more artifact forging apprentices." Ah! Lu's expression froze instantly. I hadn't even said a word yet. How did she know? Being turned down before he even had a chance to speak made Lu feel utterly humiliated. But the arrow was already on the string. He couldn't just slink away like this, could he? So, he forced himself to stay calm and said, I'm not here to be an artifact forging apprentice." "Oh? Are you saying you're here to practice artifact forging?" The delicate-featured female cultivator continued to smile, though her smile carried a hint of teasing. "Not exactly." Lu shook his head in exasperation. How did she guess that too? "Then what are you here for?" "I'm here to apply for the cook's position." Lu decided to go all in. Since he couldn't be an artifact forging apprentice, he'd be a cook instead. At least it was somewhat related. "A cook? You?" The delicate-featured female cultivator visibly paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. "You didn't come here just for me, did you?" Ruwashi couldn't help but brush her beautiful hair from her forehead, a hint of smugness in her voice. The man in front of her seemed rather silly. He'd clearly been called out, yet he was so concerned about saving face. Over the past while, so many people had approached her at the artifact forging shop under various pretexts that she'd long since developed an eye for spotting such things. "What are you talking about?" Lu was a bit baffled. Although he did admit this female cultivator was a rare beauty, wasn't she being a bit too self-absorbed? There must be at least 80, if not 100, people who tried to approach me this way recently, the female cultivator continued with a smile. I really didn't come here for you, I swear. Lou panicked, declaring it with absolute certainty. Hearing such a solemn vow, Ruwashi's smile faltered slightly. Was he that sure? He was making her sound like some kind of ugly monster. The cook doesn't charge extra, just 1 mana crystal for 2 months, she said, her tone turning slightly colder. That is fine. The cook also has to serve tea and water. That is fine too. The cook also has to clean up. No problem. Alright, you're hired. Ruwashi was getting a little annoyed. This kid is pretty stubborn, let us see how long he can keep it up. She felt that Lou had come specifically for her, but he just refused to admit it. To expose his true colors, she decided to make Lou back down. Go make me a plate of beef tendon right now. Ruwashi pulled out a chunk of demon ox tendon and tossed it to Lou, ordering him. Got it. Lou nodded, took the tendon, and walked into the kitchen to start preparing it deftly. This chunk of demon ox meat was mostly just tough tendons with very little actual meat, the kind that is tasteless but too good to throw away. Wealthy families usually threw it away outright, only impoverished cultivators would keep it to sample the flavor of spiritual meat. However, Lou happened to know a method that could turn this beef tendon into a treasure. He was extremely confident in his culinary skills. Not to mention his glorious track record in the mess hall during his previous life as a Special Forces soldier, but even after being reincarnated, he had experimented with creating many delicious dishes. With flawless knife skills, he skillfully unraveled the massive beef tendon much like the legendary butcher who dissected an ox, slicing it into small pieces, then marinating and stir-frying it with various seasonings. Ruwashi watched from the side, secretly astonished. Such stunning knife skills could only be achieved after decades of practice. Could this guy really be here to apply for the chef position? But he didn't look the part at all. Looks like this kid is a pro. He came prepared. Well, that just means I can't keep you around. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a plate of fragrant stir-fried beef tendon was brought out. Smelling the aroma, 2 middle-aged artifact forging apprentices immediately stopped working, and even the old man who had fallen asleep suddenly jolted awake from his dreams. Ruwashi, is this the new cook you hired? The old man leaned in without a shred of decorum, reaching straight into the meat dish. I guess so, Ruwashi said hesitantly. Not bad. Not bad. He is the one. After taking a few bites, the old man began nodding incessantly and made his decision without hesitation. Ruwashi was a bit annoyed. Was he really willing to sell his granddaughter for a plate of beef? But since the old man had spoken, all her plans were temporarily put on hold. Oh well, there is plenty of time. And so, Lou stayed on at the small artifact crafting shop, temporarily living in the storage shed in the backyard. Aside from cooking 3 meals a day, he spent the rest of his time secretly observing the shop's apprentices crafting artifacts while also practicing in the illusionary realm. There were 2 middle-aged artifact crafting apprentices at the shop, one named Dachui, who was plump yet shrewd, and another named Shirju, who was a bit honest and simple-minded. Both were part-timers from small local families. They came when they had time and stayed away when they didn't, enjoying a great deal of flexibility, yet they still received a substantial sum of mana crystals from the shop every month. Ever since they found out a cook had arrived at the shop, they began bossing Lou around without hesitation, even occasionally making him do some of the heavy lifting. However, they wouldn't teach Lou anything useful. After all, magic isn't to be taught lightly. Teaching an apprentice means the master goes hungry. Lou could only pick up a thing or two from their scattered remarks, then return to his room to study and test them out. Lou, come give me a back rub, I'm exhausted. Lou, come start a fire for me. Lou, pour me a cup of tea. These constant demands kept Lou busy all day long, but he remained cheerful and never showed the slightest sign of irritation. Brother Wang, what kind of technique are you using here? Lou would occasionally take the opportunity while pouring tea to approach Dachui and ask, pretending it was offhand. What? You want to learn? Dachui immediately grew wary. No, I just want to broaden my horizons, Lu said with a forced smile. Pfft, I don't mean to look down on you, but even if you studied for 10 years, you might not be able to master it. I advise you to give up on that idea. Dachui said contemptuously. A cook wants to learn artifact forging? Does he really think it's just a childless game? Brother Wang, I'm really just curious. Just tell me a little about it. Go away, go away. Don't bother me. Although both apprentices guarded their skills closely, Lu was simply too thick-skinned to give up. 2 months later, through their scattered remarks and constant trial and error, Lu had actually managed to master the purification and fusion of materials. Meanwhile, after observing him during this time and realizing Lu truly had no ulterior motives toward her, Ruashi stopped picking on him so much. Everything was going so well, Lu felt his days were full and fulfilling. In May, dawn came earlier and earlier. Early one morning, Lu got up early to open the doors of his small artifact forging shop. His simulations from the night before had yielded promising results, and he couldn't wait to continue learning by observation. However, after waiting for over half an hour and cleaning the shop inside and out several times, the other staff members still hadn't shown up. Lu looked at the forging hammer on the workbench and suddenly felt the urge to give it a try. So, he picked up a piece of mystic iron ore and, with a serious expression, began hammering away on the workbench with a clanging sound. Thank goodness, it doesn't feel rusty at all. It seems the sensation in the illusory realm is just like reality, Lu thought to himself with relief. Just then, a young female cultivator walked in, startling him. He had thought it was one of the shop's apprentices. After all, without permission, he wasn't allowed to touch these forging tools. The female cultivator looked around and, seeing that Lu was the only one there, asked, "Young master, is Master Zhao here?" Hearing the term young master, Lu felt a secret thrill and greeted her warmly. "Master Zhao hasn't arrived yet. What would you like to craft?" "I'd like to craft a fire attribute spirit sword weighing 10 jin and 3 qi long." Seeing Lu holding a hammer, the female cultivator assumed he was also an artifact smith. "Oh? What materials have you brought with you?" Lu asked. He gained quite a bit of experience studying jade slips lately. "It's all right here," the female cultivator replied, pulling out a pile of fire jade and ore from her storage pouch. Lu examined the materials, then sized up the female cultivator and shook his head. "Forgive my frankness, but a spirit sword of this size isn't suitable for you." "Oh? How so?" the female cultivator asked curiously. Ever since she began her cultivation, she had always used a spirit sword of this size. She was used to it and hadn't really tried any others. "Given your height and build, you're better suited to a light and agile style. A spirit sword one size smaller would be more appropriate. If you don't believe me, give it a try." With that, Lu picked out a smaller spirit sword from among the magical artifacts forged in the shop and tossed it to the female cultivator. The female cultivator caught the spirit sword and lightly performed a few sword techniques. Her body trembled slightly. It seemed as if her movements were actually smoother. A senior cultivator had once told her she was suited for the light and agile style, so she had consciously begun to shift her training toward that type of sword technique. But for some reason, she always felt it wasn't as good as her original style. Now it seems, could it actually be the sword's fault? This young man really is a master artifact craftsman. His eye for detail is so professional. In the female cultivator's mind, Lu's image suddenly soared to new heights. "Also, your materials are missing some ice spirit sand." Lu spoke up again. "Ice spirit sand? I'm forging a fire spirit sword, what do I need that for?" The female cultivator was taken aback once more. Women naturally have a constitution that tends toward cold. Using a fire spirit sword won't cause any problems in the short term, but over time, it can lead to irritability and short temper. Although the impact isn't significant, it's still not ideal. "Is that so? Then I'll go buy some ice spirit sand." The female cultivator nodded upon hearing this and turned to walk toward the materials section of the market. Lu's display of skill earlier had already impressed her. She subconsciously concluded that he was a talented young artifact craftsman. By the time the female cultivator returned with the ice spirit sand, quite a few people had gathered at the small artifact forging shop. Elder Zhao and Ruwashi were both there. "Senior sister, are you here to have an artifact crafted?" Ruwashi greeted the female cultivator warmly as she entered. "Yes, I'd like to have a fire spirit sword crafted." "Wait, where's that master you mentioned earlier?" the female cultivator asked, looking around but not seeing Lu. "Which one do you mean?" Ruwashi was taken aback. All the artifact crafters on duty today were present. "You know, that very young guy, the handsome one?" the female cultivator asked. "Oh, him? He is in the kitchen cooking," Ruwashi said, suddenly realizing exactly who the woman was talking about. After all, neither of the two artifact forging apprentices in her shop could be described as handsome. "Ha? Do your artifact forgers also cook on the side?" "What do you mean, an alchemist?" "He is just a cook." Ruwashi was at a loss for words. "Ha? Then what he said this morning?" the female cultivator was momentarily dumbfounded. "What did he say this morning?" Ruwashi was startled by this. Could it be that the kid had gotten himself into trouble? "He told me to go buy some more ice spirit sand." "What?" Ruwashi was instantly livid. Buying ice spirit sand to forge a fire spirit sword? Was he taking her for a fool? This was a surefire way to ruin her little shop's reputation. She decided that no matter what he said, she was going to kick Lu out this time. So, after calming the female cultivator down, she hurried straight to the backyard. "Lu! Get your butt out here!" Hearing that furious shout from the kitchen, Lu quickly put down her cooking utensils and scurried over to Ruwashi. "Spit it out, what kind of trouble did you get into this morning?" The moment Ruwashi saw Lu, her anger flared up. "I didn't do anything," Lu said, looking completely bewildered. "Nothing? Then what about that female cultivator refining the fire spirit sword?" Ruwashi's chest heaved with anger. "Oh, her? I just suggested she buy some ice spirit sand. Is there a problem with that?" "Is there no problem? Can you add ice spirit sand to a fire spirit sword?" "Why not? Why would you? Don't you know that mixing ice and fire materials causes an attribute conflict?" Ruwashi was momentarily at a loss for words. What an idiot! Anyone with even a shred of common sense would know that, right? Then don't mix them. Just coat the fire spirit sword with ice spirit sand. Wouldn't that work? Lu couldn't quite grasp the issue. Lately, with nothing better to do, he'd been experimenting with all sorts of bizarre methods in the illusionary realm, so he didn't see any problem with it. "Ha? Like that?" Ruwashi froze upon hearing this, suddenly unsure. Could it really be done that way? She'd studied a bit of artifact forging herself, but she'd never tried this method before. "But why add ice spirit sand?" Ruwashi's tone suddenly softened. "Female cultivators tend to have a cold constitution. Adding it will reduce the fire spirit sword's effect on them." Hearing this explanation, Ruwashi froze for a moment. It seemed to make some sense. "Humph. I'll deal with you later," Ruwashi muttered under her breath before running off again. Most of the day later, Elder Zhao finally finished forging this special fire spirit sword. "Senior sister, your spirit sword is ready. Take a look, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Ruwashi asked with a smile. The female cultivator gripped the fire spirit sword in her hand, tested it out, and immediately felt an indescribable sense of comfort. "Not bad, it really suits me perfectly. I'm very satisfied." "That's great. Please come back again next time," Ruwashi said with a beaming smile. "I definitely will." After watching the female cultivator walk away, Elder Zhao slowly approached Ruwashi. "Ruwashi, was that method just now discovered by that kid, Lu?" "Yes." Although Ruwashi really didn't want to admit it, she still nodded obediently. Not bad. That kid's got some natural talent. From now on, I'll let him watch when I'm refining artifacts." "Ha?" Ruwashi was taken aback by this and looked at her grandfather in puzzlement. Grandpa really thinks so highly of that kid? Wasn't he that just a fluke? Lou was thrilled that Elder Zhao had finally agreed to let him observe the artifact forging process and would even patiently answer his questions. With a head full of questions, he was overjoyed. Although his main job was still as a cook, he had been allowed to practice using forging tools and even perform some auxiliary tasks. Over the next few months, Lou spent his time in a fulfilling and busy routine. Not only had he mastered the techniques of forging and refining to perfection, but he had also begun to delve into the engraving of formations. Through his diligent study and eagerness to ask questions during this period, he gained a relatively systematic understanding of artifact forging. In this world, magical artifacts are classified by rank into magic artifacts, spirit artifacts, mystic artifacts, imperial artifacts, earth divine artifacts, and holy artifacts. These correspond to the cultivation realms of human cultivators: chi cultivation, foundation stage, golden core, nascent soul, transcendence, and sainthood. Magic artifacts are the primary magical treasures used by chi cultivation stage cultivators and are currently the only tier Lou has access to. Magic artifacts are characterized by their sturdiness and sharpness. When a cultivator infuses them with spiritual energy, they can sever a hair with a breath and cut through iron as if it were mud. Spiritual artifacts are the primary magical treasures used by foundation stage cultivators. At this level, the formations embedded within them become significantly more complex. When infused with spiritual energy, the blade of a spiritual artifact can manifest the effects of the 5 elements and emit sword chi of various colors. For example, a fire spirit sword of the spiritual artifact level glows fiery red when infused with spiritual energy. A single strike not only cleaves the target but also inflicts a burning effect, causing additional damage. Artifact masters capable of forging spirit artifacts are considered high-level talents and are highly sought after in any sect. Mystic artifacts, on the other hand, are the primary magical treasures used by core stage cultivators. Due to their rare materials, mystic artifacts possess inherent power that can be activated with a small amount of spiritual energy, achieving the effect of using 4 tails to move 1,000 catties. They can condense spiritual energy into a sword aura and project it outward to slay enemies. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, the sword aura can sweep across the battlefield, unceasing and unbroken. Imperial artifacts, on the other hand, can take shape from spiritual energy, seal beast souls, and transform them into artifact spirits. The stronger the sealed beast soul, the more powerful the artifact becomes. It can even unleash the divine abilities and ultimate techniques inherent to the demon beast. As for earth divine artifacts and holy artifacts, they are even more formidable. It is said they possess self-awareness, capable of automatically attacking and protecting their master, and able to harness the might of heaven and earth to split mountains, part the seas, and destroy the heavens and the earth. Of course, above sacred artifacts lie even higher tier immortal artifacts, but these exist only in the legendary immortal realm. No one has ever seen them. I've digressed. For Lou right now, even a magic artifact is a luxury. A single magical artifact costs at least 100 mana crystals, and he currently cannot afford even one. The crafting of magical artifacts is primarily divided into 3 steps: purifying the materials, fusing the artifact core, and inscribing the formations. Among these, the inscription of formations is of the utmost importance. The reason magical artifacts possess such incredible power is not only due to the properties of their materials but also, to a large extent, because of the formations they contain. The difficulty of artifact forging also stems largely from the complexity and ever-changing nature of these arrays. No 2 artifact blanks in the world are exactly alike, so the arrays inscribed upon them cannot be identical either. Artifact masters must adapt their methods to each specific situation. Moreover, even the slightest deviation as small as a hair's breadth in the engraving of any single array line can lead to a vast difference in the final result. That is why artifact forging is so difficult. No matter how many times you've succeeded before, there is no guarantee of success next time. In addition to this, there is the matter of the heat source, which cannot be overlooked. The most common heat source for artifact forging is spiritual fire produced by burning materials such as fire jade. This type of heat source does not consume spiritual energy, is easy to carry, and is very inexpensive, making it one of the favorite heat sources among low-tier cultivators. Artifact shops currently use this type. The second type is true fire, which cultivators at the foundation stage or above condense from their own spiritual energy. This type of fire is powerful but consumes a great deal of energy and is highly dependent on one's cultivation level. The third type and the highest tier one is celestial and earthly exotic fire, such as the sacred blue lotus fire and the phoenix true fire. Every type of exotic fire is the stuff of an artifact forger's wildest dreams, yet very few artifact forgers actually possess it. Every artifact craftsman who possesses a celestial and earthly exotic fire holds a massive advantage. Crafting artifacts beyond one's current cultivation level is perfectly normal for them. However, all of this is still a world away for Lu. The weather in October was exceptionally pleasant. Today, both Elder Zhao and Ruoshi were, unusually, absent from the shop. Dachui, who was supposed to be on duty today, had stopped by early in the morning to ask Lu to cover for him, then disappeared without a trace. Left alone in the shop, Lu felt a little anxious. He was afraid a customer might come in for artifact forging, and he wouldn't be able to handle it. But the more he feared something, the more likely it was to happen. "Master, could you help me craft a small magical artifact for my spirit beast?" A quiet female cultivator in her 30s suddenly walked in, startling Lu. "I'm sorry, I'm not an artifact craftsman," Lu said honestly. The female cultivator was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. How could this young man be so straightforward? "Of course I know you're not a weapon forger, you're an apprentice. But isn't that what people usually call you? It's a term of respect, isn't it?" "It's okay, I know you're not a weapon forger, but it's all the same. Just help me forge it, please," the female cultivator pleaded. "You really know I'm not a weapon forger?" Lu was a bit surprised. Was it common knowledge that he worked here as a cook? "Can't we wait a bit?" Lu asked, feeling a bit torn. This would be his very first time crafting an artifact for someone else, even though artifacts for spirit beasts are much simpler than those for humans. "No, I can't. It's urgent, I need to use it today." "Alright, then tell me what you want me to craft," Lu said, sounding a bit resigned. Although he practiced many times in the illusionary realm, he never actually crafted anything in the real world. But since none of the shop's artifact forgers were around, he had no choice but to step in. "I'd like to forge a guardian collar for my spirit wolf," the female cultivator began to describe in detail. "Alright, but let me make this clear, I won't be held responsible if the forging fails," Lu said solemnly. "No problem, I understand the rules. Artifact forging isn't 100% guaranteed to succeed anyway," the female cultivator replied, sounding somewhat pleased. "Alright, then I'll give it a try." Lu finally stopped making excuses. Since she put it that way, what was there left to worry about? So, after a moment's thought, he walked over to the forging table and set to work with nimble hands. For magical artifacts intended for spirit beasts, the focus lies in crafting the artifact blank. The requirements for inscribing formations aren't very high, just a few rough engraved lines will suffice. After all, spirit beasts won't be able to use magical artifacts with overly complex functions. As for crafting the base, over the past few months, he had already mastered the art to perfection. 1 hour later, the spirit beast collar was successfully forged. The female cultivator took one look at it and promptly paid 10 mana crystals. After deducting the cost of materials and the shop's cut, he was left with 5. "I actually earned 5 mana crystals that quickly?" Lu was a bit excited. This was infinitely better than his usual job of serving tea and fetching water. Of course, it also had to do with the fact that he succeeded on his first try. But this only strengthened his resolve to become an artifact craftsman. The next day, Dachui finally didn't dare to slack off anymore, because Elder Zhao and Ruoshi had returned. "Junior sister, and I'm here to help out with your business again," the quiet female cultivator said with a smile as she walked into the shop once more. "Oh my, senior sister Wang, what an honored guest. Welcome, welcome." Upon recognizing her senior sister from their own sect, Ruoshi hurried to greet her, calling out toward the inner chamber at the same time. "Lu, bring some tea." "Got it." Lu, who was in the backyard, quickly replied upon hearing this. "Senior sister Wang, tell me, what would you like to craft this time?" Ruoshi gestured for the nun to take a seat and asked. "I'd like to have another spirit beast collar crafted, just like the one from yesterday. Sure, no problem, Ruwashi replied instinctively. Dachui was on duty yesterday, she'd just have him make another one later. Senior sisters, your tea is ready. Lu, dressed as a waiter, respectfully brought the tea to the two women. Hey, isn't that Master Lu? The quiet female cultivator looked at Lu's attire with a puzzled expression. What do you mean, Master Lu? He is just my cook, Ruwashi said, confused. A cook? How is that possible? He was the one who crafted yesterday's collar. What? Ruwashi's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, oh no, could Senior Sister Wang be here to call me out on this? Senior Sister Wang, I told you yesterday I really am not a refiner, Lu hurriedly explained. He was a little worried too. He decrafted yesterday's necklace step by step according to his own ideas, and he really had no idea if it would work properly. That's right, Senior Sister Wang. He really is just a cook. If he messed it up, I'll cover the cost, please bear with him. Ruwashi chimed in with a forced smile, then shot Lu a fierce glare. That kid, it's one thing to let him run errands around here, but why did he have to meddle in something this important? What a mess! What do you mean ruined? It turned out great, my spirit beast absolutely loves it. The quiet female cultivator replied with a smile. Ha! Ruwashi was even more taken aback. So she wasn't here to call him out on his mistake after all? I actually came today to have another one crafted. Master Lu, I appreciate your help. Senior Sister Wang, I really am not an artifact craftsman. You'd better find someone else. Lu declined. No, I don't trust anyone else. I want you to craft it. The quiet female cultivator seemed set on Lu. Her spirit beast was very delicate, it might not like something crafted by someone else, and that would mean more trouble later. Senior Sister Wang, I'm really not good at crafting artifacts. Having never studied it systematically, Lu felt a bit uneasy. In his mind, artifact crafting was a lofty and prestigious art he could only be considered a half-baked amateur. Junior Sisterin, what do you think? Seeing that Lu wouldn't agree, the quiet female cultivator had no choice but to turn to Ruwashi for help. Hey, Lu, if she tells you to craft it, just do it. Why are you spouting all this nonsense? Ruwashi gave Lu a hard kick, then turned around with an apologetic expression and said, Senior Sister Wang, he is a bit clueless, please don't hold it against him. I'll make sure he crafts it well for you. All right. I trust your skills. Let us get started. Standing before the forging bench, Ruwashi watched Lu with keen interest. You really want me to do this? Lu looked troubled. Yes. Fine. Lu took a deep breath, picked up the hammer, and began forging. Although he was usually a bit of a joker, once he started forging, he became exceptionally focused, as if he were a completely different person. With his perfect profile and fluid movements, anyone who didn't know better would think he was a master craftsman from somewhere. His movements, full of raw, powerful beauty, his upright posture, and his precise technique left Ruwashi spellbound, her thoughts drifting off to who knows where. 1 hour later, another collar was forged. It's done. Ha! That fast? Ruwashi snapped back to reality. Yeah, thankfully I didn't mess it up. It's not just that you didn't mess it up, it's absolutely fantastic. Ruwashi examined the beast collar, then suddenly looked up at Lu. Tell me. Did you come here just to get close to me? Ha! Lu was a bit baffled. How did the conversation suddenly turn to that? Weren't you afraid I'd reject you, so you deliberately hid your identity and pretended to be a beginner, didn't you? Ruwashi took a step forward, pressing her question. Her high, full chest pushed Lu into a corner. Your imagination is way too wild. I only just started learning recently. Impossible. Your technique doesn't look like a beginner's at all, it's more like you were trained by a master. I really just started learning. Don't lie to me anymore. With her chest about to brush against him and no way to back down, Lu sighed and said, somewhat resignedly, Fine, I'll admit it, I've studied this before. That's better. You should have said so sooner. Ruwashi patted Lu on the shoulder with a look that said, I knew it. But I really don't have any ulterior motives toward you. Lu added once more. Ruwashi immediately spit out the sip of tea she'd just taken. This idiot, did he really need to emphasize that? It's driving me crazy. Senior Sister Wang, your collar is ready. Take a look. How does it look? Are you satisfied? Ruwashi said with a beaming smile. Satisfied. Satisfied. This is the one. The quiet female cultivator took one look at the all-too-familiar necklace and knew it was the right one. That's great. Please come back again next time. I definitely will. Lu, starting today. You're our shop's new artifact forging apprentice. How much is the monthly stipend? Get lost. That kid really became an artifact forging apprentice? How is that even possible? Dachui was taken aback upon hearing the news. He truly never expected that kid to make it this far. But so what, let us see who dares ask you to craft artifacts in the future. Dachui remained unconvinced. Artifacts for spirit beasts or child's play artifacts for humans are the real deal. Even someone as smart as me had to struggle for over 20 years just to take this step. You'll probably need 3 or 4 decades, one to you? After all the hardships, the sweet reward had finally come. He'd officially become an artifact forging apprentice, and best of all, he'd earned 10 mana crystals. The next day, Lu took a rare day off from Elder Zhao. He wanted to treat himself properly. To be honest, he'd been in Lianyun City for over half a year, spending all his time at the little shop learning artifact forging, and hadn't yet had a chance to properly explore the city. Today, he planned to take a good look at everything here and experience the life of a cultivator. As one of the 8 great immortal cities under the jurisdiction of the Flowing Cloud Guild, Lianyun City was indeed extraordinary. The entire city lay coiled like a giant dragon across a vast plain, grand, magnificent, and awe-inspiring. The streets were teeming with people and bustling with activity. It was home to numerous cultivation factions, sects, and cultivation clans, though, of course, the majority were independent cultivators and ordinary people. Row upon row of neatly arranged, palace-like buildings stretched from east to west, filling the entire plain. On the city's wide streets, one could occasionally see cultivators riding spirit beasts or driving beast-drawn carriages as they sped past on the bluestone pavement. If you're lucky, you might even catch a glimpse of flying demon beasts or the teleportation lights of high-level cultivators streaking across the sky. Surrounding the city stands a towering wall built from massive boulders weighing 10,000 jin each. Along the city walls, squads of young guards clad in full battle armor and with stern expressions can be seen stationed and patrolling from time to time to prevent attacks by demon beasts. Indeed, the region where the Flowing Cloud Guild is located is far from peaceful. Due to its proximity to the Million Mountains, demon beasts frequently invade human territory, causing heavy casualties. Therefore, humans choose to live in communities, fortifying themselves within cities to collectively defend against these attacks. Lu looked at the fully armed guard cultivators on the city walls and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If Lu Family Town had had such a well-equipped guard unit back then, the original hostess' parents wouldn't have had to die so young. Unfortunately, Lu Family Town was just a tiny, insignificant town in this region, with strength far less than 1/10,000th of Lianyun City's. Turning his gaze away, Lu stepped out of the artifact forge and began wandering aimlessly. Mystic Iron Sword, low-grade magical artifact, priced at 90 mana crystals. Mystic Iron Shield, low-grade magical artifact, with slight surface scratches, priced at 120 mana crystals. Black Iron Armor, mid-grade magical artifact, used for 3 years, priced at 300 mana crystals. Bracers, mid-grade magical artifact, can store 20% more spiritual power for chi cultivation stage practitioners, priced at 200 mana crystals. Wind Chasing Boots, low-grade magical artifact, can increase agility and speed, priced at 200 mana crystals. The nearby streets were lined with numerous small stalls, and vendors on both sides were energetically hawking their wares. They were selling their used magical artifacts, items they no longer needed, at prices 10-20% lower than those in shops, which attracted quite a few independent cultivators looking to make a purchase. Lu looked at the wide variety of used magical artifacts before him and felt a twinge of temptation. As an outer sect disciple of the Flowing Cloud Guild, he currently possessed nothing extra beyond the black iron sword, a storage pouch, a basic cultivation technique, and a scroll of the Flowing Cloud sword art he received upon joining. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy anything, it was simply that he couldn't afford it. After all, his monthly stipend amounted to only 2 mana crystals. Along the way, he also saw a dazzling array of stalls selling cultivation techniques, martial arts manuals, talismans, spirit beast cubs, and cultivation insights. Jade tablet of the Mad Sandsword technique, mid-yellow grade, priced at 200 mana crystals. Talismans with various elemental attacks, 1 mana crystal each. Low-grade spirit restoring wine, a single sip provides a quick, short-term restoration of spiritual energy. 10 mana crystals per jug. Basic footwork jade tablet, low-grade yellow rank, 30 mana crystals. Ethereal step jade tablet, high-grade yellow rank cultivation technique, 1000 mana crystals. There were even stalls buying spiritual materials. Demon wolf pelt, 2 mana crystals per pelt, we buy year-round. Demon beast essence blood, 3 mana crystals per gene. One particular blue wolf cub caught his eye and made his heart race. Unfortunately, the asking price was over 100 mana crystals. Even if he sold everything he owned, it still wouldn't be enough, so in the end, he had to leave with a heavy heart. He thought to himself that if he ever really made it big, he would definitely buy a majestic spirit beast like that to keep as a pet. He clearly remembered how cool the young scions of prominent clans looked as they rode giant wolves through the streets. He didn't know how long he'd been walking when he spotted an imposing inn. Even from a distance, he could smell the aroma of wine wafting from within. So this is the spirit wine of the cultivation realm? It's truly extraordinary. Although Lu wasn't a heavy drinker, his curiosity got the better of him, and he headed straight for the restaurant. The restaurant was called Zuoxianju. Zuoxianju had a total of 6 floors. The first floor featured round tables for lower-level disciples to dine at, while the second floor and above consisted of private, elegant suites reserved for banquets hosted by high-level cultivators or the children of nobles. Spiritual delicacies mainly consisted of spirit beast meat, spirit rice, and spirit wine brewed from dozens of varieties of spirit fruits, its aroma wafting for 10 li, making one's mouth water just at the sight of it. Ordinary food merely fills the stomach, but spiritual delicacies contain the essence of spiritual energy. When consumed by cultivators, they not only strengthen the body but also slightly boost one's cultivation level. Lu looked at the 10 mana crystals in his pocket and suddenly felt like indulging himself. So, he headed straight to the first floor of the inn, ordered a pot of spirit wine and a plate of spirit meat, then found a round table and began to eat with relish. As soon as the spirit wine touched his lips, a sweet, warm current spread throughout his body, and he instantly felt his entire body brimming with strength. It seems cultivators really know how to enjoy life. This spirit wine was definitely worth the price. Suddenly, a voice that couldn't have been more familiar rang out. "Senior brother Zhao, let us sit right here." Cici, with her graceful figure, walked in laughing and chatting as she linked arms with a male cultivator who exuded an air of nobility. When Cici saw Lu, her smile faltered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Lu saw her too and noticed her arm linked with another man's. "Huh, is this what you called devotion to the Tao?" Lu felt a chill in his heart. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" The refined male cultivator noticed Cici's unease and asked. "No, I don't know him." Cici shook her head and walked straight past Lu without saying another word. However, the male cultivator by her side quietly took note of Lu. Watching the two of them act so intimately, Lu suddenly found the spiritual wine before him utterly tasteless. He shook his head, hurriedly finished his drink, paid the bill, and returned to the artifact forge. Time flies in the cultivation world, and before he knew it, it was December, the annual off-season for artifact forging. As it turned out, Dachui had been right. Although Lu had become an artifact forging apprentice, no one had commissioned him for any work since that incident. After all, he was simply too young. Lu could only assist Elder Zhao with menial tasks. Seeing that the shop wasn't particularly busy during this period, Ruoshi felt at ease returning to her sect. She had her own cultivation to attend to and only dropped by occasionally to lend a hand. As for the shop's two apprentices, one had already completed his apprenticeship and was preparing to set up his own shop, while the other had been coming in very rarely lately as he prepared to enter seclusion for the foundation stage. That left only Lu and Elder Zhao as the shop's permanent staff. Before he knew it, 8 months had passed since Lu first arrived at the small artifact forging shop. During those 8 months, his artifact forging skills had improved by leaps and bounds, yet he still couldn't produce a true low-grade magical artifact. After all, while forging the blank could be learned through imitation, engraving the formations could only be mastered through personal insight. That day, perhaps because business was so slow, Elder Zhao had already dozed off and woken up countless times in his rocking chair. Every time he opened his eyes and found not a single customer in the shop, he would drift back to sleep out of sheer boredom. Meanwhile, in a corner of the artifact forging shop, Lu sat upright at the forging bench, intently studying something, showing not the slightest sign of slacking off despite the complete lack of customers. At some point, the old Taoist opened his eyes again and finally saw a lovely young girl dressed in elegant, luxurious attire walk in. The girl had fair skin and delicate features. She was not only beautiful but also exuded an air of nobility. As soon as she entered, she spoke as if they were old friends. "Master Zhao, I'm here to support your business again." "Oh my, it's Miss Linger. Have you broken another magical artifact?" The old Taoist hurriedly stood up, smiling kindly. "Yes. Of all the magical artifact shops around, yours are the only ones that are both affordable and reliable, so I've come back to you. This time, you've got to give me a big discount," the girl said in a playful, coquettish tone. "No problem. Go ahead, what kind of magical artifact are you looking for this time?" Elder Zhao chuckled to himself. She was a long-time customer. Magical artifacts that others treated like treasures would break in her hands every other day. "Hee, this time I want an Amei dagger," the girl said with a smile. "All right, no problem," Elder Zhao nodded upon hearing this. As one of the most popular magical artifacts among female cultivators, the Amei dagger was something he specialized in. Suddenly, the old Taoist seemed to remember something. Pointing to Lu standing nearby, he said to the girl, "By the way, this is my new apprentice. He is also from your Flowing Cloud Guild. Come on, why don't you two get acquainted?" The Flowing Cloud Guild was the largest cultivation sect within tens of thousands of li of this area, so its disciples were quite popular in Lianyun City. "I am Lu of Qingyun Peak." Hearing this, Lu was the first to introduce himself. Elder Zhao usually looked out for him, so out of politeness, he was quite friendly toward the old man's acquaintances. He hadn't expected, however, that Zhang Linger would merely cast a dismissive glance at Lu's outer sect disciple robes before scowling with contempt. "Master Zhao, I have no desire to get to know him. We're not cut from the same cloth at all." "Why aren't you cut from the same cloth? Young Lu is quite capable. You two could look out for each other in the Flowing Cloud Guild in the future," the old man said, looking somewhat awkward. "Put. No matter how capable he is still just an outer sect disciple. If this immortal were to give the word, I don't know how many talented young men would be lining up to court me," Zhang Linger said with a look of disgust. The Flowing Cloud Guild has hundreds of thousands of disciples, and they are divided into various tiers. Many low-ranking outer sect disciples are stuck at the qi refining stage for their entire lives, while top-tier inner sect disciples have the potential to become lofty golden core or even nascent soul cultivators. And she was part of that tiny elite group. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist wanted to say a few more words, but when he thought of Lu's natural talent, he could only offer a helpless, bitter smile. Although he thought Lu was quite capable, in this world, the gap between people was wider than that between humans and dogs. He was, after all, just a somewhat experienced independent cultivator. Perhaps he really was simply ignorant of the wider world. Sensing Zhang Linger's disdain, Lu merely smiled, paying it no mind, and continued to quietly study artifact forging on the sidelines. He had long since grown accustomed to such cold stares and contempt. Crafting the Amei dagger wasn't too complicated, but it required quite a few materials, some of which were hard to come by. Clearly, this rundown little shop didn't carry those hard-to-find materials. After instructing Lu to refine the available ore, the old Taoist went out personally to purchase the other materials. Only Lu and Zhang Linger remained in the artifact forging shop. Zhang Linger sat idly in her chair, her gaze fixed quietly on the window. She neither spoke nor so much as glanced at Lu, her expression radiating an air of aloofness that kept others at arm's length. She assumed he would inevitably come over to fawn over her in a moment. As one of the few goddesses among the new batch of disciples in the Flowing Cloud Guild, she was confident that no male cultivator could resist her charm. She had even already figured out how to reject him and then look down on him with utter contempt. But as time slowly passed, Lu remained completely focused on smelting the materials, making absolutely no move toward her. This left Zhang Linger slightly taken aback. This is interesting. Trying to catch this immortal maideness' attention with a trick like that, isn't that a bit too clumsy? Zhang Linger seemed to have already seen right through Lu's intentions. Before long, Lu had finished tempering the materials and began the purification process. As the rhythmic sounds of hammering rang out, Zhang Linger finally couldn't help but turn her head. She was worried that Lu's forging skills might be too poor, which could affect the quality of her magical artifact. Although a single magical artifact was of little consequence to her, she didn't want it ruined by a low-level apprentice. But at first glance, she was actually quite surprised. Whoa, he is actually quite handsome. She hadn't looked closely before, but now that she did, he was quite charming. His face was handsome, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, giving him a rather cold, aloof look. His build was impressive too, well-proportioned, slender, and somewhat athletic. Wow, his technique isn't half bad either. Precise and powerful, executed with ease, every movement exuded a violent beauty. Most importantly, those artifact forging materials behaved like obedient children in his hands, allowing him to mold them at will. Take this thundercloud stone, for example. It's notorious for being dangerous and explosive. Zhang Linger had seen other artifact forging masters hammer it slowly and cautiously, afraid that too vigorous or imprecise movements might cause it to explode. But Lu's rhythm didn't slow down in the slightest. His force remained as fierce as ever, and his movements were completely natural. More importantly, every single blow landed precisely where it was meant to, and the thundercloud stone showed no signs of trouble whatsoever. That really has the air of a true master. Could he be from some wealthy and influential clan? If he is from a prominent family, then even as an outer sect disciple, he might still have a promising future. After all, the resources that such families can provide are beyond the reach of ordinary people. I have to admit, you've really made me look at you in a new light. Now that he has finished forging this, surely he'll come over to strike up a conversation, right? Should I just leave him hanging, or give him a chance? However, she waited and waited, only to find that after Lu finished forging one piece of material, he moved right on to the next. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. Oh well, if he is from a prominent clan, it wouldn't be a disgrace to this fairy's reputation. I might as well take the initiative. Hey, which clan are you from? Zhang Linger asked, still maintaining her haughty demeanor. Me? I don't belong to any clan, Lu replied indifferently, then went back to staring at the ore in front of him. No clan? Zhang Linger instantly lost interest upon hearing this. After all, the two most important things in this world are either family background or innate talent. If one lacked both, there was virtually no hope of making a name for oneself. Suddenly, another thought crossed her mind: could Lu's forging skills have been taught by some renowned master? In the cultivation world, artifact forgers were highly sought after. If he'd been guided by a master and become an artifact forger, he'd certainly be considered a rising star. So she spoke up again. Hey, who taught you those forging skills? Hearing this, Lu furrowed his brow and replied indifferently once more. I taught myself. Taught yourself? That is impossible. Zhang Linger clearly didn't believe him. Artifact forging is a highly profound discipline. Even with a master's careful guidance, it's not easy to master. Otherwise, magical artifacts wouldn't be so expensive. But just as she was about to ask more, Lu said with a hint of impatience. Sorry, I've got to get back to work. What? Zhang Linger froze the moment she heard Lu's words. This brat. I'm the one who struck up a conversation with him. and he is actually being so impatient it's driving me crazy. Does he really think he is some kind of chosen one? What else with all the airs? Zhang Linger was so furious she nearly burst a blood vessel. In reality, Lu wasn't putting on airs at all. He simply liked to devote himself entirely to artifact refinement and didn't want even the slightest distraction, not even from a beautiful woman. Time slowly passed. Humph. You don't appreciate this divine maiden taking the initiative now, but just wait until you're free, we'll see if I even bother with you then. Zhang Linger muttered to herself in a huff. What really frustrated Zhang Linger, however, was that after Lu finished refining one piece of material, he paused to rest for a moment, took a quick sip of water, and then immediately began refining the next piece. He didn't even glance at her once until she returned to the sect. This made her question her existence. Had she lost her charm? That couldn't be right. So, as soon as she returned to the sect, she headed straight for the trial plaza where the inner sect disciples gathered. No sooner had she appeared than a group of male disciples immediately surrounded her. Fairy Zhang? Fairy Zhang, I've reserved the top-floor private room at Suishan Lu. Would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? Fairy Zhang, I brought some high-grade spirit beast meat from home. I'd like to invite you to taste it with me. Seeing that she was still so popular, Zhang Linger finally breathed a sigh of relief. Humph. This fairy's charm is still as radiant as ever. However, she wasn't about to forget being ignored this time so easily. She was completely at odds with Lu. The moment she returned to her cave residence, she had someone investigate Lu's background. Lu had no idea he'd already been blacklisted by Zhang Linger, but even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. He'd seen far too many of these haughty beauties, spoiled and capricious, who wouldn't give you the time of day no matter how desperately you groveled. So Lu wasn't about to waste his time on such futile efforts. What did make him happy, however, was that after assisting Elder Zhao in refining the Yamei dagger, he received a commission of 3 mana crystals. This reward was equivalent to more than a month's worth of his usual income. After all, as an outer sect disciple at the very bottom of the Flowing Cloud Guild, his monthly cultivation resources amounted to only 2 mana crystals. Once he had the mana crystals in hand, he hurried back to his quarters, sat cross-legged on his meditation cushion, and began absorbing the mana crystals while channeling his spiritual energy into a small white jade sword hovering above his mana core. Feeling his spiritual energy being consumed, Lu didn't hesitate to command the small sword to simulate the forging platform and various materials used to craft the Yamei dagger earlier that day. Then, following the steps outlined by Elder Zhao, he began the crafting process step by step. The purification and fusion stages of artifact crafting could be simulated, but inscribing formations could not. Fortunately, the simulation space didn't consume real materials. As long as he had enough spiritual energy, he could simulate the process endlessly. This was exactly how Lu had previously, based on mere fragments of information, gradually learned the purification and fusion of magical artifacts and had even made improvements upon the old Taoist methods. The only regret was that his array engraving skills were still slightly lacking, preventing him from independently crafting a complete magical artifact. However, with each successive failure, Lu felt he was getting closer to success, for he had come within a hair's breadth of success more than once. He believed that eventually, he would stumble upon the right method by accident. He didn't know how long he'd been refining, but just as the spiritual energy from the 3 mana crystals was about to run out, he finally heard a different sound. Ding! Refining successful. Phew! Lu let out a long breath, and his taut nerves finally relaxed. Looking at the Yamei dagger before him, a faint smile involuntarily spread across Lu's face. Although this Yamei dagger still fell short of those crafted by the old Taoist, it was still a genuine low-grade magical artifact. Unfortunately, it had been crafted in the simulation space, not a physical object, so he couldn't sell it for money. Next, after gaining some practice, he planned to start crafting in the real world. As long as he successfully crafted a low-grade magical artifact, he could earn at least a few dozen mana crystals and finally say goodbye to being a penniless loser. Business at the little shop had been slow lately. Sometimes it would be more than 10 days before he received a single order to craft a magical artifact, and even then, the customer would constantly haggle over the price. Considering the success rate is only 50%, making a profit of a dozen or so mana crystals per artifact would be considered a good outcome. Yet, after more than a month had passed, Lu had only received 2 mana crystals. This dashed his hopes of saving up quickly enough to craft his first artifact. Once he had become quite proficient at crafting artifacts in the illusory space, Lu decided to go out himself to hunt demon beasts and gather some materials. The mountains near the Flowing Cloud Guild had too few demon beasts, and the quality wasn't great. He heard that the Million Mountains to the south were particularly rich in demon beast resources. They even experienced several large-scale beast hordes, making them the favorite hunting ground for cultivators from nearby sects. So Lu asked Elder Zhao for a few days' leave, then rode his windchase horse and galloped toward the temporary marketplace closest to the Million Mountains. Meanwhile, Zhang Linger's investigation into Lu was nearly complete. Trash route? The Lu family's outcast? Is that it? Ha, I thought he'd have some real clout. Zhang Linger looked at the intelligence in her hand and laughed dismissively. The Lu family of Lu Town was a clan so small it couldn't get any smaller. They didn't even have a single foundation stage cultivator. Even if he weren't an outcast, so what? She didn't even have the slightest regard for the Lu family patriarch. Thinking about how she'd actually been dwelling on a poor kid's disregard for her for so many days, she felt like she was regressing. So what if he is handsome? This fairy is someone you'll never be good enough for. Zhang Linger instantly regained her former confidence. The Million Mountains are located in the southern part of Yunzhou, spanning an unknown number of 10,000 li in circumference and straddling the Xintian and Nanming continents, forming a natural barrier at their border. Though called the Million Mountains, the number of mountain ranges within is far greater than 1,000,000. Very few people can truly cross the range. Even the legendary spirit transformation cultivators dare not attempt it lightly. The demon beasts within the Million Mountains are not merely abundant, they can be described as running rampant. Whenever the demon beasts within the Million Mountains reach a certain population density, they periodically form massive beast hordes, causing heavy casualties along the borders of several nearby provinces. Therefore, the sects in the southern provinces strongly encourage their disciples to hunt demon beasts in the Million Mountains to reduce the likelihood of such beast hordes occurring. The Flowing Cloud Guild is stationed here, and a major part of its mission is to repel the beast hordes coming from the Million Mountains. When Lu arrived at the temporary market in the Million Mountains, he saw a constant stream of people coming and going, with cultivators setting up stalls everywhere to sell demon beast materials and spiritual pills. In addition, there were quite a few people forming teams to venture into the mountains for hunting, and he even spotted quite a few professional demon hunters about. Lu was somewhat familiar with the profession of demon hunter. A demon beast hunter is a cultivator who makes a living by hunting demon beasts and obtaining their materials. Every part of a demon beast is valuable. Their teeth and horns are excellent materials for crafting artifacts, their fur and essence blood are ideal for making talismans, and even the spiritual essence of their flesh can be consumed by cultivators. However, to become a demon beast hunter, one must possess extensive wilderness survival experience, as well as solid martial skills and equipment. It's a high-risk, high-reward profession. If it weren't for that mysterious little sword, he might have become a demon hunter himself. But now, he had a better option. After observing for a moment, Lu had a pretty good grasp of the situation here. So, he walked straight up to a group of outer sect disciples from the Flowing Cloud Guild and asked, "Senior brothers, might I join your party to head into the mountains? What's your cultivation level? What gear do you have?" asked the lead cultivator. 6th layer of Qi cultivation, and a low-grade spiritual sword, Lu replied. Is that all? You're way too under-equipped. The Million Mountains aren't just some small hills, people die here all the time. You'd better head back right now. The lead cultivator said with a look of contempt. Clearly, he hadn't expected anyone to be this underprepared. People here generally started cultivating from a young age, yet this guy was already 17 or 18 and still stuck at the 6th level of Qi cultivation. To make matters worse, his weapon was the lowest grade spiritual sword issued to beginners. Had he been wasting his life all these years? He was actually taken aback. Lu felt a wave of heat rush to his face. It seemed the gap between him and the other cultivators was enormous. After searching high and low and failing to find a single group willing to take him in, Lu gave up entirely. Shouldering his mystic iron sword, he set off alone into the Million Mountains. Didn't I survive the hail of bullets and gunfire in my past life? I'll just stay on the very outskirts. If I run into danger, I'll run away immediately. Lu consoled himself. Drawing on his past life experience with wilderness survival, he crept cautiously forward, the mystic iron sword in hand, while keeping a watchful eye out for various spiritual creatures and dangers within the forest. My reaction time is too slow. Looks like I need to find a better set of lightness skills. No defensive gear. No healing items. No antidotes. He hadn't gone far before Lu realized just how many problems he was facing. He'd been far too hasty. The forest was deathly quiet, surrounded by tall, dense trees. With only the occasional chirping of birds, animals, and insects, he could only occasionally use small stones as darts, flinging them into the thick grass around him to check for hidden threats. Suddenly, a massive spirit rat darted out of a clump of grass, giving him quite a start. Fortunately, the spirit rat wasn't targeting him. It merely darted through the grass and vanished. The spirit rats here are really huge, almost as big as a cat from my past life. And they're incredibly fast. If it had lunged at me, I might not have been able to dodge it. Thank goodness it was just a false alarm. Is that bone-eating vine? Lu looked at the thicket ahead and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Bone-eating vine is a first-tier poisonous plant that hides in the underbrush. Its vines are covered in sharp thorns. If a cultivator is accidentally scratched by one, the toxin will invade the wound like a bone-eating ulcer, making it difficult to remove. Although it isn't fatal, it continuously erodes a cultivator's spiritual power, greatly reducing their ability to survive in the jungle. If Lu had been a moment less careful and walked past it just now, he might well have fallen victim to it. Poison fire ants? Poison fire ants aren't even considered first-tier poisonous creatures, but they are numerous and virtually ubiquitous in the forest. Once bitten, one's entire body is racked with unbearable burning pain, making one feel as if they're on the brink of death. The forest was rife with danger. In just half a day, Lu had already encountered more than a dozen types of poisonous plants and creatures he'd read about in ancient texts. And these were merely the lower-tier ones. The truly dangerous ones could kill you instantly upon contact. Lu could only smear some herbal remedies on his body to ward off poisonous insects, while doing his best to keep a low profile and avoid alarming the demon beasts within the forest. He continued to make his way through the forest with the utmost caution, yet even after a full day, he hadn't crossed many mountain ridges. As night fell, Lu had no choice but to find a rock cave, light a campfire, set up some barriers at the entrance, and then rest inside the cave fully clothed. Early the next morning, Lu set out once more. After searching for several hours straight, he finally found a suitable target, a first-tier giant-tusked porcupine. The porcupine was highly alert. Just as Lu was about to sneak up on it, the porcupine spotted him, darted out of the nearby bushes, and charged straight at Lu. The porcupine was as sturdy as a yak, with two enormous tusks that were incredibly sharp, their tips faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen. Seeing the porcupine's relentless charge, Lu's legs went weak, and he scrambled up the nearest large tree in a panic. However, the porcupine paid no heed, barreling straight ahead and knocking the tree right over. Faced with this head-on confrontation, Lu knew this was no time for fear. He quickly regained his composure and, the instant the tree fell, flipped over and thrust downward. With a hiss, the low-grade magic sword which could cut through iron like mud managed to pierce only a thin layer of the porcupine's skin. Is this defense seriously that insane? Lu cursed under his breath and quickly pulled out his sword, rolling to the side. Stimulated by the attack, the porcupine instantly became frenzied. After charging forward for a moment, it turned around and rammed toward Lu at an even faster speed. Lu calculated the porcupine's approach time, leaped with all his might, then sidestepped to kick a nearby tree, using the momentum to spin around and unleash a fall wind sweeping fallen leaves strike. The blade swept horizontally across the porcupine's body, yet still managed to leave only a shallow scratch. Wounded once more, the porcupine grew even more frenzied. This isn't working. I can't seem to inflict any real damage on it. I either have to run now or find its weak spot. But he'd finally come across a demon beast that wasn't too powerful. Giving up now would be unbearably frustrating. Thinking rapidly, Lou finally set his sights on the porcupine's abdomen that was the only area with relatively weak defenses. But how could he strike it there? After much deliberation, he could think of only one method: to seize an opportunity to slip under the porcupine and attack from below. But this method was far too dangerous. If the porcupine stepped on him, he'd be seriously injured, if not killed. Watching the porcupine charge toward him once more, Lou gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. Fortune favors the bold. I'll give it my all. He kept his eyes fixed on the porcupine's stride while rapidly calculating the distance. Just as the porcupine was less than 2 meters away from him, suddenly, Lou darted forward with another sliding tackle, swiftly darting under the porcupine's belly. Then, with a move called a single sword cuts through mountains and rivers, he slashed straight through, narrowly avoiding the porcupine's powerful hooves. SSSSH. It worked! A massive gash was slashed across the wild boar's abdomen. It ran a long way before struggling for a while and gradually falling silent. Meanwhile, Lou lay on the ground, staring blankly into space. It was a long time before he finally stood up, still shaken, and slowly walked toward the wild boar. But his back was already soaked through with cold sweat. That was way too risky. I definitely can't do that again. Lou slapped his cheeks to snap himself out of it. The haul wasn't too bad this time. Aside from the giant tusks, which could be used as materials for refining artifacts, the wild boar meat also contained a small amount of spiritual energy. If he ate and refined it, it would be equivalent to several days of arduous cultivation. After cutting off the porcupine's giant tusks, Lou processed several hundred gene of wild boar meat, stuffed it into his storage pouch, and headed home. After emerging from the depths of the Million Mountains, Lou's tense nerves finally relaxed. Every step in the Million Mountains had been fraught with danger, but fortunately, he'd successfully achieved his goal. He was quite satisfied with the spoils of this expedition. After carefully stowing away his storage pouch, he walked toward the temporary marketplace, moving cautiously and keeping a low profile, as if he were carrying a fortune. However, just as he was about to reach the marketplace, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He faintly heard a faint sound coming from ahead. He quickly crouched down to investigate and discovered that at a crossroads ahead, a 7th-tier chi cultivation cultivator was being blocked by 3 masked assailants. The masked bandits demanded that the cultivator hand over his storage pouch and surrender all his possessions in exchange for his life. But how could the 7th-tier chi cultivation cultivator possibly trust the bandits' words? Once he handed over the storage pouch, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill him. The cultivator had no choice but to fight his way out, making a desperate last stand. Unfortunately, it wasn't too long before he was killed, his body ultimately abandoned in the wilderness. Lou had been hiding in a crevice the entire time, watching it all unfold, not daring to breathe a word. It wasn't until the bandits had been gone for quite some time that he dared to emerge and continue on his way. The path to immortality is treacherous. Earning a few mana crystals is truly no easy feat. The slightest misstep can lead to a violent death in the wilderness. After witnessing this scene, the joy he felt from hunting the porcupine vanished in an instant. Just think of those inner sect disciples who can cultivate in peace and earn dozens of mana crystals every month. They're so lucky. I've heard that artifact forging apprentices in prestigious orthodox sects have an endless supply of materials. It's a level of luxury that's downright enviable. That night, in the backyard of the small artifact forging shop, Lou set up a grill, roasted 2 pork legs, and sat down to eat with Elder Zhao, chatting and laughing as they ate. You really are a bold one, kid. With such low cultivation, you actually dared to venture into the Million Mountains all by yourself. Elder Zhao couldn't help but scold him. I only regretted it once I was already in there. I definitely won't be so reckless next time, Lou said with a sheepish smile. You're actually going back? You'd better not die in there. This grilled meat tastes absolutely amazing. I haven't had my fill yet. Don't worry. I value my life too much. Next time, I'll only go when I'm 100% sure. That's good to hear. By the way, what are you going to do with this pair of boar's tusks? Elder Zhao pondered for a moment before asking. A gift from the hand makes the mouth soft. If Lu were to give him the tusks, he wouldn't mind paying a high price for them. I want to forge a magical artifact on my own. What? You're thinking of forging a magical artifact on your own? How long have you even been studying? Elder Zhao was startled by this and instinctively sensed something was amiss. Master Zhao, I feel confident I can do it. You're being too impatient. With your talent, you could very well become a true artifact forger in a few more years. Why take such a risk now? Back in my day, I served as an apprentice for 30 years before I dared to start forging on my own. Elder Zhao said, somewhat exasperated. Although he admitted that Lu's progress over the past period had left him in awe, starting to craft artifacts on his own right now wasn't that pace a bit too extreme? Master Zhao, I can't wait that long. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Lu persisted. He knew Elder Zhao had his best interests at heart, but he had his own plans. He was already too far behind the others and refused to settle for a life of mediocrity. So he decided to take a gamble. Besides, he wasn't entirely without a chance of success. Lately, while crafting magical artifacts in the illusionary realm, he succeeded in 7 out of every 10 attempts. He felt it was worth a shot. Seeing how resolute Lu was, Elder Zhao could only sigh. He knew he couldn't dissuade him, so he could only let him come to his own realization. The next day, Lu used all the mana crystals he had on him to buy several pieces of mystic iron or an amethyst, the materials needed to forge a mystic iron sword from the old Taoist. After bathing in burning incense, he approached the forging bench with a solemn expression. Finally, he was about to begin forging a magical artifact. He had to succeed. Lu gave himself a mental pep talk before getting to work. First, following the routine he knew best, he tossed the giant fong and several pieces of ore into the furnace to smelt them. He then forged and refined them one by one until each piece had shrunk as small as possible. After repeated heating and forging, the giant fong was distilled down to a small, palm-sized nugget of essence. The essence of the boar's tooth serves to make the magical artifact more robust and durable. The amethyst, with its excellent spiritual conductivity, acts as a conduit for the flow of spiritual energy within the formation once incorporated into the artifact. Once all the materials were purified, the next step was to mix them in specific proportions, heat them to fuse them together, and forge them while using his divine sense to monitor the internal structure. The process wasn't complete until the sword blank gradually took shape and all the materials were distributed within it according to the plan. This is a lengthy process. Even the slightest imperfection in the internal structure requires the entire process to be restarted. It took Lu a full 2 days of constant fine-tuning to forge a blade blank he was reasonably satisfied with. The final step is to use his divine sense and spiritual energy to inscribe an array within the blade blank. Lu chose the simplest spiritual energy compression, storage, and instant release array. Its function was to gather the input spiritual energy, compress it to the extreme, and finally unleash it suddenly from the blade, giving the sword the ability to cut through iron as if it were mud. Although the spiritual energy compression, storage, and instant release array consisted of only a few dozen engraved lines, the slightest misstep could ruin the entire effort. As the engraving began, Lu remained fully focused, using his spiritual sense to perceive the internal structure of the sword blank. It took him quite a while to slowly pinpoint the starting point for the engraving. Immediately afterward, he took a deep breath. Spiritual energy surged from his fingers, coordinating with his spiritual sense to converge at the designated spot, where he began to move slowly. However, even though he had simulated the process many times in the illusory realm, the pressure he felt while actually engraving inside the artifact blank still took him by surprise. Although the tactile sensation in the illusory realm was very realistic, it was, after all, artifact crafting without pressure, a world of difference from reality. The most fundamental difference lay in his mindset. The materials alone for a single magical artifact cost over a dozen mana crystals, and a single failed attempt meant losing that many as well. For him, the pressure was unimaginable. Moreover, engraving on the artifact blank not only tested his skill and technique but also consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy and divine consciousness. Just like practicing calligraphy in his previous life, he couldn't simply produce the desired result just by thinking about it. Sometimes, even when he had a clear vision in mind, the actual outcome turned out completely different. After concentrating with every ounce of his energy and engraving for several hours, he had finally etched the 10th spirit line. However, perhaps due to the immense psychological pressure, when he reached the 11th engraving line, a slight error in his spiritual energy control caused the entire formation to collapse instantly. Having lost over 10 mana crystals and a pair of porcupine fangs in an instant, Lu was overcome with frustration. What a huge blow! Crafting artifacts really isn't as easy as it seems. Having lost his entire fortune, Lu finally gave up on his fantasies and went back to working diligently at the little shop. Elder Zhao had actually been watching Lu's entire crafting attempt the whole time, and when he saw it fail as expected, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was gloating, it was just that if Lu had actually succeeded, he would have started questioning the meaning of life. It was now January, and a new year had begun. Realizing he hadn't completed any sect quests in a long time, he feared he'd be expelled if he didn't return soon. So Lu asked Elder Zhao for some time off and returned to the Flowing Cloud Guild. That's the downside of being an outer sect disciple, you have to complete a certain number of guild quests every year, unlike inner sect disciples who can devote themselves entirely to cultivation. It had been several months since he'd been back, but the guild still exuded that same ethereal, otherworldly aura. One after another, fresh-faced, otherworldly maidens flew by on their swords, while demon beast airships rose and fell in the sky. As soon as he neared the stone cottage, a good-natured, fair-skinned, chubby fellow came running up to greet him with great enthusiasm. "Lu, you're finally back? I thought you'd lost your mind and taken your own life." "No way. I'm fully devoted to the Tao now. No matter how desperate I get, I'd never take my own life." Lu was also somewhat pleased to see how again. This was the only friend the original host had been able to get along with all these years. That's good, Hao said with a laugh, patting Lu on the shoulder. "By the way, have you really cut ties with Cici for good?" Although he'd heard the rumors long ago, Hao still wanted to confirm it. "Of course. You've finally come to your senses. Someone like Cici isn't the kind of person we small-time folks can hold on to anyway, so just stop dwelling on it." Hearing this, Hao looked relieved. He was genuinely happy for Lu. Back then, watching that reckless, headstrong kid had been so painful for him. "Do I look like I'm dwelling on it?" "You don't look it, but you are," Hao said with absolute certainty. Lu was at a loss for words. He hadn't had the slightest feeling for Cici for a long time now, okay? He was just a bit disappointed in the Lu family. Back then, the family head had promised that as long as he could join the Flowing Cloud Guild, the family would provide 2 mana crystals every month. But ever since he was tested positive for trashroot, the family had never contacted him again, nor provided even the slightest bit of resources. Clearly, he had been completely abandoned by the Lu family. This made him feel that the sacrifices made by the original hostess' parents back then had been in vain. After saying goodbye to Hao, Lu headed straight to the sect's quest hall. Feed spirit beasts once a day reward, 2 mana crystals per month. Cultivate spirit grain, submit 100 gene of spirit grain per quarter reward, 5 mana crystals. Gather century-old Lingji in the Flowing Cloud Mountains reward, 10 mana crystals per specimen. Refine ore for the artifact forging hall, complete designated tasks to earn 1 mana crystal per gene. Patrol the mountains for 1 month, earn 3 mana crystals. The sect's quest hall was still brimming with a wide variety of tasks. Back then, he had no choice but to take on the most grueling and exhausting ones like mining or gathering herbs, but now, he had many more options to choose from. After selecting several consecutive tasks involving ore refinement and forging artifact blanks, he collected the materials and began his seclusion. With Lu's current skill level, these tasks weren't particularly difficult. Before long, he had accumulated enough sect contribution points to claim this year's cultivation resources, a total of 24 mana crystals. Compared to a year ago, I finally have the confidence to take on quests now. With the mana crystals in hand, Lu's mind began to race again. He still wanted to forge another magical artifact and become a true artifact forger. However, he was still short on some high-quality materials needed to forge a magical artifact, and buying them would undoubtedly come at a steep cost. Why not take another shot at the Million Mountains? Once the thought entered his mind, he couldn't shake it off no matter how hard he tried. After all, he was not one to settle for mediocrity. But the mountains were indeed dangerous, he had to be fully prepared. So, he spent a fortune at the marketplace to stock up on elixirs and supplies before riding his windchase horse once more toward the Million Mountains. Several days later, by a small pond deep within the Million Mountains, a spirit she-beast was leisurely drinking water. Little did it know that in the grass not far away, a pair of eyes was watching it motionlessly from the shadows. The owner of those eyes was Lou, who had been lying in silent ambush by this small pond for several days. He was now covered head to toe in green grass juice and various insect-repelling and scent-masking powders he bought at great expense, and he wore a cloak of camouflage grass. He lay quietly hidden in the grass, his entire body blending seamlessly with the surroundings from a distance. He was indistinguishable from the landscape. The Million Mountains were fraught with danger. Rather than wandering aimlessly like a headless fly, it was better to lie in wait and let the prey come to him. He had already scouted the area. This was the only pond nearby. Since the demon beasts needed to drink, they would inevitably come here sooner or later. Sure enough, just as he had expected, several demon beasts had passed through here over the past few days, though he hadn't yet encountered a suitable target. As always, he remained cautious. Without absolute certainty, he would never strike. Having gone several days without any success, he could only silently pray that a suitable target would appear today. He was very tempted by the lynxy beast before him, for the massive, pointed horn on its head gleamed with a blue luster and was exceptionally sharp. It was excellent material for crafting artifacts. However, after observing it for a while, he discovered that this lynxy beast actually possessed mid-chi cultivation level cultivation, and he knew he would have to return empty-handed again today. What a pity! With my current strength, there are hardly any suitable targets. Lou couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. After observing for a while and realizing there was no opportunity, Lou decided to slowly back away. But before he could make a move, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the water, and a massive gray python shot out of the water like lightning, lunging at the lynxy beast. Ah! The lynxy beast was bitten on its hind leg and let out a piercing scream of pain. Holy shit, there's actually a giant python hiding in this pond? Lou's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Thinking about how he'd been wandering around the area for so many days, a cold sweat broke out on his back for no apparent reason. Fortunately, the giant python hadn't targeted him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After being attacked, the lynxy beast reacted swiftly. It rammed its sharp horn into the python's body, then gave it a sharp flick, sending the python flying. Perhaps realizing it stood no chance, the lynxy beast did not linger after flinging the giant python away. Instead, it turned and fled. The giant python, seemingly seriously wounded by the sharp horn, did not pursue but swiftly submerged back to the bottom of the pool. Looks like there's a chance? Lou glanced at the wounds on the lynxy beast's body and, without hesitation, decisively gave chase. Although the giant python's scales were tempting, he wasn't confident in his ability to fight in the water. The lynxy beast, on the other hand, had wounds that were turning black, a clear sign of poisoning. Yet despite its injuries, the lynxy beast ran just as fast as ever and possessed extraordinary stamina. Lou pushed his cultivation technique to its absolute limit, pursuing it relentlessly for nearly half a day, yet he still couldn't catch up and could only trail far behind. If it weren't for his body's unusually strong regenerative abilities, for some unknown reason he would have truly lost track of it. Fortunately, the lynxy beast's poisoning grew increasingly severe. After several hours, it finally began to slow down gradually, eventually becoming unsteady on its feet. Lou moved closer to take a look and discovered that the wound where the lynxy beast had been bitten was now as black as ink, slowly oozing black blood. He continued to follow it for another half hour before the lynxy beast finally ceased struggling and collapsed with a thud. "I've actually hit the jackpot!" Lou exclaimed, somewhat surprised and delighted. He cautiously took an antidote pill before slowly approaching to clean up the mess. He cut off only the lynxy horn and left. The lynxy's flesh was highly toxic, so he didn't dare even touch it. After obtaining the lynxy horn, Lou didn't linger but headed straight out of the Million Mountains. Good luck doesn't last forever. Securing the fruits of victory is what matters most. The return journey went smoothly. This time he didn't encounter any situations like the last one. After finding the marketplace and mounting his windchase horse, Lou, eager to return home, raced full speed toward Lianyun City. However, as he passed through a dense forest, an unexpected incident occurred. Accompanied by a faint whistling sound, a dart suddenly flew straight at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lou leaped sideways from his horse's back, landed on the ground, and rolled into the grass by the roadside. This series of movements, though seemingly complex, actually happened in the blink of an eye. This was all thanks to the instinctive reflexes he honed in his previous life while dodging bullets. However, although he dodged quickly enough, unfortunately, the dart still grazed his skin. Oh no, this dart is poisoned. Lou clutched his wound, and within a few breaths, he felt a tingling sensation spreading through his body. Am I really going to meet my end here today? Lou thought bitterly. Heh, kid, come out. I know you've been poisoned. A masked cultivator at the 7th level of chi cultivation called out smugly from behind a tree. He was extremely confident in his dart-throwing skills thanks to this special talent. He had succeeded countless times. He had seen with his own eyes that the dart had struck Lou, so he wasn't in a hurry to approach. Instead, he waited for the poison to take effect. Senior, may I ask how I've offended you? Lou asked, puzzled. Ha, you haven't offended me, you're just unlucky enough to have run into me. I'm only after your wealth. Hand over your storage pouch obediently, and I might show mercy and spare your life. Hearing this, Lou sneered inwardly. Handing over the storage pouch would only hasten his death, only a fool would do that. Still, he went through the motions of playing along while frantically searching for an antidote. Senior, I'm too badly injured. The storage pouch is right here, just come over and take it yourself. After saying this, Lou silently prayed in his heart. To his surprise, the masked man actually fell for the trick. Heh, kid, you're trying to lure me over? That trick's a bit too amateurish. The masked man had originally intended to step forward to inspect the item, but upon hearing those words, he halted in his tracks and instead began silently counting down the time until the poison took effect. He knew that a dying blow from prey could be terrifying, though he wasn't afraid of this greenhorn at the 6th layer of chi cultivation. Still, years of caution compelled him to wait warily. It was precisely because of this cautious nature that he had managed to survive this long as a lone cultivator. Lou hurriedly seized the moment to channel his chi to expel the poison. After several attempts, though he hadn't completely expelled the toxin, he felt the numbness gradually subsiding, and the wound was quickly stopping the bleeding and forming a scab. Seeing this, Lou couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised by his own astonishing recovery ability. This was definitely not the physique of an ordinary person. Could it have something to do with the little sword? Once the numbness had mostly faded, Lou quickly took cover in the grass. Hey, kid, do you still want the antidote? The masked cultivator, growing a bit bored from waiting, called out every now and then to gauge Lou's condition. However, there was still no sound coming from the direction of the grass. Could this kid really be dead? To be on the safe side, the masked monk waited another half-quarter of an hour or so. When he felt it was about time, he strolled leisurely toward the grass where Lou was hiding. But just as he rounded the corner, he saw no one. Instead, from the other side, a sharp sword darted out like lightning. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and the masked monk hurriedly leaped back. How is this possible? You were hit by my poison dart, how could you be unharmed? The masked cultivator stared in astonishment at Lou, who had suddenly appeared from the other side. Lou, however, offered no reply. Instead, he pushed the flowing cloud sword technique to its absolute limit and engaged the masked man in a bloody, all-out battle. Although the masked man possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of chi cultivation, he usually focused most of his energy on practicing throwing darts, so his close combat skills were actually on par with Lou's. The two traded blows, clashing head-on in a battle of endurance. Normally, with his 7th layer chi cultivation, the masked man would have had a clear advantage, but Lou's recovery ability was simply extraordinary. Although Lou appeared to be covered in wounds, they were all minor and healed quickly, leaving only scars. The two fought fiercely for a long time, exchanging hundreds of rapid strikes. Gradually, the masked man's spiritual energy began to wane, and his reaction slowed, while Lou grew more and more formidable as the battle wore on. How is this possible? How can he last even longer than I do? The masked man inwardly groaned in frustration. It must be a trick he's just pushing through. The masked man kept fighting, hoping to wear his opponent down. However, after exchanging dozens more brutal blows and realizing Lu showed no signs of exhaustion, he finally grew afraid. What kind of freak is this? He doesn't look anything like someone at the 6th level of chi cultivation. Finally, the masked man fainted, broke away from the fray, and turned to flee. He never wanted to face a reckless opponent like Lu again. He feared that one slip-up could cost him his life. Watching the masked man disappear into the distance, Lu chose not to pursue him. After all, his own condition wasn't looking good either. If another robber showed up, he'd be completely finished. So he didn't linger, dragging his weary body away from the scene as quickly as he could. A few days later, when Lu returned to his small artifact forging shop, his injuries had long since healed, leaving not even a scar behind. This made Lu silently marvel at what a stroke of luck he had. In early February, at dawn, Lu bathed, burned incense, and made thorough preparations before resuming the forging of his magical artifact. Having learned from the lessons of his previous failure, Lu displayed extraordinary patience this time. He proceeded slowly and methodically purifying, fusing, and engraving the formation, striving for perfection at every step. When it came to inscribing the formation, he showed not the slightest hint of haste. Instead, he patiently focused his divine sense on the artifact blank, constantly sensing its internal microstructure. Only after confirming that everything was absolutely flawless did he slowly channel his spiritual energy, allowing it to flow ceaselessly toward the area to be inscribed. This time, he inscribed with great slowness and exceptional steadiness, his state of mind as serene as that of an old monk in deep meditation, without the slightest fluctuation. Hard work pays off. 5 days later, a brand new mystic iron sword was finally forged. Gazing at the mystic iron sword in his hand, which shimmered with a bluish luster, Lu's eyes stung slightly. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally become a true artifact forger. When the old Taoist saw the magical artifact Lu had forged, he was so stunned he was speechless for a long while. Is this really something you forged?" the old Taoist had asked repeatedly. "Weren't you watching the whole time?" Lu was at a loss for words. "This is absolutely unbelievable. You young rascal, you aren't really playing the fool to catch the wise, are you?" Elder Zhao had a bad feeling. He felt like he'd been living like a dog all these years. "Just go ahead and think I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing," Lu said, too tired to explain any further. Now that he had become a true one-star artifact forger, Lu's treatment changed overnight. The old Taoist immediately raised Lu's monthly stipend to 5 mana crystals plus a commission, and even personally escorted him to the nearby Artifact Smith's Guild to obtain his 1-star Artifact Smith medal. As for the magical longsword Lu had forged, which was exceptionally sharp and possessed a hint of armor-piercing properties, reaching the peak of lower-grade magical artifacts, Lu named it the Qingfeng sword. As for the mystic iron sword issued by the sect, Lu sold it off, earning 90 mana crystals. A mystic iron sword like the Qingfeng sword, which contains demon beast materials and possesses the sharp attribute, would likely fetch 150 mana crystals on the market and is in high demand. However, Lu found it quite comfortable to wield and planned to keep it for himself. After all, how can a man not have a good sword? Now that he finally had some mana crystals in hand, he could actually do something. With the wind at his back, he galloped forward. With 90 mana crystals in his pocket, Lu felt a bit giddy as he walked down the street. It was the first time since his arrival that he had such a large sum of money. So, without hesitation, he headed to the marketplace and walked straight to the elixir section. He'd been stuck at the 6th level of chi cultivation for quite some time, and this time, he was determined to break through no matter what. It had to be said that Lianyun City was very well planned. All the elixir shops were clustered in one area. With so many elixir shops here, which one should he choose? Without hesitation, he instinctively walked toward the most luxurious shop. After all, he felt that only the most luxurious shop was worthy of who he was now. It must be said that the largest shop offered the best service. Even the beautiful receptionist at the front desk was so graceful and charming. Lu approached the prettiest and fairest-skinned woman among them and said grandly, "Go on, get me a bottle of your very best Peiyuan pills." He made some money, after all, of course he had to show it off. Otherwise, what was the point of earning it? Sure enough, as soon as those words left his mouth, the female cultivators nearby all turned to look at him, their faces tinged with admiration. Certainly, please wait a moment. The fair-skinned female cultivator was very polite, her voice sweet as honey. Before long, she brought out an exquisitely crafted little bottle and placed it in front of Lou, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Top-grade nurturing essence pills, 300 mana crystals per bottle. How much? Lou's heart skipped a beat at the figure, and he instantly lost his composure. Top-grade nurturing essence pills, 15 mana crystals each. There are 20 pills in total here, the fair-skinned female cultivator said patiently, suppressing a smile. What? How can it be so expensive? Lou's face instantly turned green. He always thought Peyuan pills cost just a few mana crystals each. He never expected them to be this pricey. It seemed he really overplayed his hand. He could already sense the nearby receptionist cultivators silently snickering. Even the fair-skinned female cultivator in front of him was giving him a strange look, as if she were holding something back. These are top-grade Peyuan pills with 3 pill patterns. Their potency is several times that of ordinary Peyuan pills, so the price is a bit higher, the fair-skinned nun explained politely. I see, well, give me 3 for now. I'll come back for the rest another day, Lou said, unable to meet the nun's gaze all because he boasted too much earlier. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Soon, after receiving the nurturing essence pills handed to him by the fair-skinned female cultivator, Lou tossed down the mana crystals and bolted out the door in a flash. He didn't dare linger even for a moment. After all, he made a huge fool of himself this time. Even after walking a good distance away, he could still feel his face burning. Ha. After Lou left, a female cultivator inside the shop finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Miss, that young gentleman. After all, the success of artifact crafting depends not only on experience and cultivation level but also, to a large extent, on luck. With complete focus, he proceeded with the purification, fusion, and array engraving. Just as the final engraved line was about to be completed, there was a sudden bang, and the array collapsed. Lou's mood instantly turned somber. So close to success. What a pity. After resting for a full day, once his condition had fully recovered to its peak, he finally took out the materials to prepare for forging the second sword. However, the pressure of forging the second sword was undoubtedly much greater, because if he failed again, he would once more be left penniless. Bearing this immense pressure, Lou wanted to begin forging but hesitated to make the first move. Sigh, my mindset's still isn't up to par. If I fail, I'll just have to venture into the Million Mountains again. Lou offered himself a bit of comfort, then steeled himself and focused his attention on the forging process. He proceeded step by step, purifying, fusing, and engraving the formation. Everything was second nature, proceeding in an orderly fashion. Lou's spiritual sense kept a close watch on the situation inside the mystic iron sword. Only 2 engraving lines left. Hang in there. Stay steady. Time ticked by, and the sweat on Lou's forehead grew heavier. After what felt like an eternity, Lou's entire body suddenly relaxed. Success! Lou couldn't help but let out a long sigh as his body went limp. Thank goodness he hadn't ended up penniless again. This mystic iron sword wasn't as good as the last one. He could only sell it for 90 mana crystals. Still, Lou was quite content. After quickly selling the mystic iron sword, he didn't buy any more nourishing essence pills. Instead, he went straight for 3 sets of crafting materials for the mystic iron sword. 2 sets of materials had been too much pressure. He never wanted to experience that suffocating feeling again. After getting himself together, Lou resumed crafting. This time, he was lucky the very first one turned out successfully. He broke even. Could I pull off another success? If both turn out, I'll make a killing. Lou thought to himself with quiet anticipation. So, he eagerly began crafting again. However, perhaps because he celebrated too soon and lost his composure, the next 2 attempts both failed in a row. Sigh, I was too impatient. I still can't remain unfazed by success or failure. After reflecting on his mistake, Lu took a short break, then purchased 3 more sets of materials to craft with. With 3 sets of materials, he only needed to successfully craft one to break even, which undoubtedly eased the pressure considerably. Fortunately, this time he finally managed to successfully craft 2, earning a total of 180 mana crystals. Without hesitation, he promptly bought a few nurturing essence pills and 4 sets of materials, then went into seclusion once more. Over the next few months, Lu remained completely absorbed in artifact crafting. Whenever he successfully crafted one weapon, he would buy more materials to continue. When he succeeded with 2, he would buy a few more nurturing essence pills to boost his cultivation, but he had yet to succeed in crafting 3 at once. Since Lu bought elixirs quite frequently, before long, the female cultivators at the elixir shop began to look at him with newfound respect. One day, Lu sensed that the spiritual energy within his mana core had reached its limit. So, he swallowed the last 2 nurturing essence pills all at once. As the pills entered his stomach, the spiritual energy within his mana core instantly boiled over. With a bang, the long-standing bottleneck that had resisted all his efforts was finally broken through. He had reached the 7th layer of chi cultivation. His eyes welled up with tears. But before he had a chance to celebrate, the small sword which had remained unresponsive until then suddenly flashed, and several lines of text slowly appeared. Artifact forging test. Please forge a qualified magical artifact within the illusory realm. Sword technique test. Please master a sword technique and survive 100 exchanges within the illusory realm. Illusory realm test? Which illusory realm? No sooner had Lu finished speaking than everything suddenly went black before his eyes. When he came to, he found himself in a dimly lit space. In that space, a swordsman clad in black, wielding a sword identical to Lu's, charged at him without a word. Wait, my friend, what is going on here? Lu drew his Qingfeng sword and frantically parried the attack while asking the man in black. However, the man in black paid him no mind and continued to charge headlong at him. Autumn wind sweeps fallen leaves and a single sword severing mountains and rivers. Aren't these moves from the flowing cloud sword style? Lu dodged while staring in shock. He thought he'd managed to evade the attack, but suddenly, a sword tip appeared out of nowhere and pierced through his abdomen. A wave of realistic pain washed over him. He'd been killed in an instant. When Lu woke up again, he found himself back in his room. He quickly checked his body and, finding no physical injuries, only a slight ache in his spiritual essence, let out a sigh of relief. So it was just my spiritual essence entering an illusion, thank goodness. Was that just the sword technique's illusionary test? Then what about the artifact forging illusionary test? As if the little sword had understood Lu's words, it flashed with light, and he found himself once again in a strange artifact forging workshop. This workshop was very similar to the one in the previous illusionary space. But there were also quite a few differences, mainly in that this wasn't a scene formed according to his imagination, but a fixed one. Moreover, the materials on the forging table weren't of varying grades, they were all first-tier materials. Looking at the pile of multicolored Oran materials in the workshop, Lu picked out a few of the most commonly used ones and began to focus intently on crafting. He had already figured out, more or less, how this so-called artifact forging illusion test worked. But just as he finally succeeded in crafting a low-grade magical artifact, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Quality fails to meet standards. Test failed. Damn it, it's so perfect and yet the quality doesn't meet the standard? Lu began to question the meaning of life. But before he had a chance to complain, he was kicked out of the illusionary realm once again. Does time flow differently in this illusionary realm compared to the outside world? A day passed inside, but only 2 hours have gone by outside. But with these trials being so difficult, I really wonder what kind of reward there would be if I actually passed the illusionary realm assessment. It must be something extraordinary, right? Without hesitation, Lu communicated with his little sword and re-entered the illusory realm. Failed to craft. Failed to craft. Quality fails. For the next while, Lu became obsessed with this test, immersing himself in the illusory realm to challenge and practice whenever he had a spare moment. However, although his success rate in artifact crafting kept improving, he still kept getting quality unacceptable. The same went for his sword techniques. He was instantly defeated time and time again, never managing to last more than 10 moves, and he just couldn't clear the trial. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Lu had no choice but to end his seclusion. He had come to realize that brute force alone wouldn't get him through. He'd have to find another way. He happened to save up a few hundred mana crystals during this time, so he decided to visit the market again. Ancestral cultivation techniques. Clearance sale. Don't miss out, a middle-aged man shouted loudly in front of a stall. The marketplace was still bustling with activity, with all kinds of martial arts manuals and techniques appearing one after another. However, the middle-aged man's shouts quickly drew a crowd of onlookers, including Lu. The phrase ancestral martial arts manual alone was enough to grab everyone's attention. Is this for real? Why is this manual incomplete? Of course it's incomplete, why else would he be selling it? Most of the crowd was all talk and no action. The middle-aged man had been hawking his wares for quite some time but hadn't sold a single item. Curious, Lu squeezed his way through the crowd to take a closer look. The stall featured the yellow rank mid-grade sword technique Frenzy Blade Art, the yellow rank high-grade sword technique Pine Sword Art, and several yellow rank high-grade spells like Storm Spell and Thick Earth Art. There was even an incomplete footwork manual of unknown rank called Cloud Shadow Steps. Only the first 2 forms were present, while the rest were missing, yet the vendor dared to price it at 400 mana crystals. Could this Cloud Shadow Steps really be some kind of ancestral technique? Lu picked it up and glanced at the description of the first 2 moves. It did indeed seem rather extraordinary and would be perfect for pairing with a sword technique. Sir, could you knock down the price on this Cloud Shadow Steps? Lu asked curiously. You've got a keen eye, young man. This footwork technique is said to have been discovered in an ancient ruin. 400 mana crystals is the absolute minimum. I really can't go any lower, said the middle-aged cultivator. Pfft, same old trick. I wonder how many people they've scammed with this, someone in the crowd snorted disdainfully. How about 200 mana crystals? If that works, I'll take it. Ask for the sky, haggle all the way down, I get that. Lu bluntly countered the price. No way, 350 at the very least. Make it 250. If you're up for it, great. If not, forget it. Lu raised his offer slightly once more. Alright, I'll sell it to you at a discount. The middle-aged cultivator agreed immediately, as if afraid Lu would change his mind. He agreed that fast? Lu was a bit baffled. Had he actually offered too much? It seemed this line of business was indeed full of tricks. But since the words were already out, he really couldn't bring himself to back out on the spot. Oh well, if he got ripped off, so be it. You learn from your mistakes. Lu didn't hesitate any longer and quickly closed the deal. Newbies are so easy to fool. Just mention it was found in a ruin, and they're immediately hooked, the onlookers mocked as they saw the transaction go through. Exactly. After getting scammed a few times, they'll figure it out. There aren't that many ancient cultivation techniques out there. Listening to the bystanders' comments, Lu felt as if his heart were bleeding. Eager to leave this heartbreaking place as soon as possible, he had no heart to look at anything else and headed straight back to the little shop. The first 2 steps of Cloud Shadow Steps were indeed quite extraordinary. After practicing them relentlessly for several days until he could barely execute them, he re-entered the illusory realm to tackle the challenges. With Cloud Shadow Steps to back me up, I shouldn't get instantly killed, right? Lu thought to himself. The black-clad swordsman in the illusory realm, as always, charged at him with his sword raised without a word. As the swordsman unleashed a autumn wind-sweeping fallen leaves strike, Lu hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy to activate the Cloud Shadow Steps, darting backward and leaving only an afterimage in his wake. The swordsman's blade cut through empty air. He paused briefly before striking again, but Lu dodged to the left once more. Finally, I'm not getting instantly killed. Lu felt a surge of secret delight. However, before long, he was completely stunned. To his surprise, the swordsman in black had also unleashed the Cloud Shadow Steps, and an exceptionally dazzling version at that, so fast that even his shadow was indistinguishable. Is this really that trashy footwork manual I bought? Does it actually have this kind of effect? Lu could hardly believe it. Judging by the moves, they were indeed very similar and there were even a few extra steps. Before he could think about it any further, the black-clad swordsman flashed past with a series of dazzling movements, slashing his sword right in front of Lu. A searing pain shot through Lu's soul, and he was once again kicked out of the illusory realm. I got one shot again. Lu felt a bit dejected. But the fact that the cloud shadow steps actually had such spectacular effects that was absolutely mind-blowing. And the fact that the illusory realm could actually fill in the gaps in incomplete techniques was truly an unexpected surprise. For the next half year, Lu spent his time frantically practicing swordsmanship, crafting artifacts, and refining his footwork. Whenever he got his hands on mana crystals, he buy elixirs to boost his cultivation, and whenever he had free time, he entered the illusory realm to train. The illusionary realm could only be entered with one's primordial soul, and time seemed to flow at a different rate inside. 10 days inside equaled just 1 day outside. Before each artifact forging session, Lu would first rehearse the process several times within the illusionary realm until he was absolutely certain of success. The low-grade magical artifacts he crafted were displayed for sale in his small shop: swords, daggers, and shields. Thanks to their low prices, he managed to sell over 20 of them in just a few months. Thanks to his high success rate with more profits than losses, Lu made significant progress in all areas after half a year. Not only had he mastered the double flash technique of the cloud shadow steps, which, when combined with the flowing cloud sword technique, allowed him to perform the ultimate move double slash, but his cultivation had also smoothly reached the peak of the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. Elder Zhao had been keeping a close eye on Lu during this time. Seeing the other's artifact forging success rate rise higher and higher, he couldn't help but wear an expression of utter despair. It seems that artifact forging really does come down to natural talent. Back in the day, during his first few years of forging, he tried every possible method, and in the end, a 10% success rate was considered decent. During that time, he had no idea how much of his life savings he had squandered. And now, in less than a year, Lu had achieved such a high success rate it really was a case of comparison is the thief of joy. This new generation of young people was truly remarkable. It seemed he was really getting old. Time flew by before he knew it. It was already May, and nearly 2 years had passed since Lu had been transported here. Over the past 2 years, Lu had grown rapidly. Not only had his artifact forging skills improved, but he also shot up a bit in height, transforming into a total heartthrob. Before long, the peak season for artifact forging arrived once again. One day, Zhang Linger stopped by the little shop again, accompanied by a beautiful young woman dressed simply but exuding gentleness and grace. Master Zhao, I'm back. Oh my, Miss Linger, your magical artifact isn't broken again, is it? Elder Zhao joked. Not at all. This time, I'm here to introduce a client to you. This is my best friend, Li Yusin. She'd like to ask you to craft a magical artifact for her. Oh? What kind of magical artifact does she need? Tell me about it. Elder Zhao suddenly became serious. Well, the Sectes Grand Competition is coming up soon, isn't it? Yusin managed to find a small piece of 1,000-year-old cold jade and wants to have 3 ice soul silver needles crafted as her secret weapon. Each needle just needs to be of at least mid-grade quality, but Yusin comes from a poor family and doesn't have many mana crystals. I boasted that your place offers both great value and high quality, which is why she came here. Do you think you could give us a discount? Maybe craft them for us at cost? Zhang Linger said in a pleading tone, then motioned for Li Yusin to bring out the piece of 1,000-year-old cold jade. The price is negotiable, but is this all the cold jade you have? Yes, that's all there is. This amount of cold jade is barely enough to craft 3 needles, and that would require a 100% success rate. I'm afraid I can't take on this job, Elder Zhao said, shaking his head and sighing. His eyesight was failing with age, and his energy was nowhere near what it used to be. Come on, Master Zhao, you've been crafting artifacts for decades. How could you possibly not manage this? Please, just help Xin. Zhang Linger tugged at Elder Zhao's arm imploringly. Needle-type magical artifacts demand a great deal of energy. An old man like me really isn't very confident about it. I suggest you ask young Master Lu to craft them. As he spoke, Elder Zhao pointed to Lu, who was sitting nearby working on his own artifact. Him? Master Zhao, you must be joking. Isn't he just an artifact forging apprentice? Zhang Linger couldn't believe her ears. Although she admitted that Lu was skilled at forging artifact blanks, crafting magical artifacts involved much more than just that. Young Master Lu is currently crafting mid-grade magical artifacts, and his success rate is even higher than mine. He has practically never failed. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. Elder Zhao shook his head after speaking. How is that possible? Zhang Linger clearly didn't believe it. How long had it been? Had he gone from an apprentice to a master artifact crafter in such a short time? She was about to ask again, unwilling to let it go, but Li Yusin stopped her. Li Yusin pulled Zhang Linger over to Lu, curtsied gracefully, and said softly, Master, may I ask if you can craft these ice soul silver needles? Lu smiled faintly. It shouldn't be a problem. Hey, Lu, can you really do this? Don't try to show off if you can't. Seeing how confident Lu sounded, Zhang Linger couldn't help but challenge him. I said I can definitely do it. Do you believe me? Lu replied nonchalantly. Of course not. So it doesn't matter what I say. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, turn left and head out the door. I'm busy. You. Seeing Lu's impatient attitude, Zhang Linger felt inexplicably furious. Not only was he failing to show any courtesy in front of two stunning beauties, but he was also acting so dismissive. Zhang Linger grabbed Li Yusin's arm and was about to walk away, but Li Yusin stopped her. Seeing Lu's calm and unconcerned expression, Li Yusin had a feeling that he seemed very confident. So, without much hesitation, Li Yusin stepped up to Lu and said politely, Please help us refine this, Master Lu. We'll leave this 1,000-year-old cold jade in your hands. No problem. 200 mana crystals. Pay a 50 crystal deposit first, and come back in half a month to pick it up, Lu said with a faint smile. He always had a soft spot for polite young women. On the way back to the sect, Zhang Linger kept grumbling indignantly, Damn Lu, stinking Lu. What is he so high and mighty about? He is just an outer sect disciple. How dare he ignore this divine maiden? If he can't refine it properly, he'll be in for it. Li Yusin smiled helplessly beside her. Her best friend was great in every way, but she could be a bit spoiled. Speaking of which, after accepting the task, Lu had a hearty meal and then returned to his room to ponder deeply, occasionally entering a vision to rehearse the process over and over again. After all, he had a strong sense of professional ethics. Once he accepted a task, he would give it his all. It wasn't difficult to refine a 1,000-year-old cold jade into a mid-grade magical artifact. The real challenge lay in fully harnessing the jade's properties. Designing the optimal shape for the needles and the internal formation structure was the greatest challenge. If it were any other artifact craftsman, they would likely have simply forged them into the most conventional silver needle shape, a conservative and safe approach. But Lu was someone who strove for perfection. Plus, with the illusionary realm to simulate scenarios in advance, he dared to boldly experiment with various methods. After several days of deep contemplation and constant experimentation, Lu finally decided to forge 3 exceptionally slender silver needles. These 3 silver needles were nearly invisible to the naked eye. They were extremely fast and had a concealed aura. They gave off no trace of icy coldness under normal circumstances, only unleashing a sudden burst of icy energy when activated. Forging cold jade into such a tiny form required exceptionally profound skills in forging and purification. Fortunately, Lu was an expert in this field, with forging and refining techniques comparable to the true fire tempering of a foundation stage cultivator. As usual, he first tried refining them a few times in the illusory space. Refining failed. Refining failed. Quality substandard. After countless attempts, a different voice finally rang out. Quality meets standards. You have passed the trial and unlocked the legacy of magical artifact refinement. The scene then shifted. The illusory space was no longer a refinery workshop but had transformed into a large jade disc. Passages of text appeared within the jade disc, systematically introducing the basics of artifact forging and the characteristics of magical treasures at various levels, such as magical artifacts, sturdy and sharp when infused with spiritual energy, they can sever a hair's breadth and cut through iron like mud. Spiritual artifacts, capable of gathering energy into a gale-like force and projecting it outward to slay enemies with sufficient spiritual energy. They can unleash ceaseless, crisscrossing sword chi. Mystic artifacts possess inherent power that can be activated with a small amount of spiritual energy, achieving the effect of moving 1,000 caddies with 4 tails. Imperial artifacts can transform spiritual energy into tangible form, seal beast souls, and transform them into artifact spirits. The stronger the sealed beast soul, the more powerful the artifact becomes. It can even unleash the divine abilities and ultimate techniques inherent to the demon beast. Divine artifacts possess autonomous artifact spirits that can attack and protect their masters on their own. They can channel the might of heaven and earth to split mountains and sever seas, allowing cultivators to unleash power far surpassing their own cultivation level. Sacred artifacts can automatically choose their masters and learn on their own. They contain earth-shattering power. Once activated, they can unleash 10,000 beams of sword energy, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Immortal artifacts can heal themselves, cultivate autonomously, and are eternal and indestructible. Is this the reward for passing the artifact forging exam? A flood of information left Lou utterly spellbound. After covering the basics, the jade disc began to continuously display the methods and processes for forging various magical artifacts, every conceivable type, many of which Lou had never seen before. Lou gazed at the jade disc as if spellbound, especially when he saw needle-type magical artifacts. Inspiration kept surging through him. It was a long time before Lou finally stepped out of the illusory realm. So magical artifacts can be forged like this. The good news is that from now on, I'll know how to forge any kind of magical artifact. The bad news is that the artifact forging illusory realm has vanished, so if I want to simulate practice in the future, I'll have to spend mana crystals. At this point, only 3 days remained until the half-month deadline, but Lou wasn't the least bit flustered. Instead, brimming with confidence, he began the formal forging of the Ice Soul silver needles. The overall design remained largely unchanged, but the forging techniques and array combinations had advanced significantly. Half a month later, Zhang Ling'er and Li Yusin met again. "Yusin, I'm so sorry," Zhang Ling'er said through her tears. "What's wrong?" "I had someone look into Lu's background again during this time. He doesn't have any famous master at all. He is a total trash root. There is no way a renowned master would ever take him under their wing." Zhang Ling'er went on and on about Lu's glorious history. How could such a penniless outer sect disciple possibly be an artifact craftsman? He must have used some trick to deceive Master Zhao. "I'm sorry, it's my fault you got caught up in this." After hearing about Lu's glorious exploits, Li Yusin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, but she still forced a smile and said, "It's okay, it's not your fault. I was the one who decided to have him craft the artifact." But the more Li Yusin tried to comfort her, the more upset Zhang Ling'er became. "Come on, let us go find him and settle the score. He has gone and swindled even this old lady." At the small artifact forging shop, Lou looked at Zhang Ling'er, whose face was as cold as ice, and was a bit confused. "What's wrong with this young lady now? Lou, where are the silver needles you forged?" Zhang Ling'er asked, suppressing her anger. "Oh, these." Lou reached into his storage pouch, pulled out 3 slender silver needles, and handed them over. "Are these the silver needles forged from 1,000-year-old cold jade?" Looking at the needles in her hand, as thin as cow hair and completely devoid of any cold energy, Zhang Ling'er felt a surge of rage. Needless to say, the cold jade had clearly been ruined during the forging process, and a significant amount of the material had been skimmed off. "That's right. 3 mid-grade magical artifact silver needles. You." Seeing Lu's matter-of-fact expression, Zhang Ling'er was left speechless with anger. Judging by their quality, these needles were indeed mid-grade magical artifacts, but where was the cold energy? Not a trace of it. However, since they hadn't specified any requirements regarding cold energy back then, Zhang Ling'er had no choice but to swallow her frustration. Fuming, she grabbed her best friend's arm and turned to walk away without looking back. "Hey, you haven't given us the mana crystals yet." In the Flowing Cloud Guild, 5 years after each new batch of disciples joins the sect, a grand competition is held. All new inner and outer sect disciples, including those from the 5 Great Peaks, are eligible to participate. The aim is to identify promising talent, admit them into the inner sect of their respective peaks, and provide them with intensive training. The top 20 finishers in the grand competition received generous rewards, including the highly coveted Foundation Elixir. Of course, over the years, the top 20 spots have almost always been swept by inner sect disciples. As long as outer sect disciples can make it into the top 300 and secure a good ranking, they have a chance of catching the elder's eye and thereby gaining admission to the inner sect. Lou never considered herself a genius, so she hadn't even thought about signing up for the competition. With only the 5-element trash route and a set of the lowest tier flowing cloud sword technique which, even if not the most meager, could at best be considered average, how could he possibly make it into the top 300? Still, such a grand event was a rare sight, and it would be a good opportunity to observe the prowess of other prodigies. The day before the grand competition, Lou returned to the Flowing Cloud Guild and keenly sensed the tense atmosphere as the event approached. From pavilions and terraces to the dining hall and plaza, people everywhere were discussing matters related to the grand competition. The most heated discussions centered on who were the top contenders for the top 10 this year and who would be crowned the Flowing Cloud Guild's newest, most beautiful immortal maiden. If you ask me, Bai Changqing from Tanchi Peak and Xuelang from Zhixiao Peak are sure to secure spots in the top 10, an outer sect disciple declared, gesticulating wildly. Of course. Bai Changqing is graceful and dashing, with unparalleled good looks, and his swordplay is nothing short of divine. Xuelang is ruthless and cold-blooded. He single-handedly charged through the Million Mountains with just a spear, fighting his way in and out, and has long been renowned for his might. Xiao Haimei from Suizhu Peak isn't bad either. She has an innate charm, and every word and smile of hers captivates everyone. We on Qingyun Peak also have Cici, the immortal maiden. She is unparalleled in beauty, and her water fire spells are endlessly versatile. Hearing this, Lou paused slightly. It had been over a year since he'd seen her. Had Cici actually become the unparalleled beauty everyone was talking about? Wang Koan from Tianchi Peak also has the strength to make it into the top 10. His iron fists are unmatched in ferocity, though he has been overshadowed by Bai Changqing's brilliance. Then there are the twin sisters from Tianshu Peak, Li Yusin and Zhang Ling, are one gentle and graceful, the other playful and adorable. With a bit of luck, they could make it into the top 10 as well. Zhang Ling actually has a shot at the top 10? Lou couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. No wonder they're so high and mighty. It seems they really do have reason to be proud. By the way, who do you guys think will be this year's most beautiful immortal maiden? Someone asked. I think it'll probably be Xiao Haimei. I kind of think Cici is better. I'm not a big fan of Cici. I think Li Yusin is the best. Although I don't know who this year's most beautiful immortal maiden will be, I do know who the most beautiful one in our entire Flowing Cloud Guild is. That's Lin Qingxue. Someone boasted. The most beautiful fairy in the entire Flowing Cloud Guild? Just how beautiful must she be? I once had the privilege of catching a glimpse of her from afar. It was an indescribable beauty, like a celestial maiden, utterly ethereal. Compared to her, the likes of Cici and Xiao Haimei seem like mere mortals, the person said, lost in admiration. Is she really that beautiful? I really hope to catch a glimpse of her divine beauty someday. Lin Qingxue? Lou paused slightly. This was the first time he'd heard that name. Lou had just returned to the stone hut when Wang Pang, from next door, heard the noise and rushed over in a flurry. When the two saw each other, they both paused in surprise for a moment, then their expressions turned to delight. Hey, kid, I haven't seen you in over half a year. How did you get so tall? Wang Pang gave Lou a hard slap on the shoulder. So you're allowed to get fat, but I'm not allowed to get taller? Lou didn't hold back, returning the favor with a punch to Wang Pang's chest. How can getting taller be the same as getting fatter? Wang Pang said with a pained expression. Haha, what's the difference? After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Hao finally asked. Lou, aren't you going to participate in the 5 Meridians Grand Competition? Today is the last day to sign up. Lou hesitated for a moment and said with a wry smile, I'll pass. I'm only at the 7th level of Qi cultivation. I'd just make a fool of myself if I went up there. Thinking back to how he'd been mercilessly beaten by the black-clad swordsman in the illusionary realm recently, he still felt a chill run down his spine. You're right. Most of them are already at the 8th or ninth level, and they've been trained with the best resources all along. How could we possibly compete? Did you sign up? Lou asked. I didn't sign up either. The two exchanged a smile. It seemed they'd both come to terms with reality, and their youthful recklessness was long gone. The next day, the grand competition officially began. Hal, the chubby guy, showed up early in the morning and dragged Lou along to watch the matches. Come on, Hal, you're not even competing. Is it really necessary to get there so early? Lou said with a sigh. You just don't get it. There are hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples, plus representatives from all the cultivation clans and prominent families coming to watch. If we get there late, we won't even have a place to stand. Besides, my goddess is competing today. It's a chance to watch her up close in broad daylight. It'd be such a shame to miss it. What's so great about a goddess? She doesn't even have a crush on you. What's the point of getting your hopes up? That's where you're wrong again. A goddess is a stunning sight that inspires people's longing for a better life. Hal said with great conviction. Lou was speechless upon hearing this and had no choice but to follow Hal to the Sect Grand Competition Plaza. The Sect Grand Tournament Square was situated in a vast basin nestled among the 5 main peaks of the Flowing Cloud Guild, surrounded by mountains on all sides. It was the largest sect square within the Flowing Cloud Guild. All major events involving the 5 lineages were held here. As far as the eye could see, the entire square was paved with white jade, exuding grandeur and majesty. 20 battle platforms had already been set up in the center of the square, arranged in 4 groups. At the very front of the square stood a massive, towering platform built entirely of white jade, as if carved from a single block. Above the platform, mist swirled, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland on Earth. Although Lou and Hal had arrived early, the square was already teeming with people. Disciples from the entire Flowing Cloud Guild had gathered here to watch the grand competition, at least tens of thousands of them. After securing a spot, Lou closed his eyes to rest. Hal, meanwhile, began looking around, taking in the beautiful scenery. By the hour of C, the number of disciples from various branches gathered in the square had reached no fewer than 100,000. Suddenly, the sound of a bell ringing dang drifted from an unknown mountain peak, echoing across the vast sky. Immediately afterward, dozens of dazzling beams of light in various colors shot out from the towering peaks surrounding the square, streaking like meteors toward the high platform. Lou channeled his spiritual energy and looked up, only then realizing that those multicolored beams were actually high-ranking cultivators from the various branches of the Flowing Cloud Guild, piloting their flying swords and magical treasures as they flew toward the square. Before long, these beams of light landed one after another on the high platform, revealing dozens of figures who divided into 5 separate formations and took their positions. Finally, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed, and a dignified middle-aged cultivator appeared right in the center of the high platform. No one could tell where the middle-aged cultivator had actually materialized from. There had been absolutely no signs or traces of his approach. Upon seeing the middle-aged cultivator appear, the dozens of figures on the high platform all bowed in unison, calling out, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Was that the legendary teleportation we've heard about? Is that our sect master and transcendent true Lord Linpadian? The scene on the platform instantly sent a wave of excitement through the disciples gathered in the square below. For most of them, this was their first time seeing their sect's leader in person. Yes, that's him. Wow, I finally get to see a legendary figure. After nodding to the elders on the high platform, the middle-aged cultivator walked to the front of the platform and came to a stop. He waited a moment for the disciples' chatter to die down before speaking in a resonant voice. Ladies and gentlemen, on this fine, sunny day, it is my great honor to gather with all of you to hold this grand 5 branches competition. We of the Flowing Cloud Guild, ever since our founding patriarch, have always made it our duty to protect the realm and ensure the people's well-being. Over the past 10,000 years, countless prodigies have emerged from the 5 branches grand competition. Through the sect's dedicated cultivation, they have all become the pillars of our sect, making indelible contributions to the prosperity and flourishing of Yunzhou. Today, we will once again hold the selection process for the new 5 branches grand competition. I hope all disciples will actively prepare, demonstrate their true abilities, and achieve the best results. At the same time, we will ensure fairness and impartiality throughout the competition, giving every disciple the opportunity to showcase their talents. The middle-aged cultivator paused here, and the audience immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. Additionally, to encourage our young disciples to strive for excellence, I have decided that starting with this year's 5-sex martial arts competition, the top 4 finishers in each competition will receive an extra set of spirit grade armor as a reward, the middle-aged cultivator said with a smile. Wow! The disciples below immediately erupted in excitement. A set of spirit grade armor is worth at least 10,000 mana crystals. Spirit grade armor is the most complex and difficult to forge among spirit grade artifacts. Many cultivators who have been at the foundation stage for years still only possess a single spirit grade sword and can rarely afford spirit grade armor, and now, however, disciples who hadn't even reached the foundation stage were being rewarded with a set of spirit grade armor all at once, a development that made many senior disciples who had already reached the foundation stage green with envy. The middle-aged cultivator waited until the murmurs below had died down before continuing. All right, I now declare the 5-sex grand competition officially open. The morning sun blazed like fire, and the heat was intense. On the arena in the center of the square, one martial contest after another was taking place in full swing. The first day's matches weren't really worth watching. The strongest competitors rarely faced off so early on. Instead, the majority of the weaker contenders were eliminated first. Lou watched from the stands for a full hour before he began to doze off. He felt like their movements were all a beat too slow. It was just not satisfying to watch. They could clearly break through their opponent's defense with a single sword strike, yet they insisted on pulling off a few flashy tricks first, only to let the opportunity slip away. What on earth was this? A circus performance? But then again, he hadn't practiced many sword techniques himself, so perhaps he was just ignorant of the ways of the art. Could there be some hidden mystery lurking within these seemingly simple sword techniques? As he watched, Lou closed his eyes. He was afraid that if he kept watching, he'd drive himself crazy with frustration. Only Hao was watching with great enthusiasm, getting so excited each time that he'd wave his arms and stamp his feet, wishing he could step into the arena himself. After an unknown amount of time, Hao suddenly nudged Lou. Look quick, your goddess is here. Lou opened his eyes and looked over, only to discover it was Cece. At that moment, Cece was wearing a set of fiery red magical armor, looking stunning and opulent, like a blooming rose. That's your goddess. It has nothing to do with me, Lou replied, then closed his eyes again to go back to sleep. Not bad, Lou. Looks like you've really let it go. Seeing this, Hao couldn't help but give Lou a thumbs up. On the stage, Cece noticed Lou looking her way and felt slightly uneasy. However, when she saw that Lou quickly closed his eyes again, she felt a faint sense of disappointment. After all, she had hurt him too deeply. But even if that weren't the case, what difference would it make? They weren't meant to be in the same world. They were destined to be nothing more than passing strangers. Cece shook her head, pushed the thought aside, and began to focus on her opponent. Since becoming an inner door disciple, she had learned many powerful spells. Relying on her deep magical power and precise timing, she unleashed a water dragon bind with one hand and a fire dragon incineration with the other, sending her opponent flying off the stage in just 2 moves. No sooner had the match ended than a male cultivator dressed in elegant robes stepped onto the stage, took Cece's hand, and the two walked off laughing and chatting. The man was noble, the woman radiant, a sight that drew frequent glances from the other disciples. Wow, what a heavenly couple! Only Hao couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Pfft, what a pair of scoundrels! Hearing Hao's remark, Lou opened his eyes and realized that the man beside Cece was none other than the one he'd seen at the inn last time. It's him? That's the high-ranking figure Cece's hooked up with Ting, the Peak Master's eldest son. So you might as well give up on her. Hao consoled her. The next day, as the sun rose in the east, the trials continued. The day's matches were finally much more exciting. Those who hadn't been eliminated were mostly at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation or higher. According to the schedule, today would determine the top 300. Every participating disciple knew that whether they could remain in the inner sect depended entirely on today's results. So, as soon as the competition began, the battles immediately heated up. Those with superior strength quickly settled their matches, but battles between evenly matched opponents were exceptionally fierce. Spirit talismans and magical artifacts flew through the air, and martial arts techniques and moves were unleashed one after another. Lu watched the dazzling display of techniques on the field, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Apart from those few sword techniques and footwork moves, he hadn't learned a single other skill. When the results of that day's matches were announced, a look of surprise flashed across Lu's face. Are there really more than a dozen outer sect disciples in the top 300? What's so surprising about that? Many outer sect disciples come from prominent clans. They have just as many resources as the inner sect disciples, Hao explained from the sidelines. On the third day, the competition finally reached its climax. Only the elite remained today. The top 40 would be decided, and everyone was giving it their all. If many had held back during yesterday's matches, today they were essentially pulling out all their secret techniques. A dazzling array of profound cultivation techniques and spectacular martial arts left spectators spellbound. Today, Lu was completely focused. He watched every match with intense concentration, constantly simulating the scenarios in his illusory realm. One match after another unfolded on the various battle stages. Tianshu Peak, Tianyu. Qingyun Peak, Lu Buping. On the arena closest to Lu, two figures suddenly stepped onto the stage, instantly capturing the attention of both Lu and Hao. Both were at the peak of the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. One wielded a broadsword, the other a sword. From the very start, the air was filled with flashing blades as their figures darted up and down, a truly spectacular sight. Wow, that Lu Buping's sword technique is so cool! Hao exclaimed in admiration. On the stage, Lu Buping's sword glinted as he used its agility to force the somewhat clumsy Tianyu into a desperate retreat. He's going to lose, Lu said suddenly. Who? Lu Buping. What? How is that possible? He is clearly dominating right now. Hao said, puzzled. Lu said nothing more. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Buping, who had been pressing his opponent relentlessly, momentarily forgot to defend himself. Tianyu seized the opening and launched a sudden, explosive attack, sweeping him off the stage with a sweep the thousand armies strike. Tianshu Peak, Tianyu wins. As the referee's voice rang out, a commotion erupted below the stage. Holy crap, you actually guessed right, how did you know that? Hao asked, puzzled. Every time Tianyu is about to be defeated, he manages to turn the tide. He is clearly holding back, Lu said calmly. Holy crap, how come I didn't see that? Hao felt a headache coming on. There were actually such intricacies to this? It was beyond his imagination. Soon, two more cultivators leaped onto the stage. A man and a woman. Chen Zhang, from Zhixiao Peak. Zhang Shanshan, from Tsuiyu Peak. After introducing themselves, the two began shifting positions while forming magical seals with both hands. The man was a fire attribute cultivator, the woman was a water attribute cultivator. The male cultivator unleashed a barrage of fire spells, bombarding the arena. However, Zhang Shanshan quickly extinguished every single one with her water orbs. What about this match? Who is going to win? Hao asked again. Chen Zhang. No way. Chen Zhang is clearly being completely outmatched. He has got other tricks up his sleeve. Right now, he is just lulling his opponent into a false sense of security. Lu said expressionlessly. He had already fought both of them several rounds in the illusory realm. He knew their tactics inside and out. Holy crap, is this guy that sneaky? Sure enough, after exchanging over 100 moves, Chen Zhang released a fire dragon while secretly embedding a lightning orb within it. Zhang Shanshan didn't notice in time and continued to meet it with a water dragon. Immediately, the lightning orb was channeled through the water dragon and struck her, causing instant paralysis. That moment seemed brief, but it was enough for Chen Zhang to close the distance. Chen Zhang swiftly struck two palm strikes toward Zhang Shanshan's waist. Zhang Shanshan hurriedly tried to defend herself, but the powerful force knocked her off the stage. Zhixiao Peak, Chen Zhang wins. A stir of excitement swept through the crowd below the ring once more. Holy crap, you guessed right again. That's not guessing, that's skill. Lu corrected him emphatically. Right, you guessed right because of your skill. Hao nodded vigorously upon hearing this. On the fourth day, the 40 disciples were divided into two groups. The top two from each group would advance to the semi-finals, and the top contenders finally faced off against one another. Group 1, Xuelang, Li Yusen, Cici. Group 2, by Chongqing, Zhang Ling'er, Xiao Haimei. On the stage, Li Yusen gripped her white magic sword. Wielding a mysterious sword technique, she narrowly defeated her opponents time and again until she faced Cici, at which point her expression turned grave. This was the decisive battle that would determine whether she advanced to the final four. The showdown between these two beauties, one clad in white, the other in red, instantly captured the attention of the vast majority of the crowd. Li Yusen and Cici were already the top contenders for this year's Top 10 Immortal Maidens, and as the most outstanding elites of their respective peaks, this match had quickly evolved into a contest between the two main peaks. Supporters from both sides were countless, surrounding the arena so densely that not even a drop of water could pass through. On the arena, Cici, clad in red armor with wrist guards on both hands and a pair of exquisite wind-chasing boots on her feet, unleashed her full magical power from the very start. She first channeled her agility to the fullest, quickly creating distance between herself and Li Yusen, then unleashed a water dragon from her left hand and a fire dragon from her right, bombarding Li Yusen in rapid succession. Li Yusen was startled by the sight. Cici's footwork was clearly on a higher level than hers. No matter what she did, she couldn't close the distance. She hadn't yet reached the foundation stage, so she couldn't project her sword energy outward. If she couldn't get close, she'd be at a significant disadvantage. As wave after wave of water and fire dragons surged toward her, she frantically dodged left and right. Yet the dragons seemed to possess a will of their own. Whenever she evaded them, they would change course and strike from behind. Li Yusen had no choice but to swing her sword and clash head-on with the energy waves that kept crashing toward her one after another. Along the way, she tried every possible method to slip closer to Cici, but Cici always closed the distance even faster, leaving her no choice but to take the blows passively from afar, looking utterly disheveled. The duel had turned into a battle of attrition, but there was no doubt that the quality of Cici's equipment was far beyond anything she could match. Half an incense stick later, Li Yusen, having been struck several times, was already pale and on the verge of collapse, while Cici still had plenty of energy to spare. I have no choice, I'll have to use the silver needles for a sneak attack. Li Yusen thought to herself, biting her delicate lip lightly. The silver needles were her only means of long-range attack, but unfortunately, they had been rendered useless by the refining process. Still, even without the freezing effect, they should at least be sharp enough. So, just as she was about to collapse and be bound by the water dragon, she suddenly and imperceptibly fired the 3 silver needles. On the other side, Cici was delighted to see the water dragon successfully bind Li Yusen, feeling that victory was within reach. Just as she was about to summon a fire dragon to blast her opponent off the stage, she suddenly felt 3 silver needles pierce her body without a sound. A wave of icy coldness followed, and her entire body instantly froze solid. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't move. The water dragon and fire dragon she had previously summoned also dissipated as her spiritual energy was cut off. What's going on? How did these 3 silver needles appear? Why don't they emit any spiritual energy at all? Cici was instantly taken aback. Besides, isn't the freezing effect of a magical artifact usually just meant to slow you down? Since when has it been able to freeze spiritual energy and interrupt spellcasting? Given Cici's experience, she simply couldn't make sense of it. Li Yusen was momentarily startled when she saw the water dragon beside her vanish and Cici completely frozen in place. Although she didn't know what had happened, she didn't hesitate for a moment. Seizing this rare opportunity, she decisively kicked out at Cici. Seeing Li Yusen mere inches away, Cici struggled desperately. No, I can't lose. I have to make it into the top 4. Cici's heart was racing with panic. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she still couldn't break free from the icy bonds. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Li Yusen closed in and kicked her off the stage. Tianshu Peak, Li Yusen wins. Silence. The crowd below the stage fell completely silent. No one could figure it out. Cece had clearly held all the advantages, so how had she suddenly lost? Even Li Yusin herself couldn't make sense of it. Cece, who had been kicked off the stage, looked utterly disheveled at that moment, with not a trace of the charm befitting one of the 10 divine maidens remaining. Ting hurried over to wrap Cece in her robe and fed her a high-grade spiritual pill. Yet Cece's face remained pale, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, the onlookers began to stir in confusion. What is going on? Wasn't Cece about to win just now? How did she suddenly get frozen? Yeah, that is so weird. I don't get it. 3 silver needles pierced through her defenses, a high-level cultivator suddenly said. Huh? What kind of silver needles were those? How could they have such an effect? They must have been at least spirit artifact level silver needles, the cultivator said uncertainly. Li Yusin stood on the stage, staring blankly at the shivering Cece, unable to snap out of it for a long time. She actually won? How is that possible? Is this really the effect of those silver needles? Could it be that we all misjudged him? Li Yusin muttered dazedly. Lu was also so astonished to see Cece kicked off the stage so easily that he couldn't close his mouth. Was this really a magical artifact he crafted himself? Could these silver needles really have such an effect? Looks like he have to raise the price from now on. But seeing Cece miss out on the semifinals because of him, why did that feel so satisfying? He didn't know what others were thinking, but at least Hao, standing beside him, was overjoyed. That afternoon, when Li Yusin took the stage again, it was already the final match of the group stage. Li Yusin vs. Xueling, the winner would advance as the Group S top seed. On the stage, Xueling abandoned his usual bold, sweeping style and became cautious and circumspect, constantly on guard against a surprise attack from the Silver Needles. He had watched Li Yusin's match that morning, but he hadn't been able to figure out exactly how she pulled off her surprise attack, so he could only be as cautious as possible. Seeing Xueling so constrained and unable to move freely, Li Yusin felt a bit of a chuckle rising. However, she quickly refocused her mind and concentrated on her opponent. Under the threat of the Silver Needles, she fought with everything she had, growing more fluid with each move, while Xueling was being beaten in a most frustrating manner. Half an hour later, just as Xueling could no longer hold back and was about to launch a fierce counterattack, 3 Silver Needles silently approached him once more. Unable to dodge in time, he was frozen in place again. How is this possible? Even being this cautious, I still couldn't detect them. What on earth is going on? Xueling screamed inwardly. And my top-grade magical armor has actually been pierced? He could hardly believe it. Yet no one answered him. Instead, he was met with another kick that sent him flying. It's completely impossible to defend against. Xueling felt a surge of frustration. She won again? Li Yusin stood dumbfounded on the stage. It all felt so unreal to her. Yet the crowd below found it even more surreal than she did. Isn't Xueling the one with that infamous reputation? Why did he fight so meekly, like a little kitten? Yeah, could it be he has a thing for Li Yusin and was intentionally letting her win? Holy crap, that is so unethical. Does he have any sense of martial honor left? Hearing the waves of skepticism and mockery around her, Xueling wanted to explain but found she couldn't get a word out. A surge of anger choked her chest, and she fainted heavily. Meanwhile, Cece, who had just recovered, saw Xueling's dejected appearance, and a flicker of pity crossed her eyes. Finally, someone understood how she had felt back then. This time, she had also paid close attention to every move Li Yusin made, but unfortunately, she still couldn't figure out how the Silver Needle had slipped past her so silently. After the competition that day, Li Yusin's fame skyrocketed overnight. Everyone regarded her as their number one rival, and everyone was devising strategies to counter her. In the evening, a gentle breeze blew, carrying a hint of coolness. Zhang Linger approached Li Yusin with a look of delight and surprise, wrapped her arms around her shoulders, and said affectionately, "Yusin, I heard you made it to the finals?" "Yeah, all thanks to this set of Ice Soul Silver Needles." Li Yusin stroked the silver needles in her hand and excitedly recounted today's battle to Zhang Linger. "No way. Those silver needles actually have that kind of effect? Jean Linger could hardly believe it after hearing the story. Yeah, I didn't believe it at first either, but that is exactly what happened. I feel like we've all been unfair to Lou. Next time, let us go together and tie the mana crystals for him. No way am I going. If you want to go, go by yourself. Just thinking about Lou's cocky attitude made Jean Linger furious. Making her swallow her pride and apologize would be worse than death. Fine, fine. I knew you'd be too proud to admit it. Li Yusen said, looking exasperated. Wait a minute, did you just say that Silver Needle actually pierced Xuelang's top-grade battle armor? Zhang Linger suddenly asked. Yeah, so what? Li Yusen looked a bit confused. That's exactly it. For such a thin silver needle to pierce top-grade magical battle armor, it would have to be tempered with Foundation Stage True Fire. Do you think that kid has Foundation Stage True Fire? No way, Li Yusen shook her head. So, this silver needle must have been forged by a Foundation Stage cultivator Lu commissioned. That's it. That explains everything, Zhang Linger said with certainty. She was actually starting to admire herself a little. She'd seen through Lua's scam at a glance. What a clever scheme! First, he had a Foundation Stage senior crafted, then passed it off as his own work. That way, he not only boosts his own standing but also earns the gratitude of a stunning beauty. Once you go to return the mana crystals, he sees the opportunity to get close to you. I never expected this kid to be so cunning. Yusen, you absolutely mustn't fall for it. Zhang Linger seemed to have seen through all of Lua's plans and declared with absolute certainty. Is that really the case? Li Yusen asked, half convinced. Absolutely. Alright, don't worry. I won't fall for it that easily, Li Yusen replied non-committally. But deep down, she remained somewhat skeptical. She still felt that Lu wasn't lying to her. On the 5th day of the grand competition, the finals officially began amid great anticipation. On the stage, Li Yusen looked at Bai Chongqing across from her, who was decked out in top-tier magical artifacts, and was left speechless. Top-tier shield, top-tier battle armor, top-tier boots, top-tier magic sword, top-tier bracers. Isn't this just too unfair? As soon as the match began, Bai Chongqing activated a top-tier Vajra talisman, creating a shield of magical energy. While it might not necessarily block the silver needles, it'll at least serve as a warning. This was the strategy devised last night by a group of high-level cultivators from his family after a night of deliberation. What can you do? Money talks. They were simply going to overwhelm her with gear. Next, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his armor and shield. Protected by the top-tier shield, he quickly closed in on Li Yusen for close-quarters combat, leaving her no chance for a sneak attack. At the same time, he continuously drew upon the spiritual energy he stored in advance from his bracers to replenish his reserves. It must be said that Bai Chongqing's strategy was extremely effective. Li Yusen charged left and right, but no matter what she did, she couldn't create any distance between them. She unleashed a barrage of sword techniques and martial arts moves, but they struck Bai Chongqing's shield and armor like stones sinking into the sea, never managing to breach his defenses. Even a few casual sneak attacks were firmly blocked by his top-tier armor. Ultimately, her spiritual energy was exhausted, and she had no choice but to concede defeat and leave the arena. With that, the SEC tournament officially concluded. Bai Chongqing took first place, Li Yusen second, Xuelang third, Xiaohaimei fourth, Zhang Linger 10th, while Cici, having been eliminated too early, fell out of the top 10. With the competition over, the crowd slowly dispersed. On the tree-lined path back to the stone cottage, Hao grumbled indignantly that Bai Chongqing is such a scoundrel. He is such a bully. He is usually so charming, but I never expected him to be so shameless, using his gear to completely crush my goddess. Since when did Li Yusen become your goddess? Lu couldn't help but laugh. Starting yesterday, I decided to make her the one and only goddess in my heart. She comes from a humble background but never kowtows to the powerful. She is naturally gifted and not at all pretentious. She is a remarkable woman who combines beauty with kindness. That is exactly what a goddess should be like. How gushed with praise. Is she really that great? Of course. Suddenly, Hao stared blankly at a figure ahead and stammered, Li Yusin? There, Li Yusin was walking toward them with a beaming smile. As Li Yusin approached, Hao felt a surge of excitement and nervousness, his heart racing. Just as he was about to say hello, he noticed Li Yusin glide past him like a gentle breeze and run straight up to Lu. Lu master? Hao turned his head with difficulty to look at Lu, his face etched with disbelief. You're welcome. It was no trouble at all. Lu said with a faint smile. This is the payment I owed you from last time. Although I know the actual value is certainly more than this, these are all the mana crystals I have left. I hope you won't look down on them, master. Li Yusin shyly pressed a small bag of mana crystals into Lu's hand. Lu took the storage pouch, opened it, and found over 300 mana crystals inside. He took out 150, then returned the rest. Fixed price, no haggling. If I said 200, it's 200. With that, Lu didn't linger. He grabbed Hao's arm and turned to leave, leaving Li Yusin standing alone, flustered in the wind. What happened to the plan to get close to her? Lu, no, wait, Lu, that's amazing. How did you even meet Li Yusin? On the way back, Hao had just snapped out of his daze, pestered Lu with a barrage of questions. It's nothing. I just did her a little favor earlier, Lu said nonchalantly. Then why did you run off so fast? Why didn't you take the chance to chat with her a bit more? Hao said, disappointed in his friend. Lu retorted, do you really think chatting a little more would make her take a liking to you? Of course not. You two aren't even in the same league. Hao declared with absolute certainty. Well, there you go. Why waste the time, then? That actually makes a lot of sense. Hao paused in surprise upon hearing this and couldn't help but give Lu a thumbs up. Back at the stone hut, Lu looked at the mana crystals in his storage pouch with a mix of surprise and delight. He thought it was all for nothing, but he never expected to get them back. It was time to craft some decent gear for himself. Currently, he only had a low-grade Qingfeng sword, which was really rather shabby. After seeing Bai Chongqing's set of top-grade magical artifacts, he couldn't help but feel envious. Now that he had the mana crystals, all he needed were some good materials. So, he decisively packed his bags, preparing to head back to the Million Mountains. But not long after stepping out, he ran into Zhang Koan, one of Ting's lackeys. Zhang Koan had been feeling quite smug lately. He just placed 198th in the sect's grand competition, and his admission to the inner sect was practically a done deal. Of course, he owed it all to Ting's patronage. When Zhang Koan saw it was Lu, he sensed another opportunity to curry favor with Ting, so without a word, he reached out to block Lu's path. I can't believe you, a good-for-nothing, actually dared to come back. He heard that the boss's woman had actually been engaged to this kid right in front of him, so he been itching to teach Lu a lesson. He just never known where the kid had been hiding. He never expected to finally run into him now. Get out of my way. When Lu saw the man before him, a chill flashed in his eyes. He'd seen Zhang Koan before and knew he was a lackey at Ting's side, so Lu didn't give him a friendly look. Oh ho, you're quite feisty. I just love feisty people. Zhang Koan wore an amused expression upon hearing this. Then, he spread his legs wide, pointed at the ground, and said arrogantly, Today, you can either crawl between my legs, or I'll beat you up first and then make you crawl. Take your pick. As the 198th ranked new disciple, he certainly had every reason to be arrogant. In his view, Lu wasn't a match for him even for 10 moves. If it weren't for the sect's ban on fighting, he would have already attacked. Lu shot Zhang Koan a cold glance, then suddenly activated the cloud shadow steps to dart forward, slapping Zhang Koan squarely across the mouth. The speed was so fast that Zhang Koan couldn't react at all. Smack! A clear, resounding slap, like a clap of thunder out of the blue. You! Zhang Koan was sent flying backward, his mouth full of blood, several teeth knocked out. He flew into a rage instantly, drew his long sword, and tried to charge forward to fight to the death. However, Lu flashed aside once more and sent Zhang Koan flying with another slap so fast that Zhang Koan couldn't even make out his shadow. Only after Zhang Kuan lay there for a long time, too afraid to get up, did Lu stroll away leisurely. Fighting within the sect was punishable, so Lu didn't draw his sword nor did he let his opponent draw theirs, choosing instead a method that was more devastating to the spirit than killing. He was confident that from now on, Zhang Kuan would keep a low profile for a while. How is this possible? Since when did this good-for-nothing get so strong? I'm in the top 200 of the new recruits. Zhang Kuan lay face down on the ground, clutching his face, unable to believe what had happened for a long time. Those slaps not only shattered his confidence but also left a deep psychological scar. No, I can't let him keep getting stronger. I need to tell Ting about this as soon as possible. This time, I'm going to crush him for good. Watching Lu's receding figure, Zhang Kuan's eyes flashed with boundless venom. The reason Lu dared to fight Zhang Kuan wasn't because he was significantly stronger, but because he'd seen Zhang Kuan's performance in the sect's grand competition. Although Zhang Kuan's overall strength was decent, his weaknesses were obvious. As long as Lu was fast enough to deny him the chance to unleash his techniques, he could keep Zhang Kuan on the defensive. And Lu just happened to have the perfect strategy to counter him. A few days later, deep within the Million Mountains, Lu gripped his Qingfeng sword and used the cloud shadow steps to make rapid progress. Last time, I only dared to venture 100 li deep on my own. Now that my strength has improved considerably, I should go even deeper. That's where the good materials are. He made his way with ease, dodging all manner of poisonous creatures and traps along the way. It wasn't until he had ventured hundreds of li deep into the mountains that he encountered a pack of iron-toothed blue wolves. These dozen or so blue wolves each possessed mid-chi cultivation stage cultivation, but this time he chose not to flee. Instead, he decisively charged forward to fight. One by one, the blue wolves pounced at Lu, but he used the cloud shadow steps to dodge them time and again, only to counter with a precise thrust to their vital points. Lu felt his swordplay growing increasingly fluid. It seemed that his training in the illusionary realm had yielded remarkable results. Under the relentless attacks of over a dozen demon wolves, he discovered that fighting using the modified version of the flowing cloud sword technique as demonstrated by the black-clad swordsman in the illusionary realm felt much smoother. In contrast, the flowing cloud sword technique of the Flowing Cloud Guild always felt slightly awkward when executed, and the demon wolves would occasionally dodge his strikes. So, without even realizing it, Lu began to execute, move by move, the modified version of the flowing cloud sword technique that the black-clad swordsman had demonstrated. And his combat skills were rapidly improving under this barrage of attacks from all directions. After all, the combat experience gained in the illusionary realm wasn't entirely realistic. It still needed to be continuously assimilated and applied in real combat. Immersed in this bloody battle, Lu gradually came to understand why the black-clad swordsman had modified the flowing cloud sword technique. The great way is simple. The true essence of swordsmanship has never been about fixed moves. It's about how to kill enemies faster. Whether it's autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves or a single sword severing mountains and rivers in the flowing cloud sword technique, all the moves in the style exist solely to increase your killing efficiency. So Lu stopped worrying about specific moves and struck based solely on his most instinctive reactions. He broke down the techniques of the flowing cloud sword style into countless simple movements, executing them as smoothly as flowing clouds and effortlessly as plucking leaves from a tree. In less than half a day, more than a dozen blue wolves lay howling on the ground. Seeing the floor littered with wolf carcasses, he felt a sense of emotion. After practicing for so long, he was finally no longer that greenhorn who used to be scared even by spirit rats. After deftly skinning the wolves and removing their teeth and claws, he set out to find a cave to rest in. The night passed without incident. The next day, after walking through the jungle for an unknown length of time, Lu's body suddenly trembled as a chill ran through him. This instinct for danger had long been honed to perfection through the black-clad swordsman's repeated instant kills. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled sharply to the side, narrowly dodging the charged strike of a massive, pitch-black python. This massive python, with a body as black and glossy as ebony, was as thick as a water bucket and over 10 meters long. It had been hiding behind a massive tree trunk, silently creeping up on Lu to catch him off guard. But it never expected that, just as it finished gathering its strength to strike, its prey would dodge it in a flash. The missed attack enraged it immensely, no longer bothering to conceal itself, it lunged straight toward Lu. Facing this colossal python, its body covered in black scales and exuding an aura comparable to that of a peak chi cultivation practitioner, Lu felt a chill run through his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, not daring to offer even the slightest resistance. However, though the python was massive, its speed was extraordinary. Lu pushed his cultivation technique to its absolute limit, blinking from place to place as he sprinted frantically for dozens of li, yet he still couldn't shake off the pursuit. Seeing the giant serpent relentlessly chasing him from behind, Lu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His 2 previous successes had caused him to lose his reverence for the million mountains. He'd come to believe that no matter how dangerous it might be, it couldn't possibly be that bad. He never expected that this time, he'd be driven into a corner so suddenly. If he couldn't shake off the giant python soon, he would likely become yet another victim of the million mountains. After all, his spiritual energy was limited. No matter how formidable his regenerative abilities were, they couldn't withstand such reckless depletion. Therefore, he had to do everything in his power to outrun the giant python before his spiritual energy ran out. Otherwise, what awaited him was a gruesome death. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he still had no clue. As time passed, the giant python drew ever closer. It had already outpaced him. Not only was it closing in, but it also found time to launch attacks. What should I do? Lu's mind raced. Just as the giant serpent was about to strike, Lu couldn't help but recall the footwork of the swordsman in black. So, gritting his teeth, he executed the technique without a second thought. Cloud concealment step, first form, sky-shattering flash. In an instant, Lu vanished from where he stood, reappearing 20 meters away. Is this really the upgraded version of the first form? Lu looked at the distance he had covered and was secretly astonished. If the previous shadow flash still left an afterimage visible, this upgraded instant flash didn't even leave one. It was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, it was practically useless. At this critical moment, such an instant flash could only delay the inevitable. It wouldn't change anything. As the giant python closed in once more, Lu gritted his teeth and unleashed another surge of spiritual energy. The second form of the cloud hiding step. Sky-splitting double flash. A afterimage flashed by 20 meters ahead, but Lu had already retreated to 40 meters away. This dazzling maneuver left the giant serpent completely bewildered. Could it be that the prey right in its jaws was about to escape again? The giant serpent was thoroughly enraged. It lunged forward violently, its speed surging dramatically, and before long, it had closed the distance once more. Lu looked at the demon serpent, which could still accelerate, and felt utterly hopeless. Had the creature been toying with him all along? He gritted his teeth once more and roared furiously. Cloud shadow steps, third form. 3 flashes through the void. Cloud shadow steps, fourth form. 4 flashes through the void. And so, in the life and death chase between man and serpent, Lu's cloud shadow steps were forcibly pushed to the pinnacle of mastery. Yet it still didn't change anything. Under normal circumstances, if he'd been able to perform the cloud shadow steps like this, he would been over the moon. But right now, he couldn't muster a single ounce of joy, because his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. This meant he would soon become a meal in the belly of a demon beast. Suddenly, Lu found himself rushing into a silent forest. The forest was eerily quiet. Not even a bird's chirp or an insect's buzz could be heard. This isn't normal. It's definitely not normal. Could it be that there really is always a way out? He suddenly changed direction and sped deeper into the quiet forest ahead. It's this quiet. There must be a demon beast's territory up ahead. I'll take a chance. Maybe I can shake off the giant snake behind me, Lu thought to himself as he ran. While he had studied numerous secret manuals on demon hunting and had developed a good understanding of the environments where demon beasts tend to roam. There was an 80 to 90% chance this was the territory of another powerful demon beast. This was his only possible chance to escape the giant snake. Of course, there was an even greater chance he'd be caught in a pincer attack from 2 demon beasts, but a 1 in 9 chance of survival was better than a 0 in 10 chance of death. I'll take my chances, Lu thought, dashing forward recklessly. Sure enough, not long after he entered the woods, that sense of extreme danger struck him once more. Lu looked up, sensing something was amiss, and saw a strange bird perched on a large tree ahead. Its beak, as long and sharp as a sword, darted toward him at breakneck speed. With the double attack closing in, he hurriedly mustered his last ounce of spiritual energy and executed a long-range 5-step flash through the void, narrowly dodging the fatal strike. Next, he saw the giant snake following close behind collide head-on with the strange bird, and the two demon beasts quickly began tearing into each other in a furious battle. Clearly, both beasts regarded the other as their primary enemy. As for Lu, that little guy, they had both chosen to ignore him for the time being. Phew! His strategy of diverting the threat had finally paid off. In the grass behind a large tree, Lu lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud. Just moments ago, in order to evade the pincer attack from the two beasts, he had completely burned through his last shred of spiritual energy. Now, he couldn't even lift his sword. Still, thankfully, he managed to escape unscathed. After regaining a bit of strength, Lu took out some elixirs to restore his energy while hiding behind the tree, watching the earth-shattering battle between the two beasts from a distance. The strange bird seemed to have the upper hand. Relying on its agility, it soared through the sky, occasionally striking the giant snake's head with its long, sword-like beak. The giant snake could only raise its massive head high, constantly adjusting its position to face off against the strange bird. It launched several all-out lunges during the battle, but the strange bird deftly dodged them all. Before long, the giant snake's head was already covered in wounds. The giant snake tried to flee, but the strange bird pursued relentlessly from above, launching attacks at regular intervals. Finally, after being thoroughly enraged, the giant snake suddenly spewed a massive cloud of poisonous mist at the strange bird, a cloud so vast that it completely engulfed the entire bird. The toxic mist clung to it like maggots to bone. Once struck by it, the giant bird could not shake it off no matter what. It, too, was thoroughly enraged, and with bloodshot eyes, it engaged the giant snake in a desperate, life-or-death struggle, each landing blows on the other. 1 hour later, the giant bird died from the poison, and the giant snake, having suffered severe head injuries, collapsed helplessly. Lu stared blankly at this scene of mutual destruction, at a loss for words. Is this what they mean by those who survive great calamities are bound to have good fortune later? But aren't these two demon beasts just way too hot-tempered? They're always fighting to the death over the slightest thing. What's the point of that? Sigh, the world of demon beasts, I just don't get it. Still, I'll gladly accept the spoils of war. After letting out a sigh, Lu nimbly ran over and delivered a final sword strike to both the giant serpent and the strange bird before beginning to clean up the battlefield. Both the giant snake and the strange bird were at the peak of the chi cultivation realm, and the materials on their bodies were extremely precious. Lu stuffed both beast carcasses directly into his storage pouch before heading back home. This haul was truly massive. He estimated he could forge several top-grade magical artifacts from them. The strange bird's long, pointed beak, jet black, glossy, and exceptionally sharp, could be combined with some precious ores to forge a top-grade magical sword. The giant serpent's scales, jet black and incredibly thick, could be forged into a full set of battle armor. Its two curved, sharp fangs could be crafted into 2 poison darts. The teeth and claws of dozens of blue wolves could be forged into hundreds of single-use throwing darts with self-destruct capabilities, enhancing his long-range attack capabilities. Finally, the wolf hides and bird feathers, combined with certain ore materials, can be forged into a pair of wind-chasing boots. Soon, Lu had designed a complete set of magical artifacts to be forged. A month later, several magical artifacts were finally forged. A jet black, gleaming top-grade magical sword with a groove in the center capable of holding mid-grade mana crystals, unleashing critical hits several times more powerful. A set of top-grade black scaled armor that could be freely adjusted in size when worn by Lu. It made him appear tall and upright, exuding a commanding presence. A pair of wind-chasing boots, when worn in conjunction with the cloud shadow steps technique, made it seem as though he had grown wings on his feet. 2 tiny, almost invisible white and translucent poison darts, along with hundreds of single-use throwing darts inscribed with a unique explosive formation, instantly armed Lu to the hilt. Grandpa, I'm back. That day, Ruwashi, who hadn't been seen in a long time, finally returned to the little shop. Ruwashi, why are you back again? Didn't I tell you to focus on your cultivation at the sect? The old Taoist, who had been reclining in a lounge chair, stood up and said with a pleased smile. I just missed you, Ruwashi said in a playful, spoiled tone. Missed me? Or are you just short on mana crystals again? No way, I really did miss you. Of course. And I also want to borrow someone from you. A quarter of an hour later, a bewildered Lu was dragged out of the shop by Ruwashi. Hey, young lady, what is this all about? I'm really busy. Lu said with a helpless expression. Pfft, what else could you possibly have to do? Do me a favor, be my assistant for a few days? What? An assistant? I'm an artifact forger now. Lu said solemnly. Pfft, you're an artifact forger? I'm an artifact forging grandmaster. Cut the nonsense, just tell me if you'll help or not. Ruwashi glared at Lu with a threatening look. It was as if he'd be in for a world of trouble if he didn't give her the answer she wanted. I'll help, but you've got to at least tell me what I'm supposed to do, right? Lu felt a chill run down his spine under her stare and could only go along with it for now. When we meet my senior and junior siblings later, you'll be in charge of pretending to be an artifact forger. What do you mean, pretend? I already am one. Lu smoothed out his slightly disheveled clothes and declared solemnly once more. Seeing how serious Lu was, Ruwashi burst out laughing. Hey, what is your problem? Do I really not look like an artifact craftsman? Lu looked utterly speechless. No, you're doing a great job pretending. Later, you'll have to keep it up, act the part. Great, all that talk was for nothing. After asking a bunch of questions, Lu finally figured out the whole story. It turned out Ruwashi had arranged to go to the Million Mountains with her fellow disciples for training. However, while all the others had brought personal bodyguards, she hadn't, which made her feel embarrassed, so she dragged Lu along at the last minute to fill in. But since Lu's cultivation level was a bit low, they could only have him pose as an artifact craftsman. That way, they could at least save some face. As soon as Lu heard they were heading to the Million Mountains, he immediately shook his head vigorously, refusing to go at all costs. He nearly lost his life there not long ago and was absolutely terrified of the place. Look at you, such a wimp. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Ruwashi declared solemnly. You? Are you serious? Of course. Don't you trust this lady's abilities? Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, he really didn't quite believe her. But since he was already here, he figured, fine, I'll just go along with her for this trip. After all, he'd feel even more uneasy letting her go alone. The two rode their wind-chase horses to a luxurious estate. Hey, I've been singing your praises to the heavens, saying you're capable of anything. So when the time comes, you'd better pull yourself together, show that same quick wit you had before, and don't embarrass me. Also, if they really make you craft an artifact, just go through the motions, then make up an excuse about not being in the right state of mind. Got it? All along the way, Ruwashi chattered on, giving him a constant stream of instructions. Okay, no problem. Lu had given up on trying to explain. She wouldn't believe him no matter what he said anyway. By the way, are you any good in a fight? I guess so. Lu replied uncertainly. Just looking at your face, I can tell you haven't practiced much. But it's fine, just stay close to me when the time comes, and I'll have your back. Hey, that sounds great. Look at you, so pathetic. Right, that is exactly how pathetic I am. Lu had already made up his mind. He was going to be a quiet, handsome guy who wouldn't lift a finger unless absolutely necessary. Soon, the two entered the estate and spotted several of Ruwashi's senior and junior siblings. 2 men and 2 women, all dressed uniformly in the inner sect robes of the Yunlan sect. Of the 2 female cultivators, one was tall but slightly flat-chested, while the other was slightly shorter but exceptionally voluptuous. They were completely different types, but overall, both fell slightly short of Ruwashi's standards. As for the 2 male cultivators, one was short and stocky, while the other was tall and slender. Their attire was quite lavish at a glance, they were clearly the sons and daughters of prominent families. Behind each of them stood an attendant, all of whom possessed the cultivation level of the 9th layer of chi cultivation. "Oh my, junior sisterin, where did you find this guy? He is so handsome." The tall female cultivator smiled as she approached Ruwashi the moment she walked in. "Senior sister Gao, this is Lu, the artifact craftsman from my family that I've told you about," Ruwashi said with a touch of pride. She brought Lu along partly to show him off. "So young? He is truly a prodigy," the tall female cultivator exclaimed in surprise, looking at Lu with newfound respect. Hearing this, the others paused their conversation and turned to look at him. "Younger brother, I hear you're an artifact craftsman? May I ask which prominent noble family you come from?" The tall, slender male cultivator stepped forward and asked with a smile. "Oh no. Why did he have to ask that?" Ruwashi thought to herself, feeling a sense of foreboding. She assumed everyone would just be curious to see Lu demonstrate his skills, and that she could brush it off with some excuse later. She hadn't expected. "That's right, junior brother Lu. Senior brother Liang knows many renowned artifact forgers. It's a rare opportunity, don't let it slip by," a plump female cultivator standing nearby chimed in. She had a crush on senior brother Liang, but since he was interested in Ruwashi, she didn't get along with Ruwashi very well. If the chance arose, she wouldn't mind giving her a little push. "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother." "I appreciate it," Lu said indifferently. He was well aware of their true intentions, but he didn't let it bother him. Once everyone had gathered, the group from Yunlan's sect quickly mounted their spirit horses assisted by their respective attendants and set off toward the Million Mountains. Their spirit horses were all purebred spirit beast warhorses. Some were even on par with high-tier spirit horses of the chi cultivation realm, capable of traveling thousands of li a day with extraordinary endurance. Only Ruwashi and Lu were riding half-spirit horses, common, run-of-the-mill mounts with just a trace of spirit beast blood. This clearly showed that, within this small circle, Ruwashi's family background was the poorest. No wonder she had Lu pretend to be an artifact craftsman. Along the way, the senior and junior siblings played and joked around in high spirits. No one came to chat with Lu, and Ruwashi, still holding a grudge against him, wouldn't speak to him either. So Lu became completely invisible. However, he was quite content with this, as it allowed him to focus his mind on the illusory realm and continue tackling the trials. He felt that his cloud hiding step had recently reached perfection, and he was very close to successfully clearing the trials. Having observed them along the way, Lu had a clear understanding of the circumstances of his fellow disciples. The short, stocky male cultivator was named Huangfu Feng. The tall, slender one was Liang Kai. The tall, slender female cultivator was Gao Xiaowen, and the curvaceous female cultivator was Tian Rui. Let me tell you, the most dangerous thing in the Million Mountains isn't the various demon beasts, its people. As they walked through the Million Mountains, senior brother Liang boasted. "Ha? Why?" The female cultivators were all a bit curious. "Because wealth tempts people. Back in the day, when I came in here alone to hunt demon beasts, I was ambushed and attacked halfway through my journey. Luckily, my skills were superior, and I managed to kill the attacker." "Wow, senior brother Liang, you're so amazing," the female cultivators squealed. "Of course. Not to brag, but I know this place like the back of my hand. You'll be in good hands following me." "That's true. Our young master has been here at least 10 times, and he has always returned with a bountiful haul," the attendant standing next to senior brother Liang chimed in at just the right moment. Hearing this, the female cultivators all looked at Liang Kai with a hint of admiration in their eyes. "Junior sister Ruwashi, please don't ever come here alone for training in the future. If you want to come, just call on me. I guarantee I'll be there whenever you need me." Liang Kai turned to Ruwashi and said. Ruwashi smiled politely, then shot Lu a sharp glance, secretly resenting him for not stepping up and letting others steal the spotlight. "Senior brother Liang, what about me? Can I ask you to come with me when I come here to train in the future?" Tian Rui said in a coquettish tone. "Me too. I want to come as well. Senior brother Liang, can you take me under your wing?" Gao Xiaowen joined in the fun. "You too? Of course, no problem. As long as I'm free, I'll be happy to accompany you anytime, Senior Brother Liang said smugly. He even gave Lu a sidelong glance, as if to say, see? That's what charm looks like. Kid, take a lesson from that. To him, Lu was the only one here who posed a threat. The fat Huangfu only knew how to eat, he wasn't the least bit aggressive. Wow, Senior Brother Liang, you're really so kind. Tian Rui chimed in, gushing like a starstruck fan. Following Senior Brother Liang's gaze, Tian Rui also noticed Lu, who had been lost in his own world, and felt a slight pang of displeasure. Lu, you've never been to the Million Mountains before, have you? Why don't you learn a few moves from Senior Brother Liang? Tian Rui said in a lecturing tone. That's right. Work hard during this training trip. When I'm in a good mood, I'll give you some pointers, Senior Brother Liang said magnanimously. Lu smiled but didn't respond. By the way, Junior Brother Lu, isn't the sword technique of your Flowing Cloud Guild supposed to be really powerful? Senior Brother Liang asked again. I don't know. Then what sword technique are you learning? I only know the Flowing Cloud sword technique. What? Isn't that the most basic beginner-s sword technique? Dao Xiaowen exclaimed in surprise. Clearly, she had some knowledge of the Flowing Cloud Guild. Junior brother, no offense, but you're in the Flowing Cloud Guild and Haven Tea exchanged for a single high-level sword technique. That's such a waste. Take me, for example, even though I'm only at Yunlan sect, I've still learned the renowned Cold Moon sword technique, Senior Brother Liang said with a look of great self-satisfaction. Exactly. Senior Brother Liang's Cold Moon sword technique is ranked among the top 10 at Yunlan sect. Actually, I think that no matter what sword technique it is, mastering it is what matters most, Lu said with a faint smile. But anyone could tell that Lu was just paying lip service. A few days later, the training party reached the depths of the Million Mountains, and the training officially began. The group advanced in a pentagonal formation, with 4 attendants and guards standing on the outermost perimeter to clear the path, shielding the Yunlan sect disciples in the center, while Lu brought up the rear. Lu did not enter the illusory realm again. Instead, he drew his Qingfeng sword and remained cautiously on guard. In this area, there were already quite a few high-level demon beasts, so he had to be on high alert. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze drifted toward Lu. Looking closely, he realized it was Ruwashi. Aren't you going to seek protection from Senior Brother Liang? What are you doing here? Lu asked in surprise. Senior Brother Liang was at the 9th level of the Qi cultivation realm and was the strongest among the group from the Yunlan sect. Right at the start of the training, Senior Brother Liang had actively invited Ruwashi to join him. However, to everyone's surprise, Ruwashi had actually refused. Mind your own business. Ruwashi held her short sword and stood guard beside Lu, looking as if she were there to protect him. It seemed this young lady was quite loyal. After all, she still remembered what she said earlier. However, Lu still wasn't entirely confident in her combat abilities. You'd better go back. You're just slowing me down, Lu said honestly. You little brat, are you looking for a fight again? Ruwashi shot Lu a glare with her beautiful eyes, exuding the air of a young lady of high birth. Seeing this, Lu had no choice but to give up. With Ruwashi by his side, Lu felt a bit superfluous. Every time trouble arose, just as he was about to draw his sword, he defined that Ruwashi had already rushed in ahead of him. He didn't have the slightest chance to show off his skills. Seeing this, Lu was actually quite happy to have some downtime. Along the way, Senior Brother Liang's Cold Moon sword technique stole the show, drawing continuous screams from the female cultivators. Lu, on the other hand, was a forgettable nobody, subjected to all sorts of sarcasm and ridicule. One day, the group passed through a valley. Just as they were about to set up camp, they heard the sound of demon beasts galloping wildly, coming from all directions within the valley. Then, the group witnessed a sight that sent shivers down their spines. Hundreds of demon wolves burst out from all around the valley, charging straight toward them. Each demon wolf possessed at least mid-Qi cultivation stage cultivation, their eyes glowing green, and the group was instantly petrified with fear. Oh no, we've stumbled into a den of wolves. Huang Fufeng, who had been gnawing on a chicken drumstick, cried out in terror and despair. Lu was also momentarily stunned by the sight. The last time he encountered them, there had been only a dozen or so, but now there were hundreds. It was clear they stumbled into a den. "Quick! Find cover!" shouted the oldest middle-aged guard standing beside Huang Fufeng. The head of the Huangfu family clearly knew what his son was like, so he specifically arranged for an experienced guard to accompany them. Unsurprisingly, this guard's presence proved invaluable. The middle-aged guard's shout jolted everyone awake, and they scrambled frantically toward the nearest mountain cliff. However, before they had gone far, they were surrounded by a pack of massive blue wolves. Judging by the numbers, there were at least 200 of them. "We're done for." Faced with such a massive pack of wolves, everyone's legs went weak. They weren't afraid of one or two wolves, but they never even dreamed of facing so many. "Everyone, form a circle quickly. We can't outrun them. If we run, we're done for," the middle-aged bodyguard shouted urgently. He was escorting the head of the family's eldest son. If anything went wrong, he would have to atone with his life. Hearing this, the group snapped out of their daze and quickly closed ranks to form a circle. But no sooner had the circle been formed than the pack of wolves pounced. "Charge!" The middle-aged guard roared, spiritual energy surging through his mountain-splitting axe as a fierce blade of light slashed out from before him. At the same moment, the others also gathered their spiritual energy and unleashed their most powerful attacks. "Awah!" One giant wolf after another lunged at them, only to be sliced apart or blocked by the group. For a moment, the air was filled with flashing blades and flying flesh and blood. Ruwashi, however, was completely thrown off balance, frantically trying to fend them off. Facing the giant wolf's onslaught, her strikes were haphazard, neither hitting vital points nor inflicting significant damage on the beasts, a complete waste of spiritual energy. "Is this the best you can do?" Lu watched from the sidelines, feeling a sense of despair. So she was just a total wimp after all. Seeing that a giant wolf was about to break through Ruwashi's defense and bite her, Lu couldn't stand by any longer. He quickly drew the top-grade magic sword he just forged, struck the demon wolf squarely in the throat with a single slash, then kicked it away, dispatching it cleanly and efficiently. Ruwashi, who had narrowly avoided being bitten, turned deathly pale, but upon seeing Lu save her so cleanly and decisively, she froze in astonishment. "Since when did this kid get so strong? Hey, what are you standing there for?" Lu slashed at another demon wolf lunging toward Ruwashi while scolding her in exasperation. How dare she zone out in the middle of a fierce battle? What on earth was this girl thinking? "Oh!" Ruwashi snapped back to her senses and continued fighting. With Lua's support, the pressure on her eased considerably, and she gradually began to fight with some strategy. The others, however, weren't having such an easy time of it. The demon wolves' defenses were exceptionally strong. When the group's magical weapons struck them, most only left shallow wounds far from inflicting serious damage and only served to further enrage the beasts. Under the pack's relentless, suicidal assault, the group's defensive line was on the verge of collapse in less than a quarter of an hour. Several people had sustained injuries, greatly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Just as the group was struggling to hold on, they suddenly noticed a force emerging from the left, mowing down enemies with the fluidity of flowing clouds and water. Looking closely, they realized it was Lu. How could it be this kid? Everyone was left questioning reality, especially Liang Kai, who had once boasted so brazenly. Lu was now clad in top-grade black scaled armor, wielding a jet-black, gleaming, and incredibly sharp top-grade magical sword. Fully armed, he exuded an icy, ruthless aura. A giant wolf lunged at him from the air. Lu sidestepped, leaned back, and spun to evade the attack, then swept his sword out, slicing open the wolf's belly. Before the howling wolf could even react as it hit the ground, Lu leaped high into the air and thrust his sword downward with a backhand strike, piercing the wolf's skull with pinpoint accuracy. The entire sequence took no more than a few breaths. He had dispatched the giant wolf cleanly and efficiently. What kind of sword technique is that? So fluid. Huang Fufeng asked, mesmerized. He thought Lua's movements just now were incredibly cool, exactly the kind of style he'd always longed to see. It looks like the flowing cloud sword technique. Gao Xiaowen exclaimed in disbelief. What? Everyone gasped in unison. An entry-level sword technique can actually be this powerful? Those are definitely moves from the Flowing Cloud sword technique. The Flowing Cloud Guild really is a major sect with deep-rooted heritage. The Blue Wolves' first wave of attacks failed to immediately break through the Group's defenses. Under their relentless assault, the pack temporarily retreated beyond striking range. Quick, take this chance to move toward the mountain wall, the middle-aged guard ordered urgently as the wolves' attack paused. Hearing this, the group swiftly shifted their circular formation sideways toward the mountain wall. However, just as they reached the wall, the wolves pounced once more. Fortunately, with their backs against the mountain, the exposed area was reduced by nearly half, allowing them to finally take turns defending. Yet, as time passed, their spiritual energy was severely depleted, and most were injured. Their defensive line was teetering on the brink of collapse. For a moment, the group was once again plunged into despair, struggling to hold their ground amid a series of perilous situations. To relieve the pressure on the group, Lu swept his long sword, drawing the two giant wolves preparing to attack the left flank directly toward him. He then narrowly dodged the frontal assault and, with another sweep of his sword, drew the two giant wolves on the right flank toward him as well. This maneuver greatly eased the pressure on the group. At the same time, Lu continuously launched darts to support the group. At this point, Lu could no longer afford to conserve his energy. After all, if the defensive formation were to collapse, he wouldn't fare well either. As dart after dart flew through the air, Lu repeatedly saved his teammates from peril at just the right moment. As a result, the pressure on the group eased instantly. If you can't break through, push them my way, Lu called out loudly. He noticed that many were unable to break through the demon wolves' defenses, which made him grow anxious. All right. Several female cultivators with weaker attacks perked up at his words. It wasn't easy for them to deal heavy damage to the demon wolves, but knocking them back was well within their capabilities. And so, Lu went into full-on attack mode. At its peak, Lu was attacked by 7 giant wolves at once. Yet he showed no fear whatsoever. In an instant, he kicked one giant wolf into the air to break out of the encirclement, then swept his sword backward with a stroke, sending all 7 flying. Next, his cloud shadow steps flashed wildly as he unleashed 3 precise sword strikes in rapid succession, each striking the throats of 3 giant wolves, eliminating them all at once. Holy crap, no way! A triple kill with a flash of movement? The crowd was stunned by the sight. Is this really the Flow Cloud sword technique? That was gorgeous. Everyone was utterly awestruck. They could do nothing but worship him. It looks like there's also a powerful footwork technique, Gao Xiaowen said uncertainly. Holy crap, what kind of footwork is that? It's so badass. It's at least high-tier Xian grade. No wonder. Stop looking for excuses. Even if you were given 10 such footwork techniques, could any of you pull off a 3-hit combo? Gao Xiaowen couldn't help but shoot them down. The crowd fell silent instantly. They'd been practicing swordsmanship for over a decade. What kind of sword techniques and footwork hadn't they seen? But when had sword techniques and footwork ever coordinated so seamlessly? How on earth did he train that? Everyone was utterly baffled. Under Lu's relentless assault, the blue wolf was struck with terror and retreated slightly. This gave the group some time to catch their breath. I know of a cave nearby not too far from here, just a few li away. Everyone, follow me, Lu suddenly shouted. Really? How do you know that? I've been here before, I just couldn't remember it until now. Seeing this mountain finally jogged my memory, Lu continued. That's great. Hope immediately flared up in everyone's hearts. As long as they could hold out until they reached the cave, their chances of survival would increase significantly. Only Tian Rue looked a little uncomfortable. Earlier, she had mocked others for never having been to the Million Mountains, but she never expected to be proven wrong so quickly. Next, the group reformed their defensive circle and moved forward, following Lu's lead. Ruwashi, however, was a bit suspicious. When had he arrived? Hadn't he said he'd never been here before? Today, Lu seemed like a complete mystery to her, stranger than ever before. A few li isn't that far under normal circumstances, they could cover it in a quarter of an hour, but now the journey felt interminable. The group continued to work together and struggle on, finally reaching their destination at dusk. Fortunately, they managed to hold out, and Lu did not disappoint them. There was indeed a cave there. It was an opening several meters wide in a rocky mountain, with a massive boulder weighing 10,000 jin blocking the entrance. The interior was flat, spanning about 10 meters in diameter. Once the cave was sealed off by the boulder, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, then collapsed, exhausted, onto the ground one by one. The looks the group cast at Lu were filled with respect. They were deeply impressed by the astonishing combat prowess he had displayed during the fierce battle. "Master, we're so glad you were here," Huang Fufeng said, still shaken by the ordeal. "That's right, Master, we all owe you one," the others chimed in. Today, they finally realized that this young man, who usually kept a low profile, was the true master. As for senior brother Liang, he was nothing but a blowhard. "You're too kind. Everyone, hurry up and tend to your injuries," Lu said calmly. Hearing this, the group struggled to sit up one by one, took out their healing pills, and swallowed them, as if Lu's words were a royal decree. Only Liang Kai felt deeply dejected. He watched helplessly as that obscure kid suddenly transformed into everyone's hero. And he, who'd gone out of his way to belittle the other guy earlier, had now become a laughingstock. Although no one had said anything, he felt his face burning with embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a polite remark to Lu. "Junior brother Lu, I have to admit, your sword technique is quite impressive. But one day, I'll surpass you." "You will. Good luck." Lu offered a casual word of encouragement. Damn it. What does that mean? Is he ignoring me? Liang Kai was going crazy. But he didn't dare say anything after all, his very life depended on the other guy. Once everyone had mostly recovered from their injuries, they peered out of the cave and discovered that the wolf pack hadn't dispersed. On the contrary, it was growing larger by the minute, now numbering over 300. The group's nerves, which had just begun to relax, tightened once more. Clearly, the Wolf King had gone to fetch reinforcements. If this continued, the battle they were about to face would be even more brutal than before. But the biggest problem right now was that many of their magical artifacts had been damaged, especially their defensive ones. "Our biggest problem right now is protective gear. Without it, we won't stand a chance of escaping," the middle-aged guard concluded. "Oh, right, Lu, aren't you an artifact craftsman?" Senior brother Liang suddenly asked. "Lu isn't in the best condition right now, so he can't forge anything," Ruwashi hurriedly interjected on Lu's behalf. She had made up Lu's identity as an artifact forger, so she knew exactly what he was capable of. Now was not the time for him to overreach. "That's right. Artifact forging requires the right state of mind. Junior brother Lu has been severely drained these past few days, let us not push him." The chubby Huang Fufeng also stepped in to explain. "Right. No matter what, junior brother Lu has been a huge help this time. We all owe you a favor," Gao Xiaowen chimed in. "It's fine. Let me give it a try," Lu said calmly. "What? Don't push yourself. You've already done more than enough," Ruwashi immediately panicked. "It's true that what you fear most is exactly what happens. Can't you just stay out of trouble, you rascal? If he fails to refine it, all the good impressions he has made so far will be ruined in an instant. Don't worry, I know my limits. Alright, everyone, bring out all the materials you have. Don't hold anything back." Seeing that Lu had agreed to craft the shields, Gao Xiaowen decided to give it a shot, even if it was a long shot. Soon, Gao Xiaowen had collected all the crafting materials from everyone. Several ores and a few sets of demon beast materials. Lu took a quick look, divided the materials into two piles, took out his tools and fire jade from his storage pouch, and began crafting them one by one. With these materials, he could craft at most 2 sets of shields. The remaining scraps would be used to repair magical artifacts. Ruwashi didn't hold out much hope for Lu. She simply worked silently, racing against time to repair her armor as best she could. She felt that right now, she could only rely on herself. 1 hour later. Try it on, Lu said, handing the freshly crafted magical artifact to Gao Xiaowen. What? You finished it? Gao Xiaowen was taken aback. She took the magical shield and examined it for a while before exclaiming in admiration. Junior brother Lu, would you call this just scratching the surface? Let me see. The commotion caught Ruoshi's attention. She quickly set down the materials she was working on and snatched the magical artifact from her hand. Looking at the protective gear in her hands, Ruoshi could hardly believe her eyes. This was a genuine magical shield, not just a mock-up. Had he actually managed to forge it? Lu, when did you become an artifact forger? Ruoshi couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer and blurted out the question. I became one a long time ago. Didn't your grandfather tell you? Ruoshi's lips parted slightly. She hadn't been back to the little shop at all recently, so how could she have known? The last time she returned, she barely exchanged a few words before leaving with Lu. Junior sister, and, no offense, but for a genius like senior brother Gao, isn't it perfectly normal for him to become an artifact refiner? What's so strange about that? Huang Fufeng said matter-of-factly. Perfectly normal? Do you even know how long he has been studying artifact refinement? Ruoshi really wanted to say it, but she was afraid of giving herself away. What about your sword technique? When did it get so good? She asked, voicing another question. I got lucky a few months ago and bought an ancestral footwork technique. I just kept practicing, and it turned out like this. Ruoshi didn't even have the energy to roll her eyes anymore. Was this kid really that lucky? Genuine ancestral techniques were 1 in a million in the marketplace, and he just happened to stumble upon one? It's you who was such a wimp, Lu couldn't help but retort. It was my first time. Actually, I'm pretty capable in battle. Ruoshi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. With the protective magical artifact in hand, everyone felt much more at ease. However, seeing the ever-growing number of demon wolves outside the cave, they were all deeply troubled. Actually, I have a way to get you all out of here, but I'll need your cooperation. Sensing the group's low morale, Lu suddenly spoke up again. What? Hearing this, everyone froze in unison. What do we have to do? 50 li north of here lies a great river. If we enter the river and drift downstream, we can shake off the wolves' pursuit. Lu spoke as he drew a diagram on the ground. 50 li? That's a bit far. It'll be hard for us to make it through unscathed, Huang Fufeng voiced his concern. Right. It'll be difficult, the others agreed. The arrowhead formation will break through using the arrowhead formation. I'll lead the way at the front. All you need to do is focus on defense, Lu said. Soon, Lu had explained his battle plan in full. To break out of the encirclement as quickly as possible, the arrowhead formation was the most effective method. However, there was one major challenge: the speed of the advance. The tip of the arrowhead was of the utmost importance. Its speed determined how quickly the group could escape. If the spearhead is blocked, the entire group will be trapped in an endless siege. But Lu was confident in himself. He had already simulated the scenario several times in the illusionary realm. What do you think? Are we in? Lu asked. Why not give it a try? Gao Xiaowen looked at her fellow disciples. The demon wolves had thick hides and were hard to kill, but simply knocking them back wasn't too difficult for them. Let us go for it, the group declared in unison. All right, then. Once we push the boulder aside, follow my commands. I'll lead the way, and the guards will bring up the rear, Lu ordered decisively. Got it. As the boulder was pushed aside, the giant wolves immediately began to stir. Senior brother Liang, take the Kuan position on the left. Senior sister Gao, take the Gong position on the right. Senior brother Huangfu, take the center. Lu quickly finalized the formation, and the group simultaneously summoned their magical artifacts and charged outward. As soon as they emerged from the cave entrance, the wolf pack let out a howl and lunged toward the group. Stay in formation. Charge! At Lu's command, he swung his sword to unleash a three-strike combo that sliced through the air, instantly creating a breach. Leading the group, he plunged into the wolf pack like a dagger. Boom! 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 One demon wolf after another was sent flying. Thanks to Lu's powerful attacks, the group advanced with remarkable ease. This was largely due to Lu's extremely well thought-out team composition and breakout route, which allowed everyone to complement each other's strengths and advance like a tidal wave. This greatly boosted everyone's confidence. However, 50 Li was a long way to go, and the most important thing was endurance. No one was confident that Lu could maintain his full offensive power until they reached their destination. But to everyone's surprise, even after more than half a day had passed, Lu's pace hadn't slowed. This left everyone secretly marveling. Just how much energy is this kid harboring inside him? Before they knew it, they had covered more than half the distance. And then, an unexpected turn of events finally occurred. A particularly massive demon wolf suddenly appeared, charging straight toward the group. Judging by its presence, it was undoubtedly the Wolf King. Seeing this colossal beast, everyone began to panic. Lu's expression grew grave. He had simulated this scenario 10 times in the illusory realm, and the Wolf King had only appeared once. He never expected his luck to be so bad in reality that 1 in 10 chance had actually come to pass. As the Wolf King closed in, Lu stepped forward to engage it head-on, but to his surprise, he failed to break through the Wolf King's defenses and even took a bit of a beating. Hindered by this setback, the group came to a sudden halt. The Wolf King then launched several consecutive attacks, none of which anyone could block. The group's formation quickly collapsed. Some members had already fallen behind and were now surrounded on all sides. It's over. A wave of despair washed over everyone as they looked helplessly at Lu. Senior brother Huangfu quickly cast the demon binding rope. Just as despair was setting in, a voice rang out, one powerful enough to instantly reignite their hope. Ha! Huangfu Feng was baffled. What good would the demon binding rope do? It probably couldn't even restrain the Wolf King for a moment, could it? However, out of trust in Lu, Huangfu Feng didn't hesitate for a second and immediately cast it toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King leaped high into the air, just as he was about to pounce, only to be caught squarely by the demon binding rope. The very instant the Wolf King was restrained, several darts suddenly exploded against his chest. Then, in a flash, Lu appeared right in front of the Wolf King. 1 sword strike. 2 sword strikes. 3 sword strikes. Lu unleashed 5 sword strikes in rapid succession, all landing on the exact same spot on the Wolf King's chest. They instantly pierced through his defenses, dealing a severe blow to the Wolf King. Arg! The Wolf King let out an agonized howl and crashed heavily to the ground. Ah! That was so cool! Gao Xiaowen and the others immediately let out excited screams. Could a human really do something like that? Their admiration for Lu had reached an unimaginable height. After being knocked back by the devastating blow, the Wolf King scrambled to his feet and retreated, cowering and no longer daring to advance. Everyone, form up and keep moving. Lu barked decisively upon seeing this. The final stretch of the journey was arduous. Everyone was severely exhausted, but fortunately, no further mishaps occurred. When the group reached the Great River and boarded the rudimentary wooden boat's magical artifacts, everyone, the wounded, could no longer contain their joy and burst into cheers and hugs. Lianyun City, at the city gate. Master Lu, are you free tonight? Would you like to join us for dinner? Master Lu, come over to my place tomorrow. I have a surprise for you. As they were about to part ways, Gao Xiaowen and Tian Rui both extended enthusiastic invitations. Even Huangfu Feng joined in the fun. Brother Master, come to Lingwu City tomorrow. I'll take you to see the most beautiful scenery in the world. Lu politely declined each of their invitations one by one before heading toward the small shop with Ruoshi. Just as they were about to reach the shop, Ruoshi suddenly stopped in her tracks and gave Lu a strange look. Hey, are you okay? Lu felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. Of course I'm fine. But Master Lu, which senior sister are you planning to meet up with? Ruoshi asked in a sarcastic tone. Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm really busy. Lu was at a loss for words upon hearing this. They're all very sincere, you know. Who knows, maybe after dinner you'll walk away with a beauty on your arm, Ruwashi continued. Come on, do you really think anyone would be interested in a disciple like me, a five-element trash root? Lu tapped his forehead, at a loss for words. You never know. In other people's eyes, you're a hidden master right now, Ruwashi said with a touch of bitterness in her voice. Once they reach the foundation stage, they won't even give my measly tricks a second glance, Lu said with a wry smile. Humph. I'll give you credit for knowing your place, but you don't have to put yourself down. Learn more from my grandfather, you might just end up surpassing them. Ruwashi patted Lu on the shoulder, speaking with a touch of premature maturity. Yes, you're right. Ah, such a good boy, little you. Let us go. Yes, ma am. Ruwashi was very pleased with Lu's attitude. No matter how skilled you are, you still have to listen to me, don't you? From then on, however, Ruwashi began to act more ladylike and started making a conscious effort to dress up. Unfortunately, Lu wasn't in a position to enjoy it, because not long after he returned, he received an urgent message from the sect. Unless he was in deep seclusion, he had to return immediately. When he rushed back to his stone cottage at the sect, he saw Hao running toward him in a panic. It's bad news, Lu, you've been drafted to the southern barbarian battlefield. Hao said, his face full of anxiety. What? How could this happen? Lu was taken aback. Did you offend someone? Usually, the ones drafted to the southern barbarian battlefield are disciples at the peak of the chi cultivation stage who have no connections and no hope of breaking through. Your cultivation is so low, how did you end up on the draft list? Hao asked anxiously. It's probably Ting. He's the only one I've ever offended, Lu sighed softly. Ever since he lashed out in anger at Zhang Kuan's lackey last time, he suspected there would be retaliation, and sure enough, here it was. Then you'd better go beg for mercy. Otherwise, with your cultivation level, going to the battlefield is practically a death sentence. There's no way I'm going to beg him. If I have to go to the battlefield, so be it. Hey, don't let your pride get the better of you. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a steward arrived with a message, ordering them to assemble at the Immortal Sect Square in 3 days to head for the southern barbarian battlefield. The southern barbarian battlefield is located at the border between the Xiantian cultivation realm and the Nanming cultivation realm. The two realms are separated by the vast Million Mountains, a range so treacherous and impassable that cultivators from both sides were supposed to keep their distance. However, on the eastern side of the Million Mountains lies a vulnerable stretch where cultivators from either realm can cross into the other with relative safety. Consequently, both realms station troops at this weak point to defend it, and over time, the southern barbarian battlefield has taken shape. Although there have been no large-scale conflicts between the two sides in the past decade or so, regional skirmishes have been constant, and both sides have lost a significant number of low-level cultivators here. As a result, in recent years, major sects across the southern continents have been significantly expanding their recruitment of low-level disciples. It is thanks to this trend that Lu's 5-element trash root was able to be admitted into the Flowing Cloud Guild. 3 days later, on the Immortal Gate Plaza of the Flowing Cloud Guild, hundreds of cultivators stood ready for departure. Among them were dozens of foundation stage cultivators, while the rest were all chi cultivation stage cultivators. The vast majority of the chi cultivation stage cultivators were at the 9th layer of the chi cultivation stage, with only a small number being elderly cultivators at the 8th layer. Lu, at the 7th layer of the chi cultivation stage, stood out strikingly within the ranks. The reason 9th layer chi cultivation cultivators were willing to be sent by the sect to the southern barbarian battlefield was that they could exchange for foundation elixir there. If, by any chance, they performed a great feat and were rewarded with foundation elixir, allowing them to successfully break through to the foundation stage, their fortunes would be completely transformed. This was a win-win situation for both the sect and the cultivators. In fact, many 9th layer chi cultivation cultivators who felt they had no hope of reaching the foundation stage even volunteered to join the expedition. However, to Lu's surprise, among the departing crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. With flowing long hair and an otherworldly aura, it was none other than Shin, the cold and elegant senior sister who had presided over the original hostess initiation exam. It could be said that the original hostess' successful admission to the Flowing Cloud Guild despite his trashroot aptitude was due in part to his persistence and determination, and in part to the senior sisteress' keen eye for talent. Isn't Shin a prodigy? How did she end up here? Lu wondered to himself. However, Shin was the one who was even more surprised. As soon as Shin spotted Lu, she stormed over and demanded, "What are you doing here? With such low cultivation, aren't you just going to your death?" "It's a sect summons, I have no choice," Lu replied, somewhat at a loss for words. "Why would the sect summon you? That's ridiculous. Did you offend someone?" Shin asked. "I suppose so. That's the only explanation," Lu replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Shin paused slightly, and her voice suddenly softened. "All right, just remember to stay close to me when we're on the battlefield." She was just an ordinary inner sect disciple with no connections. She couldn't afford to cross someone with that kind of power. Without waiting for Lu to respond, she walked away. Although Lu didn't think much of it, he still felt a hint of warmth. Was this what it felt like to be cared for? It seemed like it had been a long time since he'd felt that way. 1 hour later, everyone had gathered. The 2 core stage cultivators appeared right on time. After a brief briefing, they each summoned a large flying vessel, carrying the group of cultivators south toward the southern barbarian battlefield. The journey was far from peaceful. From time to time, reckless flying demon beasts would emerge from the mountains and launch attacks on the vessels. However, under the powerful suppression of the 2 core stage cultivators, they were all quickly repelled. More than 10 days later, the airship safely arrived at the city on the very front lines of the southern barbarian battlefield, Linyuan City. Linyuan City could be described as the Xintian cultivation realm's frontline headquarters on the southern barbarian battlefield. All teams supporting the southern barbarian battlefield would gather here. That day, just as dawn broke, the vast square in front of Linyuan City's main gate was already teeming with over 10,000 cultivators from various sects across the southern realm. Each sect formed its own formation. Within each formation, 2 gold core cultivators served as commander and deputy commander, respectively, leading the entire contingent. Foundation stage cultivators served as squad leaders, each commanding 30 chi cultivation stage cultivators under their command. As expected, Lu was assigned to Shin's squad. After everyone had fallen into formation, an imposing peak nascent soul commander stepped before the high platform and began speaking with a stern expression. "Everyone, I won't waste time on small talk. I'll emphasize just one point: this is a battlefield. Whether you were prodigies or good-for-nothings in your original sects, once you're in this military camp, you're all the same. Here, we don't care about your background or talent, only military merit counts. Within a squad, if you have the highest military merit, you are the squad leader. Everyone else, regardless of cultivation level or background, must obey your orders. Later, each of you will be issued an identity token. As long as you carry it with you, it will automatically record your military merit. Killing 1 chi cultivation cultivator earns you 10 military merit points. Killing 1 foundation stage cultivator earns you 100. Killing 1 core stage cultivator earns you 1000, and so on. Military merit can be exchanged for any resource, including foundation elixir. Your rank is recognized throughout the entire Xintian continent. As long as your military merit is high, you'll be treated with respect wherever you go. So strive for greatness, young warriors. The time has come to achieve glory and make your mark." No sooner had the commander's impassioned speech ended than thunderous applause erupted from the crowd below, lasting for what seemed like an eternity. Everyone's blood was boiling as they listened. After a long moment, the commander gestured for silence before continuing. "All right, finally, a word on discipline. On the battlefield, each fights according to their own ability. Those who steal credit or falsely claim military merits will be executed. Those who harm their comrades without cause will be executed. Those who defect to the enemy will be executed." Wave after wave of battle cries, accompanied by the oppressive weight of magical power, etched themselves deeply into everyone's hearts. Once all instructions had been given, the commander summoned the leaders of each sect to step forward one by one to receive their identity tokens, after which they would each lead their troops back to their respective quarters. The Flowing Cloud Guild's encampment was located within a complex of buildings in the southern part of the city. Since Lingyuan City was immense and there were no other cultivators, each squad was assigned its own separate courtyard. The city had every amenity imaginable: a trading market, taverns, a martial arts arena, and even brothels in the city center. If not for the threat of a major war, life here would be quite carefree. However, in preparation for a potential conflict, Lu did not rest on his laurels after settling in Lingyuan City. While searching through the artifact forging traditions for magical artifacts that might be useful on the battlefield, he also entered the illusionary realm to simulate various battle scenarios, seeking techniques to improve survival rates on the battlefield. But less than 2 days after settling in, an urgent military order arrived. Everyone, we received orders from higher-ups. The Flowing Cloud Guild must dispatch 10 sentinels to the front lines to carry out a reconnaissance mission. Those whose names I call, step forward. On the drill ground, the Golden Corps commander of the Flowing Cloud Guild stood on a raised platform and spoke with a stern expression. Lu, Mu Shan, Li Kuei, Fong Datong. Upon hearing this list, the disciples of the Flowing Cloud Guild immediately erupted in an uproar. Those whose names were called turned ashen-faced. Sentinels were the unit with the highest mortality rate on the battlefield. Even without major battles, skirmishes between sentinels were frequent. Moreover, before every major battle, clashes between the opposing side sentinels became even more intense, with countless casualties. Reporting to the commander, Lu's cultivation level is too low. Isn't he unsuitable for this? Shen suddenly mustered his courage and stepped forward. Ha! Are you questioning my decision? The Golden Corps commander's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he snapped sharply. I wouldn't dare. Shen's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Then step back. I have my reasons, the Golden Corps commander barked. Yes. Shen replied and hurriedly retreated to his original position, casting a slightly apologetic glance at Lu, his eyes tinged with pity. It was as if he were saying, I've done my best. May the gods be with you. Lu sighed and resigned himself to the reality. To be assigned the most dangerous and grueling mission with his current cultivation level, it was undoubtedly the Zhao family's doing. It seemed the Zhao family's influence was truly vast. He hadn't expected that even in the military camp, they could still manipulate him at will. For now, his only option was to earn more military merits. Only by achieving high military merits could he avoid being at the mercy of others. The next day, Lu boarded a flying vessel and, along with sentries selected from various sects, flew toward the dense jungle on the front lines. There were over 300 sentries dispatched this time. Every one of them was quite old, and they were all at the 9th level of the Qi cultivation stage. They were clearly mixed spirit root cultivators who had fought their way up from the bottom. Brother, you're really unlucky. How did you end up crossing the commander leading this mission? You're in for a rough time. Standing next to Lu was a bearded middle-aged man who whispered sympathetically to him. Apart from Lu, everyone else in this group had lived most of their lives with little to look forward to and had come out to take one last shot at it. Someone as young as Lu, who still had options, would never have come here to suffer like this. You're absolutely right, but I believe there's always a way out, Lu said with a touch of nonchalance. Sigh, confidence is a good thing, but don't be reckless. Anyway, just take care of yourself, the bearded man said, patting Lu on the shoulder and letting out a sigh. Soon, the airship came to a stop in front of a makeshift fortress on the front lines, and the 300-plus people were gathered for a briefing. It turned out that the Xiantian continent had numerous mining districts scattered throughout the Million Mountains. Although each mining district was guarded by cultivators, their forces were ultimately too thin. If the enemy intended to launch a surprise attack, the defenders would be stretched too thin to provide timely reinforcements or prepare for battle. Therefore, it was necessary to periodically deploy large numbers of covert sentinels and spies around each mining area to detect the direction of an enemy ambush in advance and make preparations for support and defense. After receiving signal arrows, the 300-plus people were quickly assigned their posts. They formed groups of 3, organizing themselves freely, with each group responsible for a covert observation point. Before long, these 300-plus people had swiftly blended into the vast mountain range. Several days later, on the outskirts of the number 10 purple copper mining district in the east. In the vast sea of trees, Lou, fully camouflaged, lay quietly in the branches of a large tree, his gaze fixed intently on his surroundings. 100 meters ahead of him, hidden in a tree hollow, was another sentry named Skinny Monkey. Further away, in a mountain cave, a bald man named Zhang Shan was resting. Unfortunately, the three of them, the last ones left after the culling, had been assigned to the same team responsible for this area. Lou had been lying in wait on the tree all day, but hadn't he spotted a single soul. Instead, he'd encountered plenty of poisonous insects and ants. If only I had an infrared detector. Staying on the lookout here is pure torture, Lou thought, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the technology of his past life. Logically speaking, the cultivation world should have more advanced methods, so why were there no such detection tools? Puzzled, Lou began to focus his mind on the legacy of his magical artifact to search for answers. A few hours later, he actually found a similar detection device. The spirit revealing disc, which could display living beings with spiritual energy within a certain range. What a great find! But why had he never heard of this on the Xintian continent? The night passed without incident, and it was soon time for the shift change. However, the bald man who was supposed to come out and relieve him never showed up. After waiting for quite a while, Lou had no choice but to give the Skinny Monkey a hand signal and quietly slip back into the cave where they were resting. The narrow entrance was a long, narrow crevice, just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. However, once through the crevice, the interior was actually quite spacious, at least 10 square meters in area. Several night pearls had been placed inside the cave, so it wasn't too dim at all. Lou entered the cave and found the bald guy still lying on his straw mat, snoring soundly, with no intention of getting up. "Senior brother Zhang, wake up, it's your turn." Lou stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and reminded him. "Okay, got it." The bald one merely opened his eyes reluctantly, muttered a reply, and went right back to snoring. After a long while, seeing that the bald one still hadn't stirred, Lou had no choice but to urge him again. "Senior brother, senior brother." The bald one opened his eyes listlessly and said impatiently, "What's the rush? Just let Skinny Monkey handle it out there by himself." "Senior brother, doesn't the military orders say at least 2 people have to be on watch at the same time?" "Lou, is this your first time on the battlefield?" the bald guy said irritably. "Let me tell you, out here in these vast mountains, it's not that easy to run into an enemy attack. I've been here for over a year, and I haven't encountered anything yet. But isn't it a bad idea for us to be flouting military orders so brazenly?" Lou frowned slightly. "Military orders? They're nothing but bullshit. They're sitting comfortably in the city while they send us out here to be worm food. Of course they want us to risk our lives. It's fine, relax. If you're worried, just go back out there and stand guard yourself." With that, the bald man closed his eyes again. Lou looked at the bald man, who was as carefree as a pig in boiling water, sighed, and felt a bit at a loss. It seemed he couldn't rely on these guys. After all, he'd have to depend on himself. He had to hurry up and refine the spirit manifestation disc, otherwise, he was genuinely afraid that one day, while resting, he might die without even realizing it. The technique for crafting the spirit manifestation disc was somewhat complex and differed greatly from this world's artifact forging system. Instead of channeling spiritual energy, it was activated by inserting mana crystals. Lou had never heard of such an array on this continent. It took him over 10 days of on and off research to finally craft it. Fortunately, he had plenty of materials on hand, such as fire jade, and during this time, his sentry duty went smoothly. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. When it was Lou's turn to stand sentry again, he began testing this new magical artifact. He activated the spirit revealing disc, inserted the mana crystals, and soon saw several red dots appear nearby. What exactly did these red dots mean? Lou cautiously probed the closest red, but the closer he got, the more he sensed something was off. It didn't feel like a place where people would be. Sure enough, he spotted an armored beast. Afterward, he probed several more red dots. Some turned out to be hidden sentries, while others were demon beasts. This won't do. For military use, he had to be able to distinguish between cultivators and demon beasts. Lu pondered the issue for a long time, then began refining the device once more. This time, he drew upon several different methods for refining spirit-revealing discs, combining their strengths to compensate for their weaknesses. Before he knew it, another 10 days had passed. One night, Lu was fiddling with a newly crafted spirit-revealing disc in the cave. He inserted the mana crystals and, seeing the 3 motionless red dots on the disc, felt a sense of satisfaction. These 3 red dots represented the 3 hidden sentries in his team, and their locations matched what he knew. Suddenly, one of the red dots vanished from the spirit-revealing disc. What is going on? Could it be broken? Lu shook the oracle disc, but found that nothing had changed. His heart sank. Could something have happened to Skinny Monkey? But why weren't there any other red dots nearby? Filled with doubt, he crept quietly out of the cave, making no sound. He decided to go and check for himself. From a distance, he saw Skinny Monkey lying motionless on a tree branch. Could this kid have actually fallen asleep? Suddenly, the red dot representing Bald Head vanished as well. No, wait, there is an arrow stuck in Skinny Monkey's back. It was too dark to see clearly until now. Trouble. He is under attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu drew his signal arrow and fired it into the sky, then rolled aside and quickly moved away from his original position. Sure enough, several arrows soon flew toward the spot where he had been standing, plunging straight into the ground until only the shafts remained visible. These were spirit-powered arrows. The archer was at least a kilometer away. No wonder the spirit detection disc hadn't detected them. The range of this set of spirit detection discs was only 500 meters. It was ultimately a bit too weak, mainly due to limitations in the materials used. Seeing this, Lu decisively broke for it. Fortunately, the signal arrow he fired had already exploded in midair. In the silent night, it sounded like a clap of thunder, illuminating the entire nearby sky. The mining outpost must have been prepared for this. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Lu kept blinking through the air as he ran toward his own mine. He'd been running for less than a quarter of an hour when, sure enough, he heard all sorts of commotion and battle cries coming from all around. The mine had been attacked. Thankfully, they'd been warned in advance. The rest was none of his business. His mission was complete, so he turned around and began heading back to Lingyuan City. Each signal arrow was marked, so when Lu returned to Lingyuan City to turn in his mission, he wasn't given any trouble. Finally, I can rest for a while. After turning in his mission, Lu returned to the small courtyard where the Flowing Cloud Guild was stationed. The spirit manifestation disc had played a huge role this time, but it still had a major flaw: its range was too short. The reason he hadn't detected the approaching enemy forces this time was precisely because the spirit-revealing disc's detection range was only 500 meters. In this world, even a random spirit-powered crossbow arrow could travel over 1,000 meters. Therefore, his most urgent priority now was to find the right materials and forge a spirit-revealing disc with a wider range. In addition to that, there were various other useful auxiliary magical artifacts. Time slipped away unnoticed. One day, 3 months later, the Flowing Cloud Guild Legion finally received its first major mission, to join forces with several other legions and head to the Nanshan Mine Range to provide support and intercept an invading enemy force. The vast forests of the southern barbarian battlefield harbored numerous mineral veins. Both the Xiantian continent and the Nanming continent had claimed many of these veins in their vicinity, stationing troops to guard and mine them. However, with so many veins, it was impossible to station too many troops at each one. Consequently, they could only establish defensive fortifications and, in the event of an enemy invasion, dispatch reinforcements from Lingyuan City. The Nanshan mining district lies a full several thousand li away from Lingyuan City, making it one of the more distant ore veins, yet, due to its high value, it was deemed too valuable to abandon. Setting out from Lingyuan City aboard a flying vessel, it would take at least 5 days to reach the Nanshan mining district, even at top speed. Although the mission was urgent, the leader demonstrated exceptional military acumen, ordering the group to alternate between flying and resting to ensure they maintained sufficient spiritual energy at all times. After all, this relief mission could lead to a major battle at any moment. Exhausting too much spiritual energy during the journey would undoubtedly be a major strategic blunder. They could only silently pray that the mining district S defenders would hold out a little longer. However, the Nanshan mining district S defenses were quite robust, featuring hundreds of spiritual-powered giant crossbows. Under normal circumstances, enemy invaders would be unable to breach them. But if the district had already fallen, they would have no choice but to devise a long-term strategy. On board the airship, Lu silently browsed information on how to survive on the battlefield. This was his first time participating in such a massive melee involving thousands of cultivators. For a 7th-tier Chi cultivation cultivator, staying alive in a major battle was incredibly difficult. Although Lu had experienced many large-scale battles in his previous life, the battles in the cultivation world were nothing like the straightforward gunfire of his past life. Here, attacks were controlled. By divine sense they could change direction, and often, there was simply no way to dodge them. One could only brace for the impact. He ran through countless simulations at breakneck speed in the illusory realm, but still couldn't find a way to effectively increase his chances of survival. In the end, he reached only one conclusion: no matter what, he had to get off the battlefield to reduce the likelihood of being attacked by the chaotic ones. A few days later, when the group arrived at the South Mountain Mining District, they discovered that the vast mining area was completely silent. The entire South Mountain Mining District was deathly quiet, and the defensive fortifications had been utterly destroyed. The group split into several teams and searched the valley, but all they could see were corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, all of them cultivators from the Xintian continent. In addition, there were piles of miners' bodies, gathered together and massacred in batches. They had all died horribly, their bodies covered in wounds. The most gruesome sight was that of the female cultivators stripped naked, their bodies torn to shreds. After patrolling the mountains for a while, the various groups reconvened, each member's heart weighed down by a profound sense of grief. They're dead. The entire force has been wiped out. Not a single one survived. Those beasts. They're worse than animals. Lu looked at the corpses strewn across the ground and clenched his fists tightly. If he harbored any resentment earlier about being drafted into the army, from this moment on, he felt it was his duty to fight. Report. The invading forces from the Nanming continent are still feasting and drinking 100 li away. They haven't gone far. Their numbers are approximately 3,000. A patrolling cultivator flew over to report. The supreme commander of this mission, Suba of the Beastmaster sect, gathered the opinions of the leaders of the various sects and then stepped directly before the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we of the Xintian continent have always valued peace above all else. Yet the Nanming continent regards us as weak and easy to bully. In recent years, they have repeatedly invaded without cause, assuming that the Xintian continent is defenseless. When the nest is destroyed, how can any egg remain intact? Now, I intend to lead our forces in pursuit and wage a great battle against the Nanming continent, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Are you willing to join me? I am willing. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. At that moment, not a single person was without a burning sense of righteous indignation. Clearly, they had all been deeply stirred by the scene they had just witnessed. Very well, since that is the case, we'll rest for the duration of an incense stick before we strike. As men living in this world, how can we live like cowards? When we encounter the people of the southern Ming continent, fight them fiercely alongside me. We must make them feel the pain. The military merits for this battle will be doubled. Kill! 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 A roar that shook the heavens instantly erupted from the ranks. Even Lu, who had long since outgrown his impulsive years, felt his heart racing. After the incense stick had burned out, the group rose as one and flew at breakneck speed toward the invading enemy forces. As soon as he spotted the invading enemy forces in the distance, Lu began running simulations in his illusory realm. Yet after each simulation, he would break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't a matter of surviving against all odds, but of certain death. As long as he remained on the battlefield, attacks would keep appearing out of nowhere, dealing him devastating blows. This instantly cooled his fiery enthusiasm. But the battle would not end because of him. As soon as the Xintian forces arrived at the Nanming cultivators' encampment, they launched a full-scale assault, with swordlight and magical artifacts swirling through the sky. Lu hesitated, no longer taking advantage of the Nanming cultivator's momentary surprise. He charged forward and launched a frenzied attack. However, it wasn't long before the Nanming cultivators regained their composure. Relying on their fearless, reckless ferocity, they quickly turned the tide of battle. Since Lu had the lowest cultivation level, he was soon targeted by a formidable enemy cultivator at the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation realm. The cultivator warrior studs in bone armor, and without a word, he began wildly hurling a pair of meteor hammers at Lu. At that moment, Lu did not seek Shen's protection. Instead, he turned and ran into the dense forest. As if, with swordlight filling the sky, staying on the battlefield meant risking being struck by an attack from who knows where. Who could possibly protect anyone else? After engaging the enemy, Shen began consciously searching for Lu. However, when he saw that Lu wasn't moving toward him but had instead turned and fled into the forest, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. What a jerk! To actually desert the battlefield. Once he is caught up with, he is as good as dead. With that, Shen stomped his foot in anger. Seeing this, the earring-wearing cultivator, who seemed to have been prepared all along, swinged his fist with all his might at the dark figure. However, to his utter astonishment, he struck nothing but a wooden dummy. Just as he was momentarily stunned, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back and saw a black sword silently pierce through his battle armor. Damn it! Wounded, the earring monk was thoroughly enraged. He hurriedly spun around to strike back, only to see Lu draw his sword, dodge, and vanish. Damn it! To be wounded by a 7th-tier Qi cultivation cultivator. Overcome with shock and rage, the earring-wearing cultivator recklessly pulled out a large handful of spirit talismans and began indiscriminately bombarding the area around him. After the barrage, just as the earring-wearing cultivator was about to inspect the results, he suddenly heard a piercing whistle, the sound of a projectile flying at high speed. Without a moment's hesitation, the earring-wearing cultivator dodged to the side. Sure enough, a throwing dart was hurtling toward him, stopping just 2 inches in front of his chest. That was close. If he hadn't dodged just then, the dart would have struck him squarely in the chest. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that the dart hadn't simply whizzed past him, it had exploded right in front of him. Holy crap, what is going on? The earring-wearing cultivator frantically raised his hammer to shield his vital organs in a flash. After a thunderous boom, the earring-wearing cultivator was blown black with soot. Although the hammer helped absorb some of the damage, he was still knocked into a daze. Yet that split second of disorientation proved fatal. Just as he came to his senses, he felt a sudden numbness in his foot. A silver needle had pierced his leg. A double strike? Oh no! It's poison too. The moment the earring-wearing cultivator saw the ink-black wound, he panicked completely. He frantically stuffed antidote pills into his mouth, but none of them were the right remedy. After struggling for a while, he felt his body slipping further and further out of his control. He let out a despairing cry, is this really a 7th-tier Qi cultivation cultivator? God, you're playing with me. Then, the poison took effect, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Lu, seeing his opponent fall, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly stepped forward, delivered a final sword strike to the earring-wearing cultivator, and only then began collecting his spoils. The dark shadow that had first lunged at the earring-wearing cultivator was a simple scarecrow-style golem Lu had recently attempted to craft. Embedded inside the golem was a low-grade mana crystal, and it served only one purpose, to suddenly spring into action and lunge forward upon receiving a command. Though crude, the golem proved remarkably effective. If he'd gone head-to-head with the earring cultivator, who knows how long it would have taken to win. Unfortunately, the earring cultivator was a penniless wretch. His storage pouch contained only 200 mana crystals and a few elixirs. Only that meteor hammer magical artifact was worth anything. I finally killed a Qi cultivation cultivator. It really wasn't easy. I pulled out all the stops and used every trick in the book. However, looking at the 10 military merit points on his identity token, Lu felt a wave of wash over him. He served as a sentry for several months before and earned only 20 merit points now. In just 1 hour, he already earned 10. After resting up, Lu reappeared at the edge of the battlefield. As soon as he spotted enemy cultivators in pursuit, he decisively fled into the woods. He was very confident in his speed. As long as the pursuers weren't foundation stage cultivators, he could easily escape them. If a single cultivator gave chase, he would use the same tactics to kill the enemy. If multiple cultivators pursued him, he would shake them off and reappear in a different direction. This continued until dusk, when the battle ended and the retreat signal sounded, and Lu finally returned to the main force. That day, he earned a total of 60 military merits, over 1,000 mana crystals, several magical artifacts, and countless elixirs. Of course, if calculated based on the double military merits Su Ba had promised, he would have earned 120. No wonder they say murder and arson bring a golden sash. Today's haul alone is worth a whole year's worth of what I used to earn. Lu mused with some emotion. Shin was taken aback when she saw Lu return to the ranks. That kid's actually still alive? He must have been hiding in some corner, waiting until the battle was over to come back. He really is a coward. Shin's gaze toward Lu was laced with deep contempt. Although she had previously shown him some kindness, his performance this time had truly disappointed her. A true man may die in battle, but he must not live a cowardly life. Especially when faced with an irreconcilable enemy like today's. After that, Shin didn't spare Lu another glance and led her troops straight back to report. After a full day of fierce fighting, every member of the Xintian contingent had given their all. If it weren't for their spiritual energy running dry and the fear of accidents, they would never have withdrawn so easily. However, although the Xintian continent had not achieved significant military gains, they had dealt a painful blow to the enemy forces. After withdrawing from the battlefield, the invading forces dared not linger even for a moment. They fled back to the Nanming continent that very night. After all, they knew full well how their actions had provoked the wrath of both heaven and humanity. As soon as enemy reinforcements arrived, they would be absolutely unable to leave this place. With the Nanshan mining district affair concluded, Lu returned to Linyuan City with the main force to rest after the garrison for the new mine arrived. Over the following months, the Nanming continent finally settled down considerably, and the members of the Flowing Cloud Guild never again received such a large-scale combat mission. After all, this was a time of peace, so large-scale conflicts were rare. Their routine mainly consisted of patrols, guard duty, and escort missions, tasks typically carried out collaboratively by several small squads and posing little risk. This was somewhat disappointing to Lu, who hoped to continue building his fortune through war. After all, his cultivation required vast quantities of mana crystals. Without a windfall, it was difficult to advance rapidly through the ranks. He had no choice but to take on a side job of crafting small magical artifacts to sell while completing his missions, to supplement his household income. Fortunately, a few months later, thanks to his relentless efforts, he finally broke through to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Given 5-element trash root's aptitude, reaching the 8th level of Qi cultivation at his age was certainly cause for celebration. One early morning half a year later, Shin's squad finally received a special mission, to secretly retrieve a scout deep within the Million Mountains, one who had entered the Nanming realm years ago to gather intelligence and bring back crucial information to camp. The base reward for this mission was exceptionally high, and depending on the importance of the intelligence, there would be additional rewards with no upper limit. This news excited everyone in the squad. A mission like this wasn't something they could take on lightly. Before dawn had fully broken, Lu, full of energy, secretly set out from the barracks with the squad. Compared to when they first arrived, the squad now had quite a few new faces. Over the past half year, some members had been killed in action, while others had been assigned to different missions. Only a few veterans remained, the rest were members reintegrated from other squads. And Lu was honored to be one of those veterans. Traveling by night and hiding by day, the team finally arrived at the designated rendezvous point at dawn on the 5th day. However, the person they were supposed to meet was nowhere to be seen. The group had no choice but to wait quietly in the vicinity. After all, they only agreed on a rough time frame, so a slight delay was to be expected. It was unclear how much time had passed when the spirit-revealing disc Lu had recently crafted suddenly lit up. The display showed a red dot rapidly approaching. "Someone is coming," Lu whispered to Shin. "Where?" "I don't see anyone," Shin said, looking around but seeing no sign of movement. "Still 10 li away," Lu replied calmly. "Are you looking for a beating, kid? You can see someone from 10 li away?" Anyone who didn't know better would think you were some kind of powerful elder. Shin couldn't help but roll her eyes at this. This kid actually still had the nerve to tease her. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lu said nothing more. It wasn't a big deal anyway, she'd see for herself in a moment. However, before long, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A large number of red dots appeared on the spirit revealing disc, all heading in their direction. Trouble. A group of people is chasing us and there are quite a few of them. Quick, have everyone set up an ambush. Lu exclaimed anxiously. Enough already, Lu. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Shen was growing impatient. I'm serious. Lu frowned. Just because you say you're serious doesn't make it true. Who do you think you are? Shen glared at Lu. Seeing this, Lu sighed helplessly. Her words carried little weight after all. Before long, a figure did indeed appear in the distance, rapidly approaching. Shen was somewhat surprised. He shot Lu a puzzled glance before quickly leading his men to meet the figure. Lu, however, didn't move forward. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the spirit revealing disc in his hand. The figure in the distance seemed to have been burning through his life force to run so fast. Upon seeing Shin and the others, he finally collapsed from exhaustion. Holding a jade slip high in his hand, he gasped out a few words. Quick, quick! But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed face first onto the ground. The group rushed forward to check on him. Hey, what is the code word? Shin asked urgently. But the man's face was deathly pale. He tried to say something, but couldn't catch his breath and passed out completely. Hey, wake up! Shin took the jade slip, but instead of leaving immediately, she tried to revive him. She needed to confirm his identity first to ensure there would be no mistakes. Senior Sister Shin, let us get out of here. Seeing the red dots behind them getting closer and closer, Lu cried out in extreme panic. However, Shin showed no intention of leaving. Realizing there was no time to waste, Lu cursed under his breath, that stupid woman. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted deep into the woods. Just as everyone was doing their utmost to rescue the contact, a member of the perimeter suddenly shouted in alarm, "Trouble! We're surrounded!" What? Shin sprang to her feet the moment she heard this and scanned the area. When she saw the dense crowd of figures surrounding the forest, she immediately panicked. Retreat! Retreat quickly! However, it was already too late. The enemy forces behind them closed in at breakneck speed, firing a signal arrow into the sky before swiftly engaging Shin and her team in combat. Now unable to flee, Shin and her team had no choice but to take up arms and fight. However, the enemy was no weaker than Shin's team, and they focused solely on tying them down rather than fighting to the death. Shin led several breakout attempts but was unable to shake off the enemy. Seeing that a second wave of enemy troops was about to arrive, the team members grew frantic and pleaded, "Captain Shin, break out now! Don't worry about us." "No! I can't abandon you." Shin refused. She had trained these people herself. She simply couldn't bring herself to abandon them and escape alone. She gritted her teeth, channeled her spiritual energy, and fought with all her might, hoping to bring them all back. Captain Shin, this isn't the time to be thinking about this. Hurry up and go. That's right, Captain Shin. The mission comes first. Hearing this, Shin hesitated. Looking at her familiar teammates one by one, her eyes welled up with tears, but she just couldn't bring herself to leave them behind. However, reality is always cruel. That brief moment of hesitation cost her the last chance to escape. The enemy's second wave quickly arrived on the battlefield and immediately surrounded the group. Worst of all, among them was a foundation stage, 9th tier cultivator several tiers higher than Shin's own foundation stage, 4th tier. Under the full force obstruction of the foundation stage, level 9 cultivator, Shin exchanged several blows with the enemy and soon sustained serious internal injuries. It's over. We're all going to be wiped out. Watching her teammates fall one by one, Shin felt as if her heart were being torn apart, filled with regret and remorse. Only then did she finally recall Lu's warning. If only she had listened to Lu back then. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. Soon, of the 30 members of the Xiantian squad, only Shen remained, struggling to hold on. Am I really going to meet my end here? Shen looked around and gave a bitter smile. The aftereffects of burning through her spiritual energy had already set in. She was utterly exhausted. There was nothing left she could do. She felt she had no face to show to her fallen comrades. So be it. Just as she was about to swing her sword to take her own life, a miracle occurred. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Lu, riding a massive Demonox king and leading a herd of wild Demonoxen, charged headlong toward them at breakneck speed. The spectacle was utterly overwhelming. In an instant, they broke through the encirclement of the Nanling realm forces, forcing the Nanling cultivators to scatter in all directions. Faced with the frenzied herd of Demonoxen, even Foundation stage cultivators had to take temporary cover. When the Demonox king reached Shen's side, Lu leaned down, grabbed Shen's hand, pulled her into his embrace, and then urged the Demonox king with all his might to break through the lines and flee. Is it really you? Feeling Lu's sturdy chest, Shen's expression relaxed. Before Lu could respond, she could no longer hold on and fainted completely. Holding this cold and elegant senior sister in his arms, Lu had no heart to appreciate this sensual scene. At that moment, his situation was extremely critical. Although he had already simulated the scenario and carefully selected the route with the best chance of escape, he had no way of knowing whether unexpected complications would arise in reality. After all, everything in the world is constantly changing. Fortunately, the actual events did not deviate significantly from his rehearsals. As soon as the 9th tier Foundation stage cultivators of the Nanling realm realized what was happening, they immediately set off in pursuit on their flying swords. However, with towering trees blocking the way on all sides, coupled with Lu's well-timed throws of darts that exploded mid-air to create distractions, the Foundation stage cultivators were unable to maintain a steady speed. Moreover, the Demonox King's speed through the jungle was already on par with swordflight. Darting this way and that, zigzagging through the terrain, it actually managed to help Lu shake off the pursuers behind him. After racing for hundreds of li, the Demonox King finally collapsed from exhaustion and lay completely still. At this point, even if Lu had slashed at it with his sword, it wouldn't have moved a muscle. Lu had no choice but to remove the beast-controlling ring from the Demonox King's neck, offer his thanks, and then, carrying Shen on his back, quickly vanish into the towering mountains. Half a day later, in an unnamed cave deep within the Million Mountains, Lu gently laid Shen down in his arms. He had no time to admire the sleeping beauty before him. Instead, he hurriedly fed her a pill. The reason they managed to escape this time was thanks to a beast-controlling ring. He recently forged one capable of temporarily controlling a demon beast whose cultivation level wasn't much higher than his own. The artifact forging tradition contained countless bizarre methods for crafting magical artifacts. The beast-controlling ring was one of the more practical ones. Originally, he only intended to make one for fun, but he never expected it to actually come in so handy. However, danger lurked everywhere here, so he had to wake Shen up as soon as possible. After all, their pursuers could catch up at any moment. Fortunately, the elixir worked well, and before long, Shen slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Lu standing before her and realized that he was the one who had actually saved her, Shen felt a lump in her throat. Unable to hold back any longer, she threw herself onto Lu's shoulder and burst into tears. They're dead. They're all dead. I'm the one who caused their deaths. Lu watched Shen, who was crying like a little child. He intended to scold her a bit, but in the end, he held back. So even the strongest woman has such a vulnerable side. Lu stood there motionless, letting Shen sob in his arms. Although he thought countless times about comforting her, he never did. Perhaps time really is the best medicine for healing wounds. After crying for who knows how long, Shen finally pulled herself together. Seeing that Lu's clothes were soaked with her tears, Shen felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Lu. It's okay, Lu said calmly. For a moment, both fell silent, unsure of what to say. But the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon, a long, piercing howl cut through the air from outside the cave. The two quickly stifled their breathing and made their way to the cave entrance, peering out. They saw the enemy Foundation stage, 9th tier cultivator, now circling endlessly in the air nearby on his flying sword. It was as if he were searching every inch of the surrounding terrain. Oh no! We've been tracked down after all. The two immediately sensed something was wrong. What was going on? Could there be a tracking mark on them? Lu felt that, given his skills in evasion, he shouldn't have been found so easily unless he'd been marked. So Lu suddenly closed his eyes and began to visualize. A moment later, he suddenly reached out and plucked a strand of hair from Shen's head, clutching it in his hand. This strand of hair was slightly different from the others. It was the tracking mark the enemy had placed on them. At that moment, both of them realized the gravity of the situation. Sooner or later, this cave would be discovered, and when that happened, neither of them would escape death. You stay here. I'll go distract him. Shen pulled out a jade slip and shoved it into Lu's hand, her expression resolute. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu suddenly immobilized her without warning. What are you doing? Sigh, I'd better do it myself. Lu let out a deep sigh. Based on the simulation, if the other person went to distract him, they wouldn't get very far before being caught up with, and then both of them would die. If he went to distract him, there might still be a glimmer of hope. You? Shen tried to stop him, but it was too late. Lu spun around and ran straight out of the cave. She stared blankly at his retreating figure. In that moment, she suddenly realized that this young man had truly changed. Lu, you have to make it back alive. Shen murmured dazedly, her eyes once again blurring with tears. Lu had barely run a few li, pulling at his hair as he went, when as expected he caught the attention of a Foundation stage cultivator in the sky. So he stopped hiding and activated the cloud shadow steps, sprinting at top speed. He wasn't some great hero, he simply didn't want to become another needless ghost. Besides, he wasn't without hope of escape. With the cloud shadow steps and his prior simulations, all he needed was an opening. He knew that a Foundation stage cultivator's speed was far beyond what an ordinary Chi cultivation cultivator could match, so he had to push the cloud shadow steps to their absolute limit while making full use of the surrounding terrain. Although his opponent was fast while flying on a sword, it was difficult for him to change direction, whereas Lu, moving on the ground, could maneuver with great agility. Through his rapid calculations and simulations, he used the cover of the surrounding trees to dart this way and that, successfully evading the Foundation stage cultivator's attacks time and time again. However, that opening never materialized. He kept simulating scenarios as he ran, but every outcome still led to certain death. He knew he'd bitten off more than he could chew this time. With his spiritual energy nearly depleted, he still hadn't found a terrain that would allow him to shake off his pursuer. Suddenly, he decided to stop running. He stumbled, feigning a fall to the ground. Ha ha! Run, kid! Aren't you supposed to be such a fast runner? The Foundation stage cultivator caught up and sneered arrogantly. It was as if he intended to vent all the frustration he'd endured that day on Lu. A mere Chi cultivation stage kid had actually kept him chasing for an entire day, and he'd even had to watch helplessly as the other guy rescued someone right before his eyes. To him, this was a tremendous humiliation. So, once he was certain Lu could no longer run, he flashed a cruel smile. He drew his spirit sword and slowly thrust it toward Lu's mana core. He intended to let his prey fully savor the terror of death. Lu watched the sharp spirit sword approach, his heart pounding with anxiety. He didn't know if the scene he'd simulated earlier would actually play out. If it did, he might survive. If it didn't, he would be as good as dead. Fortunately, just as the sword tip was about to pierce his body, the expected stinging pain didn't materialize. Instead, he felt a sharp white light suddenly shoot out from within him. That beam of white light, carrying the power to obliterate all, shattered the oncoming spirit sword and instantly pierced the body of the Foundation stage cultivator opposite him. How is this possible? The Foundation stage cultivator stared wide-eyed at the hole in his chest, then gradually collapsed, his strength draining away. He couldn't comprehend it at all. He died with his eyes wide open. Phew! With the dust settled, Lu finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed, completely drained. He couldn't explain what had just happened. He could only attribute it to the little sword automatically protecting its master. During his previous simulations, he had suddenly discovered this potential escape route, which is why he decided to take a gamble, never expecting it to actually work. However, the probability of the little sword triggering its protective mechanism was incredibly low. It seemed to depend on the situation and one's state of mind. He simulated the scenario countless times, yet this was the only time it had ever happened. Seeing the sudden addition of 500 military merits to his identity token, it all felt somewhat unreal. But now was not the time to dwell on it. Who knew if there were still enemy cultivators nearby? So he quickly picked up the Foundation Stage Cultivator's storage pouch and hurriedly left the scene. Inside the cave, it didn't take long for Shin to use her spiritual energy to break free from the restraints Lu had placed on her. After seeing that Lu had successfully lured the enemy away, she suppressed her grief and headed straight for Linyuan City. She knew that even if she went to look for Lu now, it would be of no use. This opportunity had been bought with his life, and she couldn't let his well-intentioned sacrifice go to waste. Traveling by night and hiding by day, Shin finally returned safely to Linyuan City a few days later. Perhaps the blow had been too great. After handing over the jade slip in her possession, she chose to go into seclusion. She wanted to escape it all, enduring her grief silently on her own. Deep within the Million Mountains, after obtaining the storage pouch of a Foundation Stage cultivator, Lu found himself lost. He wandered aimlessly through the jungle but could not find any familiar landmarks. It was all because he had fled in such a hurry earlier, running wherever he could hide, without a care for where he was. The mountains were rife with danger, so in the end, he had no choice but to take refuge in a cave to cultivate, focusing first on raising his cultivation level. Upon opening the enemy cultivator's storage pouch, Lu was secretly astonished. Inside the 1 meter square pouch lay a small pile of gleaming mid-grade mana crystals, hundreds of them. In addition, there were several bottles of elixirs used by Foundation Stage cultivators, another top-grade spirit sword, and a high-grade jade slip containing a sword technique called Sword Control Art. This sword technique was clearly something one could only learn after reaching the Foundation Stage, so Lu couldn't master it yet. After sorting through his loot, Lu took out the elixirs for Foundation Stage cultivators and began his seclusion. The elixirs for the Foundation Stage were incredibly potent. He had to split them into several portions to avoid being blown to pieces. 3 months later, a figure, covered in dust from the long journey, appeared at the edge of the Million Mountains. That figure was none other than Lu. With the aid of a large quantity of elixirs, his cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, and he had also successfully passed the Sword Art Illusion trial. However, after passing the trial, the long-awaited reward never materialized. Having hit a cultivation bottleneck, he had no choice but to end his seclusion and seek his way home. Fortunately, after enduring countless hardships and wandering for nearly half a month, he finally made it out of the mountains and caught sight of a city. Where should I go? Lu hesitated. I'll head back to the Flowing Cloud Guild for now. At the Qi cultivation stage, I'd just be cannon fodder in the barracks. I'd be killed in an instant if I wasn't careful. At that moment, in the General's Hall of Linyuan City, Shin, who had been recuperating for several months, was being summoned by the general. Shin, you, a great service on your last mission, the imposing general said with a gentle smile. I am but a fool, please enlighten me, General. The intelligence you brought back last time was crucial. It indirectly saved the lives of thousands. What kind of reward would you like? Upon hearing this, Shin felt a surge of satisfaction, but his mood darkened the moment he thought of Lu. Your Excellency, it was entirely thanks to Lu that I was able to bring back that intelligence. Oh? How so? Shin recounted the entire incident in full detail. If what you say is true, then Lu must have sacrificed himself. But when I sent men to search the area a while back, we found no trace of him. Instead, we discovered the body of that Foundation Stage, 9th tier cultivator. Does this mean he was likely rescued? General Wei Yan said with a faint smile. The squad leader standing before him had long been weighed down by the loss of his entire unit, so he didn't mind sharing some good news with her. Really? Shin perked up at his words, a flicker of delight passing through her beautiful eyes. I'd say it's 9 out of 10 certain. However, are you really willing to give him all the credit? If so, his military merits within the squad will surpass yours, the general asked again. I'm willing. Whether he is alive or dead, the credit belongs to him. I won't take a single coin for myself, Shin said, somewhat excitedly. This was undoubtedly the best news she'd heard in quite some time. Very well. If he really does return, are you truly willing to take a back seat? I have no objections. Stepping out of the General's hall, Shin suddenly felt much lighter. All the pent-up frustration she'd been carrying seemed to have vanished. She took the military order to the barracks and eagerly began rebuilding her squad. She wanted to do everything she could for Lu before he returned. However, when she walked into the military affairs hall and issued the recruitment order, the room fell completely silent. Upon hearing her battle record, the Chi cultivators present all scattered as if avoiding the plague. Those who had a choice wouldn't even consider joining Shin's squad unless they were the ones no one else wanted. In the end, Shin could only round up a few stragglers who had also been routed and were unwanted by others, barely managing to scrape together 30 people. On a mountain path in the Flowing Cloud Guild, Lu was strolling along at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he looked up at the sky. There, a beautiful woman in a flowing red robe was flying past him on a sword. When he got a clear look at her face, he froze. It was Cece. When did she reach the foundation stage? The beautiful woman in red also spotted Lu. When she saw that he still looked like a total loser, a hint of undisguised contempt flashed in her eyes. After that, she didn't spare him another glance and simply flew off into the distance. Sigh, looks like I'll have to figure out a way to reach the foundation stage myself. That contemptuous look Cece gave him before leaving stung him deeply. Cece's prophecy from back then seemed to be coming true. After resting for a while, Lu headed straight to the marketplace without hesitation and, with a heavy heart, sold the top-grade spirit sword he'd obtained from a foundation stage, 9th-tier cultivator. He received over 20,000 mana crystals, which, combined with the 200 mid-grade mana crystals in his storage pouch, brought his total to 45,000 mana crystals. However, a single foundation elixir cost 50,000 mana crystals. He had no choice but to continue selling off his assets. After liquidating all his possessions, he barely managed to scrape together 50,000 mana crystals. So, without delay, he bought a foundation elixir, bathed, burned incense, and began his seclusion to enter the foundation stage. The foundation elixir was markedly different from the elixirs he usually used for cultivation. Cultivation pills primarily provide spiritual energy. The foundation elixir, however, cleanses the meridians and marrow, transforming the body. As he consumed the foundation elixir, Lu felt an unbearable heat throughout his body, as if he had entered a smelting furnace. His body was constantly being scorched, destroyed, and then rebuilt. With each cycle of destruction and reconstruction, a layer of impurities seeped out of his body. As the impurities were expelled, he felt his body grow lighter and more powerful. However, a month later, he emerged looking dazed and dejected. He had failed to reach the foundation stage. At the very last moment, the bottleneck blocking his path stood like an iron wall, impossible to break through no matter what he tried. So my aptitude really is that poor. Others succeed in reaching the foundation stage with just one foundation elixir, yet I can't see any hope at all. He had spent all his savings on that foundation elixir, and now he was left with nothing. And who knew how long it would be before he could afford another one? Lu had no choice but to return to Lingyuan City once more. There was no other way. The barracks were still the quickest way to make money. Hey, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to look at me with such deep emotion, do you? Lu suddenly spoke up with a touch of self-admiration, breaking the awkward silence. Get lost. Thanks to Lu's interruption, Shin finally managed to smile through his tears. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shin suddenly said, "By the way, Captain Lu, the general is waiting for you." Captain Lu? What Captain Lu? Lu looked a bit confused. Hurry up and go. I'll explain later. Got it. Lu didn't dwell on it and hurried toward the General's hall. But when he emerged from the General's hall, looking at the captain's token in his hand, it all felt quite surreal. That silly girl Shin actually had the heart to let me take all the credit? Whatever else might be said, she sure is loyal. Back at the garrison, he had just stepped into the small courtyard. He saw the courtyard buzzing with activity at some point. 30 cultivators including Shin had gathered there. "Greetings, Captain Lu." As the 30 of them shouted in unison, Lu felt a bit dazed. Were these really all his men? It made him feel as if he'd returned to Blue Star, back to those days of raging warfare. He quickly pulled Shin, who was standing nearby, with a beaming smile aside and asked her in a low voice what on earth was going on. As Shin explained, Lu soon got a clear picture of what had happened. It turned out they were all stragglers from a defeated force, scattered and unwanted. No wonder they were so respectful toward him. Shin had expected Lu to be disappointed, but he saw no trace of disappointment on his face. Lu cleared his throat and walked into the center of the crowd. Just as he was about to speak, an uninvited guest walked through the courtyard gate. Well, everyone's here." A foundation stage male cultivator with a sarcastic tone strode in brazenly. "Situ Ming, what are you doing here?" Shin's expression turned cold as he confronted the intruder. The rest of the team members also looked displeased upon seeing him. Of course I'm here to see the little squad leader you've been pining for." Seeing everyone's reaction, the male cultivator from the foundation stage smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. Instead, he began to shamelessly size up Lu, shaking his head repeatedly as he did so. "May I ask who this senior brother is?" Lu felt a chill run down her spine under his stare and replied with some irritation. "He the captain of the team next door." "We don't exactly get along," Shin whispered in Lu's ear. Lu understood immediately. No wonder the other guy was being so aggressive. Resources were limited, and competition between squads was fierce. Not to mention that Shin's squad had nearly been wiped out last time. The other side certainly wouldn't pass up this chance to put them down. However, the intimate gesture between the two of them really got under Situ Ming's skin. He had his eye on Shin for a long time but had never managed to get what he wanted. He never expected some young upstart to beat him to it. "Junior sister Shin, your squad leader doesn't seem like much." "He isn't your old flame, is he?" Situ Ming said with a sour tone. "Situ Ming, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shin's face flushed at his words, and she cast an awkward glance at Lu, afraid he might read too much into it. "Then why didn't you just keep being squad leader instead of handing the position over to this kid?" "Because I'm not worthy." "Fine, then why won't you join our squad? Why are you insisting on leading this bunch of misfits?" Well, Shin was momentarily at a loss for words. Even the other squad members turned to look at her. "Can't come up with an answer, can you?" Situ Ming said with a smug expression. "That's my business. It's none of your concern." Shin panicked and could only reply coldly. But everyone could see just how feeble and unconvincing her explanation was. Could it really be true? "Senior brother, could it be that you just aren't charming enough?" Lu suddenly pushed aside the flustered Shin and said with a smile. "What? What did you say?" Situ Ming was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Even the team members below looked somewhat taken aback. Situ Ming's squad had one of the best track records in all of Lingyuan City. Many could only secretly envy them. Who would have thought they'd be looked down upon by their own captain? Talk about a young bull fearing no tiger. "What I mean is, senior sister Shin chose me over you because I'm outstanding, while you're just too lousy." Lu continued calmly. As soon as Lu spoke, everyone in the crowd froze in surprise. Even Shin turned her head to look at him. Did that make some sense? Even if she had a lover, why wasn't he at you? In the harsh reality of the cultivation world, would anyone really pass up a good opportunity? For a moment, everyone looked at Situ Ming with strange expressions. "Fine. You've got some nerve, kid. You're completely out of your depth." Situ Ming was instantly furious upon hearing this. "I may indeed be out of my depth, but I do know that you're not welcome here." Lu bluntly issued the order to leave. Fine, just you wait." Let us see how long your smugness lasts. Si Tu Ming left a parting threat and stormed out the door in a rage. Then there's no need for senior brother to worry about me. Take your time, no need to see you off. Lu continued to say with a smile. After seeing off Si Tu Ming, the courtyard finally fell silent. Although Shin found Lu's earlier words very satisfying, he simply couldn't bring himself to feel happy. After all, having offended Si Tu Ming, life was going to be difficult from now on. However, the other team members did begin to look at Lu with newfound respect. They were all eager to see what this young man was really capable of and how he had managed to win the heart of this cold, elegant beauty. However, Lu paid no heed to their scrutinizing glances. He simply walked calmly into their midst and said, in a measured tone, "They say you're all trash. Because everyone else has fallen in battle, and only you're still alive." Hearing this, the group shuddered, and for a moment, none of them could find peace of mind. Clearly, over the past period, those words had been a deep, stinging wound in their hearts. "But I don't think that's true," Lu suddenly continued. "On the contrary, I think you're all treasures." Hearing this, the men all looked up. On the battlefield, staying alive comes first, there's no shame in that. Fight when you can win, retreat when you can't. As long as you're alive, there's always a way forward. The men looked at Lu, all somewhat surprised. Was this squad leader actually encouraging them to be deserters? On the contrary, having experienced failure, you'll be even better at assessing the situation and acting within your capabilities. I don't expect you to charge headlong into every battle. I only hope that when you have a chance of winning, you'll fight hard, and when you don't, you'll retreat quickly. In short, one thing, we only fight battles we can win. If we can't win, then we don't fight. A flood of questions instantly filled the room. Even Shin looked completely bewildered. What the hell is this guy up to? However, although Lu's theory was utter nonsense, it struck a chord with everyone. As a result, reporting, "Captain, there's a mission." "Not taking it." "Captain, there's not taking it." Every other day, Shin would report what he considered to be promising missions to Lu, hoping Lu would accept them. However, every time, Lu would dismiss them nonchalantly before he even finished listening. This left everyone watching Lu completely baffled. A month later, Shin approached Lu once again. Reporting to the captain, there's a mission. This time it was personally assigned by the commander. "We can't turn it down." Shin spoke quickly, afraid that Lu would refuse again. "Oh? What kind of mission?" Lu asked, somewhat surprised. "The commander has ordered us to attack a mining outpost." "What's the situation with the garrison?" Lu paused what he was doing and looked up. "The intel says there's one foundation stage cultivator, 10 at the peak of the Chi cultivation stage, and several dozen miners, all at around the mid-Chi cultivation stage." "Oh, well then, let us set out." Lu nodded and set down the magical artifact he had just crafted. Since this was a mission directly assigned by his superiors, he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. So he had no choice but to reluctantly accept it. Shin was very efficient. Before long, the entire team had packed their bags and set off together into the Million Mountains. Along the way, Lu kept his eyes closed, resting and tuning out the world. Shin had no choice but to shoulder the burden, handling everything on his own. What could he do? He owed him. After several days and nights of traveling through wind and rain, they were getting closer and closer to their target outpost. They estimated that after crossing a few more mountain ridges, they would be able to see the mine. Suddenly, Lu came to a halt and issued his first command, "Halt." "What's wrong?" Shin was taken aback by the order and quickly called the team to a stop. "Turn back immediately." Lu offered no explanation. He simply said it matter-of-factly, then turned and walked back. "Huh? But the commander's orders." "It's fine. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." "Well, all right." Shin felt a bit helpless, but had no choice but to order the troops to follow. The squad members were all somewhat puzzled at this point. Could it be that this squad leader was used to playing the coward? It was one thing to keep refusing missions before, but now that the moment had arrived, he was actually backing down. However, under Shin's intimidating presence, no one dared to ask any further questions. At that moment, 10 li ahead in a valley, a group of Nanling cultivators was lying in quiet ambush. Among them were 3 foundation stage captains, 1 commander and 2 deputies, while the ranks of Qi cultivation 9th layer members numbered as many as 70. The Nanling cultivators had spotted Lu and his group approaching long ago and had even devised a decapitation strategy. However, no matter how long they waited, Lu's group never drew near. When they sent scouts to investigate again, they were told the enemy had fled. What the hell is going on? Did they discover us? Fan Ko, the lead captain, was so furious he wanted to curse. They'd been wasting their time all day, watching the enemy close in on their ambush, only to let them slip away right before their eyes? No way! Upon confirming that the Xintian continent team indeed consisted of only 31 members, Fan Ko, the captain of the Nanling continent squad, decisively ordered a pursuit. Turn left. The Xintian squad, retracing their steps, had been jogging for a while when they suddenly received another order from Lu. But since they'd already decided to call it off, it didn't matter where they went, so no one raised any objections. Turn right. Before long, Lu spoke up again. Pick up the pace. As Lu issued one strange order after another, the team gradually began to grumble. However, under Shin's discipline, they had no choice but to obey. If viewed from above, Lu at that moment seemed to possess a goddess eye view, leading the Nanling cultivators behind him in endless circles. 10 li behind them was the Nanling cultivators column. Captain, trouble. The group ahead has suddenly sped up and is fleeing. It seems they've noticed our pursuit. Suddenly, a scout flew over to report. What? Upon hearing this, Captain Fan Ku of the Nanling squad turned ashen-faced and couldn't help but punch a large tree in front of him so hard it snapped in two. The enemy was actually more familiar with this area than they were. They'd been chasing them for so long, yet they just couldn't catch up. Zhuamu, you lead the main force to continue the pursuit. Zaylan and I will circle around to the front for an ambush. Fan Ku gritted his teeth and ordered. Yes, sir. Thus, the Nanling squad split into 2 groups. One of 50 men circled around to the front of the mountain to ambush and kill the enemy, while another of 20 men continued the pursuit from the rear. On a forest path. Stop. Set up an ambush here. The members of the Xintian squad, who had been running, suddenly received a new order from Lu. Ha? Why? Shin stopped immediately, looking puzzled. Lu's orders were getting stranger and stranger. The twists and turns up ahead were still acceptable, but this ambush was a bit baffling. There was no one around. Who exactly were they supposed to ambush? Are you the squad leader, or am I? Seeing Shin's hesitation, Lu asserted her authority as squad leader and glared at her sharply. Oh. Shin pouted in frustration and began making arrangements, albeit reluctantly. The area where the squad was currently located had particularly lush vegetation. Aside from a narrow path running through the middle, both sides were lined with thick grass, making it an ideal spot for hiding. Not long after the squad had taken up their positions, just as everyone was silently grumbling to themselves, they unexpectedly heard movement coming from behind. Could someone really be approaching? Everyone instantly held their breath, waiting quietly for the enemy to draw near. Soon, they could make out who was coming. There were 21 of them in total, all dressed in the attire of the Nanling continent. The leader was at the 2nd level of the foundation stage, while the rest were all at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. As the enemy group drew nearer, everyone clenched their fists in anticipation, ready to strike. Tell them to concentrate their firepower and take out the one in the middle on the left first. Lu whispered to Shin. Charge. At the command, the 30 members of the Xintian squad charged out in unison, surrounding the Nanling cultivators. Lu led the charge, his sword flashing repeatedly, catching the 20-member Nanling squad completely off guard. With the signal arrow never fired, their strategist fallen, and their leader too preoccupied to help, not to mention that they were already outnumbered by half. The Nanling squad instantly fell into disarray, their resistance becoming completely chaotic. Before long, the 30-20 battle resulted in an overwhelming victory. Without the interference of foundation stage cultivators, Lu was a god in this battle as he charged left and right. Not a single enemy could escape his pursuit. Of course, he only took on the toughest targets or those the others couldn't catch. For the rest, he didn't vie with his comrades for credit. As the rank-and-file soldiers were wiped out one by one, the lead foundation stage cultivator attempted to break away and flee. However, hounded by Shin and subjected to Lu's precise ambushes, he never managed to succeed. Ultimately, surrounded on all sides and having exhausted his spiritual energy, he was killed in action. In ground combat, even an early-stage foundation stage cultivator is not invincible against a peak chi cultivation cultivator. Their combat power is roughly equivalent to that of 10 chi cultivation, 9th layer cultivators. Getting these battle merits doesn't seem that hard, does it? Exactly. Just a few laps around, and we got them. The team members who secured the kills were all beaming with joy. Those who didn't, however, were seething with frustration, secretly resenting themselves for not giving it their all. Although assists do earn some battle merits, the difference compared to securing a kill is vast. They all vowed to charge to the front next time. They would hold nothing back. After cleaning up the aftermath, everyone received a fair share of loot, though they still felt a bit unsatisfied. "Captain, what do we do now?" the group asked in unison. "Head back and attack the city." Lu's reply was as concise as ever. "All right." Hearing this, the group perked up in unison. They had received orders to retreat earlier and were worried they'd be punished for failing to complete the mission, but now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The journey back was particularly lighthearted. Upon arriving at the mining outpost, the group discovered that the vein wasn't very large, just one or two mine shafts occupying a small valley. A stone wall encircled the valley, built against the surrounding mountains. Dozens of spirit-powered crossbows were mounted along the wall, their arrows all forged from refined mystic iron, gleaming with a cold, piercing light and exuding an intimidating presence. When Lu gave the order to attack, the group charged forward one after another as if energized, leading the charge with overwhelming momentum. Seeing enemies suddenly charging straight at them, the garrison quickly fired signal arrows to call for reinforcements. At the same time, they didn't hesitate to draw their spirit-powered crossbows, quietly waiting for the Xiantian forces to close in. However, just as the Xiantian forces neared striking range, Lu issued an extremely bizarre command. "Retreat!" "What?" Hearing this, the entire group froze in unison, halting in their tracks. "What are you standing there for? Retreat quickly!" Lu urged. "Oh," the group quickly turned around and retreated like a receding tide. What on earth is going on? This anticlimactic scene left the garrison reinforcements, who had just emerged from the mine shaft, utterly baffled. The enemy clearly had the numerical advantage, so why did they run away? In truth, it wasn't that Lu didn't want to continue the attack, rather, he had already foreseen the outcome. They could win, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory and they wouldn't be able to hold the position. After all, the enemy still had a main force waiting outside, fully capable of launching another counterattack. This was not the outcome Lu wanted. However, the signal arrow fired by the defenders exploded in midair, catching the eye of Captain Fan Ko, who was lying in ambush for Lu dozens of li away. "Damn it! That old scoundrel Situ actually set us up." Upon seeing the distress signal from the mine outpost, Captain Fan Ko immediately sensed something was wrong. No wonder the earlier ambush had failed, no wonder his pursuit had been led in circles. All the doubts in Fan Ko's mind suddenly fell into place. The enemy had clearly used the pretext of a secret deal to lure them out of their hiding place. What? Is there a problem? No. Since they all earned quite a few battle merits earlier, they held their tongues. Soon, the team hid in the crevices on both sides of the canyon. They lay in ambush for a long time, but not even a single fly flew by. It wasn't until dusk, when the group had truly run out of patience. That figures finally appeared. There were over 50 of them, hurrying toward the narrow pass. Among this group, 2 were at the mid-stage of the foundation stage, while the rest were all cultivators at the peak of the 9th layer of chi cultivation. Faced with such overwhelming odds, how could they possibly fight? A sense of fear crept into everyone's hearts. Even Shin believed they wouldn't launch an attack this time. However, just as more than half of the enemy force had passed, Lu suddenly issued an order. Push the boulders down, target the rear third. The Xiantian squad froze upon hearing this and turned to look at Lu in unison. However, Lu paid no heed to them and was the first to push a boulder down. With no other choice, the others joined in, exerting their strength in unison. As one boulder after another was sent tumbling down, the enemy formation was instantly split into two sections. Yes, sir. Zaylan accepted the order without raising any objections. This group of Nanling cultivators was made up of elite warriors, whose strength generally surpassed that of the Xiantian continent. With over 20 men covering the rear, even if they couldn't win, escaping would certainly be no problem. However, the situation once the battle actually began took him completely by surprise. The enemy group proved to be quite a tough opponent, especially one young cultivator who managed to breach their defenses with every attack. Meanwhile, Fan Ku himself was blocked by a beautiful female cultivator and couldn't do a thing. As a result, not long after Fan Ku left, his team was routed. They tried to flee, but to their surprise, they couldn't even escape. Fan Ku led his 30 men at a mix of full speed and a steady pace, finally returning to the mining camp 1 hour later. However, when he learned that the enemy consisted of only that one squad and that it had merely been a feint, he was so furious he nearly spat blood. Damn it all to hell. We were actually tricked. Trouble. The rear guard is in danger. Brothers, let us fight our way back. And so, they set off on another frantic dash. In contrast, the Xiantian continent was vast and rich in resources, and its cultivators had grown up in a relatively peaceful environment, so their combat prowess had always been relatively low. This was precisely why cultivators from the Nanling continent dared to cross the border from time to time to harass and plunder. However, the scene before them completely overturned their preconceptions. There was no doubt about it, they had run into a tough opponent this time. Their adversary was no weaker than they were. Suddenly, another piercing signal arrow flew in from the direction of the mine. And so, to their dismay, they discovered that their base had been raided again. Bastard! I'll never let you off the hook. Fan Ku felt a surge of rage building inside him, yet he couldn't find a way to vent it. Meanwhile, after Lu and his men had eliminated the enemies at One Line Heaven, they raced without pause along a back road toward the mine. The two groups passed each other by, but never crossed paths. By the time Fan Ku's team reached One Line Heaven, Lu and his men had also arrived near the mine. Night was falling, and dark clouds blanketed the sky, blocking out the moonlight. On the ramparts of the mine, sentries were gathered in small groups, sipping wine. On the outskirts of the mine, there were also a few drowsy hidden sentries. These hidden sentries, who thought themselves well concealed, naturally failed to escape Lu's reconnaissance. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Lu skillfully exploited the blind spots in the hidden sentries' fields of vision to silently eliminate the outer sentries one by one. Once the last hidden sentry was neutralized, Lu gave the order, and the Xiantian squad moved out in unison, stealthily creeping toward the city walls. They were getting closer and closer to the walls. Suddenly, a loud shout startled the guards, who had been chatting idly. Enemy attack! This was followed by the chaotic clamor of voices and the sound of rushing footsteps. By then, however, the Xiantian squad was less than 1 li from the city walls. Charge! Without hesitation, Lu drew his long sword and sprinted decisively toward the walls. Kill! The Xiantian squad followed closely behind Lu, surging toward the ramparts like a sharp sword. Quick, fire the crossbows! The squad leader finally snapped out of his daze and began organizing the defense. However, at this range, the spirit-powered crossbows could no longer inflict significant damage. Before the defenders could even fire a single volley, Lu and Shin had already charged to the forefront and scaled the walls, disrupting the crossbow attack. Having lost the advantage of their spirit-powered crossbows, and as the Xiantian squad members leaped onto the city walls one by one, the defenders were forced into a steady retreat. Apart from a dozen or so regular soldiers and a foundation stage, second-tier cultivator, most of the mine's defenders were miners at the 4th or 5th levels of the Qi cultivation stage. they were no match for the Xiantian squad, whose morale was at its peak. After several rounds of back-and-forth fighting, the defenders were quickly wiped out. Most were slain, while a small number surrendered. Shin, take your men to patrol the perimeter and set up defenses. The rest of you, follow me into the cave. Yes, sir. This time, Shin didn't voice any complaints. In fact, there was even a hint of respect in his tone. To capture this mine without losing a single man, what a tremendous achievement was this? The mine shaft was long, narrow, and deep, but to Lu, it was quite familiar. Back in the day, he had spent countless years in these mine shafts. As they ransacked one storage cavern after another, everyone's faces lit up with unhidden joy. The haul was excellent this time, with a large quantity of ore of various grades seized. However, what surprised and delighted Lu the most was discovering, deep within the mine, a group of 38 mining slaves from the Xiantian continent, all mid-stage chi cultivation cultivators. These mining slaves were shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, each clutching a mining pickaxe. When they first saw Lu and his companions, they appeared somewhat numb. However, upon hearing that cultivators from the Xiantian continent had come to rescue them, they all suddenly snapped out of their stupor, overcome with joy to the point of tears, and began weeping loudly. Lu looked at the people before him as if he had found a priceless treasure. He had originally worried that his small force wouldn't be able to hold the mine, but with the addition of these 30-plus people, his confidence was undoubtedly boosted. Although these slave miners were weak, they would still be quite useful for patrolling and building defensive fortifications. And that's exactly how it turned out. After being rescued, the miners were deeply grateful to the Xiantian squad and worked with extraordinary enthusiasm to help guard the fortress and build defensive structures. After all, they all knew that taking the place was only the beginning. Only by holding it could they escape their fate of slavery. "Captain, there's a huge one over here." Suddenly, a man with a thick beard emerged excitedly from the depths of a mineshaft and reported to Lu. "Oh? Let us go check it out." Lu tidied up the ore he collected and, with great interest, led a few key members deeper into the warehouse. He was already very satisfied with the haul, a huge pile of high-grade ore worth at least tens of thousands of mana crystals. Once handed over to the military headquarters, every member of their squad would receive a share of several hundred mana crystals. However, he wouldn't mind an unexpected bonus either. After rounding a cave, Lu soon spotted the big guy the bearded man had mentioned. It was a spirit-powered crossbow several times larger than the row of giant crossbows on the city walls. The entire body of the crossbow was carved from the white jade spine of a colossal beast, exuding an aura of grim menace. Beside the crossbow lay more than a dozen bone arrows, as sharp and translucent as white jade, glinting coldly in the light. The only pity was that the crossbow's bowstring had snapped. It was a demon python tendon as thick as a thumb, crystalline and resilient. An array flickered on the surface of the demon python tendon. It was meant to form a seamless, integrated array with the crossbow itself, but now it was severed in the middle, leaving the giant crossbow completely devoid of spiritual power. Overall, the quality of this giant crossbow was at least that of a spirit artifact. Had it not been damaged, it would undoubtedly have been a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Unfortunately, repairing it was no easy task, which is why this giant crossbow had been abandoned deep within the mineshaft, left to gather dust. "Get a few people to carry it out first," Lu ordered. "Yes, sir." In the dead of night, Lu led his entire force to take up positions on the city walls, waiting in silence. Judging by the time, the main forces of the Nanling continent should be returning by now. Lu did not dispatch any secret scouts to reconnoiter, as the enemy's arrival was almost certain. There was no need for such needless sacrifices. Having suffered several setbacks throughout the day, the enemy would certainly be unwilling to accept defeat. The fact that they hadn't moved yet was simply because they were biding their time. This counterattack would undoubtedly be the most dangerous one yet. There was no time left to build defensive fortifications. Whether they could hold the ore vein depended entirely on this battle. If they were breached, they would have no choice but to slink back to the Xiantian continent in disgrace. With the mission uncompleted, punishment would be inevitable. But if they can hold they'll be able to hold out until the defensive works are complete, at which point their chances of victory will increase significantly. It was a dark and windy night. Everything was silent. But no one mentioned resting. Lu knew the enemy was nearby, just biding their time. Now it was a contest of who had more patience. It wasn't until well into the night that the enemy finally lost their patience. Dozens of dark figures suddenly appeared outside the mine and swiftly darted toward the city walls. Fire! Seeing the enemy about to enter range, Lu decisively gave the order. Dozens of spirit-powered crossbows, each operated by 2 people channeling their spiritual energy, sent dozens of spirit-infused arrows whistling toward the dark figures. However, though the spirit-powered crossbows were powerful, their shots traveled in a straight line and could not change course. True to their reputation as the cream of the crop, the enemies were highly experienced and maneuvered in a zigzag pattern. By the time the arrows reached their targets, the enemies had long since moved on. Dozens of arrows plunged into the ground, causing little trouble for the enemy forces. Apart from 1 or 2 unlucky ones who managed to dodge completely and sustained minor injuries, this round of fire failed to achieve the expected results. Seeing this, the members of the Xiantian faction all felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Xin was already prepared to engage in combat. Once the enemy closed in, she was the only one who could hold the line. Fanku, seeing the arrows come to a halt, quickly seized the opportunity, activated his footwork, and lunged toward the city wall. Seeing the enemy leader closing in, while their own arrows continued to miss their mark, Lu hurriedly snatched a spirit crossbow and said to the group in a deep voice, "Watch my shot, aim where I point." As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly charged his spirit crossbow and fired, shooting at the empty space beside the enemy leader at blinding speed. The members of Xiantian, having received the order without a moment's hesitation, fired their arrows in unison. Only after releasing their arrows did they realize their mistake. That was an empty space, at least 1 zhang away from the enemy leader. How could they possibly hit him? Even if they shot with their eyes closed, they wouldn't have missed by such a ridiculous margin. Yet in the very next moment, they were stunned. With a loud thud, just as the arrow reached its target, the enemy leader suddenly materialized right there. The arrow struck with tremendous force, slamming directly into the lead cultivator. The enemy leader, having just appeared, hastily blocked the blow. For a moment, his chi and blood surged violently. He suffered a sudden setback, and his speed faltered. How is this possible? He actually got hit? Not only was the Xiantian squad stunned, but even Fan Ku himself was utterly shocked. His movements were erratic and unpredictable. Every step was random. He didn't even know where he'd be the next moment. How could the enemy possibly hit him? This must be a coincidence, right? But before he had time to think it through, he saw even more arrows closing in on him. At that moment, his old energy had just been exhausted and his new energy hadn't yet arrived. For a split second, he couldn't dodge and could only continue to block the attacks hastily. Thud, thud, thud. A series of thuds, all blocked by Fan Ku, but a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He'd actually been wounded. Good. Seeing this, members of the Xiantian squad were all invigorated. Shen's taut nerves also secretly relaxed. The enemy leader possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the foundation stage. If she were to fight him one-on-one, it would indeed be quite a struggle. Keep going. Lu, her face expressionless, took aim once more and completed her power build-up. Fan Ku sensed the impending attack from the city wall. Refusing to accept defeat, he darted forward again, his footwork erratic and unpredictable. However, Lu's next arrow arrived just as silently. With a thud, it struck its mark once again. Fan Ku's movements faltered once more. How is he doing this? But what greeted him was yet another barrage of attacks. Impossible. For the next few surprise attacks, no matter which way Fan Ku dodged, he was met precisely by the opponent's arrows and crossbow bolts. This subordinate, Lu, pays his respects to the general. Lu stepped into the center of the hall and bowed with clasped hands. Oh, so you're Lu? I've read the battle report from this campaign. You did quite well, the middle-aged general said with a smile as he set the report aside. Your Excellency, the credit for this mission belongs primarily to Xin and the others for their valiant fighting. I merely did what was expected of me and dare not take credit for myself. Unarrogant in victory and undaunted in defeat. You're a promising young man, however, regardless, your contribution was significant. What kind of reward would you like? Well, could I receive a foundation elixir as a reward? Lou asked tentatively. Your merits have indeed met the criteria for exchanging a foundation elixir. However, with all due respect, given your aptitude, even with a few more foundation elixirs, you might not necessarily reach the foundation stage, the middle-aged general said with a hint of regret. Hearing this, Lou's mood darkened. He was quite disheartened. However, your fighting style is excellent. I actually have a reward here that's more suited to you, one that guarantees you'll successfully reach the foundation stage. But it's extremely dangerous. You could say it's a 1 in 9 chance of survival. I wonder if you dare take the risk, the middle-aged general suddenly spoke up again. Guaranteed success in reaching the foundation stage? What kind of reward is it? Lou's interest was piqued upon hearing this. It's to pass the Xiantian trial and become a Xiantian sentinel. Become a Xiantian sentinel? That's right. On the Xiantian continent, there actually exists an elite and mysterious force, the Xiantian sentinels. Every Xiantian sentinel is one of the continent's most loyal guardians. Whenever a Xiantian crisis arises, the Xiantian sentinels charge bravely into the fray, never retreating until death. I'm certainly willing, but given my aptitude, will I be able to become a Xiantian sentinel? Lou asked doubtfully. You needn't worry about your aptitude. In this world, while spiritual roots are certainly important, resources are even more crucial. You must understand that absorbing spiritual energy through cultivation is not the only way to gain spiritual power. One can also enhance their cultivation by absorbing mana crystals, consuming spiritual flesh, and taking elixirs. A cultivator with 5 elements spiritual roots who trains daily using mana crystals, spiritual flesh, and spiritual provisions will not progress any slower than a cultivator with a single spiritual root who relies solely on absorbing spiritual energy. In fact, the higher one's cultivation reaches, the more insignificant spiritual power gained through absorbing spiritual energy becomes. Only high-grade spiritual items are the better way to advance one's cultivation. That's why high-level cultivators spend most of their time traveling far and wide to acquire spiritual resources, rather than toiling away in seclusion every day. As for cultivation, 2 hours a day is all it takes. When it comes to acquiring spiritual resources, what matters most is your combat prowess and skills. As long as you can pass the Xiantian trial and become outstanding Xiantian sentinels, what does it matter if it takes several times the resources to train you? The general's words cleared things up for Lou, and hope was rekindled in his heart. However, the middle-aged general's next words left Lou deeply conflicted. However, passing the Xiantian trial isn't exactly easy. It's practically a 1 in 1,000 chance. But every warrior who passes the trial reaps unimaginable benefits. Success in reaching the foundation stage is guaranteed. Moreover, years of experience have proven that warriors who pass the trial to become Xiantian sentinels are, without exception, the cream of the crop. You can go back and think this over. There's no need to rush your answer. No need. I've decided to claim this reward, Lou declared resolutely. He feared that if he thought about it too long, he might back down, so he cut off his own retreat. If he was going to live a life of humiliation, he'd rather die with a bang. Good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. A few days later, Lou was blindfolded by a core stage cultivator and led to a mysterious underground base. Inside this base, searing magma surrounded them on all sides. Only massive boulders floated on the magma, forming small plazas where people could stand. Hundreds of cultivators had been brought in alongside him, all battle-hardened elites gathered from. It's still not too late to back out now. Once you enter the trial tower, there will be no turning back. As Core Stage's words fell, a stir indeed rippled through the square. A few wavering participants withdrew, but most chose to stay, each convinced they would be the one to persevere to the very end. Only after the crowd had settled did Core Stage open the trial tower, allowing the warriors to enter one by one. Lou was the last to enter. The moment he stepped through the Tower of Trials portal, he felt a wave of and weightlessness wash over him. With a thud, his feet hit the ground, and before his eyes lay a vast desert. No sooner had he steadied himself than he saw all manner of wind blades whistling toward him. Was this actually a wind realm? There was no one in sight, only a ceaseless barrage of wind blades swept down from the sky, unending. He quickly used cloud shadow steps to dodge and advance, occasionally slashing the wind blades to pieces with his magic sword. However, the wind blades seemed endless, and the path ahead appeared to stretch on forever. He could dodge once, but he couldn't dodge countless times. After proceeding with extreme caution for most of the day, he finally failed to dodge one and was injured. Once injured, his reaction speed was severely impaired, leading to a relentless series of injuries. By the end of the first day, he was already covered in scars from the wind blades. It felt as if he were being cut to pieces 1,000 times over. How much farther to the other end of the secret realm? Gritting his teeth and pushing on, he stared silently ahead, hoping to catch a glimpse of the end. However, even after enduring until the end of the second day, his wish remained unfulfilled. After 2 days of non-stop exertion, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Fortunately, his recovery was formidable, allowing him to barely hold on. Yet, the seemingly endless journey ahead made him feel a profound sense of danger. He knew that pushing through was his only way out. Retreating or giving up would mean certain death. He could only channel the cloud shadow steps, dodging mechanically, striving to minimize the energy expenditure of each evasion. Dodge left. Dodge right. Horizontal slash. Every evasion and attack had become an unconscious physical reflex. He didn't need to think at all. He didn't even need to look. Just by listening to the sounds, he knew exactly what to do next. Several days later, Lou was still gritting his teeth and holding on. After these days of rigorous training, dodging attacks had become second nature. He could even keep going for a while with his eyes closed. The rate at which his spiritual energy was replenished had largely balanced out with the rate at which it was being depleted. During this time, although he had sustained several serious injuries, he was able to recover quickly each time. After an unknown number of days, the barrage of attacks suddenly ceased. The entrance to a passageway suddenly appeared. Judging by their behavior, it seemed they had caught the scent of blood and were coming to tear him apart. Oh no! Seeing this, Lou frantically began slapping the water's surface as he swam forward, trying to escape the area as quickly as possible. However, the cloud shadow steps were completely useless underwater. No matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't swim any faster. As the sword-shaped fish drew closer and closer, he had no choice but to draw his sword and engage them, using the flowing cloud sword technique to fight the sharp-beaked monsters. The sword-shaped monster fish were extremely fast. Their bodies resembled sharp swords as they swarmed toward Lou. However, the speed of Lou's flowing cloud sword tech was severely hampered in the water, and he simply couldn't execute it effectively. Often, no sooner had he sliced one in half with a single stroke than another was already closing in. He gave it his all, but the speed of his sword strikes could never keep up with the pace of the monster fish's attacks. Before long, he was once again covered in wounds. An endless stream of sword-shaped monster fish attacked, one after another, ceaselessly. If he didn't kill them, they would only gather in greater numbers. He had no choice but 2 days later, after fully recovering on the shore, Lou wasted no time and immediately re-entered the third level. By now, he feared nothing. He had even come to enjoy the sensation. He was gradually coming to understand the purpose of each level. It was helping him unlock his potential and temper his body. As soon as he entered the third level, Lou found himself sweltering in unbearable heat. The third level was clearly a realm of fire. The ground was covered in seething, boiling magma, and from time to time, a shower of flaming meteors rained down from the sky. Every time a meteor struck the magma, it sent up a spray of molten lava so scorching that even the slightest touch could reduce a person to ashes. However, Lou showed no fear. He used his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier around his body to ward off the lava's assault. Then, employing his footwork, he dodged the torrential rain of fire and sprinted forward. Before long, the sweat on his body had been evaporated, leaving him severely dehydrated. The heat was unbearable, and the environment was extremely harsh. But Lou had become numb to it all. He simply kept running forward, dodging as he went. He didn't know how he managed to persevere. He only knew that all the running and dodging had become second nature. Eventually, he successfully reached the other side once more. After being tempered by this realm of fire, he felt his body's heat resistance had greatly increased. From now on, even in extremely hot environments, he would be able to endure for a long time. Next came the fourth layer, the frozen glacier. Amid the endless expanse of the glacier, he trudged forward step by step with great difficulty. His whole body was shivering and numb from the cold, yet he was completely oblivious to it. He knew that if he stopped, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture forever. So he didn't dare to pause for even a moment. This trial was clearly designed to test his body's resistance to the cold. At the end of each day, he felt he had reached his limit and was about to give up, yet by the next day, he discovered that, to his surprise, he was still persevering. The final level was a vast forest. Above the vast forest, dark clouds hung low over the city, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. The moment Lou stepped into the forest, it was as if he had activated this realm itself. Divine lightning filled the sky, as if it had found an outlet, striking relentlessly toward him. His figure flickered, and the divine lightning struck the spot where he had stood, instantly creating a large, charred crater. He flashed back and forth relentlessly, while the divine lightning continuously blasted huge craters beside him, sending up billowing clouds of smoke and sending dirt flying everywhere. When he was unlucky enough to be struck, his entire body would char and smoke. Fortunately, his recovery was quick, and he soon regained his composure. However, the pace of the divine lightning strikes kept accelerating, and before long, he was once again covered in wounds. For several days in a row, his body was repeatedly tempered, shattered, and then repaired by the heavenly lightning. At some point, a battered and bedraggled Lou finally appeared on the very top floor of the trial tower. But the grand hall on the top floor was completely empty. It seemed there was nothing there at all. Whereas the reward I was promised? What about the guarantee that I'd definitely succeed in reaching the foundation stage? Lou looked out at the vast, unobstructed hall and suddenly felt like he'd been ripped off. After going through all that trouble to clear the trial, shouldn't he at least get a spiritual pill or a magical artifact as a reward? They made such a big deal out of the trial, but there was nothing waiting at the end. Wasn't this just taking advantage of him? Lou searched the area relentlessly, even tapping every single wall and floor tile over and over again. Yet, apart from a worn-out meditation cushion, there was still nothing in the hall. After an unknown amount of time, Lou suddenly focused his gaze on the only meditation cushion on the floor. The cushion had a simple, ancient design but looked exceptionally sturdy. At first glance, it didn't seem remarkable, but upon closer inspection, its material appeared extraordinary. What he didn't know was that while he was frantically absorbing spiritual energy to advance, the small sword inside his mana core was also seizing the opportunity to absorb spiritual energy at an insane rate. This spiritual energy showed no signs of running out. No matter how much he absorbed, Lou felt that the amount he had absorbed had already far exceeded the total spiritual energy of 10 foundation elixirs. He'd really hit the jackpot this time. A few days later, Lou suddenly let. The only difference was that of the hundreds of people who had been bustling about earlier, fewer than 10 remained now. One of them was still that masked core stage cultivator. Where were the others? Had they all perished? Lou looked around. Congratulations! You're the last one to emerge from the trial tower, the masked core stage cultivator said solemnly as he approached Lou. Looking at the desolate plaza, he couldn't help but feel a wave of inexplicable sadness wash over him. The path to immortality is so arduous and long. Who could guarantee that they would be the one left behind next time? Once the light of the trial tower had completely faded, the masked core stage solemnly presented each person with an Xiantian Sentinel's token. The token was simple yet substantial. It represented honor, but also a heavy responsibility. From then on, Lou became one of the guardians of the Xiantian continent. There was no turning back now. A few days later, Lou returned to Linyuan City. Though he'd only been gone a month, it felt like an eternity. Now, he finally had time to carefully examine the changes in the little sword. Another free artifact forging space. But I don't know how to craft spirit artifacts yet. I'll have to go learn first. After reading the first line, he felt a surge of quiet joy. However, when he saw the section on sword techniques, he grew worried again. 10,000 sword techniques and martial arts? Where am I supposed to find them all? Even if I emptied the entire Flowing Cloud Guild, it probably wouldn't be enough, right? Never mind, there is no point in overthinking it. I'd better head back to the sect first and see how many there are. Back at the courtyard, he found that no one from Shen's squad was there. When he first learned that the trial was a near certain death, Lu had given Shen full authority to act as squad leader. He hadn't expected this young lady to be so dedicated. She hadn't rested for a single moment. Lu had no choice but to exchange all his battle merits for a low-grade spirit sword. After learning the basics of sword riding, he flew leisurely toward the Flowing Cloud Guild. The entrance to the Flowing Cloud Guild. When Lu landed on Qingyun Peak, gliding leisurely on his sword, a group of outer sect disciples in the stone tower stood with their mouths agape, too stunned to speak for a long time. Is that Lu? Am I seeing things? That good-for-nothing from the 5-element trash route actually succeeded in reaching the foundation stage? How is that possible? Is there no justice in this world? Lu paid no heed to the crowd's astonishment and headed straight back to the stone cottage. He knocked on the door next door but found there was no response. How has actually gone out? I was planning to treat him to a nice meal. Never mind. I'll go exchange my identity jade token first. Lu shook his head and turned toward the administrative hall. How was his only good friend here? He'd been planning to surprise him, but it seemed he'd have to wait until next time. Upon entering the administrative hall, he was surprised to see Ming, a member of the Lu family who had joined the Flowing Cloud Guild alongside Lu all those years ago. Back then, Ming had entered the Flowing Cloud Guild with average spiritual roots, becoming the pride of the entire Lu family. Lu, on the other hand, with his trash root aptitude, had been completely written off. After joining the Flowing Cloud Guild, Ming had actually done quite well for himself by currying favor with Ting. He secured a position as a clerk there. The reason he managed to ingratiate himself with Ting was that he'd been the one to introduce Cece to Ting back then. Back at the Lu family estate, he had his eye on Cece for quite some time, but he never had the chance. Later, when Cece became an inner door disciple, he gave up on her entirely and instead used her to curry favor with Ting. As it turned out, this was a brilliant move. Now, both Ting and Cece regard him as a trusted confidant. He has reaped unimaginable benefits as a result. Seeing Lu walk in at that moment, Ming couldn't hide the contempt in his heart. He hated it when poor relatives like this came around trying to curry favor and build connections. Lu, what are you doing here? Is this even a place you're allowed to be? For outer sect Qi cultivation disciples of the Flowing Cloud Guild, the standard robes were simple blue tunics and blue robes. Upon becoming a foundation stage disciple, though still an outer sect disciple, his robes became more elaborate, adorned on the front and back with engraved patterns of flowing clouds shrouded in mist. The foundation stage flowing cloud mantra was no longer the basic entry-level cultivation technique he had started with. It had advanced to the early Xian grade, placing it in the middle tier among the 4 levels of Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Unless he encountered something better later on, Lu had no intention of switching it out. After completing all the necessary formalities, the middle-aged steward personally escorted Lu by flight to a picturesque mountain peak deep within the Flowing Cloud Guild. Junior brother Lu, this is the currently vacant cave residence area for foundation stage disciples. You may choose any private courtyard here at your leisure, Fu said with a smile. Lu looked around and saw several small courtyards scattered sporadically across the mountain peak. Each courtyard covered several thousand square meters. Against the mountainside stood a 3-story pavilion, and beyond the pavilion was a small courtyard enclosed by a railing, where one could grow spiritual grains and medicinal herbs. Senior brother, thank you very much. I'll take this one, Lu said, pointing to a secluded courtyard on the left. Alright, then I'll go ahead and register you, junior brother. By the way, do you happen to need a maid, junior brother Lu? I happen to have 2 unmarried nieces in my family. Though their aptitude isn't the best, they're excellent cooks and particularly good at taking care of people, Fu said eagerly. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I'm off and away, so I don't need any for now. If I ever do, I'll be sure to ask you to arrange it right away, Lu said, politely declining. After all, he was still a very traditional person and hadn't yet adjusted to this lavish lifestyle. Alright, it's a deal. Fu clasped his hands in a bow before turning away with a hint of regret. Feeling the other's enthusiasm, Lu couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. The treatment afforded to foundation stage cultivators was indeed incomparable to that of the Qi cultivation stage. Not only had his monthly stipend risen from 2 to 30, but someone had even rushed over to deliver a maidservant. It would have been almost embarrassing to refuse. No wonder people always say, those who do not reach the foundation stage remain mere ants. He just wondered what the treatment was like for inner sect disciples at the foundation stage. As he gently landed in front of the small courtyard, Lu began to carefully survey his own little corner of the world. It was a 3-story, pavilion-style courtyard built entirely of spirit wood, and the overall appearance was quite exquisite. At the rear of the courtyard was a spiritual spring, constantly bubbling up to form a small pond shrouded in mist. Surrounding the pond were rockeries and gardens, lush with flowers and foliage, giving the place an elegant and distinctive air. The courtyard was fully equipped with every amenity. Second and third floors housed bedrooms, an open-air reception hall, cultivation chambers, alchemy labs, and artifact forging workshops. The first floor, meanwhile, consists of several bedrooms for servants and maids, as well as storage rooms and a kitchen. Next to the pavilion lies a vast expanse of spirit fields. By a rough estimate, they cover several mu. If planted entirely with spirit herbs and spirit grains, they could likely yield an annual income of several dozen mana crystals. This left Lu, who was accustomed to poverty, deeply satisfied. Unfortunately, spiritual herbs take far too long to grow, and even spiritual grains require a full year before they can be harvested, so he couldn't count on any short-term returns. After quickly changing into the standard foundation stage disciple robe inside, Lu headed out to buy some spiritual grain seeds and farming tools. He planned to clear a plot of land in his own courtyard, plant the seeds, and wait for next year's harvest. At dusk, when Lu returned to his small courtyard, he found Cece waiting at the gate. "You're back?" Cece greeted him indifferently. Her tone was a bit less cold, but a touch more haughty. "Is there something you need?" Lu asked, his face expressionless. "So you've successfully reached the foundation stage after all. I really did underestimate you." Cece sensed Lu's aura and fell into deep thought for a moment. "Is that all you came here to say?" Lu frowned at her words. Sensing the resentment in Lu's tone, Cece let out a soft sigh and said indifferently, "Find some time to visit the Lu family. They all miss you." "Ha! Since when did you get involved with the Lu family?" A hint of self-mockery involuntarily flashed across Lu's face. Although Cece had stayed with the Lu family before, it had been while she was at the Lu residence, and she hadn't had much interaction with the others. He never expected the two families to become entangled like this. "I'm short on trustworthy people in the Zhao family, and the Lu family has already pledged their loyalty to me, so they all count as my in-laws," Cece explained matter-of-factly. Although she didn't think much of the Lu family's strength, it was better than nothing. After all, she did have some relatives in the mortal world who needed someone to look after them. Most importantly, the Lu family used her name to conduct business, and she received a considerable amount of mana crystals every month. "Well, congratulations then," Lu said indifferently. To put it nicely, they were family. To put it bluntly, they were servants. "Don't you understand what I mean? You're a member of the Lu family, too." "Sorry, but they're them, and I'm me. Lu, I hope you'll give this some serious thought. After all, your good luck won't last forever," Cece said haughtily. "Sorry, if there's nothing else, I'll go in first." With that, Lu walked past Cece and stepped inside. Sensing Lu's resistance, Cece temporarily set aside her attempts to win her over and said instead, "Wait. The Lu family has arranged a marriage for you. If you're free tomorrow, go take a look. It's on the second floor of Waxiangju, in Shangyun Pavilion." "The Lu family arranged a marriage for me? What right do they have?" Lu turned back and said coldly, "Your second great uncle arranged it for you. He is your only living elder." "Ha, why didn't you say he was my elder back then?" Lu couldn't help but sneer. Of all the people who had fought over the inheritance left by his parents, they were the most aggressive. "I advise you to go. Don't let people think you've forgotten your roots." Cece coldly shoved a voice transmission talisman into Lu's hand, then turned and walked away. Lu stared at the voice transmission talisman in his hand, frozen for a moment before a hint of sarcasm flashed across his face. Fine. Just wait and see how I'm going to mess this whole thing up. The next day, Lu arrived at Waxiangju and Flowing Cloud City as scheduled. Flowing Cloud City was the city closest to the Flowing Cloud Guild. It could be considered the foremost of the Flowing Cloud Guild's 8 great cities, a gathering place for numerous prominent families, all either wealthy or noble. Waxiangju, meanwhile, was located in the most bustling area of eastern Flowing Cloud City. Waxiangju stood 5 stories tall and looked quite opulent. Although it wasn't the very top-tier restaurant in Flowing Cloud City, it ranked among the top 5, and its prices were quite high. Stepping into the Shangyun private room and finding it empty, Lu didn't hold back. He ordered a pot of spirit wine and a few small dishes, then began to eat at his leisure. The cultivators coming and going on the streets stirred up quite a few memories for Lu. But in the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed, and the other party was still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he'd been stood up? This gave Lu a bad feeling. He'd originally planned to wrap things up in a few minutes and slip away quickly. He never expected to be inexplicably delayed by the other party for over an hour. He was actually quite curious to see what kind of person could be so full of themselves. After what seemed like an eternity, a female cultivator finally walked in, heavily made up, with a somewhat sharp-looking mouth. Sorry to keep you waiting. Without a word of explanation, she pulled up a nearby chair and sat down, speaking in a brash manner. Although she said she was sorry, Lu didn't sense even a hint of remorse from her. But he didn't pay it much mind. You must be Lu, right? Why didn't you help me order? The female cultivator began questioning him the moment she sat down. Sorry, I didn't know what to order. Lu completely ignored her, offering a perfunctory reply. Alright then, waiter, bring me a few plates of spirit meat, the most expensive kind, and some spirit wine, Lina said bluntly. Lu watched all this in silence, saying nothing. After placing her order, Lina finally spoke up. You know all about my situation, right? I don't. Alright, then I won't beat around the bush. You look decent enough, you barely meet my standards, but what's your status in the Lu family? I have no status. And what about the Flowing Cloud Guild? Outer sect disciple. Outer sect disciple? Lina's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. What's your spiritual root? 5-element trash root, Lu continued calmly. Hearing this, Lina shot up from her seat, her face flushed with anger. Is this the talented young man the introducer was talking about? What kind of nonsense is this? Just as Lu thought she was about to storm out in a huff, he saw her hesitate for a moment before forcing herself to sit back down. Lu felt a bit awkward for a moment. The fact that she hadn't left meant his plan had fallen through. After a moment of silence, Lina spoke again. How many mana crystals do you have right now? A few hundred. The contempt in Lina's eyes deepened. He's just a penniless pretty boy. What else is he good for besides being a decorative ornament? Do you think you're good enough for me? Lina sneered. What do you think? Lu retorted indifferently. Then let me explain this to you properly. You have poor aptitude and low status. The only thing you have going. After all that, she was finally getting to the point. And then? Lu smiled without arguing. From then on, you must be at the Li family's beck and call. Anything else? Lu asked, still smiling. One more thing. I'm already pregnant with someone else's child, and from now on, you must treat him as your own son. I'm sorry, we're not right for each other. Lu left his share of mana crystals behind and walked away without hesitation. This is an arranged marriage set up by the Lu family. They've already accepted the betrothal gift. You have to marry her whether you want to or not. Cece said coldly. Then let us go our separate ways from now on and have nothing more to do with each other. With that, Lu drew his sword to sever all ties, never looking back. You don't say I didn't warn you. Cece was furious. After being looked down upon during the matchmaking meeting, Lu came to deeply realize the importance of mana crystals. There were no new assignments from the Xiantian Sentinels for the time being. To acquire mana crystals quickly, he'd have to rely on artifact crafting. But magical artifacts were simply too low tier. Only by crafting spirit artifacts could he earn more mana crystals. But where could he learn to craft spirit artifacts? Elder Zhao was definitely out of the question. He was merely a peak 1-star artifact crafter, and Lu couldn't learn much more from him. The artifact forging hall of the Flowing Cloud Guild is out of the question as well. They wouldn't even give him the time of day. It seems he'll just have to look elsewhere. Only larger factions offer more opportunities. He'd heard that the level of artifact forging in neighboring Hangzhou was quite high, with artifact forging clans as common as dogs, so Lu decided to go there and try his luck. The next day, after using the contribution points he'd accumulated over the years to exchange for dozens of sword techniques at the Flowing Cloud Guild, Lu left the sect and set off for Hangzhou. Hangzhou is separated from Yunzhou by hundreds of thousands of li. If you were to fly on a sword, it would take at least several months. Fortunately, there were airships running between the central cities of the two continents, with 2 trips daily. Lu boarded one of these flights, and after flying for over 10 days, he finally arrived at Ying City, the central city of Hangzhou. Located in the northern part of Hangzhou, Ying City was one of the largest cities in the region. The city was incredibly bustling, surrounded by countless sects and clans as numerous as dogs of Far Cry from a remote small town like Lianyun City. His strongest impression was that many of the cultivators here came from all over the continent, unlike Yunzhou, where outsiders were practically non-existent. After wandering around Yingcheng for several days, Lu finally spotted a recruitment notice for an artifact forging assistant posted outside the gates of a prominent Brother, you're really putting on an act, aren't you? Everyone knows the eldest Miss Lu is as beautiful as a flower and possesses extraordinary talent. She is bound to become a grandmaster of artifact forging one day. Whoever marries her will hit the jackpot. Isn't everyone here for Miss Lu? The handsome cultivator looked at him with disdain. I really am not. Lu replied indifferently. Still pretending? That's no fun at all. The handsome cultivator looked a bit displeased. He meant to strike up a conversation in good faith, but never expected the other party to brush him off so dismissively. I really didn't know anything about the Lu family's eldest daughter beforehand. Lu was at a loss for words. He told the truth. Why wouldn't anyone believe him? Hearing this, the handsome cultivator pouted slightly. Realizing the conversation had lost its appeal, he fell silent. Lu was the only one here who was more handsome than him. He intended to probe for information, but hadn't expected her to be so guarded. It seemed this selection process was going to be no easy feat. The crowd didn't have to wait long before a picture-perfect, classical beauty glided in, her every movement exuding the grace of a well-bred young lady. This classical beauty was none other than Lu Ruyan, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan, everyone's eyes lit up with admiration, and they began showering her with flattery and attempts to curry favor except for Lu, who remained lost in his own thoughts. However, rather than being pleased by their flattery, Lu Ruyan was actually furious. Her previous assistants had either been seduced by her beauty or bribed by her rivals. With the competition looming, this situation had left her overwhelmed, so she had no choice but to recruit new assistants. Now, however, she looked at everyone present with a touch of suspicion. She gave the crowd a cold, sweeping glance and said sternly, "The artifact forging assistant assessment begins now. Please craft the magical artifact you are most skilled at, and submit it to me for inspection in 2 hours." The crowd immediately fell silent, stealing glances at Lu Ruyan as they began crafting their magical artifacts. Lu Ruyan also began patrolling the workshop, observing each candidate's performance on the spot. She had already quietly taken note of every candidate who had stolen a glance at her. As for those who kept their eyes fixed straight ahead, she would sneak up on them. The handsome male cultivator sitting next to Lu was, unfortunately, singled out. Although he had come prepared and resisted the initial temptations. When Lu Ruyan's slender, graceful figure drew near and a captivating scent wafted toward him, he instantly lost his composure. In a moment of carelessness, he made a mistake. Humph! If you can't even concentrate on crafting a magical artifact, it means either your will is weak or your intentions are impure. Soon, Lu Ruyan walked away with a cold expression. In this way, Lu Ruyan tested them one by one. Most of the examinees were distracted by her and unable to concentrate. Only Lu never so much as glanced at her from start to finish, treating her as if she were air. 2 hours later, everyone had finished crafting their artifacts one after another and handed them in. A few had even managed to create top-grade artifacts. Lu, however, had only managed to craft a high-grade artifact. After all, the time was too short. This was already the limit of what he could achieve. As for the few who had crafted top-grade artifacts, Lu Ruyan dismissed them in her mind without even glancing at them. With that level of skill, crafting spirit artifacts would be a breeze. Why would they bother coming here as assistants? These people must have ulterior motives for coming. As soon as Lu handed in the high-grade magical artifact he had crafted, Lu Ruyan immediately announced the result. "You're the one. Follow me." With that, Lu Ruyan turned and walked away, giving no one a chance to ask questions. "Why did you choose him? On what grounds? That's not fair. We clearly crafted better ones." A group of candidates who had forged high-grade magical artifacts protested in unison, while the others were left bewildered. However, in this assessment, the selection was entirely up to the host family, and there was nothing any of them could do about it. Lu followed Lu Ruyan toward the side hall, looking utterly bewildered. He never would have imagined he'd actually been selected just like that. When he saw that someone had actually crafted a top-grade magical artifact in such a short time, he'd assumed he didn't stand a chance. He never expected that, in the end, the one chosen would be him. Upon arriving at the side hall, Lu Ruyan turned around and said to Lu with a cold expression. "To be my assistant, there's only one requirement. You must devote yourself entirely to completing the task and must not harbor any improper thoughts." "Can you do that?" "I can," Lu replied with absolute certainty. He was here to learn artifact forging, and he knew exactly what he wanted. However, despite Lu's unequivocal response, Lu Ruyan wasn't as pleased as she'd expected. On the contrary, she felt a bit uneasy. Was he just putting on a show by answering so decisively? Could it be that she'd misread him again? Only Lu knew that, though the woman before him was beautiful, he truly felt nothing for her. Perhaps it was her aloof, haughty aura that made him feel a bit resistant. If he had a choice, he really wouldn't want to serve such a spoiled young lady. Go to the main hall and find Uncle Fu to handle the necessary paperwork. Lu Ruyan tossed out the instruction and walked away with a cold expression. She left Lu standing there, looking bewildered and at a loss. Did I say something wrong again? Sure enough, Lu's hunch had been correct. The next day, after giving Lu a jade slip containing the fire control technique, Lu Ruyan assigned him a mountain of material purification tasks. The requirements for these tasks were all over the place, and the workload was staggering. However, Lu didn't complain at all. Instead, he threw himself into the refining work with complete focus. On the third day, Lu Ruyan assigned even more tasks, yet Lu still didn't utter a single word of complaint and finished them on time. On the fourth day, Lu Ruyan doubled the workload, hoping to see if Lu would refuse. However, much to Lu Ruyan's disappointment, Lu worked through the night in silence and completed everything. Looking at the brightly lit artifact refining room, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that I really was overthinking this? However, she didn't stop making things difficult for him right away. She wanted to see how long he could keep up the act. For the next month, Lu spent almost every night working through the night to purify materials. Her various unreasonable demands left Lu both tormented and delighted. Still, Lu didn't complain at all, because he knew that whether he could learn anything depended entirely on these few days. Sure enough, a month later, Lu had mastered the fire control technique to perfection. Lu Ruyan was finally convinced. She summoned Lu to her private alchemy chamber and officially began having him assist with the alchemy process. At last, he could observe the process of crafting spirit artifacts. Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ruyan's artifact forging workshop was vast and magnificent, fully equipped with all manner of high-grade tools, and the materials for forging filled an entire small warehouse. During every subsequent forging session, after completing his assigned tasks, Lu would observe with intense focus, including the techniques for smelting with true fire at every step, the interactions and compatibility of various materials, and the engraving of formations, completely oblivious to the stunningly beautiful woman standing right before him. Mastering the crafting of spirit artifacts isn't something one can learn with just a few glances. Not even the most gifted artifact craftsman can do that, so Lu Ruyan openly crafted in front of Lu without any hesitation or need to ask him to step aside. After all, crafting spirit artifacts isn't like crafting magical artifacts, where one simply fuses the materials together. The various materials used in spirit artifacts all possess different attributes that interact with one another to produce different changes. Fusing two materials in different ways yields distinct results. Unless you're the one doing it, it's impossible to understand what others are doing. Lu, however, was an exception. Every time he observed, he would enter the artifact forging space and continuously simulate Lu Ruyan's steps. If there was anything he didn't understand, he would ask her when he had a moment. As a result, every time Lu Ruyan forged an artifact, it was as if Lu were experiencing it firsthand. Thanks to Lu's diligence and eagerness to ask questions, their collaboration grew increasingly seamless. Often, when they reached a certain step in the process, Lu would have the necessary materials ready in advance without Lu Ruyan even having to say a word, as if they were on the same wavelength. As the artifact forging competition drew nearer, the spiritual artifacts Lu Ruyan crafted reached higher and higher levels, allowing Lu to learn even more. Finally, one day, Lu successfully crafted a qualified spirit artifact within the illusory realm. Through this trial, the artifact forging legacy is officially activated. A voice filled with delight rang out. Immediately, the artifact forging space vanished, and the scene shifted back to the inheritance jade disc. However, the disc no longer displayed the methods for crafting individual magical artifacts. Instead, it presented segments of the memory inheritance from great artifact forging masters, chronicling their journeys from apprentices to top-tier masters through countless forging sessions. Within these inherited memories, Lu could not only witness the artifact forging process as if he were there in person, but also listen to the insights and wisdom of these great masters. All things are artifacts. Formations are the pivot. The operation of all things under heaven is, in fact, driven by formations. Mountains, rivers, and the alternation of the sun and moon all are brought about by formations. The changing of the seasons and the growth and withering of plants all are brought about by formations. Even human birth, aging, sickness, and death, as well as the flow of qi and blood, all are brought about by formations. And what we call formations are, in fact, the laws and principles governing the movement of all things in the world. The spiritual formations within all magical treasures and spiritual artifacts are modeled after and distilled from the natural world. Only by comprehending the laws of all things can one design magnificent spiritual formations, thereby forging incredible magical treasures and divine artifacts. In short, all things under heaven are artifacts. All things under heaven can be forged. These profound insights were recounted one by one, leaving Lu spellbound. From then on, whenever he had a spare moment, he would enter the artifact forging realm to peruse the legacy memories of the great masters of artifact forging. Of course, Lu was still only exploring memories related to spirit-grade artifacts. He hadn't yet had the chance to delve into the forging memories for high-grade magical treasures, which required several months of work to complete. Before he knew it, several months had passed, and the Southern Artifact Forging Competition was about to begin. Organized by the Southern Artifact Forging Guild, this competition was a massive event spanning the entire southern region of the Xiantian continent. As her assistant, Lu had the privilege of accompanying Lu Ruyan to Tianyun City on the central continent, where they would travel together to the Southern Artifact Forging Guild to compete. Tianyun City was the most prosperous city in the southern part of the Xiantian continent. Cultivators could be seen everywhere in the sky and on the streets. Here, there were all kinds of large commercial buildings and a wide variety of regional specialties. It could be said that all cultivation resources produced across the 4 southern continents could be purchased here. The Southern Artifact Smiths Guild is situated amidst a range of mountains north of Tianyun City, shrouded in mist year-round and suffused with an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Early that morning, the Lu family's airship passed over the vast city of Tianyun and slowly made its way toward the mountain range. As the airship drew nearer, a magnificent complex of palaces suddenly came into view amidst the mountains. Pavilions, towers, and terraces were shrouded in mist, and from time to time, a few spirit beasts would fly by. It was truly a paradise on earth. When Lu saw this complex, he was secretly astonished. Could such a vast complex really be the headquarters of the Southern Artificers Guild? It was likely on par with an entire city elsewhere. At the very center of the palace complex lay a vast lake, its surface shimmering with ripples. Surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, the lake was dotted with palaces and buildings of various colors, arranged in a harmonious, staggered pattern. In his previous life, this would undoubtedly have been one of the most beautiful vacation destinations. The scenery here is breathtaking, and the spiritual energy is overwhelming. If I could study artifact forging here, I'd have no regrets in this life. Lu suddenly felt a pang of envy toward the contestants participating in this competition. They had the chance to stay here, while he was merely a spectator. Lu Ruyan gazed at the beautiful scenery before her, her heart filled with longing. As long as I make it into the top 10 in this competition, I'll be able to stay here. Lu Ruyan began to silently pray in her heart. When the Lu family's airship flew in front of the complex of buildings, a group of cultivators dressed in white emerged from the mountains and came forward to greet them. May I ask if you are the artifact craftsmen here to participate in the competition? The lead white-robed cultivator inquired. That is correct. We are from the Lu family of Hangzhou. Here is our invitation. The head guard leading the Lu family delegation hurriedly presented a silver envelope with great respect. Very well, please follow me. After verifying the invitation, the group of white-robed cultivators led the way, guiding the Lu family members to a secluded courtyard within the palace complex. This secluded courtyard would serve as the Lu family's temporary residence. The artifact forging competition won't begin until tomorrow. That night, a gentle breeze blew, and a cold moon hung high in the sky. Lu Ruyan, however, stood alone, leaning against the railing of the pavilion, unable to fall asleep for a long time. At some point, Lu had appeared beside her. Lu, do you think we can make it into the top 10 in tomorrow's competition? Lu Ruyan asked wistfully, gazing into the distance. Is this competition really that important to you? Yes. Our Lu family has been in decline for a long time. Although my father hasn't told me, I can sense the immense pressure he faces every day. We have no way out. If we don't achieve results this time, we'll be dropped from the ranks of the artifact forging clans. Lu Ruyan said with a grave expression. Lu hadn't expected that even a weapon forging prodigy like Lu Ruyan would have her own worries. I think even the most gifted disciple won't dare say for certain that they'll make it into the top 10. There are countless opportunities in this world, just do your best. Why get so fixated on it? The rise and fall of a clan doesn't depend on the efforts of just one person, Lu said comfortingly. Ah, you're right. I just want to ease Father's burden as much as possible, Lu Ruyan said. Doing your best is the best way to ease his burden. Things rarely go exactly as we wish, but we should at least have a clear conscience. Lu Ruyan was slightly taken aback that Lu would say such a thing. By the way, what are your plans after the tournament? Lu Ruyan asked suddenly. Me? I'll just keep wandering the world, Lu sighed wistfully. Lu Qingyi looked into Lu's melancholy eyes and felt an inexplicable pang of sadness, mixed with sympathy. His talent and hard work were no less than hers, but unfortunately, his background held him back, leaving him frustrated and unfulfilled. In comparison, she considered herself quite fortunate. The next day, early in the morning, the group was led to a massive square in the heart of the Southern Guild. By then, the square was already crowded with participating artifact crafters, and their elders. A rough estimate put the number at least 10,000. Lu looked around curiously, as if trying to thoroughly examine every building there. He felt that every corner of this place seemed more complex than it appeared at first glance. Directly in front of the central square stood a towering palace, built entirely of white jade and green rock, giving the entire structure an air of solemn dignity. The steps leading up to the palace were also paved entirely with solid white jade, clean and tidy, not a speck of dust in sight. Before long, the palace gates at the front of the square suddenly swung open, and 10 distinguished-looking elders slowly emerged from within. As the crowd got a clear look at the 10 elders, a stir immediately swept through the crowd. Are those 10 the legendary artifact forging grandmasters of the Southern Artifact Forgers Guild? They must be. The one in the center is Grandmaster Xian Kong, the guild master of the Southern Artifact Forgers Guild. I've had the honor of seeing him from afar before. So many artifact forging grandmasters, they're rarely seen in public, yet here they are, all gathered in one place. It seems this artifact forging competition is truly extraordinary. If I were lucky enough to receive even a little guidance from one of them, I'd die with no regrets. All 10 of them are artifact forging grandmasters? Lu was somewhat stunned upon hearing the crowd's discussion. Generally speaking, those who craft magic artifacts are called artifact crafting apprentices. Those who craft artifacts are called artifact crafters. Those who craft mystic artifacts are called artifact crafting masters, and only those who craft imperial artifacts are called artifact crafting grandmasters. These correspond to the 1-star to 4-star rankings of artifact crafters. It's rare enough to even see a single artifact crafting master in everyday life, yet here he was, suddenly face to face with 10 of these legendary artifact crafting grandmasters. Artifact forging grandmasters hold a status comparable to that of a sect leader in virtually any sect. After all, an Earth-grade artifact might not appear even once in 100 years, and even when it does, it is the result of numerous artifact forging grandmasters collaborating over a long period of time. Therefore, an artifact forging grandmaster is essentially the pinnacle of the artifact forging profession. As the sound of a bell rang out with a ding, the crowd fell silent. The slender, elderly man in the center stepped forward to the center of the hall, his eyes brimming with kindness, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Southern Artifact Forging Competition. I am Xian Kong, the current president of the Southern Artifact Forgers Guild. It is a great honor to serve as the chief examiner for this competition. I hereby assure you all that this competition will be fair and impartial, and we will strive to select the most promising artifact forging prodigies." Bravo! No sooner had Xian Kong finished speaking than the crowd in the square erupted into enthusiastic applause. The elder Xian Kong smiled and nodded, then continued. "Now, I will announce the rules of this competition. There are no restrictions on materials, but they must be selected from the material storehouse within this palace. The magical artifacts crafted will be judged jointly by the 10 Grandmaster Elders of our guild. The top 10 contestants with the highest total scores will be declared the winners and will receive the opportunity for guidance from a Grandmaster. The competition will last 5 days. Each artifact craftsman may bring one assistant under the age of 30 as measured by bone age. All other senior masters from the participants' sects are to take their seats on the outskirts of the square and wait. During the competition, do not offer any guidance to your disciples, otherwise, you will be immediately disqualified." As soon as the old Taoist of Xian Kong finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and all the gates of the palace ahead instantly swung open. The scene inside the palace gradually came into view. It turned out to be a vast materials warehouse, filled to the brim with countless artifact forging materials. Soon, dozens of white-robed cultivators emerged from all sides and set up individual forging stations in the center of the square, each marked with a corresponding number. "Alright, now please have each artifact craftsman and assistant find their designated position according to the number on their invitation, then proceed to the palace up ahead to select materials. The competition will officially begin in half a shurchen." After speaking, the old Taoist Xian Kong walked to the center of the judges' platform, sat cross-legged, and casually activated an isolation formation, cutting off all voice communication between the contestants and their sect elders. What should we craft? The crowd pondered nervously as they entered the material warehouse. However, when they saw the materials inside, they all froze in shock. Every single material here was spirit grade or lower, not a single one was a high-grade material of Xian grade or higher. This was completely different from their usual practice. In their daily training to craft high-quality spirit artifacts, they would always use at least 1 or 2 high-grade materials. What are we going to do? Lu Rian was also panicking. She had never crafted a spirit artifact without using high-grade materials. If she used only spirit grade or lower materials, her skill level would drop by an entire grade. Lu Rian was usually capable of crafting top-grade spirit artifacts, but this competition was of the utmost importance. If she only crafted high-quality spirit artifacts, she would certainly not achieve a very good ranking. So she had no choice but to grit her teeth, select the materials, and continue refining a top-grade spiritual artifact using her original method. However, numerous problems arose during the refining process. For instance, she didn't have any 10,000-year-old cold jade, so she had to use 1,000-year-old cold jade as a substitute. This led to an imbalance in attributes, and no matter what she tried, the two essences of the materials simply wouldn't fuse. Over the course of 3 days, one artifact core after another was ruined. Lu remained silent the whole time, helping to purify the materials over and over again so that Lu Ruyan could forge the artifact blanks. However, when the fourth artifact blank exploded yet again, Lu Ruyan completely panicked. There were only 2 days left until the end of the competition, which meant she didn't have enough time left to forge a spirit artifact. Is this competition really going to end in such a crushing defeat? How can I possibly show my face back at the clan? The moment Lu Ruyan thought of how she would face her father's expectant gaze, her eyes welled up with tears, which began to stream down her cheeks. With time running out, Lu Ruyan came to a complete standstill. Lu knew she had lost all her composure and couldn't help but speak up. Calm down, don't think about anything right now, just listen to me. It's no use. I'll never finish it. Lu Ruyan shook her head, her emotions completely shattered. How much she wanted to pull herself together, but she knew that even if she worked at her absolute fastest, it would still be too late. Since failure is inevitable, why not let go of everything and just give it a try for the sake of fun? We still have 2 days left. Do you really want to just cry your way through the rest of it? Lu Qingyi paused for a moment upon hearing this. That was true. Since failure was inevitable, what was there left to hold back? If she was going to cry, she might as well wait until after the competition was over, right? So she quickly wiped away her tears, composed herself, and said, "All right, then tell me what to do. First, keep purifying and fusing the materials just like before." Okay. Working in perfect harmony, the two quickly refined 2 more clusters of material essence and began fusing them. Next, try adding some earth element to it, Lu instructed telepathically, sounding like a mentor. Huh? How do I add it? Lu Ruyan asked, looking completely bewildered. Lu didn't say a word. Instead, he grabbed a handful of Tianjing sand from the pile of materials and scattered it over the artifact prototype. Then, a miracle happened. The 2 clusters of material essence which had been impossible to fuse no matter what suddenly merged together seamlessly. How is this possible? Why did this happen? Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned. She had previously tried every method imaginable but couldn't get the materials to fuse. Now, with just one move from Lu, they had fused successfully in an instant. What kind of secret trick was this? Her mind was filled with confusion. Focus on refining the artifact first, I'll tell you later. Oh, too bad we're still running out of time. Lu Ruyan lamented. Don't worry. If you follow my method, we'll definitely have enough time. Just take your time, Lu reassured her. Lu Ruyan had no choice but to follow his instructions, though she remained skeptical. She didn't know how much time had passed, but when the final engraved line was completed, a spirit sword had actually been finished just before the competition ended. What a pity it's only top grade. Still, it's better than not being able to forge anything at all, Lu Ruyan said with a forced smile. Who says it's only top grade? There's still one final step left. Why don't you try sprinkling a few drops of your essence blood on it? Lu reminded her. What? A blood sacrifice? Isn't that method supposed to have been lost to history? Lu Ruyan asked, her face full of astonishment. However, upon seeing Lu's unyielding gaze, she complied, cutting her wrist and sprinkling her essence blood onto the blade. As Lu cast several magical seals, the spirit sword suddenly burst into a cold, brilliant light, seeming to come to life, and its quality instantly rose from high grade to supreme grade. A spirit sword, gleaming white and radiating a chill, appeared before their eyes. It was absolutely breathtaking. This is just too beautiful, isn't it? Lu Ruyan stared blankly at the scene, completely unable to believe her eyes. Was this really something she had crafted? How had he done it? To her, Lu seemed like an enigma at that moment, shrouded in mystery. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and take it upstairs, Lu reminded her. Oh, Lu Ruyan replied, unusually obediently. At this point, there were only a few minutes left until the competition ended. After handing in the Haning spirit sword, Lu Ruyan waited anxiously for the results. Fortunately, the final outcome didn't surprise her. Thanks to this top-grade spirit sword, she placed third and was accepted by the guildmaster as an honorary disciple. After the competition ended, Lu Ruyan made a point of coming out to say goodbye to Lu. You're welcome. I just did what an assistant should do, Lu said casually. Is that really all? Lu Ruyan kept her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu, trying to read something in his gaze. But she was disappointed. Lu merely nodded nonchalantly, showing no sign of any inner turmoil. By the way, how did you learn these obscure techniques? Lu Ruyan pressed further. To be honest, she had truly come to see Lu in a new light today. It was as if she had never truly known him before. I like to read widely in my spare time. I found all this in ancient texts. I just gave it a try. I didn't expect it to actually work. But if I were to do it myself, I definitely wouldn't be able to pull it off. Lu deflected the question. Is that so? Lu Ruyan wasn't entirely convinced, but upon closer reflection, she realized it was quite plausible. How else could she explain his lack of practical skill despite his vast knowledge? These are the insights I've gained from years of artifact forging. Here, take them. Finally, Lu Ruyan took out a jade slip and handed it to Lu. Thank you so much. Lu smiled, a rare sight, and tucked it away as if it were a treasure. I haven't seen you smile in so long, and this is the first time I've seen you smile so happily. Could it be that I'm not even as valuable as a jade slip on artifact forging? Lu Ruyan said with a hint of resentment. She still harbored a grudge over the solemn promises Lu had made back then. Miss Ruyan's beauty and wisdom are known to all. After this competition, you'll have countless admirers. So it's not that Miss Ruyan is inferior to the jade tablet, it's just that I know my place, Lu said, half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan finally burst out laughing, her face beaming with joy. After bidding farewell to Lu Ruyan, Lu left alone, feeling a faint sense of loss. Lu Ruyan had already fulfilled her wish of entering the artifact forging sanctuary, but what about him? Where would his path lead in the future? Although the Lu family tried their best to persuade him to stay, he knew that wasn't a place for him to remain long-term. So, after receiving the 2,000 mana crystals in payment from the Lu family, Lu resolutely chose to leave. Half a month later, an airship gently touched down in Yunzhou. When Lu returned to the Flowing Cloud Guild, he discovered that Ruwashi had been waiting outside his courtyard for some time. Ruwashi, what's wrong? Is there something you need? Lu, you're back. My grandfather is on his deathbed. He said he wanted to see you, Ruwashi said anxiously. All right, don't worry. I'll go with you right now. Lu hurriedly took Ruwashi with him and flew toward the small artifact forging shop on his sword. Along the way, Lu asked for the details. It turned out that Elder Zhao had been suffering from a hidden injury all along. Recently, the old injury had flared up again. Due to his advanced age, he was unable to suppress it in time. When they arrived at the backyard of the small artifact forging shop, they saw Elder Zhao, whom they hadn't seen in years, now emaciated and gaunt, sitting quietly in the lotus position on the bed. Elder Zhao, what's wrong? Lu rushed forward and began examining him with his spiritual energy. Lu, it's no use. I don't have much time left. Elder Zhao opened his eyes and said in a faint, thread-like voice. Grandpa, you'll be fine, you're already doing much better than before. Ruwashi wept as she leaned over the bed. Ah, silly child, I know my own body best. This is just a final burst of vitality. Elder Zhao patted Ruwashi's hand inside. After examining him, Lu discovered that Elder Zhao's life force was indeed gradually fading, and his eyes welled up with tears. Memories flooded back one by one. Elder Zhao was the only one who had been willing to take him in and guide him, not a mentor, yet more than a mentor. Lu, the one I'm most worried about right now is Ruwashi. Could you look after her for me in the future? Elder Zhao's eyes held a pleading look. Don't worry. From now on, Ruwashi is my little sister. I won't let her suffer any injustice. Lu said, her eyes brimming with tears. That's good. Also, if you ever have the chance, please help her find her biological parents. Lu was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly agreed, okay, no problem. Good. Ruwashi, I'm leaving now. You must take good care of yourself. Don't be too sad, and do everything Lu tells you. Ruwashi nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Elder Zhao, with a hint of reluctance, finally closed his eyes slowly. As grandfather's life force faded, Ruwashi immediately broke down in tears. Although she had known this day would come, she still couldn't accept it when it actually happened. Lu, however, quickly pulled himself together. Lu, when will we be able to craft spirit artifacts? Ruwashi, don't say I'm not looking out for you. I've just opened a little artifact forging shop. Come help me bring in customers for every spirit artifact you forge. I'll give you 100 mana crystals for every magic artifact, 10. How about it? Really? But your crafting skills? Hao hesitated a bit. Clearly, he wasn't entirely confident in Lu's abilities. Just say yes or no. Lu snapped. Why did everyone doubt him? I'm in. Of course I'm in. Whatever Lu does is my business. I'd go through fire and water for him. Hao decided to go all in. Alright, then come with me. Lu summoned his flying sword, grabbed Hao, and flew straight to the small artifact forging shop. The whole way, Hao couldn't stop screaming with excitement. Lu! This feeling of riding the sword through the wind is amazing. I've made up my mind. No matter how hard it is, I'm determined to succeed in the foundation stage. Hao said excitedly. However, when he arrived at the artifact forging shop, his enthusiasm was instantly dashed. Lu, is this your artifact forging shop? That's right. This place is way too run down. And it's in such a remote location. Hao said with a grimace. We're lucky to have it at all. Do you know how expensive the rent is here? How expensive? 600 mana crystals a year. Whoa! How are customers supposed to find a place this out of the way? That's up to you. Hao was at a loss for words. He thought the other guy was trying to help him out, but it turned out to be a huge trap. Once inside the shop, Lu introduced Ruwashi to Hao, went over all the details, and then went back to focusing on his crafting. True to his background as the son of a wealthy merchant, Hao had the nerve to head straight out onto the main street to solicit customers. Fellow cultivator, we have a new artifact forging master here whose skills are truly exceptional. He can craft spirit artifacts for just 1,000 mana crystals. Fellow cultivator, are you looking to have a magical artifact crafted? We have a new artifact forging master here. Fair maiden. Hao approached everyone he saw, offering his services and lavishing praise on them. Even when he failed, he didn't lose heart. By the end of the day, he had actually managed to secure one client. This client was a middle-aged demon hunter who made his living hunting demon beasts in the Million Mountains. Recently, his spirit sword had broken. Even a run-of-the-mill spirit sword on the market cost over 3,000 mana crystals, but he only saved a little over 1,000, far from enough. Without a spirit sword, he couldn't venture into the mountains to hunt demons and earn mana crystals, trapping him in a vicious cycle. Persuaded by Hao's sales pitch, his curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to come in and check it out. Young man, where is your master? The middle-aged demon hunter walked into the shop and, seeing only Lu and Ruwashi, two young people, asked. I'm just. Lu was about to say, I'm the artifact craftsman, but Hao cut him off. Sir, his master is in seclusion upstairs. If you'd like anything crafted, you can discuss it with senior brother Lu first. Hao said with a smile to the middle-aged man, then gave Lu a subtle wink. Lu quickly caught on. Right, my master isn't available right now. I usually handle the reception. What kind of spirit artifact would you like to have crafted? The middle-aged demon hunter hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Lu, the apprentice, was already at the foundation stage, he figured his master couldn't be much worse off, so he explained his request. The fee for crafting a low-grade fire spirit sword is 1,000. What materials do you have? Lu assessed the situation and asked. I only have the beak of a fire crow king. In that case, the total cost for crafting and materials comes to 1,500 mana crystals. You can pay a 500 mana crystal deposit now, and come back in 10 days to pick up the fire spirit sword. Deal. The middle-aged demon hunter readily paid the deposit. 1,500 mana crystals was right within his budget if the crafting was successful, he'd be making a killing. After watching the middle-aged demon hunter leave, Lu and his two companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. They finally landed their first job even if it was through trickery and deception. How, you keep an eye on the shop. Ruwashi, go buy the materials on this list first, then come upstairs with me to craft the weapon. Lu instructed calmly. This was their first order, and they had to get it right. They simply couldn't afford to fail. Over the next 2 days, Ruwashi pre-processed the Hearing this, Ruwashi's heart sank as well, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Hey, what is with you two? With a master like me on the job, of course it was a success. Lu finally stopped teasing them and pulled out the spirit sword. Really? Yay! Lu, you're the best. Hao gave Lu a hard punch on the chest. Ruwashi finally stopped crying and broke into a smile. The next day, as everyone had hoped, the middle-aged demon hunter arrived as scheduled. Young man, where is your master? Has the fire spirit sword been forged yet? The demon hunter asked urgently as soon as he entered the artifact forge. I've fulfilled my mission, it's been successfully forged. Lu smiled as he took out a fiery red spirit sword sealed in a jade box and handed it over. The middle-aged demon hunter took it and examined it. It was indeed a low-grade fire spirit sword, and he felt a surge of secret delight. However, when he saw the sword's length, he frowned slightly. Why is it 3 chi and 1 cun? Didn't I say I wanted 3 chi and 2 cun? Hao and the others, their hearts skip a beat upon hearing this, thinking to themselves, oh no. The other party had indeed specified 3 chi and 2 cun. Did that mean they'd be stuck with this sword? Lu, oh Lu, of all times to cut corners, why did it have to be at this critical moment? Only Lu remained completely unfazed. Here's the thing, after careful analysis, we felt that a 3 chi 1 cun spirit sword would be more suitable for you. Why don't you give it a try? Lu said, then pulled out the fire spirit sword and handed it to him. Oh? The demon hunter took the spirit sword with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, gave it a few light swings, and realized that indeed it seemed to fit his hand better. Try infusing it with spiritual energy, Lu suggested. The middle-aged demon hunter nodded and gripped the hilt tightly, slowly channeling his spiritual energy into the sword. Whoosh! A surge of intense flame suddenly burst forth from the blade of the fire spirit sword, blazing fiercely all around it. The power of this flame is truly formidable. Seeing this, the middle-aged demon hunter couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Next, he leaped into the air, sword in hand, landing on the open ground outside the artifact forge. He unleashed a blazing slash. Whoosh! A fiery sword beam shot out instantly, striking a rock not far away. The rock was instantly split in by the fiery red beam, the cut clean and smooth, with a layer of charred black where the flames had scorched it. What a fine sword! The middle-aged hunter examined the blade, unable to suppress his admiration. This sword was immeasurably better than the one he'd used before. It even gave him a sense of spiritual connection. More importantly, it had cost less than 2,000 mana crystals. What a bargain! He couldn't wait to pay the full amount in mana crystals, then turned and walked away, afraid Lu might change his mind. By the way, for that move you just used, it'd be best to slash diagonally downward by another third. It'll have an unexpected effect. After putting away the mana crystals, Lu couldn't resist offering one more piece of advice. The middle-aged demon hunter was taken aback. Did crafting weapons come with martial arts instruction too? So, following Lu's advice, he executed a diagonal slash in an empty, unoccupied area. As the sword's glow swept through the air, the boulder was once again split in two in an instant. The power did indeed seem to have increased significantly. That's the spirit. Remember to use a tricky angle and strike unexpectedly. That's the only way to catch your opponent off guard. Lu continued, offering his advice in a calm tone. The demon hunter shuddered upon hearing this, bowed respectfully to Lu from a distance, and then turned to leave. It wasn't until he had walked a good distance away that he finally came to his senses, sighing with admiration. Now that's what a true master looks like. As the middle-aged demon hunter walked away, the three people in the artifact forge let out a long sigh of relief. After deducting costs, this job netted them a total of 1,000 mana crystals. After Lu gave Hao and Ruwashi 100 mana crystals each, he took out a few dozen more and tossed them to Hao, declaring magnanimously, "Fatso, go buy some liquor. Tonight, we're not coming home until we're drunk." Got it. That night, the three of them drank to their heart's content. Hao had earned 100 mana crystals in less than half a month. It was as if he could already see the foundation elixir beckoning to him. When Cece spotted Lu, she curled her lip in disdain, turned her head away, and ignored him. Only Li Yusen warmly came over to greet him. Everyone in the square was an inner sect disciple without exception. Only Lu, dressed in outer sect robes, stood there all alone. Suddenly, a figure resembling a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens drifted down from the sky, her white robes billowing, her skin whiter than snow, her features breathtakingly beautiful, and her demeanor ethereal and otherworldly. Is that a real celestial maiden? How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Lu looked up and was momentarily transfixed. That pure, exquisite face, that slender, elegant figure, those delicate, lively eyes, and that skin so fair it seemed almost translucent once seen, she was impossible to forget. She was a stunning immortal maiden who embodied cold beauty, purity, and grace all at once. This was truly a masterpiece of the heavens. How could heaven show such favoritism toward a single person? Compared to her, the likes of Cece were nothing more than slightly more presentable country girls. That graceful figure drifted gently toward the crowd like a snowflake. Sensing Lu's dazed gaze, she gave a cold snort, snapping him out of his trance, before standing still in the center of the crowd like a snow-white swan. Only after snapping out of it did Lu realize how he behaved. He shook his head and let out a wry smile. It's over. She must think I'm some lecherous rogue. Lu didn't know why he lost his composure so completely this time. All he could say was that he'd been too careless. On their very first meeting, he left such a bad impression on this celestial maiden. But since they weren't even from the same world to begin with, they were unlikely to ever cross paths again, so whether the impression was good or bad made little difference. In fact, the other male cultivators in the crowd had all reacted the same way just moments ago, but since they came from noble backgrounds, they controlled themselves well and quickly resumed their serious demeanors one by one. Only Lu, overcome by shock, remained dazed for quite some time. Before long, an elderly man with flower-colored hair strolled in from outside the square. He first greeted the breathtakingly beautiful fairy before stepping before the crowd to explain the mission. It turned out that it was time for the recruitment drive held once every 5 years. All newly admitted disciples were required to travel to various cities to assist the elders in recruiting new apprentices, while also showcasing the prestige of the Flowing Cloud Guild. After the flower-haired elder clearly explained the mission requirements and set a meeting in Lingwu City 3 days later, he dismissed the group. Once the breathtakingly beautiful immortal maiden had also departed, the male cultivators erupted into a flurry of discussion. Was that the legendary Lin Xingxue just now? She's unbelievably beautiful. No wonder they say a beauty like her comes along only once every tens of thousands of years. She's absolutely stunning. Now that I've seen her beauty, who else could I possibly fall in love with? The male disciples all exclaimed in admiration. Among them, Bai Chongqing, who was quite confident in his family background, even boasted brazenly, "She's mine. None of you better try to steal her from me." But the moment those words left his mouth, they were met with merciless mockery. "With your measly background, don't even think about it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jaime's eyes flashed with indescribable contempt. Even setting aside the fact that senior sister Lin is the daughter of Lin Padian, the patriarch of the Huatian sect, just consider her talent reaching the Golden Core realm before the age of 30. You couldn't even come close, no matter how hard you tried. What? She is actually the daughter of the head of the Huatian sect? And she is already at the core stage? Bai Chongqing was completely dumbfounded. It's over. No chance. I'm so bitter. I don't want to live anymore. Why didn't I have a dad at the Huatian stage? The male cultivators all instantly wore expressions of utter despair. Lu was also left speechless upon hearing that the beautiful woman was actually the daughter of the head of the Huatian sect. Why did all the good things in life always fall to her? Watching Lin Xingshui's figure disappear into the distance, he felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy, as if the heavens and earth had lost their luster. A deep sense of loss welled up in his heart, and he could no longer muster any interest in anything. Why did such a perfect woman exist in this world? Why wasn't she mine? Why was he so useless? I don't want to live anymore. Lu felt that even his rock-solid resolve was beginning to waver. If he couldn't spend the rest of his life with such a beautiful woman, what was the point of living even 10,000 years? It's over, I can't look anymore. If I keep looking, I want to live. Lu quickly averted his gaze and hurriedly left the scene. 3 days later, the square in Lingbu City, one of the 8 great cities of the Flowing Cloud Guild, was teeming with people and bustling with activity. As soon as Lu reached the high platform in the square, he saw Cece gathered around Lin Xingxue, chattering away about something. Lin Xingxue, meanwhile, stood there like a pure and sacred fairy, listening quietly and occasionally nodding or letting out a soft laugh. Every glance and every smile radiated elegance. She was the very picture of perfection. Lu found himself transfixed once again. When Lin Xingxue noticed Lu staring at her, she immediately wiped the smile off her face, reverting to that aloof expression that kept others at arm's length. Yet those soft, crimson lips and that snow-white, delicate face, even when she was frowning in anger, seemed to possess boundless charm, making one want to rush over and kiss her. Are they really that close? Lu thought gloomily. Knowing CC's character, she has probably been bad-mouthing me. But these high and mighty daughters of heaven aren't my kind of people to begin with. Why should I go out of my way to make a fool of myself? At this thought, Lu felt relieved. Sure enough, when he stepped forward to greet her, Lin Xingxue merely snorted coldly and ignored him entirely. A quarter of an hour later, the sect's disciple selection officially began. It was still the same standardized selection process as back then, except that Lu had gone from being a test subject to a spirited immortal sect disciple standing on the high platform. After the opening ceremony concluded, one by one, the youths stepped forward to have their spiritual roots tested, facing this fate-deciding moment with trepidation. A short while later, some descended the platform full of vigor, while others left dejected and disheartened. All of this made Lu feel as if he had been transported back to yesterday. Not so long ago, he, too, had been one of those dejected figures. Who would have thought that one day he would stand on this high platform, becoming an object of admiration? It wasn't until evening that the first day's initiation ceremony finally came to a close. A dozen or so lucky ones, thanks to their outstanding aptitude, were immediately accepted as inner sect disciples. The others, with average or below average aptitude, would have to wait until the second day's assessments were over to find out whether they would be admitted to the sect. At that moment, these 10 or so young men and women were gathered around by Changqing and the other foundation stage senior disciples, chattering away as they asked questions and sought advice. They were curious about everything within the sect. Some of the more resourceful ones had already begun seeking advice from these senior brothers and sisters, hoping to learn from their success stories and avoid some of the pitfalls. The senior disciples, for their part, were more than happy to share whatever they knew. A few of the senior brothers, in particular, were especially eager, speaking at length and with great enthusiasm. Clearly, they all wanted to make a good impression on Lin Xingxue and their junior brothers and sisters. Only Lu sat quietly in the back, playing the role of the quiet, handsome young man. After all, he was just an outer sect disciple. He really had nothing to teach these future prodigies. However, perhaps it was just a matter of bad judgment. A shy, introverted junior sister still approached Lu and bluntly asked, "Senior brother, what sword technique is best to choose after joining the sect?" Lu was caught off guard. He really hadn't given this question any thought. Ever since he joined the sect, he'd only ever practiced one sword style, he'd never even had to choose. Probably the floating cloud sword style. Lu pondered for a moment before replying hesitantly. With a snort, Lu's answer even made Lin Qingxue, who was sitting on the other side, burst out laughing. Hearing this, the other senior disciples also burst into fits of laughter. Even the young girl standing before him looked utterly puzzled. The flowing cloud sword style? Isn't that the most basic sword style? Right. Before reaching the foundation stage, you're all just laying the groundwork. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lu felt a bit embarrassed. But isn't it just the lowest level beginner's sword style? The shy girl asked timidly. Think about it. The Flowing Cloud Guild has existed for tens of thousands of years, with sword styles as numerous as the stars. Yet only a handful have survived to this day. The Flowing Cloud sword style is one of them. Do you really think it's inferior? Lu justified himself. Lin Qingxue was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. It seemed her grandfather had once said something similar. It was just that she'd found a sword style that suited her better, so she'd never taken it seriously. Pfft, you're just a broke guy, yet you make it sound so high and mighty, Cece said, unable to hide her contempt as she watched Lu pontificate. Exactly. Don't go misleading the younger generation. The other senior and junior siblings who had some understanding of sword styles also looked on with disdain. Hearing this, Lu merely smiled faintly and did not argue. What he had said was not mere idle talk. After practicing dozens of sword techniques recently, he had indeed come to feel that the flowing cloud sword technique was the most concise and effective. It wasn't that it was particularly powerful, but rather that it was best suited for building a solid foundation. Other sword techniques were full of flashy but impractical moves. They looked good, but were actually just empty gestures that wasted time and slowed down the speed of the sword strike. It could be said that among the sword techniques available to Qi cultivation stage disciples, some were of a high rank, but they were meant for performance, not for killing enemies. A few days later, after completing his quest, Lu returned to the small artifact forging shop to resume his laid-back lifestyle. Lu didn't care whether the young girl had taken his advice to heart. He had a whole family to support, he could barely take care of himself, why would he have the energy to meddle in other people's business? At the shop, Hao spent every day outside, shouting energetically to attract customers, while Ruashi was busy crafting magical artifacts. Only Lu had nothing to do, he could only sit in a recliner, studying the artifact forging traditions while waiting for business to come his way. However, many days passed in a row, and he still hadn't received a single order for a spiritual artifact. Why not forge some generic spiritual artifacts to display and sell in the shop? Lu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He put his idea into action right away. He had already done quite a bit of research on spirit swords, and with several hundred mana crystals on hand, he had enough to purchase the materials needed to craft one. What kind should I make? He couldn't help but think of that figure in flowing white robes. Her immortal sword was so radiant and breathtakingly beautiful. If he could forge a spiritual sword as breathtakingly beautiful as that, he certainly wouldn't have any trouble selling it, would he? He was very familiar with cold attribute materials back then. He had helped Li Yusen forge the Ice Soul silver needles, and the results had been surprisingly good. If he could forge an entire sword like that, just how powerful would its icy effects be? So, full of enthusiasm, he went out to procure the materials himself and began the forging process. 1,000-year-old cold jade wasn't hard to come by for someone at the foundation stage like him. It was available in the Flowing Cloud Guild's artifact forging hall. He exchanged a few hundred mana crystals and some contribution points for a piece. Next, he began refining the 1,000-year-old cold jade to the utmost, just as he had done with the Ice Soul silver needles. But this time, instead of containing the cold energy, he added a dispersion formation outside, spirit gathering formation, allowing the cold jade to continuously absorb energy and then radiate the cold energy outward. He wanted everyone to be able to see the effects of this spirit sword at a glance. 10 days later, an ice sword radiating frost was forged. Although this ice sword was only a low-grade spirit artifact, its appearance was in no way inferior to any top-grade spirit artifact. Lu, did you just forge this? Ruashi looked at the jade-white spirit sword with a look of surprise and delight. That's right. What do you think of this frost sword? It's absolutely beautiful. I love it. What do you think would happen if I hung it up in our shop? Lou asked with a smile. Ha! Ruwashi was taken aback for a moment, but then grew excited. That would definitely attract a lot of female cultivators. Then we wouldn't have to worry about our shop being empty. Then why don't you hurry up and forge a few more magical artifacts to hang in the shop? Okay. I'll go right away. Over the next few days, Lou hung the frost blade right in the center of the artifact forge, showcasing it as the shop's crown jewel. Cultivators passing by on the street would immediately notice a sudden drop in temperature as they approached the small shop, prompting them to search for the source. When they saw the ice sword inside Zhou's artifact forge radiating dazzling light and emitting a chill, they were instantly captivated and drawn inside. However, once they inquired about the price of the frost sword, they all quickly lost their nerve. After all, in a small place like Lianyun City, there weren't many cultivators who could come up with 3,000 mana crystals all at once. However, the magical artifacts Ruwashi had displayed in the shop were selling quite well. Several were sold within just a few days. So Ruwashi became busy again, and how no longer had to go out to attract customers. He simply took on the role of shopkeeper. Nevertheless, there were still those who recognized a fine piece when they saw one. In less than half a month, that radiant ice sword was purchased by a beautiful female cultivator, who looked absolutely delighted. With these 3,000 mana crystals in hand, Lou generously gave each of them 200 mana crystals and used the remainder to purchase materials. He needed to continue refining the ice swords, or else the shop's business would suffer. In addition, he attempted to craft a sky blue autumn water sword. The blade was entirely sky blue, resembling a pool of autumn water, with a vivid luster and faint ripples of light flowing across its surface. The autumn water sword is suitable for female cultivators practicing water attribute techniques. It can release streams of water pattern sword energy and allow the user to perform sword techniques such as cascading wave slash. And so, with the white frost sword and the blue autumn water sword hanging side by side in the shop's sophistication was instantly elevated to a whole new level. Lou also remodeled the artifact shop, moving the forging stations to the backyard and transforming the main area into a showroom dedicated solely to selling magical artifacts. In addition, he set aside a separate section for how to use for purchasing raw materials. With these two spirit swords as a showcase, customers finally began to recognize that the spirit artifacts crafted here were of high quality. Early that morning, a male cultivator with a scar walked into the shop. Upon seeing how, he got straight to the point. "Young man, can you craft spirit artifact shields here?" "Yes, absolutely no problem. Just a moment, I'll have the artifact craftsman come down to discuss the details with you right away." With that, Hao dashed off to the backyard and called out excitedly, "Lou, we've got a big deal coming and hurry down." Upon hearing this, Lou quickly tidied himself up and came to the front hall. However, as soon as the scarred male cultivator saw how young Lou was, he furrowed his brow. "You're the artifact craftsman here?" "That is correct. I'm one of the artifact craftsmen here, and I have a master above me." "May I ask what grade of spirit artifact you'd like to have crafted, sir? Can you craft a mid-grade spirit artifact?" Upon hearing this, Lou and Hao's eyes widened, and they quickly replied, "Of course we can. What kind of artifact would you like us to craft?" "I have only one requirement: it must be able to withstand a full power strike from my mid-grade flame blade and emerge completely unscathed. Once it's finished, if it passes the test, I'll pay 7,000 mana crystals to buy it. But if it fails the test, I won't pay a single coin. How does that sound?" As soon as Hao heard this, his heart sank. The other party's demand was simply too harsh. Lou said nothing, but picked up the scarred cultivator's spirit blade and examined it closely. To be honest, he was very tempted by the 7,000 mana crystals, but this spirit blade was exquisitely crafted, undoubtedly the work of a master, and he wasn't entirely confident he could succeed. After agonizing over it for a long time, Lou finally gritted his teeth and said, "No problem. But it'll take a month." "Great. It's a deal." After seeing the scarred cultivator off, Hao hurriedly grabbed Lou by the arm. "Lou, are you out of your mind? How dare you agree to terms like that? Aren't you afraid you'll lose everything? The path of cultivation is, by its very nature, a struggle against fate. Without external pressure, how can we push ourselves forward? Lu said calmly. Alright, since we've already taken the job, let us do it. Worst case scenario, we'll just go back to where we were 2 months ago, it's no big deal. In any case, no matter what happens, I'll support you. Seeing that Lu had made up his mind, Hao stopped trying to dissuade him. Don't worry, I won't lose out. Lu patted Hao on the shoulder reassuringly. The spiritual artifacts and the inherited memories came in countless varieties. He was confident he'd eventually find a way. Over the next few days, Lu locked himself in his room, constantly thinking, searching through the inherited memories, and designing the formation structure for the spiritual shield. As it turned out, he was right. The crafting techniques in the inherited memories were generally far more advanced than those in this world. Before long, he had figured out a plan. As soon as the Autumn Water Sword was sold at the shop, he immediately set out with over 2,000 mana crystals to procure the ores and demon beast materials needed to craft the spirit shield. This time, he planned to try a completely new method of spirit artifact crafting, embedding mana crystals into the spirit shield so that, once activated, they could instantly boost the shield's defense to the next level. Lu planned to craft the spirit shield into a semicircular shape, designing 5 grooves at its center to accommodate 5 mana crystals. Each time the mana crystal formation was activated, the 5 mana crystals would instantly transform into spiritual energy and be channeled into the spirit shield, multiplying the user's spiritual energy input several times over. This would allow the spirit shield to instantly unleash defensive power comparable to that of a top-grade spirit shield. The defensive power of a top-grade spirit shield should be sufficient to withstand the attack of a mid-grade spirit blade. More than half a month later, when the scarred male cultivator returned to the artifact forge, Lu had already emerged from his seclusion. How is it going? Is it ready? The scarred male cultivator asked straight to the point as soon as they met. I've fulfilled my mission, Lu said with a faint smile. Good, then let us begin the test. With that, the scarred male cultivator hurried out onto the street and took his stance. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Lu walked over and stood opposite the scarred male cultivator. He took out a bright silver circular shield, inserted 5 low-grade mana crystals into it, and then signaled for his opponent to begin. The two men's stance instantly drew the attention of many onlookers. They were all curious about what these two were doing. When they learned that they were testing a spirit artifact, their anticipation soared. The scarred male cultivator summoned a dark red flame blade, gripped it tightly with both hands, leaped high into the air, somersaulted several times, and, after gathering all his strength, slashed viciously down at the circular shield. The force of that strike was enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. However, when the blade struck the shield, a flash of silver light erupted from its surface, deflecting the spirit blade. A closer look at the shield's surface revealed not even a scratch. Ha, did it really work? The scarred male cultivator stared at the shield before him, somewhat in disbelief. This blade of his was no ordinary item. He'd waited years to finally beg it from a master artifact smith. Well, are you satisfied with this spirit shield? Lu asked with a smile as he set the shield down. I'm extremely satisfied, of course. But I'm curious, how did you manage this? The scarred male cultivator asked, deeply intrigued. He'd asked at many artifact forging shops, and they all said that unless it was a top-grade spirit shield, it was simply impossible to achieve that level of defense. But a top-grade spirit shield cost at least 20,000 mana crystals, something he simply couldn't afford right now. I designed some grooves inside the spirit shield. By inserting 5 low-grade mana crystals into them and activating them at full power, the shield's defensive power can be multiplied, Lu explained. 5 low-grade mana crystals can block a single multiplied attack? What about 5 mid-grade mana crystals? That would block at least 100 attacks. Whoa! Such a technique actually exists? The scarred male cultivator was secretly astonished upon hearing this. He had never heard of this method before. For just 5 mana crystals each time, he could gain defense power beyond his current tier. This was an incredibly good deal. After all, the price difference between a top-grade spirit artifact and a mid-grade one was like night and day. But with just 5 mana crystals, he could bridge that gap. The artifact craftsman who invented this technique was truly a genius. "I'll take this shield." The scarred male cultivator handed over the mana crystals without hesitation. He was about to head to the battlefield, but he was really strapped for cash. He thought he'd have to settle for just any old shield, but he never expected to actually find one that satisfied him so much. This was truly a stroke of luck. As the two successfully completed the transaction, the onlookers began to disperse. However, they were all filled with curiosity about the events of the day. Through word of mouth, many people came to know that a remarkable artifact craftsman had arrived at the Zhao family artifact shop. From then on, business at the little shop kept getting better and better. Hao was thrilled to receive a commission of several hundred mana crystals every month. As for Lu, he used his spare time to earn a 2-star artifact forger badge from the Yunzhou Artifact Forgers Guild and, while he was at it, registered with the Flowing Cloud Guild. The Flowing Cloud Guild encouraged its disciples to earn various honors and qualifications as a reserve pool of talent for the sect. As long as one obtained the relevant qualifications and registered with the sect, their monthly stipend would increase significantly. These were free mana crystals from the sect, why not take them? So, without any hesitation, as soon as he received his 2-star artifact forger badge, he immediately went to the sect to register. After completing the registration, his monthly stipend jumped to 70 mana crystals. The status of an artifact forger really is different. Just by having my name on the guild's roster without doing a thing, I can get this many mana crystals. As soon as he returned to the artifact shop, Ruoshi came running up to him, her face beaming with excitement. "Lu, those 2 ice swords sold out again." "That fast? Both of them?" Lu was a little surprised they'd already sold several of them over the past 2 months. "Yes. This model of ice sword is especially popular with female cultivators." Ruoshi's face radiated with unbridled joy. She never imagined the little shop's business would one day be this booming. Lu gazed at Ruoshi's excited, rosy-cheeked face and found himself lost in thought for a moment. That lively, adorable little fairy had finally emerged from her grief. After a moment, he said, "All right, then I'll go back to the sect to exchange for some cold jade and forge 2 more. Ruoshi blushed slightly when she noticed Lu had been staring at her blankly just now. "Lu, do you look down on Ruoshi?" She was no longer the person she used to be, and Ruoshi no longer possessed the confidence she once had. She didn't know how to face Lu. "What are you talking about?" "Of course not," Lu said with a smile. Hearing this, Ruoshi's heart leapt with joy. "Then if you can't find a Dao companion in the future, why not just live with Ruoshi?" Ruoshi said, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Silly girl, even if I find a cultivation partner, I'll still stay with you forever." Lu couldn't help but give Ruoshi a gentle pat on the head. Hearing this, Ruoshi looked dejected. Clearly, he hadn't understood what she meant. Flowing Cloud Guild, Administrative Hall. When Lu asked to exchange for Millennial Cold Jade again, he was told he didn't have enough contribution points and couldn't make the exchange. That's the downside of being an outer sect disciple. No matter what you want to exchange for, you need the corresponding contribution points. Even paying with mana crystals won't cut it. The relationship between outer sect disciples and the sect is more like a partnership. It seemed that if he wanted to exchange for a few more pieces of cold jade, he'd have to earn a large chunk of contribution points in the short term. So he turned and headed to the quest hall. After a quick scan, he immediately selected the quest with the highest reward he was eligible for. It was the Investigation of Heretical Cultists at Blackwind Ridge quest. After reading the quest description, he had a general idea of what needed to be done. It turned out that recently, disciples had been disappearing near Blackwind Ridge, thousands of li away. Just 2 days ago, a disciple had sent a message via a paper crane to a friend, stating that he had been trapped by heretical cultivators. Since then, there had been no word from that disciple. After searching everywhere to no avail, the friend had no choice but to seek help from the sect, which led to this mission. The mission required a core stage cultivator and a foundation stage cultivator to work together. If the core stage cultivator could handle the situation, they were to resolve it on the spot. If not, they were to send the foundation stage cultivator back to the sect for reinforcements. After all that, it turns out to be just an errand? Still, considering the high contribution points on offer, he accepted it. After all, these high-reward emergency missions were a rare opportunity. The next day, he arrived early at the mission rendezvous point to wait for the core stage cultivator who had also accepted the mission. After waiting for quite a while, a stunningly beautiful figure suddenly appeared. "It's you? Why are you here?" When Lu and Lin Xingxue saw each other, they both froze on the spot. "You took the heretic cultivator investigation mission too?" Lin Xingxue looked at Lu and asked coldly. "That's right." Lu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. What a coincidence they'd run into each other again. Upon hearing his reply, Lin Xingxue snorted coldly, said nothing more, and summoned her flying sword to head toward Black Wind Ridge. Seeing that she wasn't pleased to see him, Lu could only shake his head with a wry smile. He didn't make the mistake of trying to strike up a conversation instead, he simply piloted his flying sword and silently followed behind, keeping his head down. Perhaps he was just an insignificant passerby in her life, someone she'd forget in the blink of an eye. Why bother explaining anything? Black Wind Ridge was located on the outskirts of the Flowing Cloud Guild's territory, in a no-man's land. Back when there were still mineral veins here, disciples from various sects had come to guard the area, but after the veins were depleted, the personnel were withdrawn, and the place became a wasteland. The two rode their flying swords for several days before reaching the vicinity of Black Wind Ridge. However, they did not fly directly to Black Wind Ridge. Instead, they stopped 10 li away and then used their lightness skills to slowly sneak toward the area. They were unsure of the situation inside Black Wind Ridge, and flying straight there would likely tip off whatever was lurking there. Black Wind Ridge is situated in a desolate mountain range, uninhabited for 1,000 li, with only the occasional cultivator flying by on a sword. The two spent the entire day scouting the mountain range, one ahead and one behind, but detected nothing out of the ordinary. As dusk fell, the desolate wilderness took on an eerie, foreboding atmosphere, so they found a cave to rest for the night. Lu hunted a few spirit chickens along the way and, using a unique secret recipe passed down from a powerful predecessor in his ancestral memories, roasted them inside the cave. Lin Xingxue, meanwhile, stood outside the cave, idly observing her surroundings. Being a man and a woman alone, crammed into such a cramped space, she felt an instinctive resistance. Suddenly, waves of a delicious aroma drifted toward her, and Lin Xingxue glanced at the cave in surprise. The scent was coming from inside the cave. Could this be the aroma of roasted chicken cooked by that lecherous young man? But how could it smell so good? She'd eaten her fair share of delicacies growing up, but she'd never encountered a scent quite so alluring. Should she go in or not? She was torn. To be honest, she was starting to get hungry, too. But going in wouldn't fit her image as a fairy, and she'd have to ask that annoying guy for some. Yet staying out meant enduring a scent that was simply too hard to resist. Sigh, what a torment! Just as she was deeply torn, a voice as heavenly as a divine melody suddenly rang out. "Senior Sister Lin, I roasted a spirit chicken. Why don't you try some?" Lu walked out holding a freshly roasted spirit chicken, handed it to Lin Xingxue, and said with a smile. She was his superior on this mission, so he needed to smooth things over with her. After all, how many contribution points an assistant ultimately earned was entirely up to the supervisor. He really needed those contribution points right now. However, Lin Xingxue wasn't impressed by Lu's offer. She merely shot Lu a cold glance, then turned her head away, ignoring him completely. Trying to bribe me? No way. She secretly looked down on him. She had already learned from Cece exactly what kind of person Lu was. So no matter how polite Lu pretended to be, she still looked down on him. Lu waited for quite a while, but when Lin Xingxue didn't reach out to take it, he could only give an awkward smile. He took out a clean jade box, placed the roasted chicken inside, and set it on the rock in front of Lin Xingxue. "Senior Sister Lin, I'll just leave this roasted chicken here for now. If you don't like it, just throw it away." He knew Lin Xingxue was just too embarrassed to refuse, so after setting the chicken down, he shook his head and walked back into the cave to continue roasting. He hadn't even gotten to eat such a fragrant roasted chicken himself yet. Outside the cave, Lin Qingxue stared at the golden brown, crispy roast chicken for a long time, hesitating. She really wanted to refuse it, but in the end, she convinced herself, I'll just take one bite. If it doesn't taste good, I'll throw it away right away. So, with a look of complete composure, she picked up the roast chicken. However, the moment she took a gentle bite, Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. This is way too delicious. Next, disregarding her image as a fairy, she began eating small bites, her crimson lips smeared with grease. Before long, Lu had roasted another spiritual chicken and was just about to dig in when he noticed that Lin Qingxue had somehow appeared right in front of him, her gaze fixed intently on the roasted chicken. You want another one? Lu couldn't believe his ears. To his surprise, Lin Qingxue actually nodded slightly. Lu had no choice but to hand her the roasted chicken, then take out another one. He simply couldn't resist the longing in her eyes. It wasn't until the fourth chicken was roasted that it was finally Lu's turn to eat. Lin Qingxue had snatched up the first three. This made Lu wonder, was her fairy persona just an act all along? Are fairies really this greedy? But the moment he took a bite, he finally understood. The roast chicken made with this secret recipe was incredibly delicious. He considered himself to have tasted plenty of delicacies from land and sea over the course of his 2 lifetimes, yet he had never encountered a dish quite like this. What frustrated Lu was that, after finishing the roast chicken, Lin Qingxue immediately reverted to her usual aloofness, continuing to ignore him completely. That's a pretty quick about face, isn't it? As the saying goes, you can't bite the hand that feeds you, but why doesn't that apply to her at all? It seems the more beautiful a woman is, the more heartless she is. The ancients certainly didn't lie to me. However, he didn't let it bother him too much and simply continued doing what a good assistant should do. Although Lin Qingxue remained as cold as ever, he had to bow to necessity, and to earn a few more contribution points, he was willing to give it his all. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The two had combed Black Wind Ridge inside and out several times, but aside from discovering traces of a struggle, they had made no progress whatsoever. On the 4th day of the search, Lin Qingxue began to grow restless. She had exhausted every possible method of searching, yet found nothing. Having wasted so many days, she felt this mission was bound to end in failure. Just as she was about to head back, Lu couldn't help but speak up. Could there be a concealment formation? Lin Qingxue realized he had a point, so she summoned her flying sword and unleashed wave after wave of sword energy in all directions. However, even after attacking for most of the day, there was still no response. As for Lu, after speaking up, he took out the spirit revealing disc he had refined earlier and focused on upgrading it. To detect a target concealed by a hiding formation, he would have to make some adjustments to the spirit revealing disc. After upgrading it, he had barely inserted the mana crystals when the disc's surface lit up instantly. Several red dots appeared in certain spots on the disc, but when he looked up at the corresponding locations, there was nothing there. Without a moment's hesitation, he walked over to the area near the red dots and launched a frenzied barrage of attacks. Wave after wave of sword energy slammed into the surroundings, yet they vanished without a trace. However, he didn't give up. He had absolute faith in the spirit revealing disc. After continuing his attacks for a while, he finally spotted a clue. Senior Sister Lin, over here. As soon as he said this, he launched several consecutive strikes at the vulnerable spot. Sure enough, traces of a concealment formation suddenly became visible. Upon seeing the traces of the formation, Lin Qingxue glanced at Lu in surprise, then swiftly slashed at the formation with several sword strokes. As several earth-shaking sword auras shot out, the formation began to shake violently. After all, concealment formations aren't known for their defensive strength. Once revealed, they were quickly breached. A pitch-black cave entrance suddenly appeared where the formation had previously concealed it. Upon seeing the opening, Lin Qingxue rushed inside without a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, Lu had no choice but to quickly follow. The cave was pitch black and winding. He gripped his spirit sword as he made his way through the dim passageway. When he reached a spacious hall, he saw that Lin Qingxue was already locked in a clanging battle with a disheveled heretic cultivator. The heretic cultivator was emaciated, skin stretched taut over his bones. His face was as pale as paper, and he appeared to have sustained serious injuries, with a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Lin Xingxue had gained the upper hand, Lu did not rush to help her but instead turned to look around. Sure enough, on the left side of the hall, he spotted a pool of blood. Bound around the edges of the pool were 4 disciples dressed in the robes of the Flowing Cloud Guild. They were currently chained by their collars to 4 pillars, and their blood dripped drop by drop, flowing along grooves into the pool of blood. All 4 were in an extremely emaciated state, but they were not yet completely dead. Seeing this, Lu quickly stepped forward and severed the bone chains binding them. He then gently lowered the 4 to the ground and carried them out of the cave one by one. By the time he had settled all 4 and given them restorative pills, Lin Xingxue had already staggered out of the cave. Judging by her appearance, she seemed somewhat weak. "Are you okay?" Lu asked with concern. He wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to defeat the heretical cultivator after all. As the daughter of a spirit transformation true lord, she was bound to have 1 or 2 powerful trump cards up her sleeve. He was simply concerned that she might be injured. "I'm fine," Lin Xingxue replied indifferently before turning to find a spot to sit in meditation and regulate her qi. The mission was complete, and all the missing disciples had been found. A few days later, Lu and his companions returned safely to the sect. Senior Sister Lin, regarding this mission, I think I did pretty well, don't you? Could you give me a slightly higher evaluation?" Lu's face broke into a slightly ingratiating smile. Lin Xingxue remained as cold as ever, uttering only a few words in a flat tone. "Be factual and report the truth. That's great, sticking to the facts is the way to go. Senior Sister, you truly are upright and incorruptible." Lu flattered her. He felt his performance this time wasn't too bad as long as the evaluation was unbiased. He should at least get an excellent, right? An excellent would mean an extra 20% in contribution points. However, after turning in the mission, he saw that his score was only passing, and the evaluation bore a few glaring words: impure motives bribing an elite disciple. He instantly turned ashen with rage. Is this what sticking to the facts means? Holy shit! I really went out of my way for nothing. He only received 70% of the contribution points for this task. It was a total rip-off. You little punk, if I ever roast a chicken for you again, I'll admit defeat. After collecting his contribution points and exchanging them for a few pieces of millennial cold jade, he left, looking thoroughly dejected. However, he didn't head straight back to the artifact forging shop. Instead, he returned to the Flowing Cloud Guild courtyard to check on his few mu of spirit fields. But when he returned to the courtyard, he saw an outer sect disciple waiting at the gate. After approaching and asking, he learned that this junior brother had come to deliver an invitation. It turned out that Lu's cohort of newly promoted foundation stage disciples was organizing a gathering, and all disciples who had recently reached the foundation stage were on the guest list. The gathering was organized by Bai Chongqing, who had reserved an entire floor at Tianshan Pavilion, the largest restaurant in Flowing Cloud City. Given the sincere invitation, Lu felt he had to show some consideration. At dusk, after tending to the spirit grains in his courtyard, he flew on his sword all the way to Tianshan Pavilion in Luoyun City. Tianshan Pavilion was located in the busiest central district of Luoyun City. It stood 7 stories tall and, viewed from afar, appeared imposing and upscale. As soon as he arrived at Tianshan Pavilion, he saw a large gathering of spirit beast mounts at the entrance. Among these spirit beasts, demon wolves and giant tigers were a common sight, and there were even quite a few giant eagles and golden hawks of noble lineage. All these spirit beasts possessed foundation stage cultivation, a luxury that only prominent clans and wealthy families could afford. It seems there really are quite a few wealthy cultivators in the sects, Lu thought to himself, secretly startled. After showing his invitation to the guards, a maidservant came over and led him into the banquet hall. The interior of Tianshan Pavilion was just as it appeared from the outside, resplendent with gold and splendor, grand and upscale. Upon reaching the second floor, he saw that the banquet hall was already filled with dozens of young cultivators, all of them inner sect disciples dressed in lavish attire. Most of them already knew one another. They sat in small groups of 3 or 4, either chatting intimately or whispering to each other. An outer sect disciple like Lu stood out like a sore thumb as he walked through the banquet hall. However, he paid no mind to the strange glances he received. He was here just to eat and drink for free as long as there was food, Why bother with all that nonsense? The banquet appeared to be a buffet-style affair. Seeing that the guest of honor hadn't arrived yet, Lou helped himself to some wine and food and headed for an empty corner to sit down. However, just as he was looking around for a spot, a soft voice suddenly called out, "Senior brother Lou, over here." He turned his head and saw Li Yusin at a table by the window, waving at him with a delighted expression. At that table, besides Li Yusin, there were several other beautiful female cultivators including Cici and Zhang Linger who were gathered together, chattering away. Lou hesitated for a moment before walking over to the table. To be honest, he didn't want to share a table with Cici and the others, but unable to resist Li Yusin's enthusiastic invitation, he reluctantly sat down. When Cici saw Lou, she turned away with a look of disgust. Zhang Linger didn't even glance at him. Only Li Yusin said with genuine joy, "Master Lou, it's been a long time." "Yusin, it's been a long time," Lou replied with a faint smile. "Master Lou? Yusin, are you kidding? How could he possibly be a master?" Cici couldn't help but sneer at the remark. "Cici, don't you know? The magical artifacts Lou forges are incredibly powerful. Those ice soul silver needles from last time were forged by him," Li Yusin explained. "Ha, I didn't expect him to have some skill after all, but is that really what you're so proud of?" Cici sneered. Lou ignored Cici and simply sat down, eating his food without paying her any mind. "You don't really think being able to forge a few magical artifacts makes you something special, do you?" Seeing that Lou wasn't answering, Cici pressed on. "Sorry, it's too noisy here. I think I'll go sit over there." Lou apologized to Li Yusin, then stood up and walked toward another empty table, completely ignoring Cici's provocation. Lou's indifference left Cici feeling as if she punched thin air. There were quite a few young scions from prominent clans attending the gathering today. Lou surveyed the crowd in the banquet hall while munching on spirit fruits. Among these disciples from prominent families, each came from a clan with at least a dozen or so cultivators and their own family businesses. Even the two least well-off among them, senior brothers Wu Feng and Yuan Bing, had substantial family fortunes. Senior brother Wu Feng's family owned dozens of Qing of spirit fields and traded in spirit grain. Senior brother Yuan Bing's family, on the other hand, ran a pill-making workshop. Then there was Wang Qian. Her family was also a cultivating clan with its own business. There were very few foundation stage disciples who, like Lou, had absolutely no background whatsoever. Before long, a dashing and elegant male cultivator walked in. The moment he appeared, he drew the attention of everyone present. "Oh my, senior brother Bai, you're finally here. Everyone, our wealthy benefactor, senior brother Bai, has arrived. Let us give him a warm welcome." Seeing the elegant young cultivator enter, the crowd hurriedly stood up to greet him. The young man smiled and nodded at everyone before speaking. "Fellow disciples, I'm treating everyone tonight. Eat and drink to your heart's content, don't hold back." "Great. Senior brother Bai is truly magnificent." Bai Chongqing's words immediately earned unanimous praise from the crowd. For the rest of the evening, the group clinked glasses and celebrated in high spirits. Among them, Bai Chongqing, Xiao Jaime, and Cici, all scions of prominent families, were particularly popular. People kept approaching them to toast and curry favor, hoping to gain some patronage. Bai Chongqing and his group also mingled throughout the room, attempting to recruit outstanding disciples into their own families. Only Lou sat alone, quietly eating, completely ignored by everyone. "Senior brother Lou, come on, let me introduce you to senior brother Bai." Seeing that Lou had been silently drinking by himself, Li Yusin kindly approached him. "Sure." Lou nodded. After all, the other was tonight's host, so it was only proper to go and meet him. So he picked up his white jade wine cup and followed Li Yusin. Senior brother Bai comes from a renowned artifact forging family in Yunzhou. Many of the artifact forgers in the sect's artifact forging hall are from his family. Who knows, he might even be able to arrange a good position for you," Li Yusin explained as they walked. Lou merely smiled at her words, neither confirming nor denying it. Back then, he had desperately wanted to join the sect's artifact forging hall, but now, it was neither here nor there. Upon reaching the main table, Li Yusin flashed Bai Changqing a sweet smile and said, "Senior brother Bai, it's been a long time. I wonder where you've been working lately." I've just taken over a small family-run artifact forging workshop. I make a few thousand mana crystals a month to get by." As soon as Bai Changqing saw it was Li Yusin, his eyes lit up, and he laughed smugly. "Wow, a few thousand mana crystals a month? That's amazing." Hearing this, Li Yusin's face lit up with surprise, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her current monthly stipend was less than 100 mana crystals, so what did earning a few thousand mana crystals a month even mean? Probably not even her entire clan could earn that much combined, right? It's nothing special. Bai Changqing thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being admired. "Here, junior sister, I'll toast to you. Please look out for me in the future." After saying this, Li Yusin raised her cup in a gesture toward Bai Changqing and downed the spirit wine in one gulp. "No problem. No problem." Bai Changqing also cheerfully lifted his cup and drained the spirit wine in one gulp. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Lu stepped forward to offer a toast, but Bai Changqing frowned slightly. "Junior sister Yusin, who is this?" "Senior brother Bai, this is my friend Lu. He is also an artifact refiner. I hope you'll look out for him in the future." Li Yusin hurried to introduce Lu. "Oh? Junior brother, may I ask which renowned master you studied under?" Bai Changqing asked with a hint of arrogance. "I haven't had the honor of studying under a renowned master yet. I'm entirely self-taught," Lu replied with a smile. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Bai Changqing immediately lost interest. The magical artifacts Lu crafts are truly remarkable. "Senior brother Bai, you know so many master artifact crafters, perhaps you could introduce Lu to a renowned master?" Seeing this, Li Yusin hurriedly stepped in to save the situation. "Yusin, artifact forging isn't that easy. Forgive my frankness, but junior brother Lu's aptitude is truly rather dull. Even if I recommended him to a master artifact forger, they wouldn't take him seriously," Bai Changqing said with a look of disdain. Lu's heart sank upon hearing this. Could senior brother Bai really tell just by one glance that his aptitude was lacking? Although he didn't particularly care about being recommended to a master artifact forger, being looked down upon for no reason still left a bad taste in his mouth. "But the magical artifacts Lu forges are really quite useful," Li Yusin said anxiously. "Junior sister Yusin, forging spiritual artifacts is completely different from forging magical artifacts. Magic artifacts are merely the lowest of the low. No matter how well they're crafted, the maker can only be considered a good blacksmith. It doesn't help at all when it comes to crafting spirit artifacts," Bai Changqing said with an air of self-importance. "But..." Li Yusin wanted to say a few more words in Lu's defense, but Lu stopped her. "Senior brother Bai is right. I've learned a lot," Lu said with a faint smile. He sensed a faint hint of jealousy in Bai Changqing, so he said no more. After toasting, he returned to his original seat. "Senior brother Lu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out this way either," Li Yusin said apologetically. "It's fine, I wasn't holding out much hope anyway," Lu replied with a faint smile. "Don't lose heart. I believe you're talented. One day you'll make a name for yourself. Come on, I'll introduce you to Xiao Haimei. Her family has a nascent soul elder in the sect. She might be able to arrange a good position for you," Li Yusin said enthusiastically. "Yusin, really, it's not necessary. I'm doing just fine right now." "What do you mean, fine? After the foundation stage, without family support, how can that meager monthly stipend from the sect possibly be enough? Everyone has to find a good job. I already have something to do." "Really, you don't need to worry about me," Lu explained helplessly. "You. Sigh, never mind. I'm not your anything anyway. I can't be bothered with you." Seeing that Lu remained unmoved, Li Yusin stomped her foot in frustration and went off to chat with someone else. After that, various factions continued to court talent. The major clans had already divided up most of the outstanding candidates among themselves, leaving only a few smaller clans still without recruits. Just then, Cece finally strode over with an air of superiority. "Lu, don't say I'm not looking out for you. You've already been targeted by the Zhao family. I'm giving you a chance to join them. As long as you swear to serve them with your life, I can secure you a position that pays 60 mana crystals a month. Cece said with an air of arrogance. She didn't really intend to help Lu, she simply wanted to show off in front of him and, while she was at it, see him beg her. However, her expression quickly changed. Excuse me, please step aside. You're ruining my appetite. Lu waved his hand dismissively, his face full of disgust. What? Cece thought she must have heard wrong. As someone who was always fawned over by everyone, she never expected Lu to speak to her in such a tone. I said move aside. Can't you hear me? Lu couldn't help but raise his voice. But doing so startled the crowd around them, and everyone turned to look. You're so ungrateful. You'll regret going against the Zhao family. Cece's face turned ashen with rage. She hurled a parting threat and stormed off. After that incident, everyone at the banquet instinctively kept their distance from Lu, afraid of being associated with him in any way. There was, however, one exception, Xiao Jaime. She arrived uninvited, sitting down beside Lu with a smile on her face. Your name is Lu? I hear you're at odds with the Zhao family? Xiao Jaime struck up a conversation. Her family as patriarch was also one of the peak masters of the Yuanling Peak in the Flowing Cloud Guild of Force, on par with the Zhao family, and seeing Cece get the short end of the stick with Lu had piqued her interest. I suppose so, Lu replied calmly. Join our Xiao family, Xiao Jaime suggested. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time getting by in the sect. Your two families don't get along? Lu asked curiously. That's right. We're rivals. Only our Xiao family is willing to take you in. The other families will all give the Zhao family some face, so joining the Xiao family is your only option. What are the terms? A monthly stipend of 100 mana crystals, with more for completing missions. But you must be fully committed to serving the Xiao family and obey the clan's arrangements without question. Additionally, the clan will arrange a marriage for you with a member of a collateral branch. Xiao Jaime said with a smile the terms she offered were already considerably better than CCS, and she was confident he wouldn't refuse. Can I refuse this marriage arrangement? Of course not. The path of cultivation is a long one. How lonely it is to walk it alone. The clan is only looking out for your best interests. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to living a carefree life and don't want to be tied down just yet. Upon hearing this, Lu lost interest in listening any further. Your thinking is a bit naive. With all the factional infighting within the sect, who doesn't need the protection of a faction if they want to secure even a minor position? Unless you're content to remain an outer sect disciple for the rest of your life. Xiao Jaime was somewhat baffled that he had actually refused. After the gathering ended, Lu took the materials he exchanged for back to his small artifact forging shop and set to work with full concentration. Over the next 2 months, he forged several spirit artifacts in a row, some for attack, some for defense. These spirit artifacts were displayed in the shop and quickly sold out. For the most part, they were flying off the shelves. This made him quite pleased with himself. Over the past half year, he had sold more than 10 spirit artifacts, earning a total of over 10,000 mana crystals. Of course, such high profits were also due to his ability to practice in advance and his exceptionally high success rate. For other artifact crafters, a single failure would be a major setback. If they failed 2 or 3 times in a row, it would take them years to recover. As long as this momentum continued, he was confident that before long, he'd be able to buy elixirs for cultivation. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Before long, when he went to the sect to exchange for materials again, he was told that exchanges were no longer possible. This time, even with contribution points, he couldn't make the exchange. He spent quite a few mana crystals asking the steward for information and finally learned that the deputy hall master had issued an order on his own authority, forbidding him from exchanging any more supplies. And since the deputy hall master's surname was Zhao, it went without saying what the reason was. Without the sect's supply of materials, he could only purchase spirit-grade materials at the marketplace, but acquiring them took time, and they were often hard to come by, which severely affected his small shop's business. Just as Lu was at a loss, the Xiantian token which had been dormant all this time suddenly lit up. A mission? Lu, upon seeing this, quickly gave a few instructions and rushed toward Yunzhou's only contact point. When he first joined the Xiantian Sentinels, he had actually had the option to become either a Vanguard Sentinel or a Shadow Sentinel. Vanguard Sentinels were required to continue serving in the military, while Shadow Sentinels operated covertly, waiting for mission orders. Back then, in order to have more personal time, Lu had chosen to become a Shadow Sentinel, which is why he never went to the southern barbarian battlefield. However, in the year since becoming a Shadow Sentinel, he hadn't received a single notification. He'd almost forgotten all about it. The Xiantian Shadow Sentinel's Yunzhou contact point was located inside an auction house in Yunhai City, the central city of Yunzhou. On the surface, this auction house looked no different from any other. All cultivators entering the auction house to participate in the auction were required to wear masks to prevent others from eyeing their valuables. It was just as an auction was about to begin. Lu put on a mask and followed the other cultivators participating in the auction as they made their way inside. After winding through a series of twists and turns, the cultivators finally arrived at a circular auction hall. Lu, however, inadvertently turned into another hidden passageway. After walking through the passage for about a quarter of an hour, he came upon a brightly lit stone chamber, with an unremarkable-looking maid seated at the entrance. After Lu presented his Xiantian token, the maid quickly led him to the center of the stone chamber. Lord Xiantian Sentinel, here are your mission instructions. The maid retrieved a jade slip from a glowing sphere in the center of the room and handed it to Lu. Thank you. Lu nodded, took the jade slip, and immersed his divine sense into it. After reading the information, he suddenly conjured a flame and instantly incinerated the jade slip. He already had a general understanding of the mission. The main task was to host a Xiantian Sentinel from the east and assist with all of their activities here. The difficulty of this mission was unknown, so the military merit to be earned was also uncertain. However, he was currently the only available Xiantian Sentinel. 3 days later, at the square in Lianyun City, a female cultivator dressed in fine attire stepped off a public airship that had arrived from the east. This female cultivator was roughly at the early golden core stage. Her features were cool and composed, and she looked quite noble. After landing, she began scanning the square, as if searching for something. Excuse me, are you Nangong Cheng, fellow Daiwas Nangong? Suddenly, a male cultivator stepped forward and asked. That is correct. Are you fellow cultivator Lu? The female cultivator looked at the young man before her and replied hesitantly. The information she had received indicated that another Shadow Sentinel was here to assist her. Generally, those who become Shadow Sentinels possess cultivation levels at the Golden Core stage or higher. Yet the male cultivator before her was only at the early foundation stage, a far cry from what she had expected. That is indeed me, Lu replied, holding up the token in his hand. Then I'm counting on you. Seeing this, the female cultivator put her doubts aside. Guided by Lu, the two, one in front, one behind, quickly left the area. May I ask which sect you belong to, fellow cultivator Lu? Once they reached a secluded spot, the female cultivator asked politely. For someone of such a young age to have become a Xiantian Sentinel and with a combat merit rating nearly on par with her own, he must be a person of exceptional natural talent. Someone like this must come from a distinguished background. He might even be the offspring of some great power. This would be of immense help to her in completing this mission. I am Lu of the Flowing Cloud Guild. Senior sister, you may simply call me Junior Brother Lu. Lu replied, sounding a bit awkward. Nangong Qing's cultivation was exceptionally high, yet she remained so polite it made him feel a bit uneasy. Oh? That's perfect. I'll certainly be relying on you then, Junior Brother. Hearing this, the female cultivator felt a surge of quiet delight. Although the Flowing Cloud Guild wasn't particularly powerful, it happened to oversee the very region where her mission was taking place. She had truly found the right person. Although she held a high status, as a member of the Xiantian Shadow Sentinels, she couldn't reveal her identity casually. Therefore, in Yunzhou, a place where she knew neither the people nor the terrain, she could only rely on Lu. Senior sister Nangong, what are your plans from here on out? Lu asked, turning back. The mission brief contained only a few words. He really had no idea how to assist her. Could you arrange a place for me to stay first? Nangong Cheng asked cautiously. After the long and tiring journey, she just wanted to settle in as soon as possible. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. How about an inn in Luoyang City? Lu suggested. Inns are crowded and full of prying eyes. Junior brother Lu, just arrange a private residence for me. Very well, senior sister, please follow me. Lu led Nangong Cheng as they flew on a sword, and under the stunned gazes of Hao and the others, they arrived directly at the second floor of the small artifact forging shop. The conditions are modest, please forgive me, senior sister. Lu partitioned off a separate room within the large second floor room and said apologetically. Nangong Cheng looked at the humble space, not quite sure whether to laugh or cry. She had assumed that, given Lu's status, he would at least arrange a private courtyard villa for her, but to her surprise, it turned out to be such a humble wooden cottage. Is this where you usually live? That's right. I truly never expected that junior brother Lu, a distinguished member of the Xintian Sentinels, would live so simply hiding in plain sight. You are truly a role model for our generation. Hearing this, Lu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. As an outer sect disciple, he was lucky just to have a place to stay. How could he possibly be picky? After settling Nangong Cheng in, Lu had just come downstairs to the front shop when Hao came up to him, full of gossip. Lu, what is going on here? Hiding a mistress in a golden house? Ruoshi stood nearby, pouting and looking indignant, waiting for Lu's response. Clearly, she was jealous. Go on, go on. She is just a friend. Don't pry, Lu brushed them off hastily. He really didn't know how to introduce Nangong Cheng. Her identity was confidential. What kind of friend is she? You even took her up to your room. How clearly Woon Ti let it go. That room was just cleared out for her to stay in temporarily. Don't go bothering her, or there'll be serious consequences. Huh? Who is she, anyway? I'm not sure, but she is a big shot. The night passed without incident, and early the next morning, Nangong Cheng knocked on Lu's door. Junior brother Lu, I'd like to look up some information in your sect's library. Could you arrange that for me? This request caught Lu off guard. Nangong Cheng wasn't a member of the sect, so getting her inside wouldn't be easy. However, the mission brief required him to do his best to cooperate, and since she'd asked, he had no choice but to figure something out. Sure, but I'll need you to change your appearance a bit. Lu pondered for a moment, then came up with an idea. An incense stick's worth of time later, Nangong Cheng looked at her new appearance with a rather puzzled expression. Following Lu's instructions step by step, she had transformed herself into a maidservant. To her surprise, Lu still wasn't satisfied. He looked at Nangong Cheng's face and shook his head. It was too fair. Not a trace of an ordinary person's look. Sorry about this. Lu took some gray powder and began smearing it onto Nangong Cheng's face. Nangong Cheng stood there dumbfounded as he fussed over her. All done. Lu clapped his hands and let out a sigh of relief. Nangong Cheng's previous appearance had been far too refined and elegant. If she were to strut in like that, she'd surely be arrested as a spy. By then, it would be impossible to explain herself. Nangong Cheng could only offer a bitter smile. She'd just wanted to take a look around. A simple word to the sect would have sufficed. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths to disguise herself? Still, she didn't let it bother her too much. The two traveled on their swords and soon arrived at the mountain gates of the Flowing Cloud Guild. Just as Lu presented his token and was about to enter, he was stopped by a guard. Hold on. Who is she? Lu's heart sank, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Although he asked Nangong Cheng to conceal her cultivation level as much as possible, he hadn't expected they'd still be given a hard time. Senior brother, this is a maidservant I selected from the secular world. She hasn't received her access token yet. Lu forced an awkward smile. Oh ho, kid, you're quite the ladies' man. The guard, a cultivator, scrutinized Nangong Cheng repeatedly, as if trying to discern something. Please cut me some slack, senior brother. Lu discreetly slipped a small bag of mana crystals into the guard's hand. The guard monk weighed the bag in his hand, seemed quite satisfied, and finally decided not to probe any further. All right, go on in. Lu quickly pulled Nangong Ching to his feet, and the two hurried inside without stopping. Phew! As the pair walked away, Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. Why did it feel like we were acting like thieves? At that moment, both of them felt incredibly embarrassed. Nangong Ching had assumed that, given his status, he would at least be welcomed with great fanfare. She never expected they'd end up entering in such a humiliating manner. This Lord Lu's behavior really is quite out of the ordinary. After passing through the mountain gate, Lu led Nangong Ching all the way to the administrative hall, where they found Steward Fu. Senior brother Zhang, could you do me a favor? Lu explained his request. As soon as Fu heard that a stranger needed to be admitted to the library, he immediately shook his head. In his position, he could arrange for a menial worker to be admitted, but he certainly didn't have the nerve to grant access to the library. Finally, after Lu stuffed over 100 mana crystals into his hand and promised to take full responsibility should any problems arise, Fu reluctantly arranged for Nangong Ching to take on menial cleaning duties in the library. Fortunately, the library wasn't the cultivation techniques hall. It contained mostly historical biographies and no valuable jade slips of cultivation techniques. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to get in. Junior brother Lu, if you just wanted to look up some information, all you had to do was tell a sect elder. Why go through all this trouble? Upon hearing that she was actually expected to clean the library, Nangong Ching finally couldn't help but ask. She had never even touched such menial tasks in her entire life. Please don't laugh at me, senior sister. I'm just an outer sect disciple. How could I possibly know any of the sect's elders? An outer sect disciple? Then how did you become a member of the Xintian Sentinels at such a young age? Nangong Ching was taken aback. It was just a stroke of luck. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ching felt a sudden pang of disappointment. It seemed this member of the Xintian Sentinels wouldn't be much help to her. This mission was probably doomed. A dozen or so days later, Nangong Ching found the information she was looking for and went to the small shop to bid Lu farewell. Junior brother Lu, thank you for putting up with me these past few days. I can handle the rest on my own now. Is the mission complete? Lu asked, somewhat surprised. No, but you won't be able to help with what comes next. Lu let out a wry smile. His very first mission, and he'd already been cast aside. But that was fine. He was actually glad to have some time to himself. It was just that his battle merits would be pitifully few. The next day, Nangong Ching quickly moved out. Reportedly, she found a new place to live. As for Lu, he began scouring the area to acquire materials, hoping to resolve the shop's spiritual material crisis. But spiritual-grade materials were scarce on the market to begin with, having long been monopolized by the major clans. Without the sect's supply, his procurement efforts progressed at an agonizingly slow pace. After much deliberation, Lu had no choice but to head back to the Million Mountains alone once more. Demon hunters frequently frequented the temporary marketplace in the Million Mountains. If he could make some connections there, he might just find a stable source of spiritual materials. But the reality wasn't nearly as easy as he'd imagined. Most demon hunters in the Million Mountains were employed by well-known artifact forging workshops and simply looked down on someone from a small, obscure sect like Lu. He lay in wait for several days in a row and struck up countless conversations, yet came up empty-handed. One day, as he was once again searching the area, a slender cultivator suddenly called out to him. Brother, are you looking to buy demon beast materials? Exactly. Do you happen to have any for sale? Lu asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. Not at the moment, but our team is planning to go on a demon hunt. We're just one person short. Would you be interested in joining us? If you do, you'll have first dibs on the materials. The slender cultivator spoke with genuine sincerity. Oh. Hearing this, Lu was indeed tempted. Since he hadn't been able to buy any so far, hunting them himself wasn't a bad idea. It's just that, being alone, he hadn't really considered it before. Now, if he joined the team, there might actually be great potential. Besides, even if this trip turned out to be a waste of time, building a good relationship with the team would surely pay off in the future. So Lou followed the slender cultivator to the team's base. In addition to the slender male cultivator, the small team included a burly man and a voluptuous female cultivator. The slender male cultivator's surname was Chi, and his cultivation had already reached the late foundation stage. The burly man and the voluptuous female cultivator, one surnamed Zhang, the other surnamed Ning, were both still at the peak of the mid-foundation stage. Only Lou was in the early foundation stage. However, after weighing his options, he figured that even if things turned sour later on, he was confident he could escape. So, without hesitation, he readily followed the team into the Million Mountains. With several foundation stage cultivators in tow, the usual dangers of the Million Mountains were nothing to fear. However, Lou's equipment made the others frown. He had only a low-grade spirit sword. The rest of his armor and gear were all from the Chi cultivation stage. He was the most shabbily equipped foundation stage cultivator one could imagine. But since the spoils of this hunt would be distributed based on contribution, they didn't say much. The group traveled at a brisk pace for over 10 days without encountering any particularly formidable demon beasts. That day, the group finally arrived at a large lake. The water was crystal clear, and a gentle breeze blew. Unable to resist, they stopped to rest for a while. The voluptuous female cultivator even went down to the lakeshore to splash around in the water. Junior brother Zhang, junior sister Ning, let us search for one more day. If we still can't find any demon beasts, we'll head back, the slender male cultivator suddenly said. Their luck on this trip had truly been terrible. After traveling non-stop for so many days, they only managed to hunt down a single foundation stage demon beast, not nearly enough to share among the three of them. But their supplies were running low, so if they wanted to continue hunting, they'd have to wait until next time. All right. The other two nodded in agreement. They were all a bit disappointed. They'd come in expecting to make a big haul, but hadn't expected the results to be so meager this time. None of the three made any move to ask Lou about it. Clearly, none of them took Lou seriously. But no sooner had they finished speaking than they suddenly heard a muffled thud coming from the bottom of the lake, and the water's surface immediately began to churn. A demon beast? Seeing this, the voluptuous female cultivator quickly leaped back from the lakeshore. Next, a crimson demon beast dozens of meters long suddenly burst out of the water. Upon seeing the beast, Lou shuddered and immediately turned to flee. What kind of demon beast was this? It looked like a giant python, but it had grown 2 claws, and there was even a long, sharp horn on its head. The entire horn was a deep crimson, yet it emitted a cold glow. It was clearly no ordinary creature. Could this be the legendary Jiao? Did such a ferocious beast truly exist in this world? This demon Jiao was covered head to toe in thick, crimson scales that shimmered with a crystalline luster, and its aura was incredibly formidable. It was even infinitely close to the core stage. He had encountered quite a few peak foundation stage demon beasts before, but none of them could compare to this one. However, upon seeing this demon beast, the others were not startled but rather delighted. They retreated a short distance before coming to a halt in unison. Senior brother Chi, what should we do? Should we kill it or not? The burly male cultivator asked anxiously. Yes, senior brother Chi, you decide. The voluptuous female cultivator also asked urgently. They were extremely tempted by the demon beast before them, but since senior brother Chi had the highest cultivation level here, whether they could kill it depended entirely on him. Of course we kill it. A demon dragon like this is a rare sight, and right now it's at its weakest. If we don't act now, when will we? Everyone, bring out your best techniques. Whoever contributes the most effort gets that sharp horn. The slender male cultivator gritted his teeth and roared. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, turned, and charged forward to lead the attack. All right. Hearing this, the burly male cultivator and the plump female cultivator gritted their teeth, raised their weapons, and leaped forward as well. To be honest, their haul from this expedition had been meager, and they were extremely tempted by that horned one. Having been in the foundation stage for many years, it was impossible for them not to have at least one secret technique up their sleeves. If they gave it their all, maybe they could pull it off. Seeing that all three had charged forward, Lou had no choice but to turn around and follow them, albeit reluctantly. He didn't have high hopes for this hunt and couldn't understand why they were so determined to push forward. Perhaps they all had hidden life-saving tricks up their sleeves? As Lou had anticipated, the demon dragon's power was indeed overwhelming. Although the four fought with all their might for a long time, they were unable to inflict significant damage on it. However, it wasn't easy for the demon dragon to break through their combined defenses in one go. Seemingly sensing that a prolonged battle in the air was not in its favor, the demon dragon swept its massive tail, flinging the group aside as it attempted to dive back into the lake. However, its intentions were immediately seen through by the slender cultivator. "Everyone, stop holding back, unleash your ultimate techniques," the slender cultivator shouted sharply. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a treasured sword talisman, spat a mouthful of essence blood, and watched as the talisman transformed into a beam of sword light, instantly slashing toward the demon dragon's heart. The sword beam was incredibly swift, its power far surpassing that of a foundation stage attack. In an instant, it tore through the demon dragon's scales, dealing it a severe blow. "Quick! It's wounded! Don't hesitate," the slender cultivator shouted urgently upon seeing this. However, what met him was the demon dragon's furious counterattack. A massive claw slammed toward him. He quickly raised his shield to block the blow, but was still sent flying. Nevertheless, his shout had the desired effect. 2 consecutive explosions rang out, and 2 more gruesome wounds appeared near the demon dragon's heart. It turned out that the other man and woman had finally unleashed their ultimate techniques. However, when these 2 ultimate techniques struck the demon dragon, the results left them utterly astonished. What is going on? Is this demon dragon's defense really that formidable? This was a strike powerful enough to rival that of a core stage cultivator, yet it had only inflicted minor injuries on the demon dragon. The defensive power of the demon dragon's scales completely exceeded their expectations. These 2 trump cards were their only remaining hopes, yet now that neither had worked, they were momentarily caught off guard. However, what was even worse was that after being struck repeatedly, the demon dragon's combat power not only failed to weaken but instead went into a sudden frenzy. Its eyes turned blood red, and its speed surged dramatically. With a sweep of its massive tail, it sent both Lou and the female cultivator who hadn't had time to dodge flying, while simultaneously slamming its giant claw down, instantly knocking the burly male cultivator to the ground. Just as the burly male cultivator was about to get back up, he saw the demon dragon lunging toward him to bite. "Senior brother, save me!" he shouted urgently, hoping the slender male cultivator would step in to block the attack and divert the demon dragon's attention. However, the slender male cultivator did not do as he hoped. Instead, he leaped forward to catch the female cultivator who had been sent flying. Seeing this, the burly male cultivator had no choice but to roll frantically on the ground to escape. Yet the demon dragon seemed to have set its sights firmly on him, its massive claws striking out at him again and again. He dodged several attacks in a row, but in the end, he could not escape the fate of being swallowed whole by the demon dragon. Meanwhile, after being caught, the female cultivator exclaimed anxiously, "Senior brother Chi, hurry and save junior brother Zhang." She couldn't understand senior brother Chi's current actions. After all, the 3 of them had always been close and worked together seamlessly. If he had just held the demon dragon off for a moment, junior brother Zhang could still have been saved. "It's too late," the slender male cultivator replied indifferently. "Why?" the female cultivator couldn't help but demand. But before she could get an answer, she felt a sudden sharp pain in her abdomen as a sharp sword pierced her manicore. "Senior brother, you." The female cultivator stared at the sword before her, her expression one of utter disbelief. The sword had been thrust at her by her own senior brother. "Junior sister, I'm sorry." After saying this, the slender male cultivator forced a poison pill into the female cultivator's mouth, then grabbed her and hurled her toward the demon dragon. Lou stood frozen in shock at the sight. He never would have imagined that the slender male cultivator would do such a thing. So, paying no heed to his injuries, he scrambled to his feet and quickly vanished into the jungle. The demon dragon, seeing the female cultivator hurled toward it, did not hesitate and swallowed her whole in a single gulp. However, after swallowing her, it seemed unsatisfied, so it continued to attack the slender male cultivator. Seeing this, the slender male cultivator hurriedly dodged while raising his shield to block the attack. However, the demon dragon's massive claws were powerful and swift beyond measure. With a thunderous boom, the slender male cultivator was sent flying at high speed, knocking over several large trees in his path before coughing up a heavy mouthful of blood. However, despite his severe injuries, the slender male cultivator did not flee. Instead, he shouted toward the direction Lu had left. "Lu, come help me. We'll split the materials 50-50 later." But Lu remained hidden in the shadows, offering no response, for he had already anticipated what was about to happen. The slender male cultivator undoubtedly had another trick up his sleeve. He simply wanted to use Lu to buy himself a little more time. Seeing that Lu was slow to respond, the slender male cultivator assumed he had already gone far away, so he had no choice but to summon his spirit sword once more and continue engaging the demon dragon. He couldn't let the demon dragon escape back into the lake, otherwise, all his efforts would be for nothing. After an unknown amount of time, the demon dragon suddenly began convulsing. No longer paying any attention to the slender male cultivator, it started rolling and thrashing frantically on the spot. As the demon dragon struggled desperately, the surrounding trees were snapped one after another, and large craters were pounded into the ground, leaving the scene in utter chaos. It was only then, upon witnessing this, that Lu realized the truth: the demon dragon had actually been poisoned. No wonder senior brother Chi had refused to leave earlier. No wonder he had stood by and watched her die, and later tossed the female cultivator who had been fed the poison pill to the demon dragon. It turned out everything had been leading up to this moment. It turned out everyone had been used by him. After struggling for a while, the demon dragon began to flee toward the lake. But there was no way the slender male cultivator would let it get away. Ignoring his own injuries, the slender male cultivator flew forward once more to intercept the demon dragon. The two grappled for a few breaths, and black mist gradually began to rise from the demon dragon's body. Clearly, the poison pill's toxicity was extraordinary. It had spread throughout the demon dragon's entire body in such a short time. As time passed, the demon dragon's struggles grew weaker and weaker, and soon, it collapsed to the ground, motionless. The slender male cultivator was also quite badly injured, but after quickly swallowing a recovery pill, he hurried over to the unicorn dragon, eager to harvest the materials from its body. However, the moment he touched the demon dragon's body, the motionless creature suddenly raised its head and bit down viciously, instantly tearing the slender male cultivator in two. Chi-Shan's exposed legs continued to tremble violently. It wasn't until quite some time later that he fell completely silent. Lu was so shocked by this scene that he remained speechless for a long time. Was this demon dragon really that powerful? How could it still be alive after something like that? But Chi-Shan was even unluckier. One moment he was on the verge of achieving his goal, and the next, he was nothing more than a cold corpse. Success or failure hinges on a single thought. After delivering that bite, the demon dragon finally collapsed, exhausted, and lay motionless. Lu waited in the jungle for a long time. Only after confirming that the unicorn dragon was completely dead did he cautiously approach it. To avoid repeating the same mistake, as he neared the demon dragon, he prudently stabbed its heart several times with his spirit sword. Only after confirming that the creature showed no reaction did he begin to clean up the aftermath. Every part of this demon dragon was a treasure. First, he used a secret technique to seal away the dragon's soul, then used his spirit sword to carefully cut open the gaps between the demon dragon's scales, one by one. However, the process did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. Although the demon dragon was dead, simply cutting through the gaps between its scales proved incredibly difficult. It was hard to imagine just how formidable the demon dragon's defenses must have been when it was alive. It took him a full 3 days to collect every single scale from the red dragon's body. Afterward, he cut off its horn, tendons, and bones separately. Regrettably, he had to discard the red dragon's flesh and blood, as they were tainted with poison. He planned to forge the single horn into a spirit sword and seal the red dragon's soul within it. It was sure to be a rare, top-tier sword. As for the scales covering the red dragon's body, he intended to forge them into a set of dragon scale armor. With the protection of such armor, he believed he would have a certain degree of confidence even when facing peak foundation stage cultivators in the future. As for the red dragon's tendons and bones, he planned to forge them into a red dragon bow. After processing all the materials from the demon dragon, he turned his attention to the belongings left behind by the 3 foundation stage cultivators. There weren't many mana crystals in their storage bracelets, less than 10,000 in total. While there were some talismans and elixirs, they were of little value. What was truly valuable, however, were the undamaged spirit artifacts they carried on their persons. A top-grade spirit sword belonged to the slender cultivator. A high-grade spirit spear belonged to the burly male cultivator. A high-grade spirit artifact, the Amay dagger, belonged to the voluptuous female cultivator. There was also a pair of battle boots and a shield. Along with 3 storage bracelets, that made a total of 8 spirit artifacts. Unfortunately, the spirit armor worn by all 3 had been chewed to pieces by the demon dragon, otherwise, the haul would have been even greater. After gathering all the valuables, he set fire to everything to cover his tracks before returning along the same path. However, instead of heading back to the artifact forge first, he flew straight to the Flowing Cloud Guild. After all, only within the sect could he feel truly safe. He was now a man carrying a vast fortune. That night, in the courtyard of the Flowing Cloud Guild, Lu had just entered a state of meditation when he noticed his small sword suddenly flash with light, and a drop of spiritual essence slowly condensed at its tip. Before Lu could even react, the spiritual essence had already dripped onto his mana core, transforming into a refreshing stream of sweet spring water that instantly surged through his entire body, coursing through his meridians. The spiritual energy brought by this sweet spring far exceeded the total amount he had absorbed during his mana infusion. As the sweet spring surged through him, Lu immediately felt waves of relief wash over his entire body. His spiritual energy was instantly replenished, and his cultivation level, which had remained stagnant for so long, suddenly broke through to the second layer of the foundation stage with a bang. What is going on? Lu froze in shock, unable to immediately come to terms with such a pleasant surprise. He carefully examined his body and discovered that not only had his cultivation level advanced by 1 tier, but even the alchemical toxins that had plagued him for years had been expelled, and his internal injuries had healed in an instant. This spiritual elixir is incredibly potent. Could it be the legendary immortal elixir? Only the legendary immortal elixir could possibly have such an effect, right? Does this mean I'll never have to worry about my cultivation again? The moment this thought crossed Lu's mind, an indescribable excitement surged through him. His cultivation had always been his greatest concern. If that were no longer an issue, wouldn't he be able to go head-to-head with those prodigies? But setting aside other considerations, the ability to instantly replenish his spiritual energy alone was already priceless. As is well known, there are currently 3 common methods for cultivators to restore their spiritual energy. The first is to let the body recover naturally without any aids. This method takes at least several days to fully restore spiritual energy, albeit extremely slowly. The second is to hold mana crystals while meditating and channeling energy, gradually restoring all spiritual energy. This method takes at least several hours to fully replenish one's spiritual energy. The third method relies on highly effective spiritual elixirs, wines, essences, and fruits to restore spiritual energy. This is many times faster than meditating while absorbing mana crystals, but it still takes half an hour to fully recover. Since he began his cultivation, he had never heard of a method capable of instantly replenishing spiritual energy. Those spiritual elixirs and wines that can restore spiritual energy relatively quickly are all worth a fortune. Keep in mind that when 2 cultivators of comparable strength engage in a fierce battle, chasing and fleeing, locked in a stalemate until the very end, both have almost completely exhausted their spiritual power. If one of them were to suddenly and instantly replenish all their spiritual power, it would be an absolutely devastating blow to the other cultivator. After all, even the strongest abilities require ample spiritual power to sustain them. One can only imagine how valuable a spiritual elixir capable of instantly replenishing spiritual energy would be. It would undoubtedly be an extremely rare and precious treasure. Even Lu, who is usually composed, couldn't help but let a hint of uncontrollable excitement show on his face. But how long would it take for the little sword to condense a single drop of spiritual elixir? What conditions are needed to speed up the condensation process? These are all things that need to be explored gradually. Now that his cultivation had reached the second layer of the foundation stage, he felt much more confident about refining spirit artifacts. He planned to immediately begin refining the spirit sword that would seal the soul of the red dragon. As usual, he would first consult the ancestral memories to find the refining method, then simulate the process several times in the illusory realm. Half a month later, when he emerged from seclusion once more, he held in his hand a top-grade spirit artifact, the Dragon Soul Sword. That's right, it was truly a top-grade spirit artifact. The quality of the materials was simply too good. He had inadvertently surpassed his usual capabilities. This Dragon Soul Sword was dark red throughout. Though it looked plain and unadorned at first glance, a faint dragoness roar could be heard whenever it was drawn. More importantly, it contained the soul of a powerful dragon, which could be unleashed to slay enemies in times of need, creating a dazzling, ultimate move. He didn't plan to craft the dragon scale battle armor or the crimson dragon bow just yet. After all, he hadn't accumulated enough experience, and he was afraid of wasting such fine materials. To gain more practical experience, he'd have to head to the artifact forge. With that in mind, he mounted his flying sword and set off for Lianyun City. Business was quite slow at the artifact forge today. Ruwashi and Hao were sitting in the shop, bored out of their minds. It wasn't until Lu came in and asked around that he learned the spirit artifacts they crafted earlier had sold out long ago. Without the spirit artifacts to showcase, the shop's atmosphere had dropped several notches, and business had suddenly taken a nosedive. However, when he brought out the 8 spirit artifacts he'd obtained from those 3 foundation stage cultivators, Ruwashi and Hao immediately broke into broad smiles. Hao immediately began devising marketing strategies with great enthusiasm, while Lu called Ruwashi over and, armed with the spirit-grade materials Hao had acquired recently, retreated to the backyard to focus on crafting. For the time that followed, he spent his days absorbed in the art of artifact crafting. As he finished refining the last batch of spirit-grade materials, he stretched his limbs and stepped out of the workshop with a sigh. Having no more materials to refine was extremely frustrating for him. He believed that with just a few more practice runs, he would have the confidence to craft that set of dragon scale armor and the crimson serpent bow. It was just a pity. Upon stepping out of the artifact refining room, he saw a sound-transmitting paper crane waiting outside the door. Opening it, he realized it had been sent by Li Yusin. It turned out that the sect's decennial core disciple selection was about to begin. All foundation stage cultivators under the age of 30 were eligible to participate, and Li Yusin urged him to return as soon as possible. He checked the date. The message had been sent 3 days ago, and today was the start of the selection, so he immediately mounted his sword and flew toward the Flowing Cloud Guild. Flowing Cloud Guild, Immortal Sect Square. When Lu arrived, he saw that the square was already teeming with people. At the front of the square, hundreds of disciples who had successfully reached the foundation stage in the past decade had already taken their places on the outskirts. Tens of thousands of young cultivators had gathered as spectators. "Senior brother Lu, you're finally here?" Li Yusin breathed a sigh of relief the moment she saw Lu appear. She'd been worried he might miss it. "Yes, thanks to your reminder," Lu said gratefully. He really had almost forgotten about it. Although he didn't have high hopes for it, it was still an opportunity. "How's your preparation coming along?" Li Yusin asked curiously. "Preparation? What else do I need to prepare?" Lu looked a bit bewildered. He'd been so busy refining artifacts lately that he hadn't even thought about this at all. "You're kidding, right? This is the sect's highest level selection event. All the nascent soul elders will be here to choose disciples, and you haven't prepared at all?" Li Yusin could hardly believe it. She thought he was being dishonest. Feeling Li Yusin's suspicious gaze, Lu let out a wry smile. "I really haven't prepared. I've been busy refining artifacts this whole time. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost wouldn't have remembered." Li Yusin was at a loss for words. How could someone forget something this important? Just how carefree was this guy? "Alright, but it's fine. Just do your best later. Once you're selected, You'll be enrolled in the core training program on each peak and receive priority cultivation. You won't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore, Li Yusin consoled him. Alright. Lu nodded. He was currently in need of some high-level sword techniques. If he were selected, he'd have the backing of a nascent soul expert, and he wouldn't have to fear the Zhao family suppression anymore. So he began to look forward to it. More and more people gathered in the square. At noon, as the sound of a bell rang out, dozens of nascent soul elders from the 5 clans instantly assembled on the high platform. As the presiding elder explained and read out the details, Lu gained a general understanding of the format for this selection. It turned out to be a defend the rings system, with 20 rings operating simultaneously. Whether one could hold the ring until the very end wasn't important. What mattered was the potential demonstrated during the combat. As soon as the presiding elder finished speaking, core stage cultivators began arriving one by one at the 20 rings in the center of the square to preside over the matches. Below the platforms, many disciples began to grow restless, while some of the more powerful ones, unable to contain their excitement, leaped onto the platforms one after another. Although staying on the platform until the very end wasn't essential, doing so would undoubtedly increase one's visibility significantly and provide a massive advantage when the elders made their selections. According to past tradition, those who managed to stay on their platforms from the very beginning until the end were, without exception, selected. However, quite a few elite disciples chose to wait and see. For the time being, they all wanted to figure out their opponent's strategies before stepping into the ring. Lu was one of those choosing to wait and see. He didn't know the skill levels of the other inner sect disciples and planned to observe for a while first. However, things didn't go as planned. He didn't want to step into the ring, but someone was determined to force him to do so. Senior brother Lu, someone over there is calling you, Li Yusin suddenly nudged Lu's shoulder. Lu looked up and saw Zhang Kuan on ring 20, shouting insults at him. Lu! Get your ass up here! Lu, you're not scared, are you? Playing the coward now? Hearing this, Lu shook his head and, with a few leaps, jumped onto ring 20. Ha, Lu, we meet again. Didn't see that coming, did you? Zhang Kuan laughed smugly. Ever since he'd been humiliated last time, he'd been itching to get even, and now he felt his chance had finally come. In a setting where all eyes were on him, trampling his opponent underfoot would be the only way to truly vent his anger. Zhang Kuan, are you looking for a beating again? Lu glanced at his opponent's gear. Nothing special, and couldn't understand where he was getting the nerve from. What did you say? Zhang Kuan was instantly enraged. Recalling the previous incident, his face still stung with embarrassment. It was the most unforgettable memory of his life. Humph. Don't get too cocky. Last time, I was just outmaneuvered. Today, I'll show you the difference between the outer sect and the inner sect. Zhang Kuan said through gritted teeth. Fine, let us get started. Hearing this, Lu couldn't help but take the matter seriously. He summoned the Dragon Soul Sword and immediately assumed the opening stance of the Flowing Cloud Sword technique. In his mind, inner sect disciples had always been formidable figures. He wondered how many high-level martial arts techniques and skills they possessed. That's why he started off by using the Flowing Cloud Sword technique, which he was most skilled at. However, to others, his stance seemed rather ironic. This was clearly the most basic introductory sword technique of the Flowing Cloud Guild. What was he trying to do? Had he given up completely? Seeing this, the disciples watching from the stands burst into laughter. Lu, are you trying to humiliate me? Zhang Kuan was furious at the sight. It's more than enough to deal with you. Lu replied coolly. He could hear the murmurs around him and felt a bit embarrassed, but this was indeed what he was best at. Fine. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Zhang Kuan laughed through gritted teeth. To redeem himself, he had spent a fortune to purchase a mid-tier Xian-grade footwork technique called smoke-like steps, in addition to the high-tier cultivation methods and martial arts techniques available to inner sect disciples. He was convinced his opponent was no match for him, and he'd already planned how to humiliate him. As soon as the referee called go, he eagerly activated the smoke-like steps, transforming his entire body into a wisp of green smoke as he charged toward Lu. However, he didn't rush to draw his sword. Instead, he swung his palm, intending to slap his opponent across the face a few times first. But to Lu, his figure looked rather comical. Lu had expected his opponent to have prepared some formidable technique, but upon seeing the dazzling yet riddled with flaws footwork, he immediately shook his head and stepped forward, delivering a kick to the left. The rhythm of his opponent's footwork was far too predictable. It was always the same few steps over and over. With just a couple of glances, Lu could already tell exactly where his opponent would land next. When Zhang Kuan saw Lu shake his head, he assumed he'd already thrown his opponent off balance. Just as he darted forward for a surprise attack, a massive foot suddenly flew straight at him. The sheer force of the kick left him no time to dodge, and he crashed head-on into it. With a loud thud, Zhang Kuan felt a searing pain across his face as his entire body was sent flying backward. As Zhang Kuan was kicked away, the onlookers below were utterly stunned. What's going on? Why did he lose out of the blue? They simply couldn't fathom how such flashy footwork could be so easily defeated. After crashing heavily to the ground, Zhang Kuan was completely bewildered. Once he came to his senses, he was consumed by overwhelming rage. He scrambled back to his feet and lunged at Lu, determined to fight to the death. However, the result was the same. This time he was kicked flying once again. Seeing his opponent's stubborn persistence, Lu shook his head and sighed. Why bother? Finally, when Zhang Kuan charged at him once more, Lu sent him flying off the ring with a single kick. Seeing Lu display such dominance in the ring, Li Yusen suddenly felt a surge of anger. That guy, he said he wasn't prepared, but he even lied to me. Men really are all scumbags. I'll never trust you again. Just thinking about Lu's sincere expression made her furious. She felt like a complete fool for believing his lies. After the match, Lu didn't stay to defend his title. Instead, he jumped straight off the stage. He didn't think he was that great. The only reason he managed to win that round was because his opponent was so weak. He felt that inner sect disciples' skill level definitely shouldn't be like this, so he decided to observe a little longer. When he returned to Li Yusen's side, however, he sensed something was off with her. She kept ignoring him. What's wrong? Lu couldn't help but ask. I don't want to talk to you. You liar. Li Yusen said petulantly. Liar? What are you talking about? Lu was a bit baffled. You said you weren't prepared, so what was that all about just now? Just now? I just happened to spot their weakness. You don't really think I'm that good, do you? Really? Of course it's true. Anyway, I don't want to talk to you right now. After observing for a while, Lu confirmed his suspicions. Zhang Kuan was indeed the worst of the bunch. The other disciples were all significantly better than him, especially the elite students like Li Yusen, Shui Lang, Bai Changqing, and Cici. Their performances on stage were truly spectacular. As expected, these elite disciples' skills were far superior to the others. It didn't take long for them to gain a firm foothold on the stage, and it looked like they were poised to hold their ground until the very end. Lu watched for a while and then prepared to take the stage himself. The competition wasn't that intense, and he was confident he could secure a decent ranking. However, just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly caught sight of Li Yusen being violently kicked off the stage by a sinister cultivator. Startled by the sight, he immediately flew forward to catch Li Yusen. He glanced at the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and his expression darkened. These were friendly sparring matches meant to be light-hearted, but his opponent had struck with brutal ferocity, showing no mercy whatsoever. What was worse was that after kicking Li Yusen off the stage, the Injie cultivator burst into a cackling laugh. Ha 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 ha. A worthless piece of trash like you, who can't even take a single hit, actually wants to become a core disciple. You're an absolute disgrace to the Flowing Cloud Guild. Li Yusen seethed with indignation at his words, but unfortunately, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Do you have a grudge against him? Lu asked. No, but my family and his are sworn enemies. Alright, I get it. He helped Li Yusen take a healing pill, then strode straight toward the arena. Are you going up there? Li Yusen hurriedly grabbed Lu's hand. Yes, I'm going to avenge you. Don't! You're no match for him. Although Li Yusin was somewhat touched by his words, she still held onto Lu's hand tightly. She didn't want Lu to put himself in danger because of her personal matters. Don't worry, trust me. With that, Lu gently pried Li Yusin's hand away and silently walked onto the stage. It's you? That good-for-nothing who only knows the flowing cloud sword technique? Upon seeing Lu, the Injia cultivator couldn't help but sneer. He had watched Lu's previous matches and thought he was nothing special. Lu silently drew the Dragon Soul Sword, assumed the opening stance of the flowing cloud sword technique, and then said calmly, "You're always calling others good-for-nothings. If I defeat you using the flowing cloud sword technique, I wonder what that makes you. Defeat me with the flowing cloud sword technique?" Upon hearing this, the cultivator Injia laughed arrogantly, his face filled with disbelief. "Ha, are you kidding me? Someone actually dares to be more arrogant than me? Arrogance comes at a price. I've decided not to let you lose so quickly. I'll slowly break every single one of your bones," the Injia cultivator said with a cruel expression. No sooner had he finished speaking than, the moment the referee shouted start, he charged forward with overwhelming force, bringing his sword down with the might of a mountain crashing down. Lu sensed the extraordinary power behind his opponent's sword technique, and his expression grew solemn. Moreover, the spirit sword in his opponent's hand was clearly no ordinary item. It was at least a high-grade spirit artifact. No wonder he was able to defeat Li Yusin. However, his Dragon Soul Sword was no slouch either. As the attack closed in, Lu stepped right into its path. His opponent's ferocious strike was effortlessly deflected and redirected using the most basic technique from the flowing cloud sword art. How is this possible? Cultivator Injia could hardly believe it when he saw his sword strike blocked, with most of its power striking empty air. After all, he had obtained this sword technique from the ruins of a high-level cultivator's cave residence. It was at least top-tier Xian grade. He must have just been lucky. He happened to find a weakness in this sword technique, the Injia cultivator consoled himself. The crowd watching from below, however, was now stunned. They were all very familiar with the flowing cloud sword technique, but when had it ever possessed such power? Even the elite disciples like Cici on other battle stages were secretly astonished by what they saw. They had been closely following the action here all along, and after witnessing Lu's strike just now, they felt it was something they could never pull off themselves. Li Yusin, however, saw her worry turn to joy. Her tense heart finally relaxed. Next, cultivator Injia decided to unleash his true strength for the first time. He took his opponent seriously. He activated his supreme footwork technique, instantly darting in front of Lu and unleashing dozens of sword strikes in the blink of an eye, each carrying the full force of a peak-level attack. He was confident that his opponent would be utterly powerless to defend against this move and would at least be struck by several blows. However, for Lu, who had been tempered in the secret realm, such an attack was something he could block even with his eyes closed. With just a few light taps of his sword at critical points, he defused the sword attack without even shifting his position, exuding the air of a true master. This scene left the onlookers utterly stunned. Could such dazzling swordplay really be nothing but an illusion? Many female cultivators found Lu incredibly handsome and cool at that moment. This was what a true master looked like. Seeing his formidable sword techniques come to naught and sensing the skeptical glances of the onlookers, the Injia cultivator flew into a rage. He decided he couldn't drag this out any longer. He was going to unleash his ultimate secret technique. So, he frantically channeled spiritual energy into his spirit sword. Dazzling trails streaked through the air, and suddenly, a colossal dragon of sword energy possessing overwhelming power surged toward Lu. This dragon of sword energy was composed entirely of thousands of sword beams, far surpassing those of a foundation stage cultivator by an immeasurable margin. Sword energy taking form? How is that possible? Isn't that something only core stage cultivators can pull off? Seeing this dazzling dragon, the crowd was instantly stunned. This was completely beyond the comprehension of disciples like them. It was easy to imagine that if Lu were struck by this dragon of sword energy, he would be severely injured, if not killed. Even Li Yusin's heart sank, fearing the worst for Lu. However, what happened next left everyone so stunned they began to question reality itself. Lu swung his long sword, pointed its tip forward, and unleashed the technique Scarlet Dragon circling the heavens. A scarlet dragon, as tangible as solid matter, circled above him once before charging straight toward the sword energy dragon with unmatched ferocity. In the next instant, the crimson dragon shattered the sword chi dragon as if it were dry twigs, then, with lightning speed, smashed through the Injie cultivator's armor, sending him flying off the stage. Witnessing such a spectacular scene, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Wow, what was that just now? Was that a real dragon? That was so cool. So handsome. The female cultivators below the arena instantly turned into gushing fans, their gazes fixed on the figure on the stage with intense admiration. The Injie cultivator who had been knocked off the stage coughed up a heavy mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Hearing the cheers from the crowd below, Cece suddenly felt a bit dazed. Was this really him? Li Yusin, her eyes already brimming with tears of excitement, muttered dazedly, "You really did lie to me. I knew it, you're a man of true ability." After Lu won this match, no one dared to challenge him again. After all, few had the confidence to block his earlier move, Red Dragon circling the heavens. Those who thought they could block it saw no point in risking their lives against Lu. So Lu simply remained seated on the stage until the event concluded. At dusk, when the closing bell rang, all the ring champions and elite disciples with outstanding results were invited onto the high platform in front of the square. There were 40 of them in total, including Li Yusin, Cece, and others. Senior brother Lu, congratulations! As the ring champion, it's practically a done deal that you'll be chosen by the nascent soul elders, Li Yusin said with a delighted expression as she stood beside Lu. In fact, quite a few nascent soul elders had shown interest in Lu, but once they learned of his spiritual root aptitude, they all backed off. On one hand, the five elements spiritual root was simply too poor. On the other, there were vague rumors that he was at odds with the Zhao family, and it wasn't worth antagonizing the Zhao family over a disciple with such poor aptitude. Although the Zhao family didn't give the Zhao family any special consideration, they still felt Lu wasn't worth wasting a spot on and could be recruited privately at a lower price. Thus, a strange scene unfolded on the high platform. Dozens of Yuan infant elders, their eyes burning with intensity, fixed their gaze on the top 40 elite disciples and extended invitations one after another, but Lu was the only one left out. Xuelang, your overlord's spear aligns with my lineage. I wish to take you on as a nominal disciple. What do you say? A slightly plump elder suddenly asked. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of envy swept through the disciples on the stage. This slightly plump elder was none other than the Peak Master of Zhixiao Peak. With the Peak Master as a backer from now on, who would dare to bully him? I would be more than honored. Xuelang was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly clasped his hands in a bow. Although his own background wasn't bad, it paled in comparison to that of the Peak Master's disciple. Li Yusin, your dual ice and water spiritual roots are well suited to my lineage. Would you be willing to become my disciple? A middle-aged woman, still radiating charm, asked next. I would. Li Yusin was overjoyed upon hearing this. She hadn't expected that even after such a poor performance, someone would still take a liking to her. At the same time, the Peak Masters and Elders on the high platform were also making their selections. Zhang Ling by Chongqing. Suddenly, a white-haired old woman spoke up. Cece, would you be willing to become my direct disciple? Direct disciple? Everyone was instantly taken aback upon hearing this. Even the other nascent soul elders looked at old matriarchy with expressions of utter disbelief. After all, the master-disciple bond is the most sacred relationship, second only to that of father and son, and carries the right of inheritance. Every nascent soul cultivator has only a few spots available under their name. Generally, they do not readily accept direct disciples, opting instead for registered disciples. This is because once a direct disciple is accepted, the disciple is obligated to care for the master in old age and see them off in death, while the master must provide the disciple with the utmost support. Once Cece becomes a disciple, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step. As for Cece, she had long since been rendered speechless by this immense surprise. Grand Matriarch, are you truly going to give your last remaining direct disciple slot to Cece? The Peak Master of Zhixiao Peak asked, looking utterly perplexed. This was already her final slot once it was given away. No matter how promising a prospect they encountered in the future, they would no longer be able to admit them into the sect. That's why, during this round of disciple recruitment, the elders were primarily accepting nominal disciples. Whether they could become direct disciples would depend on careful evaluation and selection during the subsequent observation period. However, even as nominal disciples, they were still full-fledged core disciples of the sect, and the resources they received were far beyond what ordinary inner-sect disciples could ever hope for. Yes. Grand Matriarch Yu replied with certainty. She was quite fond of both CC's personality and appearance. She possessed extraordinary talent and striking looks, and most importantly, she was adept at leveraging every available resource to achieve her goals, much like she had been in her youth. If nurtured properly, CC's future achievements might well surpass her own. It took CC a moment to recover from her surprise, and she hurriedly performed the grand ritual of paying respects to Old Matriarch Yu. Old Matriarch Yu is not only one of the top-ranked cultivators in the Flowing Cloud Guild below the Spirit Transformation realm, but also the sect master of the Jingyue sect, an affiliate of the Flowing Cloud Guild, holding a prominent position within the guild. From now on, she, Cici, was a legitimate scion of a prestigious family. No longer was she that poor girl who had climbed her way into the Zhao family by sacrificing her dignity. Without a doubt, Cici was the undisputed winner of this discipleship selection ceremony. Next, the elders on the high platform continued their selection. In the end, among the top 40, only Lu remained, standing alone on the platform, ignored by all. Seeing that out-of-place figure on the stage, the crowd began to murmur. Cici asked, "Master, once I've mastered your techniques, will I be able to defeat that Lu?" "Of course you will. How could the sect's ultimate techniques possibly compare to basic swordplay?" Old Matriarch Yu said disdainfully. "He is merely relying on the advantage of his weapon. Without a foundation of cultivation, all sword techniques are like rootless duckweed. Relying on external objects is ultimately a petty path. Cultivation is the foundation of everything." Upon hearing this, CC's face lit up with excitement. "Humph. Once I've mastered the flowing cloud technique, let us see how you can ever catch up to me." "Master, why don't you take Lu as a disciple too?" Li Yusin watched Lu standing alone on the stage, unchosen by anyone, and pleaded with her master. "Ah, it's not that I'm unwilling to take her on, but every step forward is an immense struggle for her. Taking her on would be pointless," sighed Fairy Biyun. She also felt a deep affection for this loyal and compassionate young disciple, but since Lu was still so inexperienced, there was nothing she could do to help. Lu waited on the high platform for quite a while, but still no elder chose her. Finally, she could only sigh silently, turn around, and walk away, her heart filled with despair. "I compare my heart to the bright moon, yet alas, the moon shines only on the gutter. The Flowing Cloud Guild ultimately doesn't think much of me. Since that's the case, I might as well focus on running my own little shop. It's not that I'm unwilling to contribute to the sect, it's just that the sect doesn't need me at all." Li Yusin watched Lu's retreating figure from behind, feeling as though she had lost something. She wanted to run after him, but she just couldn't muster the courage. Lu walked dejectedly through Lianyun City when suddenly, he sensed that the atmosphere in the market today was somewhat strange. Numerous cultivators were gathered on both sides of the street, standing in silence. "Fellow Daoist, may I ask what is going on here? Why are there so many people?" Lu asked a male cultivator standing nearby out of curiosity. "You don't know? The Zhao family is holding a wedding in the city today." "The Zhao family is having a wedding? Isn't that a good thing? Why are you all frowning?" Lu asked, looking puzzled. "A good thing? Do you know who is getting married?" "Who?" "That ancient patriarch of the Zhao family whose lifespan is nearly at an end, a dying old man who reeks of foul odors. He is marrying a young, beautiful female cultivator." "What? Why would a dying old man still want to get married? Isn't that harming someone?" Lu was utterly shocked upon hearing this. "I heard it's to ward off misfortune. But how could that female cultivator possibly agree to that? She definitely wouldn't agree, but what can she do? The Zhao family is the most powerful faction in Lianyun City. Even if she wanted to resist, she couldn't. They're actually abducting an innocent woman? Is there no law in Lianyun City? Ah, what law? The Zhao family of Lianyun City is a branch of the Zhao clan of the Flowing Cloud Guild. With the Peak Master backing them, not even the city lord dares to cross them. The Zhao family again. Lu seethed inwardly upon hearing this. He certainly had no shortage of grievances with them. I heard that since yesterday, that female cultivator has been under constant surveillance and effectively under house arrest, just waiting for today's wedding. Ah, what a pity. The male cultivators all expressed their regret. They had all caught a glimpse of her from afar, fair-skinned and beautiful, like the brightest star in the night sky. They never imagined she would be treated so shamefully. Before long, a luxurious wedding palanquin was carried out from a certain mansion. A gentle breeze lifted the curtain of the palanquin, and Lu could vaguely make out a young female cultivator inside. Her cultivation had been suppressed, and she sat there blankly, like a puppet. But when he got a clear look at her face, he was utterly stunned. That female cultivator was none other than Nangong Qing. What was going on? How had she ended up here? Had the mission failed? Watching all this unfold, he was overcome with anxiety. He desperately wanted to throw caution to the wind and leap out to stop the palanquin, but he could only endure it in silence. The Zhao family's entourage was teeming with martial arts experts, and they acted with tyranny and arrogance. If he dared to make even the slightest move, he would likely be killed in an instant. Moreover, this place was quite a distance from the Shadow Sentinel's contact point. A round trip would take at least 2 days. Even if he wanted to seek backup, it would be too late. But he had to rescue Nangong Qing, otherwise, he would never find peace of mind for the rest of his life. However, he was outnumbered and outgunned. A direct assault was out of the question. He had to come up with another plan. That it the inlay pearl. Lu suddenly recalled a rather effective magical artifact. The inlay pearl had decent destructive power, more than enough to create chaos. Besides, there were surely better options in the ancestral memories. So, he quickly returned to the artifact forge, wrote a letter, and instructed how to hire someone at a high price to deliver it to the contact point. Then, without another word, he began crafting the artifact. Time was of the essence, so he didn't bother trying to create something of a high tier. Something simple and effective would suffice. After nightfall, he donned his night-traveling garb, covered his face, and crept alone toward the Zhao family estate. The Zhao family estate was located on the outskirts of Lianyun City, nestled among green mountains and clear waters, covering an area of several thousand mu. Today was a joyous occasion for the Zhao family. The estate was decked out in festive decorations, and guests were arriving in droves. Just as the guests were taking their seats at the Zhao family estate, Lu had already quietly arrived outside the grounds. Looking at the brightly lit estate ahead, a hint of coldness flashed across his face. He knew there were bound to be many people keeping an eye on the Zhao family tonight. After all, earlier that day on the street where the bride was being escorted, he had already spotted quite a few individuals with hostile glances. Although those people were well disguised, he had still keenly sensed a faint aura of murderous intent. Clearly, as one of the 3 evils of Lianyun City, the Zhao family had offended countless cultivators over the years. Regardless of whether the marriage to ward off misfortune story was true, the Zhao family's enemies would not let them succeed so easily. All they lacked was an opportunity to strike. And I shall be the one to create that opportunity for you. After simulating the situation briefly within his illusory realm, Lu swiftly darted toward the side of Zhao family manor. The side gate of the Zhao family estate. 2 heavily armed guards were idly chatting away. They were on duty tonight at this side gate of the Zhao family estate. As family bodyguards trained by the Zhao family from a young age, they held squad leader level positions among the Zhao family's security forces. However, on this joyous occasion tonight, they had been assigned to guard this godforsaken side gate, and they were quite resentful about it. Senior brother Liang, don't you think it's a bit much that everyone else is feasting and drinking in the inner courtyard while the 2 of us are out here catching the cold wind? Gazing at the silent nightscape outside, one guard complained to his companion. Exactly. With the Zhao family's current influence, who would dare to provoke them at a time like this? Sending the 2 of us to guard the side gate is a total waste of our talents. You're absolutely right. We're just going through the motions here tonight, nothing's ever going to happen. Junior brother Chien, why don't you keep watch here for a bit while I go inside and ask for a cup of wine? Sure, senior brother Liang. Just remember to bring out plenty of wine and meat when you come back. We'll have a leisurely drink together, it's going to be a long night. Alright, no problem. With that, the cultivator surnamed Liang turned and walked into the courtyard. Lu took advantage of the cover of night to sneak closer. Upon discovering there was only one guard, he fired a stone dart at the stone wall to the guard's right. Who's there? The guard surnamed Qian hurriedly turned to look to his right, but after a thorough search, he found nothing. Was it just my imagination? The guard surnamed Qian shook his head and walked back to his post. What he didn't know, however, was that while he was checking the right side, Lu had already darted away several times in quick succession and slipped into the Zhao family estate in the blink of an eye. The Zhao family estate was quite large, divided into inner and outer courtyards. After searching the outer courtyard carefully, Lu finally found a hidden spot with a good vantage point. He concealed himself and quietly peered toward the main hall at the center of the Zhao family's inner courtyard. At that moment, the open courtyard in front of the main hall was already filled with guests, and the wedding ceremony was about to begin. Lu kept his eyes fixed on the figures in front of the main hall. After estimating the exact time the wedding vows would be exchanged, he reached into the darkness and pulled out several mortar-like magical devices. He loaded dozens of specially made smoke grenades into the mortar-like magical devices, set the launch timers, and then swiftly darted off in another direction. What was about to happen would undoubtedly send the Zhao family into a rage, so he had to find a safe place to hide first. In the Zhao family's main hall, a lecherous old man with a face full of wrinkles was holding the hand of a female cultivator who looked like a puppet draped in a red veil as they prepared to exchange vows and marry. Suddenly, boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out like thunder from a clear sky, startling everyone in the estate. Immediately afterward, dozens of jet-black, gleaming projectiles screeched in from the outer courtyard. Although the projectiles carried tremendous force, their trajectory was erratic. The Zhao family guards swiftly leaped into action, slicing and deflecting them to prevent accidental injury to the guests. However, to their astonishment, upon being struck, the projectiles exploded instantly, releasing a massive cloud of smoke. The smoke spread over a vast area and was extremely difficult to dispel. With dozens of projectiles exploding simultaneously, the entire inner courtyard of the Zhao family estate was instantly shrouded in thick smoke. A golden opportunity. These smoke bombs served as a signal, sounding the charge. The Zhao family's enemies, hidden in the shadows, sprang into action simultaneously, taking advantage of the chaos to storm various parts of the Zhao estate. Before long, flashes of fire rose from all corners of the Zhao estate, followed by the clanging sounds of combat echoing from every direction. The entire Zhao family estate was instantly plunged into chaos, and the guests scattered in all directions. Who is targeting our Zhao family? A hoarse, aged voice bellowed. However, no one answered. All the intruders were silently engaged in fierce combat. The Zhao family's guards rushed about putting out fires and fighting off attackers, yet they had no idea where the enemies were coming from. It seemed as though enemies were closing in from every direction. Lu, hidden in the shadows, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing so many assassins emerge. His greatest fear was being left to fight alone. That would have meant all his efforts would come to naught. That sleazy old man from the Zhao family was now locked in combat with the assassins. Lu seized his chance, quietly slipping up beside Nangong Cheng. Taking advantage of the two guards watching over her, he suddenly pounced and killed them both in an instant. Who are you? Nangong Cheng was startled to see the masked figure appear. It's me, senior sister Nangong. Lu pulled down his mask and smiled at her. Lu? Are you out of your mind? Nangong Cheng was taken aback when she saw Lu. She never would have imagined that it was actually him who had come to rescue her. No time for chatter, come with me. Lu put his mask back on, grabbed Nangong Cheng's hand, and weaved his way through the chaos. Although it was his first time at the Zhao family village, he seemed to know the place like the back of his hand. Darting this way and that, he soon emerged outside the village through a secret passage. Senior sister Nangong, How do I release the restraints on you? Once they reached a secluded spot, Lu turned back and asked. The Shanzhong Acupoint, Nangong Qing replied, her face flushing crimson. The Shanzhong Acupoint? Lu froze upon hearing this, not expecting it to be in such an awkward spot. However, now was clearly not the time to dwell on such things. He extended his palm, gathered his spiritual energy, and quickly pressed it against her chest. Nangong Qing felt his scorching palm and shuddered, her body going slightly stiff. As for Lu, he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. The restraints below the core stage weren't easy to break. He had been attacking them with spiritual energy for quite some time, but Han Ti managed to break through, so he could only slowly wear them down bit by bit. But with his hand pressed between her snow-white breasts and refusing to move, the moment became incredibly awkward for both of them. It's okay, junior brother. Take your time. Seeming to sense Lu's impatience, Nangong Qing, her face flushed with embarrassment, offered words of comfort. Okay. Hearing this, Lu shook off the inappropriate thoughts swirling in his mind and focused entirely on breaking the restriction. After what felt like an eternity, Lu finally withdrew his hand. All right, senior sister, give it a try. Nangong Qing nodded, tried to channel her cultivation technique, and was delighted to find that her spiritual energy was finally flowing freely. Junior brother Lu, thank you so much this time. You're welcome, senior sister. Junior brother Lu, I'm heading back now. As for the Zhao family, I'll make them pay. With that, Nangong Qing stood up to take her leave. She was now brimming with rage and eager to vent it. This is all I can do for you. I hope it brings you good luck. Lu watched Nangong Qing as she walked away, silently offering a prayer. He then quickly erased any traces he'd left along the way before heading straight back to the artifact forge to rest. It wasn't that he didn't want to participate in the upcoming actions, it was just that he knew his foundation stage cultivation level would be utterly useless. Any random guardian from the Zhao family could wipe him out, and he might even bring disaster upon the artifact forging shop. So, it was best not to play the hero. That night, he slept exceptionally soundly. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky before he leisurely climbed out of bed. Walking down the street, he saw crowds of people excitedly discussing the events of the previous night. Bro, have you heard? The Zhao family was raided last night. What? What happened? Someone actually dared to target the Zhao family? Plenty of people dared to target the Zhao family. You don't know last night, who knows how many people were out there in the dark. The Zhao family fought back with everything they had, but they still suffered heavy losses. Even that old man nearly met his end. As he spoke, the male cultivator wore an expression of sheer satisfaction. The Zhao family suffered such heavy losses? It seems the harm they've caused over the years really runs deep. You bet. Thankfully, they've finally gotten their comeuppance. By the way, what about that female cultivator? How is she? Her? I heard she vanished amid the chaos. They still haven't found her. But with the Zhao family struggling to survive right now, I doubt they have the energy to go looking for her. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this news, many of the male cultivators broke into satisfied grins. Hearing this, a faint smile also appeared at the corner of Lu's mouth. In the days that followed, Lu continued to coast along at the artifact forging shop. He had already sold more than half of those 8 spiritual artifacts. Thanks to these spirit artifacts, business at the shop had noticeably improved, and the number of cultivators coming in to have spirit artifacts crafted had increased significantly. Due to limited materials, Lu generally only accepted orders from customers who provided their own materials. Even so, over the course of 2 months, he had successfully crafted several items, netting him a small profit of several thousand mana crystals. Looking at the tens of thousands of mana crystals in his savings, Lu felt a surge of satisfaction. At this rate, maybe in a few more months, I'll have saved up enough mana crystals to buy Ruwashi a foundation elixir. He hadn't forgotten the promise he'd made to Elder Zhao. Helping Ruwashi reach the foundation stage was only the bare minimum. Just as Lu was basking in his self-satisfaction, he he suddenly received a message stating that the sect had issued a major mission summons. All registered artifact crafters under the age of 50 were required to report immediately. Lu immediately put aside his current tasks and hurried back to the Flowing Cloud Guild. What kind of mission could possibly warrant such a massive mobilization? Lu pondered this the entire way. He'd only been receiving his artifact forger's stipend for a little over half a year. If the mission was too dangerous, he wasn't willing to accept it. It seemed the guild wasn't as easy to take advantage of as he'd thought. He was already being called upon to contribute so soon. The Grand Council Hall on the main peak of the Flowing Cloud Guild. When Lu arrived, he discovered that over 100 people had already gathered in the hall. Each wore a 2-star artificer badge on their chest, and every cultivator was exceptionally young. Could these all be artificers who, like me, were summoned for this mission? Lu was secretly startled by the sight. Gathering so many people at once meant this mission was truly extraordinary. Standing among the crowd, he listened intently for a while before gradually piecing together the details of the mission. It turned out to be the once in 50 years trial in the Flowing Cloud Secret Realm. The Flowing Cloud Secret Realm was a hidden microcosm accidentally discovered tens of thousands of years ago by the founding patriarch of the Flowing Cloud Guild. Every 50 years, this microcosm aligns with the Xintian continent. After each alignment, it remains accessible for 2 months before vanishing. The point of alignment lies within the Flowing Cloud Mountains, directly behind the Flowing Cloud Guild. This was undoubtedly one of the reasons the Flowing Cloud Guild chose to establish its sect here. The microcosm contains numerous spiritual veins that constantly radiate spiritual energy outward, resulting in an exceptionally dense concentration of spiritual energy within it. At the same time, the microcosm features a wide variety of unique landforms, including mountains, gorges, and rivers, everything one could imagine. The dense spiritual energy, combined with the fact that the area has been virtually uninhabited for years, has led to a proliferation of spiritual herbs and herds of demon beasts within the microcosm. Many spiritual herbs that are rarely seen in the outside world can be found here. It can be said that this medicinal garden microcosm has played an indispensable role in the Flowing Cloud Guild's development into one of the major sects of Yunzhou over the years. Unfortunately, however, when this microcosm was first discovered, it was already in a state of disrepair. The space within is extremely unstable, and its laws are incomplete. Even the slightest major disturbance could cause the space to collapse. Furthermore, this microcosm appears to have a special rule that repels spiritual objects from the outside world. Any storage pouches or items imbued with spiritual energy that enter the microcosm will be pulverized into dust by the space itself. After years of experimentation, the Flowing Cloud Guild's leadership discovered that only cultivators under the age of 50, and those carrying no pills or magical artifacts, can enter safely. As for exiting the microcosm, there are no such restrictions. Consequently, every time the secret realm opens, the elite disciples of the Flowing Cloud Guild bring along an artifact smith when entering the microcosm. They first enter the secret realm empty-handed. Only after finding materials within the microcosm to forge spiritual artifacts do they venture out to explore and gather medicinal herbs. As spiritual herb resources in the outside world have become increasingly scarce in recent years, some high-grade spiritual herbs have even gradually become extinct. Consequently, every time the secret realm opens, the Flowing Cloud Guild mobilizes major clans and high-ranking members to seize this rare opportunity, actively dispatching their elite disciples to participate in the trials. The Flowing Cloud Guild then distributes foundation elixir based on the amount of spiritual herbs each clan has gathered. A family receiving a large allocation often means that more of its cultivators will rise to prominence over the next few decades, greatly enhancing the family's strength. Conversely, a family receiving a small allocation will fall behind at every turn. Consequently, every family places great importance on this secret realm trial. However, for many years now, the Lin family has consistently dominated the competition. To ensure the trial runs smoothly, the Flowing Cloud Guild is quite generous toward the accompanying artifact crafters, offering mission rewards as high as several thousand mana crystals. With the prospect of earning several thousand mana crystals in just 2 months, not to mention protection from elite disciples and the opportunity to build connections with prominent clans, many young artifact crafters find this temptation irresistible and rush to sign up. However, not all artifact crafters wanted to get involved. Lu, for one, couldn't be bothered with such a paltry sum of mana crystals. In 2 months, given his success rate, he could craft 4 or 5 spirit artifacts in his workshop. If he managed to sell them successfully, he'd earn even more mana crystals. On the contrary, entering the secret realm for just a few thousand mana crystals would not only mean less profit but could also put his life at risk. After all, the place was rife with danger. But since the sect had forcibly conscripted him, he had no choice but to come. Lu could only pray silently that no one would select him. Before long, all the elite disciples from the Flowing Cloud Guild participating in the Secret Realm trial had arrived. At a glance, there were well over 100 of them. Most were at the peak of the foundation stage, though there were also about 10 who had reached the early golden core stage. Furthermore, to demonstrate the importance placed on this trial, high-ranking officials and elders from all the peaks of the Flowing Cloud Guild were present in full force. Lin Padian, the guild master and head of the Lin family, stood calmly and serenely in the very center, a smile on his face. Flanking Lin Padian were, in order, the peak masters of the 5 branches, the head of the Yin family, the elder Lady Yu, the head of the Xiao family, the head of the Zhao family, and the head of the Wang family. Behind them stood the elders and deputy peak masters of each branch. Senior brother guild master, do you really intend to let your daughter, a genius seen only once in several thousand years, participate in the trial? The head of the Yin family gazed at the figure standing out like a crane among chickens among the elite disciples and said enviously. The highest cultivation level among the elite disciples from other families was only the 2nd layer of the Golden Core realm, whereas Lin Qingxue had already reached the 5th layer. Schwer is determined to go this time, so there's nothing I can do, Lin Padian said with a faint smile, though there was a hint of smugness in it. But this is so unfair. For all these years, your Lin clan has always dominated the scene. Now that you're sending niece Qingxue to compete, we don't stand a chance. The head of the Yen clan said bitterly. That's right, senior brother sect master. At the very least, give us a glimmer of hope. The head of the Yen clan's words struck a chord with the other clan heads, and several other major clans chimed in agreement. Well, what do you suggest we do? Schwer has always been very headstrong since she was a child. Now that she has decided to go, I can't stop her even if I wanted to, Lin Padian said helplessly. How about this, let niece Qingxue make the final selection from among the artifact crafters present here. What do you think? The head of the Yen family suddenly proposed. Upon hearing this, the heads of the other major clans' eyes lit up instantly. That's a great idea, I'm all for it. With niece Qingxue's cultivation level, even if she takes the worst artifact forger, it won't make much of a difference. Exactly. Niece Qingxue's cultivation is so profound, if she picks the best artifact forger, no one will be able to stop her. The other family heads chimed in one after another. Well, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Lin Padian said hesitantly. What's so bad about it, senior brother sect master? Just give us a break, a beautiful middle-aged woman said in a coquettish tone. That's right. Your Lin family has always dominated everything. Are you afraid we'll take your spot? Very well, I'll go along with you, Lin Padian said, observing the crowd's fervor. Though he was very reluctant, he ultimately agreed. As the head of a sect, he couldn't just look out for his own family, he had to maintain a balance as well. Upon hearing this, the heads of the other major families were secretly delighted. Although the Flowing Cloud Guild presented a united front to the outside world, there was still a quiet rivalry among the various families within. Who wouldn't want their own family to get a few more foundation elixirs? Once everyone had gathered, Sect Master Lin Padian stepped forward and introduced the event with a friendly smile. Everyone here is among the elite of the younger generation of the Flowing Cloud Guild. This trial is of great significance. It is not only a test for you, but also a test for the guild itself. It can be said that the future of our guild for the next few decades rests entirely on your shoulders. Therefore, to encourage everyone to strive with enthusiasm, after this mission, whether you are elite disciples or participating artifact craftsmen, you will all receive generous rewards. Of course, the secret realm is fraught with danger. Don't push yourselves too hard. It's better to gather fewer spiritual herbs than to risk your lives. After all, no amount of spiritual herbs is more important than your lives. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. Once you enter, your locations will be assigned at random. Just remember, safety comes first. In 2 months, we'll be waiting for your triumphant return. After Sect Master Lin finished his rallying speech, he instructed the elite disciples to begin selecting their artifact crafters one by one. Soon, the elite disciples at the front of the square had all chosen their preferred artifact crafters. Lu quietly stayed at the back, observing every elite disciple who walked past. Among these elite disciples, he recognized only Lin Qingxue. He didn't know a single one of the others. After all, they were all senior disciples several years ahead of him. Lu silently counted a few times and, upon realizing there were more artifact crafters than elite disciples by a dozen or so, couldn't help but feel a secret sense of joy. At this rate, he was very likely to be one of the dozen or so left over. After all, first, his cultivation level was the lowest, and second, he was also the youngest. In the field of artifact crafting, greater age often meant greater experience. Time ticked by, and before long, the group had nearly finished their selections. Only Lin Qingxue remained. Seeing that he had indeed been left behind, Lu's sense of relief grew stronger. Given Lin Qingxue's prejudice against him, it was virtually impossible that she would choose him. So he would finally be spared from getting mixed up in this whole mess. Before Lin Qingxue even reached the remaining dozen or so people, someone eagerly stepped forward to greet her. "Senior Sister Lin. I am Lu Bin of the Lu family. I was promoted to a 2-star artifact forger 5 years ago. As long as Senior Sister Lin takes me along, I am willing to go through fire and water. I'll do whatever it takes." This artifact forger named Lu Bin approached Lin Qingxue with a fervent gaze. His excessive eagerness was so over the top that even Lu, an outsider, couldn't bear to watch. "What? Lu Bin, you've only been a 2-star artifact forger for 5 years? That's pathetic. Senior Sister Lin, I'm Su Qing from the Su family of Lianyun City. I've been a 2-star artifact forger for 10 years now. I'm more than capable of crafting a spirit artifact for you." Another artifact forger who hadn't been chosen stepped forward from the crowd. "Su Qing, don't look down on others. Who says someone who has been a 2-star artifact forger for 5 years is necessarily worse than you?" Lu Bin, feeling belittled, immediately flew into a rage. Soon, the remaining dozen or so artifact forgers also stepped forward to recommend themselves, vying fiercely for the opportunity. Meanwhile, those artifact forgers who had already been chosen were filled with regret. Why weren't they the ones left? That's Lin Qingxue, the most beautiful woman in the realm. 2 whole months if something romantic were to happen, wouldn't that be like hitting the jackpot? Watching the alchemist scramble forward to fawn over her, Lu felt a surge of contempt in his heart. Spending 2 months together day and night, would that really lead to love growing over time? They were thinking way too much. If someone looks down on you, no matter how much you give, it'll only make her look down on you even more. If flattering her were enough to win a fairy's favor, would it have ever been your turn all these years? Being close to the water gives you first access to the moon. Love grows over time. Lu never entertained such fantasies. As if he was raking in thousands of mana crystals every minute. Wasn't it better to earn more tangible rewards? Why waste time rubbing his face against a cold butt? Lin Qingxue watched the artifact masters vying for her attention, feeling a bit irritated. The dozen or so artifact masters left on the sidelines were either second-rate or young and inexperienced. Lin Qingxue had her own set of selection criteria. First, the person's family background couldn't be too prestigious. Those from wealthy families would look down on such a small amount of mana crystals and refuse to help in a crisis. Second, he had to be obedient, have no ulterior motives toward her, and ideally have a gentle temperament. Third, his artifact crafting skills couldn't be too poor, or he wouldn't be of much help. However, no matter how she looked at the dozen or so remaining candidates, Lin Qingxue couldn't find anyone who truly met her criteria. Suddenly, Lin Qingxue caught sight of a figure hiding at the very back. Isn't that the lecherous guy from before? He is actually a 2-star artifact forger too? Lin Qingxue was visibly taken aback, but when she saw Lu's actions, she was instantly filled with rage. Is he deliberately avoiding me? Am I that scary? Can't you see all those people scrambling to team up with me? Humph. The more you try to avoid me, the more I'll make sure you don't get your way. Originally, she would never have given Lu the time of day, but seeing him act this way, Lin Qingxue felt her charm had been challenged. Unable to resist, she stormed over to Lu in a huff. "You! Come with me." "What?" Lu froze in shock. Thinking he misheard, he turned to look around but saw no one else. Did she really just say that to me? How is that possible? "Stop looking around, it's you, Lu." Seeing Lu looking around nervously, Lin Qingxue called him out by name. Upon hearing this, Lu's breath caught in his throat. The crowd around them was instantly dumbfounded. Who is this guy? Why pick him and not me? So all their fierce competition had been for nothing, only to be outmaneuvered by some unknown kid using an unexpected tactic? That's just not fair. If only I'd known, I would played it cool too. Could we pick someone else? Lu asked tentatively. He still wanted to refuse. It had taken him so much effort to get his little shop up and running. Leaving for a few months wouldn't just mean losing a few mana crystals, it would cost him his reputation too. Honestly, the reward for this quest just wasn't worth the trouble for him. What did you say? Lin Qingxue's pretty face suddenly turned cold. She thought she must have heard wrong. How dare this kid turn me down? The crowd around them was so shocked by Lu's response that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Has this kid lost his mind? This is Lin Qingxue, the most beautiful girl in town. Everyone else would kill for an opportunity like this, and he is actually turning it down? Seeing that he had suddenly become the center of attention, Lu shook his head with a wry smile and followed her dejectedly. He knew that if he dared to keep making excuses, he'd definitely be in for a world of trouble later. Whatever. If I have to go, I'll go. Lu felt quite disheartened. Doing a quest with this unromantic ice queen was really no fun at all. No matter how beautiful she was, the thought of being able to look but not touch took all the fun out of it. But his smug expression made the other artifact masters grind their teeth in frustration. Actually, Lin Qingxue hadn't chosen Lu purely out of spite. It was simply that, among the remaining artifact masters, Lu was the only one she knew they'd worked together at least once, so she knew him inside and out. Lin Patian frowned when he saw Lin Qingxue's choice. However, seeing that none of the remaining artifact craftsmen were particularly impressive, he could only shake his head and sigh. Fine, let her be selfish for once. At worst, she can just find a place to hide once she is inside the secret realm. If she can't win, she can always escape. Seeing this, the other clans all wore expressions of schadenfreude. Once the teams were formed, everyone changed into their gear, stored their storage pouches, and, led by the high-ranking members of the Flowing Cloud Guild, flew toward the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was located above an altar on the back mountain. When everything was ready, the senior cultivators of the Flowing Cloud Guild simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy into the four corners of the altar, after which a spatial portal slowly materialized above it. All right, the passage to the secret realm has been opened. It will remain open for a quarter of an hour. Enter as quickly as possible. We will open it again at this same time 2 months from now. The guild master announced loudly to the disciples. No sooner had the sect master finished speaking than the elite disciples began entering the spatial portal in pairs, one after another. Lu noticed that as each pair of elite disciples and artifact craftsmen stepped through the portal, they were each holding a jade token in their hands, and their hands were clasped tightly together. Could this jade token be the magical artifact that allows the two to be teleported together? Before long, it was finally Lu and his partner's turn. Lin Qingxue handed him a jade token, then, with a look of disgust on her face, took Lu's hand and led him straight to the spatial light gate. Lu felt the smoothness radiating from her small, fair hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but give it a gentle squeeze. No wonder she is the most beautiful woman in the Flowing Cloud Guild. That little hand is so fair and soft. Since I'm destined to take part in this mission anyway, why not take advantage of the situation? What a jerk! Who told this little vixen to pick me in the first place? She is holding up this master's money-making venture, might as well collect a little interest. It'd be best if she got so embarrassed and angry that she switched partners right now. That'd suit me just fine. Lu thought to himself. Lin Qingxue sensed Lu's little gesture and was instantly both embarrassed and annoyed. How dare this kid brazenly take advantage of me? Who gave him the nerve? No matter how detached and unworldly Lin Qingxue usually was, she simply couldn't stay calm at that moment. But since they were about to enter the secret realm, she couldn't make a scene right then and there, so she could only silently take note of it. You lecherous brat, just wait until we're inside the secret realm, I'll show you what. After stepping through the portal of light, Lu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When he reappeared, he found himself in a vast, open landscape. The sky was a deep, azure blue, dotted with a few scattered white clouds. The two had materialized high above a forest. Below lay dense foliage, and in the distance stretched a range of rolling mountains. The air was fresh, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and brimming with spiritual energy. It was clear they had arrived in a brand new world. No wonder spiritual herbs thrive here. In an environment like this, even ordinary plants could become spirit beings after growing for 100 or 80 years. After letting go of each other and landing, the two looked around and didn't spot any immediate danger. However, the jungle in the distance was eerily foreboding, exuding an unknown sense of dread. Although this world wasn't all that different from the Million Mountains, the two of them were currently without any weapons or protective gear. Even an ordinary forest could become fraught with danger. Senior Sister Lin, given how low my cultivation level is, why don't I find a cave to hide in first? I'll come back once you've found the artifact forging materials. How about that? Lu asked politely. He was very reluctant to risk his life for such a meager quest reward. Since she didn't want to see him anyway, hiding would be a win-win for everyone. However, no way. Lin Qingxue refused without a moment's hesitation. Is that how much you want to hide from me, you little rascal? Isn't doing a quest with a beauty like me the stuff of dreams for you stinky men? But the more you try to hide from me, the less I'll let you get away with it. Lin Qingxue was simply out to get at Lu. Lu was taken aback by Lin Qingxue's response. This was completely out of the ordinary. Senior Sister Lin, we haven't found the artifact forging materials yet. Taking me along will only slow us down. Why bother? Lu tried to persuade her once more. I don't mind you being a burden, what are you worried about? Lin Qingxue retorted coldly. The more Lu tried to escape, the more she refused to agree. Seeing Lin Qingxue's firm refusal, Lu had no choice but to give in, trailing dejectedly behind her. Life without a flying sword was truly miserable. To make up for lost time, Lu had no choice but to activate the cloud shadow steps and sprint the entire way. The speed of the cloud shadow steps wasn't bad, but compared to Lin Qingxue's lightness skills, it was practically negligible. Although Lin Qingxue couldn't yet walk on air, she could glide through the air for short bursts. With a light tap of her lotus-like feet on the ground, she would float upward, her toes gracefully landing on one leaf after another. Like a fairy gliding over waves, she weaved through the forest, quickly pulling far ahead of Lu. Her elegant posture didn't look like she was rushing at all, rather, she resembled a celestial maiden dancing gracefully among the clouds. The two pressed on in the same direction, but before long, they were blocked by a saber-toothed tiger. This saber-toothed tiger was enormous. Its gaping maw alone was large enough to swallow a person whole in a single bite. More crucially, a thick layer of scales had formed on its body, appearing incredibly sturdy. The two were completely unarmed, provoking it would be a losing battle. So they both instinctively began to retreat. But the moment they made a move, the saber-toothed tiger immediately grew alert. In these parts, the saber-toothed tiger was accustomed to reigning supreme. Now, seeing that someone actually dared to stride so brazenly into its territory, it charged at the two without a moment's hesitation, its fury palpable. The saber-toothed tiger's charge was incredibly swift. As its forepaws pounded the ground, the earth trembled, and massive craters were instantly torn open. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue hurriedly channeled her spiritual energy to form an ice blade and hurled it at the beast, hoping to stall the colossal tiger for a moment. However, with a ding, the ice blade struck the tiger's scales, leaving only a white mark. It didn't even scratch the surface. Although both had anticipated this outcome, they were still taken aback by the result. This demon tiger's cultivation level had reached at least the core stage. Without the boost from equipment, their combat effectiveness had dropped by more than 70%. In this world, even pure spellcasters relied on spiritual artifacts to enhance their spells. Relying solely on projected spiritual energy couldn't generate much destructive power. So now, the two of them were like lions with their teeth pulled. Feeling provoked, the giant tiger let out a furious roar and lunged straight at them, its sharp claws seemingly intent on tearing the two to pieces. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue quickly channeled her footwork to soar into the air, while Lu unleashed the cloud shadow steps with all her might, sprinting forward for dear life. However, the giant tiger seemed to have been thoroughly enraged by the earlier ice blades. Its eyes turned blood red as it frantically moved its limbs, instantly increasing its speed by a significant margin. Oh no! We can't outrun it! Lu was bringing up the rear, frantic with anxiety. He had already given it his all, yet could only watch helplessly as the giant tiger closed in inch by inch. Senior Sister Lin, save me! Seeing that the demon tiger was about to catch up to him, Lu cast aside all concern for his dignity and shouted for help toward Lin Qingxue ahead. However, Lin Qingxue didn't even turn her head. Instead, she sped up even more. Seeing Lin Qingxue's reaction, Lu felt so frustrated he could have spat blood. This girl is actually settling a personal grudge. Wasn't it just a little pinch on the hand? How could she hold a grudge like this? It's true that the prettier a woman is, the more trouble she causes. The ancients certainly didn't lie. It seemed he couldn't count on any outside help. He'd have to rely on himself. Just as the giant tiger closed in, it swung its paw, its sharp claws poised to tear Lu to shreds. If that claw made solid contact, Lu wouldn't be able to block it even if he were wearing armor, let alone now that he was completely unprotected. In that critical moment, Lu had no choice but to burn his spiritual energy to activate the ultra-long-range teleportation of the cloud shadow steps. A blur of a figure narrowly slipped past the tiger's claws, dodging the afterblast of its attack. With a bang, the tiger's claws struck the tree trunk, instantly reducing the massive trunk to splinters. Having dodged the attack, Lu was drenched in cold sweat. He scrambled to his feet and continued his desperate, disheveled flight. But the sight of him was, if anything, somewhat comical. Lin Qingxue watched silently from the air. Seeing Lu's disheveled state, she felt a touch of schadenfreude. This is what happens when you cross me. After an unknown amount of time, seeing Lu slow down more and more, Lin Qingxue's anger had mostly subsided, so she finally descended to lure the giant tiger away. This kid still has some use. I can't let him get seriously hurt. Although she was venting her anger, she still knew her limits. If Lu really hadn't been able to dodge just now, she would have used a secret technique to instantly immobilize the giant tiger for a moment. Though brief, that would have been enough for him to evade the attack. Having narrowly escaped death, Lu collapsed completely to the ground and took several deep breaths. This close call left him trembling with fear. It was unclear how much time had passed before Lin Qingxue flew back from the distance. Seeing Lu's state, she seemed to be holding back a smile. However, upon seeing Lin Qingxue's smug expression, Lu felt particularly annoyed. You little brat, I'll remember this. After luring the giant tiger away, the two continued searching through the forest for most of the day. It wasn't until evening that they found a cave to rest in. Their first day of exploration had yielded no results, but it had taken a heavy toll on them. Lin Qingxue spread out a grass mat in the cave and began meditating to recover. Lu, meanwhile, picked up a spirit chicken, built a campfire, and began roasting it intently using a secret technique. It had to be said that the spiritual creatures here were all of excellent quality. Even the spirit chickens were plumper and more succulent than those found outside. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, a rich aroma wafted from the roasting chicken, instantly filling the entire cave. Lin Qingxue had stopped her cultivation the moment Lu began preparing the spirit chicken. She had been waiting silently ever since. She assumed that once Lu finished roasting the spirit chicken, he would surely offer it to her first. After all, he wouldn't possibly pass up such an opportunity to curry favor with a fairy. However, when the spirit chicken was ready, Lu simply picked it up and began eating it with relish, without so much as a glance in her direction. Lin Qingxue was instantly taken aback. She quickly withdrew her hand, which she had just been about to extend, her face flushing slightly. What was going on? Was this guy actually defying all expectations? Since he wasn't fawning over her as usual, Lin Qingxue felt a bit downcast. But she soon let it go. Maybe he was just too hungry? Once he finished, he'd surely roast another one. Lin Qingxue consoled herself. She was too shy to ask for one herself, so she could only continue waiting patiently. She figured it wouldn't take even half a quarter of an hour before he'd start roasting the next one. After all, she a stunning beauty hadn't even had a bite yet. But she waited, and she'd already lost track of how many half-quarters of an hour had passed. Lu, however, still hadn't made a move. She was gradually getting a little irritated. Could it be that her charm really wasn't working anymore? Impossible. Lin Qingxue was extremely confident in her charm, absolutely no man could resist her. So was he playing hard to get? This guy's kind of interesting. I almost fell for his trick. Men really are all scoundrels. Wait, actually, she'd already fallen for his trick. Lin Qingxue suddenly realized this. All along, this guy had been playing a reverse game, pretending to avoid her to get her attention. If it weren't for the way he'd been avoiding me, I wouldn't have picked him in the first place. Who would have thought this guy was such a master? Lin Qingxue continued to sit patiently on the sidelines, wanting to wait and see what other tricks he might pull. Lu had long since noticed that Lin Qingxue's attention had been entirely on the roast chicken, but he had absolutely no intention of cooking it for her. After all, she'd been settling a personal grudge against him. Although it might upset her, Lu wasn't going to back down this time. Lin Qingxue waited, only to discover that after Lu finished eating, he actually just laid down to rest, which instantly infuriated her. Wasn't this taking things a bit too far? She stormed over and kicked Lu awake. What? Lu opened his eyes reluctantly. Where's my roast chicken? Seeing how impatient Lu was, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but demand an answer. Do I owe you one? Lu retorted bluntly. Lin Qingxue's mouth dropped open in disbelief. What kind of tone is that? Is he tired of living? As the top prodigy of the Flowing Cloud Guild, everyone had always treated her with the utmost respect since she was a child. It's just, the mission guidelines didn't actually specify this. But during the last mission, didn't he roast a chicken for her right away? Didn't you make it for me last time? Lin Qingxue's tone softened instantly. Sorry, last time was last time. I'm not in the mood right now. You. Lin Qingxue felt utterly wronged. She'd even gone so far as to beg him like this, and yet he still refused to help. The problem was, she really didn't dare do anything to him after all. She'd still need his help with artifact forging later on. In the end, Lin Qingxue had no choice but to sit back down, pouting. Humph. It's just a roasted chicken, isn't it? I just don't believe I can't roast one myself. So, she began to imitate Lu's movements, picked up a spirit chicken, gave it a quick prep, and hoisted it over the campfire to roast. What's the next step? All right, add some seasoning. This fairy is so clever. However, after an incense stick's worth of time, instead of a fragrant aroma, a strong, acrid smell filled the entire cave residence. It should be done by now, right? Lin Qingxue picked up the roasted chicken and examined it, speaking without thinking. She usually carried a storage pouch and always stocked up on plenty of dried rations before heading out, so she'd never cooked for herself before. Lin Qingxue flipped the chicken to the side that wasn't charred, took a sniff, and was about to dig in. However, she had barely taken a small bite when she immediately spat it out. Spit, spit, spit. How could this be so disgusting? It's way too salty. And it has a weird, off smell. Lin Qingxue was so furious she tossed the whole chicken onto the ground. Lu looked at the roasted chicken half charred to a crisp, the other half still raw, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This silly girl is a true genius, isn't she? What kind of skill does it take to roast a chicken like this? Seeing Lu gloating, Lin Qingxue felt her face flush with embarrassment. She glared fiercely at Lu before pulling out another roast chicken to try again. However, after several failed attempts, she finally gave up on the idea of roasting it herself. She de-roasted so many, and not a single one was edible. By the time she fumbled around until well past midnight, Lin Qingshui's stomach had long since been growling with hunger. In the past, she had a storage pouch whenever she got hungry while cultivating. She simply pull out spiritual fruits and delicacies to eat. Now she suddenly realized just how hard life was without it. She shot Lu a resentful glance, hoping he'd take the initiative to help her roast one, but Lu was as cold as ice, completely ignoring her pleading eyes. Lin Qingxue could only seethe silently on the sidelines. This guy really doesn't know how to treat a lady with tenderness. How could he let this fairy go hungry? It was all her own fault for taking things for granted and not picking some spirit fruits in advance. But he hunted so many spirit chickens during the day. Who could imagined he'd let her go hungry? It was precisely because she expected to have roasted chicken that she hadn't prepared anything for tonight. What a blunder! This guy actually has some skills. First, he teased me with roasted chicken to whet my appetite, then pulled a reverse move. It's all part of a well-orchestrated plan. He's really going all out just to get my attention. I have to admit, you've successfully caught my eye. But you're destined to fail. Since you want to play, I'll play along for a bit. Aren't you pretending to look down on me? Then I'll make you fall completely in love with me so deeply you can't pull away. I'll make you long for me but never have me. At that thought, Lin Qingxue suddenly felt less angry. So she changed her strategy. Seeing Lu sleeping soundly and carefree, she suddenly walked up to him, gave him a gentle nudge, and said in a pitiful voice, "Junior brother Lu, could you roast a chicken for me? Please?" Seeing Lin Qingxue like this, Lu was completely baffled. Had this girl lost her mind? But when he thought back to her previous behavior, he hardened his heart again. Why should I? I'll give you mana crystals. How about that? Seeing that Lu remained completely unmoved, Lin Qingxue racked her brain for a while but couldn't come up with a reason, so she had no choice but to bring up the mana crystals. She really had no idea what could possibly move this stone-hearted guy. But the moment Lu heard the words mana crystals, his eyes lit up. How many? 20 at a time, how about that? Seeing Lu's eyes sparkle, Lin Qingxue instantly regained her confidence. You're trying to negotiate mana crystals with this fairy? Just wait till I crush you. Put. Do I look like the kind of person who is short on mana crystals? Lu rejected her offer without mercy. Do you think I'm that easy to buy off? You're seriously underestimating me. But honestly, getting 20 mana crystals for making a roast chicken seems like a pretty good deal. Back in the day, he'd work himself to the bone for a whole month and still wouldn't earn even a single mana crystal. But he couldn't back down now. 40. No way. Actually, Lu was already starting to waver. After all, he'd been terrified of poverty before. But he felt he had to keep his pride. 60. Lin Qingxue continued to raise the price, unhurried and steady. No way. Lu's heart couldn't help but flutter, and he struggled to refuse once more. He felt his resolve was about to snap. Stop tempting me. 80. No. 100. Lin Qingxue was furious. I just won't believe I can't break you. Fine. Deal. Lu agreed decisively, afraid Lin Qingxue might change her mind. To hell with pride, can it put food on the table? Lin Qingxue was a bit dumbfounded. Did this kid cave in so quickly? She thought he was a true tough nut to crack, impervious to anything. Humph. You have absolutely no class in front of a stunning beauty. All you care about are mana crystals. How utterly vulgar. Seeing Lu's smug expression, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but feel a wave of contempt. However, Lu ignored her disdainful gaze. Come on, if I'm not talking about mana crystals with you, what else is there to talk about romance? Lin Qingxue was taken aback by his words and realized he had a point. It seemed to be true. Could it be that this guy really doesn't have any romantic interest in me? But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she felt a pang of irritation. You haven't even tried. How do you know we can't have a romantic relationship? This was the first time anyone had ever taken her beauty for granted. Could it be that the affection of a stunning beauty like herself was worth less than those few mana crystals? Hurry up and roast that chicken for me, Lin Qingxue said, feeling a bit irritated. Got it, Lu replied cheerfully, then obediently set about roasting the chicken. Following the method in his ancestral memories, he prepared the chicken and added a small amount of seasoning he'd specially gathered that day. Once it was nearly done, he handed it to Lin Qingxue. It's really good. It seems even better than before. This kid actually has some talent. Lin Qingxue was thoroughly satisfied the moment she took a bite. She ate while savoring the moment with pure delight. Over the years, she had tasted countless delicacies, but none had ever captivated her quite like this. It seemed the mana crystals were well spent after all. One isn't enough. Go roast another one for me, Lin Qingxue said with a hint of smugness. I've got plenty of mana crystals, just wait and see how I'm going to humiliate you. No problem. Lu didn't hesitate for a second. He figured that roasting a single spirit chicken would earn him 100 mana crystals. He could roast them for her for the rest of his life. Before long, Lin Qingxue went to rest, her face beaming with satisfaction. Lu, meanwhile, was happily calculating just how many extra mana crystals he could earn over the next 2 months. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Lu got up early again and diligently prepared some spirit chicken soup. The customer is always right. He certainly had that sense of service. Besides, he was very confident in the culinary skills passed down through his ancestral memories. He wasn't worried you wouldn't eat it. Once you tasted it, you'd become hooked. And that addiction would mean mana crystals down the road. Thinking of this, Lu felt a warm glow of satisfaction. When Lin Qingxue woke up, she found that Lu had already cooked the chicken soup and was waiting for her. Senior Sister Lin, I simmered some chicken soup. Come try some, it's on the house, Lu said with a smile. Lin Qingxue was a little surprised to hear this. Now that's the kind of treatment a goddess deserves. It seemed Lu wasn't all about mana crystals after all. Under Lu's relentless flattery, Lin Qingxue couldn't resist taking a sip. Not bad, this chicken soup is delicious. Lin Qingxue offered a rare compliment. How about I make you a serving every day from now on? It's not expensive, just 50 mana crystals a time, Lu said with a beaming smile. Get lost. Lin Qingxue finally lost her patience. Does this guy really only have eyes for mana crystals? No matter how rich I am, I wouldn't spend my money like that. After eating their fill, the two set off once more to begin a new day of exploration. Without the temptation of delicious food, Lin Qingxue became cold and aloof again. Lu didn't seem to mind, though he simply went along with it silently, like a natural partner. But even with a master like Lin Qingxue by his side, he still felt a bit uneasy without any weapons or gear. The forest was full of dangers. Even a demon beast that would normally be easy to kill proved impossible to break through its defenses, leaving him to watch helplessly as it slipped away. When they encountered stronger ones, their only option was to flee. It seemed, no matter what, they'd have to get some gear first. The two searched at a brisk pace along the way. But after a whole day, all they found were some ore, a few chi cultivation stage demon beasts they'd slain, and 2 spiritual herbs. As for the materials needed to forge spiritual artifacts and flying swords, they hadn't seen a single trace of them. As night fell, the two had no choice but to look for a cave to rest in once more. But even after it had grown completely dark, they still hadn't found a suitable cave. They were in a flat, primeval forest with not even a small hill nearby, and the cave they found earlier was too far away to return to. So they had no choice but to stop in the jungle. Senior Sister Lin, why don't we just rest here for the night? Lu suggested. Everything around them felt eerie. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been afraid, but now, in an unfamiliar environment and with nothing but the clothes on their backs, they couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Still, they had nowhere else to go at the moment. Here? Lin Xingxue couldn't help but furrow her brow. Although her cultivation was high, she had never spent the night in such a remote wilderness since childhood. But with nowhere else to go, she had no choice but to make do. All right, Lin Xingxue nodded and prepared to sit cross-legged beside a large tree. Wait a moment, Lu hurriedly stopped her. He walked over to a large tree, deftly severed the trunk with his spiritual energy, cut it into pieces, and swiftly erected a makeshift camp before allowing Lin Xingxue to sit down. The camp consisted of only a few posts, a wooden bed, and a canopy. It took less than half a quarter of an hour to set up. Sitting on the clean wooden bed, Lin Xingxue felt slightly touched. It seemed this young man was actually quite thoughtful. Next, Lu cut down all the large trees surrounding the camp, clearing out an open space. He then arranged the tree trunks in a circle to form a wooden fence. At the same time, he set up numerous small traps and scattered some insect-repellent herb juice. Only after finishing all this did he return to the camp and sit down. Although these small traps offered little in the way of protection, they served as an early warning system. Even though he was a cultivator, he still needed sleep, though as his cultivation level increased, the amount of sleep he required grew shorter and shorter. Without any means of early warning, a moment's inattention in the middle of the night could leave him vulnerable to venomous creatures. At the same time, cultivators still needed to eat and drink, though the higher their cultivation level, the more resistant they were to hunger. As for spiritual perception, which is essentially mental energy, it can be concentrated in a visible, tangible space but cannot extend over dozens of li. Of course, as one's cultivation level rises, both vision and hearing improve significantly. Lin Xingxue watched all this quietly and quickly understood Lu's intentions. She silently marveled, this kid really knows his stuff. By now, both of them were hungry. They spent practically the entire day traveling, and the energy stored in their bodies had long since been depleted. Lu quickly built a campfire and roasted a few more chickens. Lin Xingxue obliged, eating 3 in one go before stopping. Senior sister Lin, you go rest first. I'll keep watch. We'll be counting on you tomorrow. After they'd eaten and drunk their fill, Lu spoke up. Lin Xingxue was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected him to be so chivalrous. His attitude was clearly much better than yesterday's. After a long day like this, she was exhausted, and keeping up with her pace would only tire him out even more. She assumed they'd take turns on watch, or at least that she'd take the lead, but she hadn't expected him to be so gracious. Could it really be true that money makes the world go round? Still, she didn't refuse. After all, it was only natural for someone to be so attentive. In fact, Lu was just about to enthusiastically examine the small sword inside the mana core when, just a moment ago, the sword suddenly condensed another drop of immortal essence. The instant the drop was about to fall onto the mana core, he decisively enveloped it with his spiritual energy. It would be a waste to use such a treasure, one capable of instantly restoring spiritual energy right away. He hadn't had time to properly study the previous drop, so this time he planned to save it for a thorough examination. After analyzing the 2 instances of divine spirit elixir production, he gradually formed a bold hypothesis. It seemed the little sword was constantly absorbing something from the outside world. Once it had absorbed enough, it would condense into a drop of divine spirit elixir. In this small world, spiritual energy was exceptionally dense, and since he had slain quite a few demon beasts over the past 2 days, the production of divine spirit elixir had been greatly accelerated, which was why he had just obtained another drop. After putting away the spirit elixir, Lu used the ore and demon beast materials he had gathered that day to forge 2 crude magical daggers. He didn't go to sleep until late at night, when Lin Xingxue woke up. On the 3rd day, the 2 left camp and continued their search. Gradually, however, Lin Xingxue became noticeably restless. Having a spirit artifact flying sword made a world of difference in the efficiency of gathering spiritual herbs. Whoever forged the first spirit artifact flying sword first would have the best chance of taking first place. But now that it was already the 3rd day, she still hadn't found a single trace of the materials needed to forge a spirit artifact. Over the past 2 days, although they had encountered 1 or 2 foundation stage demon beasts, the quality of their materials was too poor to even begin crafting a spirit artifact. Based on past experience, by the 3rd day, someone would have already gathered all the materials needed to craft a spirit artifact. If they didn't hurry, they'd have no chance at first place. Although her father had told her it didn't matter if she didn't take first place, Lin Xingxue was a proud woman. How could she possibly be content with second place? Seeing the anxious look on Lin Xingxue's face, Lu felt a pang of sympathy. After all, she was a woman he once held hands with, and he truly didn't want to see her looking so downcast. After hesitating for a long time, Lu finally voiced his thoughts. Senior Sister Lin, actually, I know of a place where there's a good chance of finding materials for crafting spirit swords. Oh? Where is it? Lin Xingxue asked in surprise. What's in it for me to tell you? That place is extremely dangerous, and honestly, I'd rather not go there myself. After all, whether your Lin family takes first place or not has absolutely nothing to do with me. What kind of reward are you looking for? Tell me, Lin Xingxue said, looking at Lu with keen interest. She thought to herself, has this kid finally shown his true colors? I knew he wouldn't have any ulterior motives toward me. A friend's price 2,000 mana crystals. How about it? Lu said, holding up 2 fingers. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lin Xingxue's face froze. Mana crystals again. Huh, just how broke are you, anyway? Could it be that all that admiration before was just an act? To be honest, she felt a tiny bit of disappointment. But she quickly recovered. This version of Lu was the perfect partner, isn't he? What she feared most was someone with ulterior motives who'd try to blackmail her. After thinking it through, Lin Xingxue resumed her usual aloof demeanor. Fine. Deal. Straight to the point. Lu couldn't help but praise her. People from the Lin family really are generous. See that highest mountain over there? Lu asked, pointing to a towering peak in the distance. What about it? Lin Xingxue looked up, somewhat puzzled. I took a look. The summit is covered in snow year-round, so there's a high probability of finding millennia-old cold jade there. However, there's bound to be a powerful demon beast lurking there as well. If you can lure the demon beast away, I'll take the risk and help you collect some. Are you sure? 99% sure. Alright, then let us set out right now. If there really is some, mana crystals won't be a problem. Alright. The journey was much harder than it looked. The two trekked over mountains and through rivers, and it took them nearly half a day to reach the peak. Sure enough, a golden core level demon beast was lurking on the lofty summit. No sooner had the two approached the summit area than a massive snow leopard darted out. This snow leopard possessed at least late-stage golden core cultivation. Even with her Xian-grade treasure sword, Lin Xingxue might not be able to defeat it. And now, they had nothing at all to defend themselves with. Nevertheless, Lin Xingxue followed the plan they devised long ago. She leaped forward to provoke the snow leopard, luring it away in another direction. Lu waited until the snow leopard had moved far enough away before cautiously running toward the summit. The summit area was vast up close. It resembled a vast glacial snowfield. Lu set his sights on the central snow-capped peak and ran straight toward it. Logically speaking, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, so there shouldn't be any other powerful demon beasts here, but Lu still dared not let his guard down. As the snow-capped peak grew closer, Lu could already see a massive cave entrance in the distance. This was likely the lair where the snow leopard was lurking. If the 1,000-year-old cold jade truly existed, it would undoubtedly be inside this cave. Lu first scouted the entrance. Upon finding no signs of movement, he swiftly darted inside. He didn't know how long Lin Xingxue could hold off the snow leopard, so once he confirmed it was safe, he had to act quickly. Inside the cave, it was bitterly cold, yet not dark. Lu simply channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body to ward off the surrounding chill, then carefully flew forward along the winding cave passage. After traveling an unknown distance, the downward passage suddenly took a sharp turn and began winding upward again, leading who knows where. He hadn't encountered any obstacles, which secretly put Lu at ease. Finally, the passage leveled out and straightened. Lu rounded a large bend, and his eyes were suddenly dazzled. He had arrived in a vast cavern that looked as if it had been carved from ice and jade. The walls of this massive ice cavern shimmered, inlaid with pieces of gleaming jade. As Lu got a clear look at the jade, his heart leapt with joy. Sure enough, there was millennia-old cold jade. It seemed this was indeed the center of the iceberg. The moment he stepped into the ice cavern, he realized it was incredibly frigid. The slightest delay would freeze him solid. He had no choice but to channel all his energy into his footwork, keeping himself in constant motion as he darted toward one of the pieces of millennia-old cold jade. He couldn't afford even the slightest pause, otherwise, he might never make it out alive. Without protective gear, his resistance to the cold was extremely weak. He had to rely on speed to secure a sliver of hope. Fortunately, thanks to his experience with the Xiantian trial, he was already quite familiar with this situation. He swiftly closed in on one of the cold jades while simultaneously drawing his dagger and thrusting it fiercely into the ice wall. With a ding, it didn't break through the ice, it merely left a crack. Seeing that he was about to be frozen in place, Lu knew he couldn't linger and decisively retreated. After a brief moment to recover, Lu darted toward the cold jade again. Another ding rang out as he chipped off some fragments, but he still couldn't pry the jade loose. Why is this cold jade so hard to dig out? Even though he was prepared, he was still secretly surprised. However, Lu wasn't one to give up easily. After gathering his energy for a few breaths, he darted forward once more. After going back and forth like this more than 10 times, he had depleted nearly all his spiritual energy, yet had only managed to dig out 2 pieces of 1,000-year-old cold jade, each about the size of a palm. 2 pieces of cold jade this small, about the size of an egg, were still not enough to forge a spiritual sword. Just then, a series of furious roars suddenly echoed from the distance, growing louder as they drew nearer. Damn it, the snow leopard is about to return. Lu immediately grew anxious. He was so close now. If he gave up now, all his efforts would be for nothing. Besides, for some reason, Lu was particularly afraid of seeing the look of disappointment in Lin Qingshui's eyes. It seemed those 2,000 mana crystals wouldn't be easy to earn. I'll go for it. After all, I'm a man of my word. Glancing at the piece of cold jade on the ice wall already half shattered, Lu didn't bother to catch his breath. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the drop of immortal essence. He waited months for this single drop to appear. He originally planned to save it for a life or death situation, but never expected to use it here. Damn it, what a losing deal. As soon as the immortal essence touched the mana core, it instantly transformed into a massive surge of spiritual energy that coursed through his entire body, washing away all fatigue and boosting his cultivation by 1/10. Lu quickly flew forward, channeling his spiritual energy into a fierce thrust. With a ding and the shattering of the ice, he finally pried the 3rd piece of cold jade loose. Pocketing the 3 pieces of cold jade, Lu wasted no time and made a mad dash for the exit. The snow leopard's roar was getting closer and closer. He hoped he could still make it out alive. At this point, Lu could no longer spare a thought for his own well-being. He simply burned through his spiritual energy like mad, darting away at a speed that surpassed his limits. Fortunately, he managed to escape just before the snow leopard blocked the cave entrance. Outside the cave, the sun was shining brightly, and the air was as warm as spring. Not far from the cave entrance, Lin Qingshui was desperately holding off the snow leopard, a faint trace of blood visible at the corner of her mouth. Retreat! Lu shouted toward that slightly frail figure, then buried his head and sprinted away. He knew he would only be a burden here. The sooner he escaped, the sooner he could lighten her load. So, he didn't go over to help her with any false pretense. Lin Qingshui's heart leapt with joy when she spotted Lu. However, she didn't turn and leave immediately. Instead, she held her ground for a while longer, waiting until Lu had run far enough away before finally shaking off the snow leopard. Lu ran for what felt like an eternity, until his spiritual energy was completely depleted and his legs could no longer carry him, at which point he slowly came to a halt. A moment later, Lin Qingshui's figure appeared, staggering. Junior brother Lu, how did it go? Lin Qingshui took a few deep breaths before asking eagerly. I've fulfilled my mission. Lu gave a faint smile and promptly pulled the 3 pieces of 1,000-year-old cold jade from his robe. It really is 1,000-year-old cold jade. A rare smile instantly lit up Lin Qingshui's face, like a snow lotus blooming on an ice mountain. Lu was suddenly mesmerized by the sight. Seeing Lu's dazed expression, Lin Qingshui's smile immediately faded. She put the cold jade away, lifted Lu with one hand, and with a few elegant taps of her jade-like feet, soared into the air. At dusk, inside a humble mountain cave. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu took out the cold jade and formally began the artifact forging process. How about it? Are you confident? Lin Qingshui asked anxiously. This artifact forging was of the utmost importance, even she couldn't remain completely calm. Although she knew there was more thousand-year cold jade on that snow-capped peak, she wasn't sure she could lure the snow leopard away again. In a sense, this was their only supply of material. Don't worry. I'm a pro, Lu said without a trace of modesty. Although he was nervous too, he was confident he could at least craft a spirit artifact. Hearing this, Lin Qingshui couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. An outer sect disciple who couldn't even set foot in the sect's artifact forging hall, and he is talking to me about being a pro? However, seeing Lu's confident demeanor, her unease did ease a little. Ignoring Lin Qingshui's disdainful gaze, Lu began to carefully examine the pieces of cold jade. The 1,000-year-old cold jade they collected this time wasn't of particularly high quality after all. That area wasn't a true glacial snowfield, so it was already impressive that it had produced cold jade at all. With cold jade like this, the best they could hope for was a mid-grade spirit artifact. However, Lu planned to add a special function, self-destruction, so that in a critical moment, it could instantly unleash dozens of times its normal attack power. After all, the secret realm was extremely dangerous. Having one more trump card meant one more chance at survival. To save time, he didn't make it too elaborate. Simplicity and practicality were his priorities. As for the design of the ice sword, he directly modeled it after Lin Qingshui's previous sword. After all, over the past period, he had replicated that sword countless times, so he was as familiar as could be with the process of forging the ice sword. For the next 2 days, aside from a few occasional outings, Lin Qingshui stayed by Lu's side the entire time. She couldn't let any beasts disturb Lu's forging. 3 days later, a spirit-grade version of the Ice Soul Divine Sword was finally forged. This Ice Soul Spirit Sword had reached the peak of the middle grade in quality. When Lin Qingshui held this Ice Soul Spirit Sword, which looked almost identical to her previous sword, she simply couldn't put it down. If it weren't for its slightly reduced power, she might even have thought this was her own Ice Soul Divine Sword. Not bad, this kid's got some real talent. With this ice sword alone, even if he never manages to forge another spirit artifact again, he has still passed this mission with flying colors. Who would have thought that even though this kid is a bit greedy, he is actually quite reliable when it comes to getting the job done. With the ice sword in hand, Lin Qingshui was in high spirits. Even her tone had grown much warmer. Without that icy demeanor, she appeared even more gentle and charming. Next, it was time to search for spiritual herbs, not just the primary ingredient for the foundation elixir, but all the other spiritual herbs as well. The spiritual herbs within the Flowing Cloud secret realm were all rare varieties. Missing even a single one would be a waste of a precious resource. Early the next morning, after roughly determining their direction, Lin Qingshui summoned her flying sword and motioned for Lu to climb aboard. Senior Sister Lin, isn't it a bit awkward for us to share the same flying sword? Standing on the flying sword, Lu didn't know where to put her hands. If she didn't hold on to something, she could easily be thrown off the sword and then there'd be nothing left of her but bones. Lin Qingshui seemed to notice their awkward situation as well, but she didn't dwell on it for long. They'd already wasted plenty of time over the past few days refining spiritual artifacts. They couldn't afford any further delays. Hold on to my waist, but don't make any unnecessary moves. Otherwise, even though we're partners, I'll kill you, Lin Qingshui threatened coldly. Hearing this, Lu shuddered in fear and immediately placed both hands on Lin Qingshui's slender waist. It was best not to provoke this ice queen lightly. But the moment Lu's hands touched Lin Qingshui's waist, she felt as if she'd been zapped by electricity. Her slender body trembled, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment. What's with this guy? Why is he holding me so lightly? It's making me ticklish. Hold on tighter. Lin Qingshui snapped in a mix of shame and anger, then summoned her flying sword and shot forward. Slow down. Lu could no longer afford to be coy. He wrapped his arms tightly around Lin Qingshue's waist, afraid of being thrown off. Held so tightly by Lu, Lin Qingxue was utterly mortified and furious. But she couldn't break free, so she took out her frustration on the demon beasts instead. For the next while, the demon beasts in the area were in for a world of trouble. Lin Qingxue was like an aloof, icy fairy, unleashing wave after wave of frigid sword energy that tore the surrounding demon beasts to shreds. That day, the two of them found dozens of spiritual herbs, more than they had gathered in the previous period combined. In addition to the spiritual herbs, they also harvested a large quantity of demon beast materials. Although these materials weren't yet sufficient to forge a spiritual artifact, they were enough to craft several magical artifacts. Over the next few days, Lu used his downtime to first forge 2 storage pouches, one for himself and one for Lin Qingxue, thereby resolving their most pressing issue. Afterward, he began crafting a magical long sword and a set of armor. Lin Qingxue, meanwhile, spent those days clearing out all the demon beasts in the surrounding area and had nearly finished harvesting the spiritual herbs. Over the course of those days, Lin Qingxue had gathered well over 100 spiritual herbs. However, they were all several hundred years old, and there weren't many truly high-grade ones. It seemed this area wasn't the most suitable for spiritual herbs to grow. Once the magical artifacts were all forged, the two set off, flying straight toward more distant lands. In the Flowcloud secret realm, rankings are determined by the total value of the spiritual herbs gathered. Herbs that are thousands of years old are not just slightly more valuable than those that are hundreds of years old, the difference is dozens of times greater. Therefore, to claim first place, they must venture into areas rarely visited by others. Flying on a sword was indeed much more convenient. From high above, whenever they spotted an area that looked like it might harbor primary spiritual herbs, they would fly straight over to it. If nothing was there, they'd move on to the next spot. Compared to searching on the ground, this was infinitely more efficient. Several days later, the two arrived at a dark, damp valley. The valley reeked of a foul stench, yet the spiritual energy there was exceptionally dense. After circling the valley once, the two quickly discovered several thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, high-grade varieties rarely seen in the outside world. However, these thousand-year-old spiritual herbs were all growing inside a massive cavern teeming with venomous insects. No sooner had the two landed in front of the cavern than hundreds of blue demon pythons burst out instantly from the numerous crevices throughout the cavern. The demon pythons were packed so tightly together, coiled one around another, that the sight made one's scalp tingle. The larger ones were as thick as water buckets, while the smaller ones were as thick as an arm. Each one flickered its sharp forked tongue and glared at the two with a ferocious glint in its eyes, ready to attack at any moment. Seeing this scene, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. The larger demon pythons were at least at the foundation stage, their bodies covered in thick blue scales. They were clearly no easy opponents. Though they weren't afraid of the smaller ones, their venom made them quite a nuisance. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have given it a second thought, but right now, with both of their equipment downgraded by several levels, they were really struggling. "Junior brother Lu, if you're scared, you can go ahead and leave. I absolutely must get these spiritual herbs," Lin Qingxue said coldly. "What a joke, do I look like that kind of person?" Lu groaned inwardly. He had actually been planning to make a run for it, but after being goaded by Lin Qingxue, he decided to stay. As a man, he had to save some face. Lin Qingxue looked at Lu, somewhat surprised. However, she didn't say anything else. She simply summoned her magical armor and flew straight toward the source. After putting on all his gear, Lu also began to advance. No sooner had he entered the fray than he saw over 100 flying arrows, condensed from venom, swarming toward him from all directions. His figure flickered repeatedly, dodging most of the venomous attacks. Then he used his shield to block several strikes in quick succession, deflecting the venom he couldn't evade. Boom, 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 several venomous arrows struck the magical shield. Though they failed to breach its defenses, they caused the shield's surface to sizzle. Clearly, this venom was highly corrosive. Lu looked at the magical shield, which had instantly become pitted and dented, and was at a loss for words. However, he didn't hesitate. He quickly closed in on a demon python, his sword flashing like a dragon as he struck precisely at its vital point, instantly killing the chi cultivation stage demon snake. Suddenly, a gaping maw lunged at him from the upper left, its jaws wide open to reveal several sharp fangs. Lu immediately slammed his shield upward from below, snapping the jaws shut and sending the serpent flying, then followed up with another sword strike. With a hiss, the blade failed to pierce the demon python's scales, leaving only a shallow gash. Seeing this, Lu was secretly startled. This was a foundation stage demon python. Even with his top-grade magic sword, it was proving rather difficult to pierce its scales. Stung by the blow, the demon python flew into a rage instantly, rearing up and striking again with lightning speed. Lu quickly dodged by flashing aside, then swung a moon arc slash at the necks of the two smaller demon snakes. With two plop sounds, two sprays of snake blood shot out as the heads of the two chi cultivation stage demon snakes were severed at the neck. They fell to the ground, writhing uncontrollably. Suddenly, several more gaping, blood-red maws lunged at him. Lu looked closely and realized they were all foundation stage. Terrified, he flashed wildly toward Lin Qingxue. Only Lin Qingxue's attacks could strike fear into them here. Sure enough, the area around Lin Qingxue was much safer. She unleashed wave after wave of icy sword energy, scattering it freely in all directions. With every strike of the icy sword energy, the demon python's skin was torn open, and the small demon snakes died instantly upon contact. Working in tandem, the two significantly increased their killing efficiency. After a frenzy of slaughter, suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the air. All the demon pythons trembled in unison and began scattering in all directions. Sensing something amiss, the two looked up to see a massive blue python dozens of zhang long and as thick as a well suddenly appear before them. Standing upright, this blue giant python towered several stories high. It flickered its agile forked tongue and glared at them with a chilling intensity, as if it were about to strike at any moment. At the sight, the two women gasped in shock. Judging by its aura, this blue giant python possessed at least the cultivation level of a golden core cultivator. Crucially, its beautiful scales were incredibly dense and solid, radiating a mesmerizing blue glow. They seemed virtually impossible to pierce. "What should we do?" Lu asked, her voice trembling slightly. However, in the very next moment, Lin Qingxue made her decision. She leaped forward and unleashed a sword energy strike that shook the heavens. With a ding, the sword energy struck the giant python, producing a crisp, thunderous clang. The python staggered from the impact, yet remained completely unharmed. The giant python was enraged. It violently jerked its massive head backward, then lunged forward like lightning. Lin Qingxue's agile form flickered, narrowly dodging the attack. The python's head slammed into the cave wall, causing the entire cavern to shake. Lu quickly withdrew from the fray. In a battle of this caliber, he was completely useless. Next, the giant python's body rolled wildly, its massive tail lashing out in all directions, pummeling the ground and creating a series of massive craters. Lin Qingxue's footwork was extraordinary. Amid the giant python's relentless, storm-like strikes, like a lone boat that could be capsized at any moment, she remained steadfast and unshaken. After a frenzied barrage of strikes, the giant python's speed slowed. Seizing the moment, Lin Qingxue closed in and thrust her sword into a gap between its scales. Although the python's scales were incredibly sturdy, the gaps between them were far less well protected. Soon, the Ice Soul Spirit's sword sliced open a bloody gash. Wounded, the giant serpent's eyes turned blood red, and it went into a complete frenzy, its speed instantly surging dramatically. Lin Qingxue, too, held nothing back and finally unleashed her ultimate technique. As the tip of her sword traced several eerie arcs, a snow-swept, icy wasteland instantly formed, enveloping 100 zhang around the giant serpent. The giant serpent's movements were severely hampered within the icy wasteland, while Lin Qingxue's combat effectiveness increased by several fold. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle. Seeing that the fight wouldn't end anytime soon, Lu felt a sense of urgency, but he didn't forget his mission. Taking advantage of the giant serpent being held at bay, he hurriedly searched the area for spiritual herbs, digging up everything he could find. Throughout the entire valley, there were dozens of spiritual herbs over 100 years old, with high-grade ones making up the majority. He didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly several earth-shattering explosions rang out. Lu turned to look and saw that the giant serpent in the icy wasteland had crashed to the ground with a thunderous crash, while Lin Qingxue staggered out. Had she actually won? Lu could hardly believe it. He gained a new appreciation for Lin Qingshui's strength. Without any high-grade magical treasures or hidden trump cards, armed only with a mid-grade spirit sword, she had managed to slay a demon serpent whose power rivaled that of a mid-golden core cultivator. If she were to unleash all her trump cards under normal circumstances, just how formidable would she be? It was unimaginable. After confirming there was no danger, Lu eagerly came over to help clean up the aftermath. Several thousand-year-old spiritual herbs were mostly damaged, though some remained intact. There was the carcass of a core-stage demon python, several foundation-stage demon pythons, and countless chi cultivation stage ones. The carcass of this core-stage demon python was more than enough to forge a set of excellent spiritual armor, and its massive fangs could be used to upgrade the Ice Soul spiritual sword. In fact, with materials of this quality, it would be entirely possible to forge a Shin-grade artifact, but Lu simply didn't have the skill yet. It wasn't just him, none of the artifact forgers who had entered the secret realm possessed that level of ability. After all, for artifact forgers under the age of 50, crafting a spiritual artifact was already the absolute limit. The carcasses of the foundation stage demon pythons, on the other hand, would be enough for him to forge a set of mid-grade spiritual swords and armor for himself. A few days later, in a stone cave atop a high peak, after upgrading the Ice Soul spirit sword to the top grade level, Lu began crafting other spirit artifacts. He saved the top grade spirit armor for last as the grand finale. With so many spirit artifacts to craft, he had originally thought it would take at least 10 days, but they were all finished by the 8th day. Where did senior sister Lin go? Lu stepped out of the cave and began searching the surroundings. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a snow-white, graceful figure in a nearby pond. Oh my god, I'm done for. Although only her fragrant shoulder was visible above the water's surface, with the rest of her body submerged. That flash of snow-white skin was etched into his mind, and he simply couldn't shake it off. Glancing at the clothes on the shore, he realized they belonged to Lin Qingshui. It's over. I'm a dead man. He hurried back, but she had already spotted him. Who's there? A crisp voice rang out. It was Lin Qingshui's. Immediately, a jet of water shot toward him, and Lu scrambled back into the cave, rolling and crawling to take cover. This was truly a calamity out of the blue. Who would have thought someone would be bathing in broad daylight? A few breaths later, Lin Qingshui's furious figure appeared inside the cave. With a clang, she drew her long sword and pressed it against Lu's neck, her face flushed as she demanded. That was you just now, wasn't it? Have you become this shameless? Lin Qingshui was overcome with grief and indignation. Her body, which she had guarded for decades, had been seen by someone just because she let her guard down for a moment. Before bathing, she had carefully searched the area within dozens of li, and aside from Lu, who was refining artifacts, there wasn't a single soul in sight. That was why she felt safe enough to bathe. Who would have thought something like this could happen? It was me, Lu said, on the verge of tears. He was the only one here. Even if he wanted to deny it, he couldn't. You. Why didn't you tell me you were going out? Lin Qingshui was absolutely furious. I finished forging the spirit armor and went looking for you everywhere. How was I supposed to know you'd be bathing outside? Besides, you didn't tell me in advance. How was I supposed to know? Tell you in advance? Wouldn't that have given you even more of a chance to peek? Senior sister Lin, please don't assume everyone is so sleazy, okay? Lu was at a loss for words. It's not like one quick glance would do any harm. He really didn't care that much anyway. Regardless, you've already seen it. So just tell me what we're going to do about it, Lin Qingshui said with a look of grief and indignation. Although she knew Lu probably didn't mean to do it, she just couldn't let it slide. Senior sister Lin, how about I return the favor? Lu said cautiously. He really couldn't think of a way out of this. Was he supposed to offer himself to her? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshui's face instantly turned ashen. How could this guy be so shameless? Lu, as of today, your assignment is over. Get the hell out of here right now. Lin Qingshui was so furious that her delicate cheeks flushed crimson. This time she was truly enraged. She didn't want to see this guy for even a single moment longer. At that moment, she simply couldn't let it go, but she couldn't think of a way to get back at him. She certainly couldn't make him take responsibility for her, could she? All she could do was vent her anger. Fine. I'll leave. I'll leave right away. I also think that now that the gear is ready, it's rather inconvenient for the two of us to share a room. It's time to go our separate ways. So I fully support your decision. Hearing this, Lou felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. Although he wouldn't be able to roast chicken for Lin Qingxue for a while and would earn a lot fewer mana crystals as a result, breathing the air of freedom made it all worth it. Spending every day in front of a stunning beauty, able to look but not touch, would have suffocated him. Lin Qingxue was taken aback by his response. She only said it in the heat of the moment, expecting Lou to beg for mercy, but she never imagined he'd agree so readily and even seem a bit eager about it. What on earth was going on? Lin Qingxue simply watched Lu's movements in silence. She didn't believe Lu was truly willing to leave. Not to mention that this secret realm was extremely dangerous. Without her protection, he wouldn't be able to take a single step. Not to mention, with a beauty like her by his side, no man could possibly resist. He was just putting on a show, trying to get her to forgive him and keep him there. However, when Lin Qingxue saw that Lu had actually packed up his belongings, she was taken aback. Was he serious? Senior Sister Lin, I've refined this spirit armor for you. Until we meet again. Lu took out a set of sky blue spirit armor and handed it to Lin Qingxue, his expression relaxed. Seeing this exquisitely beautiful battle armor, Lin Qingxue felt a mix of emotions. This kid's strength was actually quite impressive. To be honest, she was starting to feel a little regretful now, but she couldn't bring herself to ask him to stay. After reaching the cave entrance, Lu seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, right. To thank you for looking out for me these past few days, I'll roast a few more spirit chickens for you. Lu thought to himself that if he left now, he'd miss out on a lot of mana crystals, so he might as well roast a few more. Every little bit helps. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This kid really couldn't bear to leave her after all. Making another batch of roasted chicken was just a ploy to play on her emotions, hoping she'd ask him to stay. Lu didn't think that far ahead. He simply took out the chickens, lit a campfire, and set to work roasting them with care. He roasted them for a long time, one after another. He intended to finish roasting enough to last the next half-month. However, in Lin Qingxue's eyes, all of this was just a way to stall for time, so she'd be the one to ask him to stay. As the aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, Lin Qingxue's anger gradually subsided. Lu made more than a dozen roasted chickens in a row, handed them to Lin Qingxue, and only then stood up to take his leave. Senior Sister Lin, keep these to eat at your leisure later. The price is the same as before. What? Are you still leaving? Lin Qingxue was a little surprised. Of course. Lu said firmly. Over the past few days, he'd noticed Xiao Jian had been restless, but he'd never had a chance to investigate further. Now that he finally had a legitimate reason, how could he possibly pass it up? So he quickly turned and walked away, afraid that Lin Qingxue might try to stop him. Lin Qingxue watched Lu, who seemed to be serious this time, and was a bit dazed. Could she really have misjudged him again? Senior Sister Lin. Suddenly, just as he reached the cave entrance, Lu stopped in his tracks. This made the exasperated Lin Qingxue feel a faint glimmer of hope. Once the mission is over, remember to pay me my share of the mana crystals. Lu couldn't help but mention it. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue was instantly livid. Does this fairy need those few mana crystals from you? What do you take me for? Don't worry, you'll get your share. Lin Qingxue replied coldly. Receiving this assurance, Lu finally let out a sigh of relief and walked away without a second glance. The mana crystals were the one thing he'd been most worried about. Stepping out of the cave, Lu felt a sense of relief he'd never experienced before. Finally, he could properly explore this little world. As for leaving Lin Qingxue, he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. He wasn't one of her brainless followers, he was a young man with ambition. The stars and the vast ocean were waiting for him to conquer. Inside the cave, Lin Qingxue stared blankly at the empty entrance. She had some reservations about Lu before, but now that he was truly gone, she felt a sense of loss. For one thing, she wouldn't be able to eat as much roasted chicken as she wanted for a while. Lu had pampered her so well before that he spoiled her palate. Suddenly having to go from luxury to frugality was something she found rather hard to accept. After leaving Lin Qingxue's cave, Lu didn't fly far before finding another cave to settle into. He decided to spend the next 2 days crafting a spirit manifestation disc. After all, it was the only thing that gave him the confidence to survive in the secret realm. What he didn't know was that shortly after he left, Lin Qingxue also flew out and silently followed him the whole way. Lin Qingxue couldn't quite explain why she was following him. Was it out of concern for him? Or was it simply curiosity? She didn't have an answer herself. She just wanted to see where Lu was actually going after he left and what he planned to do. What on earth could possibly make him willing to leave a stunning beauty like her behind to venture out alone? However, when she discovered that Lu had simply found a cave to hide in and go into seclusion, she couldn't help but feel a wave of contempt. What a coward, going through all that drama with me just to hide away and slack off. Are you really that afraid of dying? After observing him for most of the day and confirming Lu's intentions, Lin Qingxue flew straight away. She had plenty of important business to attend to. She had no time to waste here. Once Lu had finished refining the spirit manifestation disc, he began following the little sword's guidance, flying all the way toward the center of the secret realm. With the help of the spirit revealing disc, Lu managed to avoid the lairs of demon beasts large and small along the way and arrived smoothly at the shore of a massive inland lake. This inland lake was immense. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an ocean. In the middle of the lake, a tiny speck was faintly visible to the naked eye. It was clearly the small island at the lake's center. And every unusual reaction from the little sword had been pointing toward that island. What on earth was there? What could possibly cause the little sword to react like that? Lu did not venture into the lake lightly. The spirit revealing disc indicated that numerous powerful demon beasts lurked within the lake, including quite a few at the golden core level. How could he get there? For the next several days, Lu crouched by the shore, staring intently at the spirit revealing disc while simultaneously entering the illusionary realm to simulate various scenarios. He sought to uncover the patterns of the demon beast's movements and find a viable path leading to the central island. He had no other missions in this secret realm, so there was absolutely no need to rush. 5 days later, on a night of the full moon, as Lu continued his simulations, he suddenly realized he had actually found a way through. At the moment when the moon was at its fullest that night, all the demon beasts in the lake would gather in one direction to quietly absorb the moonlight. As long as he didn't intentionally disturb them, he wouldn't be attacked. This window lasted only half a quarter hour. He had to pass through swiftly within that time. If he was even a fraction of a second too late, he would become a meal for the demon beasts. As that critical moment approached, he summoned his flying sword without hesitation and followed the safe route, flying straight toward the center of the lake. The flying sword sped along the way, encountering no obstacles. After confirming there was no danger, Lu flew faster and faster, and finally, within half a quarter hour, he set foot on the small island in the center of the lake. The island in the center of the lake looked small from a distance, but once he set foot on it, he discovered it was quite large. Not only were there high mountains and forests, but also rivers and meadows. More importantly, at the center of the island, he saw a palace and a well-tended medicinal garden. This garden contained all kinds of spiritual herbs, all over 1,000 years old. There were even quite a few 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. What a pity, as an artifact craftsman, no matter how many spiritual herbs he gathered, they would all be confiscated if he took them out. Could Little Sword's unusual behavior have been caused by these items? That was clearly impossible. Lu continued to explore inside the palace. The palace wasn't very large. It consisted of only one main hall and a few side rooms, but the entire interior was exceptionally clean and tidy, not a speck of dust in sight. Clearly, dust removal and self-cleaning formations were distributed throughout the palace. Could this be a summer palace of the sect's founding patriarch? In this small world, aside from the founding patriarch, no other high-level cultivator was known to have ever set foot here. Might there be any leftover cultivation manuals or secret texts? Lu sped up his search. To his disappointment, however, this summer palace was shockingly empty. There were no treasures at all. The study contained no books or jade slips, the alchemy room held no elixirs, and the artifact forge had no remnants of magical artifacts. This gradually turned his excitement into disappointment. Had he come all this way for nothing? Yet the little sword's unusual activity persisted. Lu followed the little sword's guidance and made his way to an ancient well. Before he even had a chance to look into the well, the little sword shot out of his mana core with a whoosh and dived straight down into the depths. Hey, wait a minute! Lu was startled by the sight and hurriedly rode his sword down after it. The little sword was his greatest asset, he couldn't lose it under any circumstances. The mouth of the ancient well was only a meter wide, but the further down he went, the more spacious it became, and it seemed bottomless. Lu descended, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally saw the water's surface. Following the little sword, he plunged into the well water without hesitation, making a loud splash. So cold, so deep. Lu couldn't help but shiver as he resurfaced. The well water was incredibly cold. It was the middle of August, and while it was sweltering outside, the well remained completely unaffected by the heat. He took a deep breath before diving back down. The water was crystal clear, without a single impurity. Underwater visibility was excellent. Numerous luminescent stones were embedded all around the ancient well, illuminating the surrounding rock walls brightly. The crystal clear water shimmered in dreamlike shades of blue and green, creating the illusion of floating in mid-air. However, even in such clear water and under such bright light, looking down toward the bottom of the well revealed only a deep, dark blue. The bottom was completely out of sight. Is this ancient well really this deep? Could there be another world down there? Lu couldn't help but feel curious, so he continued diving downward toward the bottom of the well. After diving at least 1,000 meters, the depths below remained a deep, mysterious blue, as if the bottom of the well were forever out of sight. The passage at the bottom of the well was long, narrow, and deep, sloping downward toward an unknown destination. There were quite a few oddly shaped rocks jutting out from the well walls on both sides, and some small fish darted about, though they were all too tiny to be worth eating. But Lu wasn't one to give up easily. The deep blue at the bottom of the cave suggested that beyond his line of sight, it remained incredibly deep, a place of immense value to explore. After diving another few hundred meters, he discovered that the passage below actually branched off into several sloping tunnels. Which way should I go? Soon, Xiao Jian helped him make the decision. Xiao Jian darted straight into one of the side passages. Lu quickly and decisively followed him down that path. After about 100 meters, the passage took a near right-angle turn and continued sloping downward. After another few hundred meters, Lu finally arrived at an unexpected place, a vast and intricate cave system. He never imagined that such a vast underground cave system lay hidden beneath this well. The well opening was merely a skylight into the cavernous world below. The terrain of the cave system below was extremely complex. Strange rock formations jutted downward from the ceiling, forming beam-like partitions that divided the underground space into numerous branching caverns. Lu swam through the intricate underwater caverns. The water was so clear and transparent that he felt as if he were floating in the air. Above him, stalactites hung vertically below him, stalagmites were within easy reach. In this vast cavern, he spotted creatures he had never seen before: jellyfish shaped like peach blossoms, three-eyed fish glowing all over, and schools of completely transparent spirit fish. Those schools of spirit fish gathered and dispersed throughout the immense underwater space, a breathtaking sight. Could these all be ancient creatures that have long since gone extinct? Seeing this, Lu couldn't help but feel a wave of awe wash over him. He was certain he had never seen or even heard of these creatures outside. Fortunately, these spirit fish weren't very aggressive and didn't disturb him. The cave system was vast, like a maze. Gradually, Lu began to feel a bit short of breath after diving for so long. Even an immortal cultivator was starting to struggle to hold his breath. Suddenly, after following Xiao Jian through a narrow passage, he felt an instant sense of relief as he plunged headfirst into a wondrous cave. To his surprise, there was no water inside this cave. All the water had been blocked off at the entrance. Phew! Lu quickly dried his clothes and took several deep breaths. The cave was covered in thick dust everywhere, as if no one had set foot here for tens of thousands of years. At the very back of the cave stood a strange rock, emitting a faint glow. The light flickered on and off, like a candle flickering in the wind, as if it might go out at any moment. As soon as the little sword entered the cave, it plunged straight into the strange rock and began to suck on it frantically. What is this? Lu had never seen such a strange rock before, but he didn't rashly reach out to touch it. Instead, he swiftly used his divine sense to enter the little sword and search its ancestral memories. After an unknown amount of time, Lu suddenly opened his eyes, his expression one of utter disbelief. Is this actually the world's origin stone? The priceless treasure said to be capable of creating a real world? Lu was utterly stunned. The world's origin stone is a wondrous treasure used by great masters of divine abilities to forge immortal realm spaces. Even in the spirit realm where the small sword resided, it was a rarity that appeared only once in tens of millions of years. However, even if one were to encounter it, it would be impossible to obtain without a special method. This small piece of origin stone before him was most likely what remained after this small world was first created. Back then, when Lu Yun, the founding patriarch of the sect, established his summer palace here, it was likely to study how to retrieve this origin stone. Yet for some unknown reason, he had never succeeded in doing so. Could this little sword actually retrieve it? Lu's anticipation grew by the moment. As time passed, the little sword grew brighter and brighter, and its blade became increasingly solid. If the sword's glow had previously been no more than the light of a firefly, it was now the radiance of a star. What kind of transformation would the little sword undergo after absorbing the essence of this world? After absorbing for 2 straight days, the primordial stone finally dimmed completely, turning into a stone as ordinary as they come. And after the little sword had absorbed the entire primordial stone, aside from condensing another drop of immortal essence, it showed no other changes whatsoever. This turned all of Lu's high hopes into a pipe dream. Could it be that this primordial stone was too small to bring about a qualitative change? But where could he find more source stones? It would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, wouldn't it? Truly, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. He never imagined this treasure would turn out to be nothing but a useless burden. With no other choice, he reluctantly sheathed the little sword and climbed out of the ancient well. With the 2-month deadline fast approaching, he had no desire to venture out into the world again, so he settled into the imperial retreat, patiently waiting to be automatically teleported out of the secret realm once the time was up. One day, Lu was leisurely experimenting with a spiritual elixir in the imperial residence. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out from outside. Lu immediately put down what he was holding and flew out. He rode his sword all the way to the source of the explosion. There, he saw the shore of the small island in utter chaos. Several golden core-level beasts had been blown to pieces. In the distance, a slender figure clad in sky-blue battle armor lay on the ground. The moment Lu saw that sky-blue armor, his heart began to race. Wasn't he that Lin Qingshui's? How did she end up here? Was this just too much good luck? Lu felt as if he could see piles of mana crystals beckoning to him. He hurriedly landed beside Lin Qingshui and gently nudged her. Hey, are you okay? Lu Yu, what are you doing here? Lin Qingshui struggled to open her eyes. When she saw it was Lu, she momentarily panicked and tried to sit up. Don't move. You're injured. I'll take you to a safe place first, Lu said softly. He felt his chance had come. How could he possibly let it slip away? Lin Qingshui instinctively resisted, but she was too weak to put up a fight and could only let Lu pick her up. Lu's movements were incredibly gentle and professional, as if he were handling his first love, afraid of causing her any pain. This left Lin Qingshui slightly taken aback. Did this guy actually have such a considerate side? Lu carried her all the way into the palace on the small island, laid her gently on the bed in the main hall, and then slowly set her down. Where are you hurt? After adjusting Lin Qingshui into the most comfortable position, Lu asked again in his magnetic voice. I was shaken by the shockwave from the explosion and suffered some internal injuries. Lin Qingshui replied weakly. Then get some rest first. I'll go brew some medicine. Upon hearing this, Lu hurriedly got up and walked toward the medicinal garden outside the palace. Lin Qingshui's delicate, fragile expression at that moment had a profound impact on him, causing his breathing to quicken slightly. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he would commit a grave breach of principle. Although it might make him feel euphoric in the short term, he wasn't ready to die yet. What he wanted were mana crystals, not some fleeting, ethereal emotions. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't lose sight of his priorities. The medicinal herbs were all readily available. Following the proportions stored in his ancestral memories, Lu picked some, placed them in the cauldron, and began brewing the potion. As it neared completion, to make the medicinal effects more pronounced, he gritted his teeth and added 1/10 of a drop of immortal essence. After all, injuries to the meridians weren't easy to heal if the results weren't noticeable. He wouldn't feel right about asking for an exorbitant price. Although he didn't have much immortal essence left, this wasn't the time to be stingy. Once it was ready, he poured a bowlful and brought it to Lin Qingshui's bedside. "Senior Sister Lin, the medicine is ready. Have some." Lin Qingshui nodded weakly. Lu helped Lin Qingshui sit up, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently a few times, and then brought it to her lips. However, before Lin Qingshui could fully take a sip, she suddenly spat it all out. Spit, spit, spit. It splattered all over the bed and Lu's clothes. "Senior Sister Lin, this medicine is very expensive. Don't waste it," Lu said, hurriedly wiping her clothes with a pained expression. "What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so bitter?" Lin Qingshui couldn't help but grimace. "Haven't you heard that bitter medicine is good medicine? This is a secret recipe I've been collecting for a long time." "But what kind of secret recipe could you possibly have? I'm not drinking it." At that moment, Lin Qingshui was just like a spoiled child, keeping her lips tightly sealed, refusing to budge an inch. "I'm serious, I'm not lying. Why don't you just take a sip first? If it doesn't work, you don't have to drink the rest. Be a good girl." "Really, just one sip?" Lin Qingshui couldn't quite believe it. "Really? I'll be a puppy if I'm lying." Under Lu's gentle coaxing, Lin Qingshui, still half doubting, pinched her nose and took a tiny sip. As soon as the medicinal liquid touched her tongue, she felt its potency surge through her entire body, and instantly, her meridians burned with a fiery sensation. Soon, that burning sensation transformed into a wave of coolness, and her whole body felt at ease. "It really works." Lin Qingshui couldn't help but be secretly amazed. Just that tiny sip made her feel so much better. After that, without Lu having to coax her any further, she obediently opened her mouth and drank the potion sip by sip. She quietly savored Lu's gentle care, thinking to herself, "This is the kind of treatment a goddess deserves." It seems he isn't just interested in mana crystals after all. After finishing the medicine, Lin Qingshui felt a warm glow spread throughout her body. She no longer felt a trace of pain, and it seemed she could even channel a little spiritual energy again. She looked at Lu with a touch of gratitude. This made Lu feel a bit embarrassed. "Senior Sister Lin, why don't I carry you back to your bedroom to rest?" It was already late, and staying in the hall any longer wasn't ideal. But Lu's words made Lin Qingshui think of some unpleasant possibilities. A man and a woman alone, going back to the bedroom to rest? Was he finally going to show his true colors? But since she now seemed capable of fighting back, she'd just wait and see what this kid was up to. If he really intended to take advantage of her, it wouldn't be too late to call him out then. Only Lu knew that he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. He simply wanted her to get some rest as soon as possible. But accidents are always lurking around the corner, perhaps because brewing the medicine had taken such a toll on him. The moment Lu carried Lin Qingshui back to the bedroom and set her down on the bed, he lost his footing for a split second and fell straight onto top of her. Just as he was about to bump into Lin Qingshui, he quickly braced himself with his hands against the bed. But by then, their faces were already mere inches apart. Lu could even smell the faint, fresh scent wafting from Lin Qingshui's mouth. In that moment, they were both stunned. They stared at each other with wide eyes. Just as Lin Qingshui thought something was about to happen, She saw Lu suddenly snap out of it and quickly get to his feet to apologize. I'm sorry, I just slipped. Lin Qingxue said nothing, continuing to stare intently at Lu. Senior Sister Lin, I'm going to head back now. After saying that, Lu didn't dare face her and quickly bolted away. It was just too embarrassing. A cultivator actually slipping, he couldn't even believe it himself. Truly, one misstep can ruin everything. The heroic image he carefully built up was destroyed in an instant. After Lu left, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. She suddenly realized that teasing this pretentious, lecherous young man was actually quite amusing. Once Lu returned to his side room, he took several deep breaths to completely calm his racing heart before lying down on the bed to rest. The long night dragged on, but it would eventually pass. Early the next morning, Lu arrived at the main hall to start cooking a medicinal porridge. As for why he was being so proactive, even he couldn't quite explain it. Just as he finished cooking the porridge, a voice suddenly called out. Junior brother Lu, I'm hungry. Lin Qingxue emerged, looking somewhat weak. Today, her complexion had improved significantly, and she was already able to walk with some effort. Okay. Lu replied promptly, helping Lin Qingxue to the white jade dining table, then serving a bowl and placing it in front of her. He glanced at her complexion, seeing nothing unusual. He let go of his inner anxiety. Junior brother Lu, thank you for helping me repair my spirit armor these past few days. My spirit sword also self-destructed, so could you help me forge a new one? Lin Qingxue said as she ate. Her expression was completely natural, as if nothing had happened last night. No problem. That's what I'm here for. Also, I'd like to have some more of that potion from last night. Well. Lu felt a bit torn. Only he knew what ingredients had been added to the potion to produce such an effect. What? You don't want to? Lin Qingxue was a little surprised. Logically, he shouldn't pass up such an opportunity to curry favor. Fine. Lu felt a pang of bitterness. He hadn't expected the potion to work so well. Now this girl was clinging to him. Oh well, he'd just have to brew her another batch. It was his own fault for being so kind. It seemed he'd have to find a moment to bring up the matter of the mana crystals. Over the next 2 days, Lin Qingxue had actually recovered almost completely, but she continued to enjoy Lu's care with a clear conscience. She couldn't quite tell if she was savoring Lu's tenderness or simply acting out of spite, wanting to see if Lu would ultimately be won over by her beauty. In the past, she always thought men were terrifying, constantly scheming to take advantage of her. But after spending this time with Lu, she began to feel that men weren't so scary after all. Wasn't her life right now quite pleasant? On the 4th day, after she had finished the last dose of medicine, Lu saw that Lin Qingxue had almost fully recovered and finally couldn't help but speak up. Senior Sister Lin, has the medicine I brewed been effective? Seeing Lu's sincere smile, Lin Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. What was this kid up to? It's okay, just so. So shouldn't we talk about the payment now? Payment? What payment? Lin Qingxue was taken aback. Senior Sister Lin, the 1,000 gold soup you've been drinking these past few days was brewed using dozens of precious spiritual herbs. It's my exclusive, secret recipe. It's not much, just 5,000 mana crystals. 5,000 mana crystals? Lin Qingxue couldn't help but gasp at the words. All the goodwill she'd built up over the past few days instantly vanished like a passing cloud. Could I really have been wrong? So that's why he'd been so thoughtful these past few days, all for this? Just how desperate for mana crystals is this guy? Previously, Lin Qingxue had thought it best if their relationship revolved solely around mana crystals. But now that Lu was truly only talking about mana crystals, she felt a faint sense of disappointment. Senior Sister Lin, charging 5,000 mana crystals for this medicinal broth is absolutely not expensive. Just think about it, the sooner you recover, the sooner you can harvest another dozen or so high-grade spiritual herbs to take with you. Just how many mana crystals would those high-grade spiritual herbs be worth? My medicinal broth is absolutely worth every one of those 5,000 mana crystals. Lu pleaded earnestly. Lin Xingxue thought it over carefully. It seemed he was right. Still, she felt a bit reluctant. Don't you think it's rather vulgar to talk about mana crystals with this divine maiden? Senior Sister Lin, if we don't talk about mana crystals, what else can we talk about? We can't exactly talk about feelings, can we? Lu said, half jokingly. What? Is that not allowed? Lin Xingxue suddenly turned her head and looked at Lu with a smile. Of course not. Lu said firmly. This little vixen is actually trying to renege on the deal. If I weren't so smart, I almost would VE fallen for your trick. For a straight-laced guy like Lu, the ethereal concept of feelings really wasn't as tangible as mana crystals. Once they settled on the mana crystals, Lu instantly became full of energy. Lin Xingxue, however, reverted to her usual icy demeanor. On the 5th day, Lin Xingxue felt she had fully recovered, and Lu's spirit sword had been reforged. With only about 10 days left until the 2-month deadline, neither of them intended to stay here any longer. Every moment in this secret realm was worth its weight in gold. They absolutely couldn't waste it. If they missed these 2 months, no amount of money could buy them entry here afterward. So, after harvesting all the spiritual herbs on the island, the two wasted no time. Guided by Lu, they made their way out of the central island without incident. The 10-odd days flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, with the 2-month deadline fast approaching, the two who were racing against time to search for spiritual herbs suddenly felt a force of repulsion wash over them. A flash of light appeared, and when they reappeared, they found themselves in the Flowing Cloud Mountains. The area around the altar in the Flowing Cloud Mountains was bustling with people, a scene of great excitement. As elite disciples and artifact crafters were teleported out one by one, each wore an unmistakable look of joy. Anyone who emerged alive from the secret realm, provided they hadn't spent the entire time hiding in a cave, would have made a substantial haul. These gains would be more than enough to ensure a comfortable cultivation journey for quite some time to come. However, the fact that the group, which had originally numbered over 200, had suddenly lost a third of its members, all of them young and elite, was somewhat disheartening. Of those who hadn't emerged, some may have met their end in the bellies of demons, while others may even have fallen at the hands of their rivals. Yet no one felt sympathy for them, nor would anyone seek to investigate. After all, the moment they entered the secret realm, they knew the stakes. They would either return laden with treasures or remain trapped within it forever. The victor takes all. The vanquished have no grounds for complaint. However, not a single elite disciple from the major top clans was missing. Not to mention their profound family heritage and vast array of skills. Even their elders alone are not to be trifled with. So even if there are grudges, no one dares to act recklessly, otherwise, a single misstep could bring disaster upon their own clan. Outside the mouth of the mountain valley, several elders of the Flowing Cloud Guild were chatting leisurely. Senior brother, who do you think will take first place this time? That goes without saying, it's definitely the Yin family. Really? That kid from the Zhao family actually chose an artifact forger with late foundation stage cultivation. With the two of them working together, they might just outdo the Yin family's kid. I think the Zhao family's entry is pretty good too. Everyone voiced their opinions, but not a single one of them had high hopes for Lin Xingxue. After all, Lin Xingxue's artifact craftsman was just a greenhorn who had only recently advanced to 2-star. It would be a miracle if he could even forge a spirit artifact within a month. No matter how talented Lin Xingxue was, could she possibly outpace someone flying? She was bound to miss out on first place. After Lu stepped out, he followed Lin Xingxue to hand in all the storage pouches, then quietly returned alone to the storage area to retrieve his personal belongings. It would take the elders from each peak quite some time to tally the spoils, so the rewards would be distributed later. Each storage pouch carried a unique personal aura, and the elders were carefully sorting and overseeing them. With everyone watching, there was no need to worry. 1 hour later, back in the same grand hall where they had set out, a group of artifact forgers and elite disciples were all waiting for the results of the inventory. Well, junior brother, you actually made it out alive? A pale-faced artifact craftsman suddenly approached Lu and said in a sarcastic tone. This man was none other than the most senior member of the artifact craftsman's group. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd around them turned to look. Upon recognizing Lu, they were instantly overcome with envy. That kid? With such low cultivation, and he actually came out unscathed? Lu, who had intended to keep a low profile, could only offer the crowd a faint smile. Isn't that a given? With immortal Lin protecting him, how could he possibly get hurt? Another artfully dressed artifact master remarked with a touch of bitterness. Exactly. That kid really hit the jackpot. I just wonder if he got to kiss her? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's heart sank, and they all glared at Lu with murderous intent. Senior brothers, you're joking. Fairy Lin is like a star in the heavens. How could I dare to have even the slightest impure thought? Lu, feeling flustered under their stares, hurriedly explained. I'm sure you wouldn't dare. Hearing this, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a voice as sweet as a heavenly melody rang out. Junior brother Lu, your mana crystals. From among the elite disciples, Lin Qingxue walked over with a look of resentment on her face and shoved a storage pouch into Lu's hands. Whoa! Lin Qingxue's action instantly took everyone by surprise. Not only the artifact forger right in front of him, but even the elite disciples in the distance, their gazes toward Lu were all filled with malice. This kid actually managed to win the favor of the celestial maiden? But what does giving him these mana crystals mean? Could there be some other deal between the two of them? Seeing this, Lu was truly at a loss for words. This girl. Couldn't she have given it to me at any other time? Did she have to do it right here in front of everyone? Does she want me dead? She really is a femme fatale. Looks like I'd better stay far away from her in the future. My frail body can't handle this kind of trouble. As the high-ranking members of the Flowing Cloud Guild gathered, the once boisterous hall finally fell completely silent. Now came the most thrilling moment. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the elders announced that the inventory of spiritual herbs would officially begin. The elders had already inspected the storage pouches of the artifact forgers. Early on, they contained virtually no spiritual herbs. So everything now hinged on the elite disciples. Wang Yu, 373. Zhao Buqing, 391. Yen Hao, 413. As the storage pouches of each elite disciple were opened one by one, the look of joy on the Yen family patriarch's face grew ever more pronounced. So far, their family had obtained the largest number of spiritual herbs, and first place was likely theirs. This would mean that for the next few decades, the Yen family would hold the upper hand over the Lin family. The other family heads felt much the same way. They all believed they could finally hold their heads high. However, when Lin Qingxue stepped forward and poured out that massive pile of spiritual herbs, they all gasped in unison. The Lin family's haul this time was actually far greater than before. How were they supposed to compete with that? It took the elders half a quarter hour just to tally everything. When the final results were announced, everyone was left questioning reality. Lin Qingxue's storage pouch contained a full 812 spiritual herbs, including 130 that were over 1,000 years old and 12 that were over 10,000 years old. This quantity was a full 2 times that of the runner-up. How on earth did she do that? At that moment, Yen Hao, the elite disciple of the Yen family, was completely dumbfounded. He'd chosen the best artifact craftsman. He'd promised the best treatment. The two hadn't slacked off for a single moment after entering the secret realm. It was, quite literally, the absolute limit of what he could do. He'd thought first place was a sure thing this time, but he never expected to lose even more miserably than in previous years. He was utterly devastated. Meanwhile, the other artifact craftsmen all turned their gaze toward Lu. As Lin Qingxue's accompanying artifact craftsman, Lu's first place finish would earn him a reward of at least 5,000 mana crystals. That's more than half as much as any other artifact craftsman. Wow, this kid. Just by hiding behind that stunning beauty and doing absolutely nothing, he managed to win without lifting a finger. Is there no justice in the world? At that moment, all the artifact crafters present were filled with envy toward Lu. Once all the storage pouches had been counted, the guild master of the Flowing Cloud Guild announced the results of the trial with a smile. Unsurprisingly, the Lin clan once again took first place, leaving the other clans far behind. This trial was conducted entirely in the open, with no underhanded dealings whatsoever. Even the artifact crafters present knew each other inside and out. At that moment, everyone gained a new appreciation for the Lin clan's depth of resources. Previously, they had felt that the gap between them and the Lin clan wasn't that wide that with some effort, they might even surpass them, especially the Yin clan, which had been making quite a splash recently. But when this result was announced, everyone fell silent. Although the Lin clan usually kept a low profile, its strength remained unfathomable. For this mission, Lu was entitled to an official reward of 5,000 mana crystals, while all the materials and spirit artifacts he had obtained within the secret realm were to be confiscated. However, the sect had also granted priority exchange rights. For half the market price in mana crystals, members could exchange the materials or spirit artifacts they brought back from the secret realm on a priority basis. Without hesitation, Lu exchanged most of his mana crystals for demon beast materials and spirit artifacts, then rushed straight back to his artifact forge. After 2 months away, the alchemy shop had once again become deserted. The spiritual artifacts in the shop had long since sold out, with only a handful of magical artifacts remaining, hanging on the walls. Lu first exchanged pleasantries with Hao before returning to his room to take stock of the spoils from his recent secret realm expedition. On this trip, he had gathered over 10,000 mana crystals, along with several sets of demon beast materials. Had he not exchanged them for materials, he would have had even more mana crystals. Meanwhile, Hao and the others had sold off their previous spiritual artifacts and had also saved up over 10,000 mana crystals. With the materials brought back from the secret realm, Lu decided to start crafting immediately. He wanted to get his small shop's business back on track first. Over the next 2 months, as one spiritual artifact after another emerged from Lu's hands, business at the small shop did indeed begin to pick up again. More importantly, he had successfully forged the dragon scale battle armor. However, to his frustration, after half a year, the Shen-Tian token in his hand once again emitted an urgent voice. This mission was very serious and of the highest importance. It contained only one order: there has been a change on the southern barbarian battlefield. Urgent reinforcements are needed. Return date undetermined. Lu was secretly startled by this and had no choice but to go to the shop to make the necessary arrangements. How many mana crystals have you saved up lately? Lu asked Hao, who looked quite content. A few thousand. What's up? Hao paused for a moment upon hearing this. Hand them over first. Sure. Hao didn't ask any questions and readily pulled out all his mana crystals. Brother Lu, I've got some here too. Ruwashi, who was refining artifacts nearby, heard this and began rummaging through her storage pouch. She'd never seen Lu look so serious before and guessed that something urgent must have happened. No need, that's more than enough. After receiving Hao's mana crystals, Lu dashed out of the shop and flew straight toward the largest elixir hall in Lianyun City. He had earned over 90,000 mana crystals recently, and with the few thousand from Hao, he had just scraped together 100,000, enough to buy 2 foundation elixirs. Half an hour later, Lu returned with 2 foundation elixirs and handed one to each of Ruwashi and Hao. Lu? What's this? Hao asked, puzzled, as he looked at the silk-lined box in his hand. These are foundation elixirs, for you to reach the foundation stage. What? Foundation elixirs? Hao stared at the silk box before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had thought that even under the best circumstances, it would take 10 years before he'd have a chance to see a foundation elixir. He never imagined it would happen so soon. Brother Lu, this Ruwashi was also completely dumbfounded. Here's the thing, I'm going to be away for a while, and I don't know when I'll be back. Close the shop for now and focus on reaching the foundation stage. Lu, no, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Hao decisively shoved the foundation elixir back into Lu's hands. Although he dreamed of owning a foundation elixir, he believed in not accepting a gift for which he hadn't earned anything. He already received immense kindness from Lu and couldn't accept such a gift from him. Brother Lu, I don't want it either, Ruwashi said, pushing the foundation elixir back as well. Are you sure you don't want it? Then I'll just throw it away. As soon as Lu finished speaking, he made a move to toss the brocade box away. Hey, don't! How hurriedly grabbed Lu's arm. So do you want it or not? Lu asked, sounding a bit annoyed. Alright, I won't be so coy. No need to thank you for such a great favor. From now on, you're my own brother. Even if you asked me to walk through fire and water, I wouldn't hesitate for a second. Hao said, his eyes reddening. Ruwashi said nothing, only falling into a moment of silence. Who said you'd have to walk through fire and water? Just live your life well and take good care of Ruwashi for me. Lu gave Hao a hard punch in the chest. No problem. I'll never let anyone bully my junior sister Ruwashi. After seeing the two off, Lu flew straight to the Xintian Sentinel's Yunzhou contact point. A month later, Lu arrived at Feiyu City, a mysterious city hidden among towering mountains. Feiyu City, located near the southern barbarian battlefield, served as the southern headquarters of the Xintian Sentinels and was also the garrison of the Vanguard Sentinels Special Operations Battalion. Generally speaking, the Shadow Sentinels within the Xintian Sentinels are responsible for covert investigations and assassination missions, while the Vanguard Sentinels handle open combat, serving as the spearhead striking the enemy on the battlefield. As a member of the Shadow Sentinels, Lu was not originally required to participate in military operations. However, due to the urgency of the situation, he had been temporarily called up. It turned out that in recent times, the Nanming continent had been experiencing frequent disturbances, with signs pointing toward the outbreak of a major war. The entire Special Operations Battalion was now operating on high alert, and personnel were in short supply. The two major cultivation realms Xintian and Nanming had been continuously dispatching their own special operations squads into each other's territories to harass one another and sow chaos. The special operations squads from both sides had clashed countless times, each suffering significant casualties. As soon as Lu arrived at the Special Operations Battalion, he was ordered to join a squad and begin carrying out direct combat missions. The next day, in a vast dungeon, Lu and dozens of other conscripted Xintian sentinels were stationed there to await selection by the major squads. This group of Xintian sentinels consisted entirely of foundation stage cultivators. Each had a determined gleam in their eyes, exuding an air of elite prowess. Do you know which squads are the most famous? Bored with the wait, one of the Xintian sentinels asked. I've heard that the 5 most formidable legendary teams are the Star Rain team, the Shenyuan team, the Langya team, the Hurricane team, and the Black Dragon team. They're all filled with golden core level experts. Since their formation, they've never lost a single battle and have achieved countless military feats, replied another, slightly older Xintian sentinel. Teams like that probably won't even give us a second glance, right? Of course not. We're just a bunch of noobs. We'd be lucky if any team even took notice of us. A few Shadow Sentinels murmured among themselves. You guys may be noobs, but I'm not, said a young man carrying a spear, his face brimming with pride. Put. Several Shadow Sentinels nearby scoffed at his words. Everyone had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Who didn't have some real skills? It was just that, compared to the true elite squads, their skills were nothing to speak of. As it turned out, everyone's hunch was correct. Top-tier Special Forces squads had extremely strict recruitment standards. The officials in charge merely glanced around the training ground before leaving. The ones who actually stayed to select recruits were mostly newly formed squads or those with poor track records that had been routed. Top-tier squads were already overwhelmed just trying to accommodate their long-established, veteran members. With Lu and his team having no combat record yet, how could they possibly catch their eye? However, since all squads were currently short on personnel, they weren't worried about not being selected. The only question was whether they could join a strong squad. All the missions here require teamwork. If you end up in a subpar team, you won't be able to turn the tide on your own. As one Xintian sentinel after another was selected, it was finally Lu's turn. Tell me, what are you good at? A tall, slender cultivator clad in full battle armor asked Lu, his gaze scrutinizing. Swordplay, footwork, and throwing darts. Lu answered honestly. Oh ho, quite the well-rounded set of skills. The tall, slender, and heroic cultivator furrowed his brow, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. I've only scratched the surface. Please don't laugh at me, senior brother, Lu said with a faint smile. All right, you're in, the tall, slender cultivator said with a touch of resignation. They were desperately short on personnel, too many candidates and not enough spots, and there was no one else present who was more suitable. Before long, Lou arrived at the squad's base. The squad leader, Sun, the same tall, slender, and heroic cultivator from earlier, was at the 7th layer of the foundation stage. He had once placed third in the Xiantian Vanguard Sentinels rookie competition and was a well-known figure among the newly formed Xiantian Sentinels. The other 3 members were a burly, oafish giant who wielded a shield, at the 5th layer of the foundation stage, specializing in defense. A female Taoist nun in yellow robes, at the 6th layer of the foundation stage, a spellcaster specializing in ranged attacks. And a carefree young man, also at the 6th layer of the foundation stage, wielding a blazing sword and skilled in wide area of effect attacks. As for Lou, with his cultivation at only the 2nd layer of the foundation stage, he was quickly assigned to logistics and support duties. With Lou's addition, the squad was finally complete. To be honest, I didn't pick you guys because you're strong, it's just that I happen to need this exact lineup, Sun said, looking at the 4 people in front of him with a somewhat arrogant air. You're all newbies. During the upcoming mission, don't ask questions, just follow my orders. Hearing this, the team members all felt a bit uneasy. However, considering his formidable reputation and the fact that they were unfamiliar with everything here, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. The next day, the team quickly received their first mission, to venture deep into the mountains to ambush and eliminate a roving enemy elite squad. This group moved like ghosts through the mountains, specializing in hunting down cultivators from the Xiantian realm who ventured into the mountains to hunt. As soon as a large force closed in to surround them, they would quickly go into hiding. However, recent intelligence from scouts had revealed their approximate hideout. To avoid alerting them, a special operations squad was specifically assigned to carry out this ambush mission. As soon as the mission was announced, Sun volunteered to take it on. The team members were all elite fighters. After clarifying the mission objectives, they quickly got ready and set off into the vast mountains. Flying low and crossing mountains and ridges, they finally arrived within 100 li of the enemy squad's territory a few days later. To avoid alerting the enemy, everyone instinctively landed and concealed themselves as they crept toward the target area. Sun, wielding a cloud-patterned spear as the primary damage dealer, led the way at the very front of the group. The Taoist nun in yellow, carrying a high-grade spiritual artifact, a purple staff, marched in the center of the group. The big, clumsy guy, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, guarded the left flank of the group, while the young man with the broadsword strolled nonchalantly along the right. Lou, having the lowest cultivation level, brought up the rear. The hardest part of this mission wasn't defeating the enemy, but finding any trace of them. However, even after searching the mountains all day, the squad hadn't spotted a single sign of the enemy. Junior brother Lou, that's a nice sword you've got there. During a break, the young man carrying the sword struck up a conversation out of boredom. The young man's name was Mo. Since he was closest to Lou, he noticed quite a few things over the course of the day. Although Lou's sword was plain and unadorned, it was a deep reddish-brown throughout and had a fine texture. Mo instinctively sensed it was no ordinary item. Your sword's not bad either. Lou offered a casual compliment in return. In Lou's estimation, the young man's treasured blade had already reached at least the peak of the spirit grade. Of course. It was forged using a secret ancestral technique, the young man with the sword said with a dashing smile. The next day, the group set out again. Junior brother Lou, your footwork is light and agile, go search over there. Sun, who was leading the way, suddenly ordered him bluntly. For their defensive formation, Lou was the least useful member. Even if they encountered enemies, he'd merely be a bystander. So Sun figured it would be better to have him break away from the group and act as a scout, gathering intelligence on his own. If he could spot or lure out any enemies, that would at least be putting him to good use. Hearing this, the others felt a bit of sympathy for Lou. Leaving the team to act alone would undoubtedly be much more dangerous. But there was nothing they could do in teamwork. If you're of no value, you're bound to be excluded. All right. Lou didn't say much, he quickly agreed. Searching in 2 groups would indeed be much faster than searching as a single group. After breaking away from the team, Lou took out his spirit revealing disc and began searching relentlessly. The spirit revealing disc was his secret weapon. He hadn't been able to use it while in the team, but now he could finally use it without hesitation. On the third day, outside a valley, Lu, who had been keeping a low profile, finally let out a sigh of relief. There were 6 red dots inside the valley. From his distant observation, he was fairly certain the enemy was hiding there. After sending Sun a paper crane message, he stayed in the shadows and waited quietly. About an hour later, Sun appeared beside Lu, accompanied by 3 others. "Where are they?" "In a cave in the valley up ahead. I've already checked it out. There are definitely cultivators from the Nanming continent." Lu pointed ahead. Sun looked in that direction and just caught sight of an enemy cultivator emerging from the cave. "Those bastards, they really are here." Seeing this, Sun wasted no time. He charged forward on his warwolf. He had searched for 2 full days without seeing a trace of them, and a pent-up frustration had been building inside him. Seeing their captain charge forward, Lu and the others behind him had no choice but to activate their agility techniques and quickly follow. However, Sun's warwolf, whatever its lineage, gained speed the faster it ran, and before long, it had pulled far ahead of Lu and the others. Enemy attack. The enemy cultivators emerging from the cave suddenly spotted someone charging toward them and immediately sounded the alarm. However, in the very next moment, Sun's flying spear whistled through the air toward them. Unfortunately, the enemy cultivators were no slouches either. With a single roll, they narrowly dodged the attack. Sun recalled his flying spear and charged all the way to the cave entrance, intending to land a follow-up strike. But just then, the enemy cultivators inside the cave began pouring out, hurling a barrage of throwing weapons at Sun. Seeing this, Sun quickly swung his spear to deflect the projectiles, took a few steps back, and assumed a defensive stance. But that brief delay was all it took for the enemies to completely break away from the fray. They tossed smoke bombs one after another and vanished into the jungle. By the time Mo and the others arrived, the enemy cultivators were nowhere to be seen. "What the hell were you all doing? You took forever to get here," Sun snapped angrily. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Not everyone had such a good mount. They'd already done their best. Having discovered the enemy's lair, they could have taken their time to plan their next move. But the enemy's chaotic, all-out charge had caused them to squander that golden opportunity. It was hard to say exactly who was to blame. However, since Sun was their captain, they didn't dare say anything. "Keep pursuing them." Sun quickly issued a new order. The group once again formed a diamond formation and continued the pursuit in a single direction. After an unknown amount of time, the figure of an enemy cultivator suddenly appeared ahead, flashing by in an instant. "Go!" Without a moment's hesitation, Sun charged forward once more. Hearing this, Mo and the others also pushed their movement techniques to the limit to keep up. Lu held nothing back either, unleashing the cloud concealment step to its fullest. But before long, the same scene played out again. Thanks to the advantage of his mount, Sun quickly pulled far ahead of the others. With only one enemy left, and the distance closing rapidly, Sun felt certain that this time, no matter what, he would catch up. However, the enemy cultivator's speed was no slouch either. Though he was getting closer, he always fell just short. Sun didn't think anything was amiss and continued his relentless pursuit. After winding through a series of twists and turns, he lost sight of the target in no time. Ziyuan and the others, seeing Sun's figure vanish ahead, were instantly overcome with anxiety and frantically burned through their spiritual energy to give chase. At first, Lu was barely able to keep up with Sun, but before long, he, too, lost track of him. And so, the group was split into 3 parts. Sun, advancing deep into enemy territory alone, was lured away by a single enemy and vanished without a trace. Lu, in the middle, didn't know whether to wait or continue the pursuit. Meanwhile, Mo and the other 2 in the rear were slow to catch up. Having lost sight of Sun, Lu took out his spirit-revealing disc to investigate. He saw that Sun had already run a great distance ahead, while Mo and the other 3 had suddenly come to a halt in the rear and were under attack. Lu realized something was wrong and hurried back to come to their aid. It turned out that the enemy leader, seeing that Sun liked to show off, had turned the tables on him. He sent men to lure Sun, the strongest fighter, away, then ambushed the 3 men in the rear, including the big oaf. As Lu neared the spot where the three were waiting, he could already hear the sounds of fierce combat from a distance. He immediately quickened his pace. Soon, the scene that met his eyes left him utterly stunned. The Taoist nun in yellow lay on the ground, while Mo and the big, clumsy fellow stood guard fiercely by her side, their situation precarious. A total of 5 enemy cultivators surrounded them, each at the 6th layer of the foundation stage. The big, clumsy fellow was covered in blood and covered in wounds, holding on solely through sheer determination. Mo was in slightly better shape, furiously attacking all around with a flaming blade. But 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands at this rate, defeat was only a matter of time. Heh, your leader was way too gullible, the attacking cultivators began to taunt, seeing victory within their grasp. Exactly. We used just a little trick, and he was completely thrown off. Later, I'm going to have my way with that woman on the ground first, a sinister enemy cultivator said lecherously. Don't worry, there'll be enough to go around, the leader of the enemy cultivators boasted. In an instant, the attacking enemy cultivators all intensified their assaults. Brother Ziyuan, why don't you get out of here quickly? The big, clumsy guy had just parried an attack, only to sustain another wound, so he could only urge Mo to flee. He felt he was about to collapse. Mo said nothing, merely swinging his weapon frantically. Lu, seeing the situation clearly, immediately performed an ultra-long-range teleport and unleashed a sword energy strike that shook the heavens. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out as an enemy cultivator, caught off guard, had his hand which had been slashing at the big oaf severed at the shoulder. This sudden turn of events instantly stunned everyone present. When they realized it was Lu, Ziyuan, and the others were instantly moved to tears. Meanwhile, the enemy cultivator's offensive faltered momentarily. Junior brother Lu, you're finally back. What's going on? Lu asked. With his arrival, the pressure on the two of them eased instantly. We were chasing them with all our might, but we didn't expect to be ambushed out of nowhere. This was clearly an enemy trap. Ziyuan explained briefly. After their initial shock, the enemy cultivators, upon realizing that Lu was only at the 2nd layer of the foundation stage, closed in once more. A greenhorn at the 2nd layer of the foundation stage thinks he can turn the tables on us? Charge! Although they had lost 1 fighter, they still had 4 at the 6th layer of the foundation stage, so they remained overwhelmingly in the lead. Brother Ziyuan, whirlwind slash! Lu suddenly said with a grave expression. Oh! Although Mo didn't understand why, he still leaped high into the air, spinning to gather momentum. Just as he was about to strike, Lu's dragon soul sword suddenly shifted from dark red to a brilliant crimson all over. With a slight flick of his wrist, a fiery dragon instantly coiled around Ziyuan's blade and was sent flying out with the whirlwind slash. With a boom, a burst of flame energy several times more powerful than usual instantly erupted in all directions. Caught off guard, the 4 attackers were all blasted away, their bodies charred black. How is this possible? Did I just do that? Mo was stunned. The enemy cultivators who'd been blasted away found it even more unbelievable. A single move had left them all severely injured. How were they supposed to fight like this? Brother Ziyuan, keep it up. Got it. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyuan leaped high into the air once more. That sense of raw power from just now, it was so exhilarating. He'd already grown to love that feeling. However, before he could unleash another attack, the enemy cultivators had already scattered in all directions. What do we do? Should we chase them? Ziyuan asked, looking thoroughly disheartened. Let us tend to our injuries first. Lu said, catching his breath. That attack wasn't sustainable. With his cultivation at the 2nd level of the foundation stage, a single strike had drained nearly all of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, they finally managed to scare the enemies away. The yellow-robed nun was seriously injured, but fortunately still clinging to life. However, it would likely take at least a year or so for her to regain her combat effectiveness. The big oaf was also badly injured. He wouldn't recover without several months of recuperation. Speaking of which, Sun continued the pursuit for the duration of an incense stick, only to realize he couldn't catch up no matter what. After being lured into a desolate, uninhabited area, he finally realized he'd been tricked and hurried back. But when he saw the heavy casualties among his teammates and realized the enemy had vanished without a trace, he was so furious he burst into a tirade. "You're a bunch of good-for-nothings. It's one thing to fall behind, but to get ambushed so easily, what the hell?" At that moment, Mo finally lost his temper. "Son, if you hadn't been showing off, would we have had to rush up there in the first place? So you're saying it's my fault that you're incompetent?" Son asked in disbelief. "If it's not your fault, whose is it? Fine. Get the hell out of here right now. You're not welcome here." Son was furious too. "Fine, I'll leave. I'm done with this." Mo tossed his squad leader's token aside, slung the yellow-robed nun over his shoulder, and walked away without looking back. The big oaf also dropped his token and followed silently.